Chapter 1. Lloyd Ferrum, Archduke's heir, let out a sigh. Not just any sigh, mind you. This was a sigh that carried the weight of roughly 105 years of existence crammed rather uncomfortably into the body of a 19-year-old. It was his 10th such sigh since waking up on this ridiculously plush, yet undeniably not a bed sofa. Okay, Lloyd, deep breaths, he thought, mimicking the calming techniques he'd learned during a brief, regrettable yoga phase in his 80s on Earth. In and out, just like Mrs. Henderson taught before she tried to sell me that miracle kale powder. He pushed himself up slightly, the unfamiliar, yet horribly familiar, tautness of youthful muscles protesting mildly. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the bedroom, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, indifferent fairies. This was his room. His room in the Ferrum estate, in the capital city of the Archduchy, on the planet Riverio, a planet he had died on at the tender age of 25. Right? His internal monologue continued, picking up speed like a runaway minecart as a recap. Born Lloyd Ferrum. Lived 25 years, died. Cause? Still fuzzy, probably something embarrassing or pointlessly heroic. Reborn on Earth. Lived a full, technologically advanced, magically devoid 80 years, had coffee, discovered sarcasm, learned about taxes, even had grandkids who thought I was ancient history. Died peacefully in my sleep, surrounded by, well, mostly medical equipment, but the sentiment was there. He paused, his mental rambling, and now he glanced around the opulent room again. The heavy velvet curtains, the polished darkwood furniture, the faint scent of expensive potpourri. Now I'm back, 19 years old, on the sofa. He risked a peek over the armrest. There, cocooned in a mountain of silken sheets and blankets on the enormous four-poster bed, was the reason for his current seating arrangement. Rosa Siddick, his wife. Newlywed wife. He corrected himself mentally with another, slightly more pained sigh. Married for precisely 1 week. 1 week. And 7 nights spent contemplating the intricate patterns on the ceiling from this very sofa. The memory of their wedding night resurfaced, unbidden and unwelcome, like a tax audit. He'd been nervous, sure that it was an arranged marriage, a political joining of the powerful Ferrum family and the respectable, if less influential, Viscount Siddick's family. He hadn't expected storybook romance. But maybe politeness? A shared awkward giggle. Instead, he'd entered the room, heart thumping, a nervous rhythm against his ribs, probably looking like a startled goose. Flashback. Wedding night. Rosa, he'd ventured, his voice cracking slightly. 19-year-old Lloyd had not been the suave operator his 80-year-old Earth self occasionally imagined he was. She was already in bed, sitting bolt upright, clutching the covers like a shield. Her eyes, wide and surprisingly fierce for a 17-year-old girl who looked like she might break if the wind blew too hard, fixed on him. Don't. The word was sharp, cutting through the heavy silence of the room. Her voice trembled, but not, he suspected, entirely from fear. There was anger there, too. Don't come near me. Lloyd froze, halfway between the door and the bed. But it's, he gestured vaguely, feeling heat creep up his neck. Our wedding night. Smooth, real smooth. I know perfectly well what night it is, she snapped, pulling the covers higher. Just stay over there, please. The please sounded forced, like a last-minute addition taught by a protocol tutor. The bed is mine. He blinked. Mine, but it's our bed. It's my side, she clarified, gesturing emphatically to the entire mattress. You find somewhere else. Her gaze flickered towards the sofa against the far wall. There. 19-year-old Lloyd, bless his cotton socks, had been completely flummoxed. Faced with a determined, if slightly teary-eyed, teenage bride barricaded in bed, his repertoire of responses had apparently been limited to stunned silence and retreat. Oh, he'd managed. Right, the sofa. Good idea, very spacious. He'd backed away slowly, feeling utterly ridiculous. In flashback, spacious, current Lloyd scoffed internally, rubbing a crick in his neck. And lumpy, he remembered his past self's rationale. She's young, probably scared. Give her space. Be a gentleman. He snorted softly. Right, a gentleman, or maybe just a coward who didn't know what else to do. For 3 long years in that first timeline, until his untimely demise, the sofa had remained his primary domain within this room. The last 3 years of his life, however, were spent on the battlefield. He'd never pushed, never demanded. He'd just coexisted awkwardly with the girl who shared his name, but not his bed. And look where that got me, he thought grimly. Dead at 25, he didn't know the exact cause. The memories around his death were hazy, like a poorly tuned television screen. But he knew it hadn't been from old age or a peaceful surrender. It had been sudden, violent, and likely connected to the turbulent politics and power struggles inherent in this world. Struggles his timidity had left him woefully unprepared for. He sighed again. That made 11 a new record. Chapter 2. Wait a minute. A different thought sparked, pushing aside the marital woes and existential dread for a moment. That if I'm back, does that mean? He closed his eyes, concentrating. I in his first life here. The system had been gibberish, screens full of an alien language, English, as he later learned on Earth. That meant nothing to his Reverian-speaking self on Earth. He'd finally understood it, tinkering with it idly, like a strange mobile game he couldn't quite uninstall. But Earth had no void power, no spirits. The system had been a curiosity, nothing more. Come on, you overgrown plant-themed shopping list show. Yourself, the T-focused, picturing the interface he remembered from Earth. Flicker, a translucent screen shimmered into existence in his vision, unseen by the outside world. Welcome back, user Lloyd Ferrum. System, the shopping tree, fully operational. Current system coins, 0. Shop access cost, 10 system coins. Genuine grin, the first since waking up, touched Lloyd's lips. That IT worked, IT was here. And thanks to 80 years spent learning English on Earth, he could actually read it this time. 0 coins, he muttered under his breath, the grin fading slightly. Stingy as ever, I see. He remembered the grind on Earth, trying to figure out what counted as a task. Apparently, successfully adulting didn't offer many coin rewards. But here, in Riverio, this changed everything. This world ran on spirit power and void power. Inherited abilities, summoned spirits, complex power rankings from F to SSS and beyond. His family, the Ferrums, were an archduke household. Powerful, influential, but always teetering on the edge of political machinations. His father, Roy Ferrum, was strong. His mother, Milady Austin, equally so. Even his younger sister, Jothi, showed promise. And him, Lloyd Ferrum, the first time around, he'd been average, pathetically average for an Archduke's heir. 0.1 spirit core, yes, but mediocre compatibility to decent enough inherited void power from his father. But nothing spectacular. He hadn't even reached the ascension stage with his spirit before his death. And that spirit was a dog who could not even use magic. But now, he looked at the flickering system interface again. By spirits, customize abilities, by void powers. Rank them up. This wasn't just a second chance at life. This was a chance to potentially rewrite his entire destiny. To not die face down in some ditch at 20-5. To maybe, just maybe figure out what the hell was actually going on. And perhaps eventually graduate from the sofa. First things first, he needed system coins. 0.10 just to open the shop. How did he get them again? Tasks, missions, trading, valuables. The opulent room. There had to be something he could trade. A loose gem, a decorative silver button. He mentally scanned his own meager possessions from back then. Probably nothing worth 10 system coins. Okay, tasks it is. What counted as a task? Getting off the sofa without waking the sleeping dragoness in the bed seemed like a high-difficulty mission right now. He carefully, slowly, swung his legs off the sofa, his movements measured and silent, honed by decades of practice, both the original sofa years and the Earth years of trying not to wake up his wife when getting up for a midnight snack. His feet touched the plush carpet as oh far. So good, he stood up, stretching cautiously. His back popped. Definitely 19. He needed information. What exactly was the date? How long after the wedding was it really? Had anything significant happened in the week since the wedding that his past self had blithely ignored? He glanced back at the bed. Rosa hadn't stirred. Her breathing was deep and even. For a moment, seeing her like this, unguarded, young, he felt a pang of something other than awkwardness. She was trapped in this political marriage, just as much as he was. Maybe even more so. In his first life, he'd never really tried to understand her side of things. Another thing to potentially change, he mused. But that was a problem for later. Much later, after coffee, and preferably after acquiring godlike powers via cosmic shopping catalog. Right now, operation, escape the bedroom and find coins was go. He tiptoed towards the door, his bare feet sinking into the expensive rug. Each step felt like navigating a minefield. He reached the door, his hand hovering over the ornate brass handle. Just gotta turn it, slowly. The click of the latch sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. He froze, glancing back at the bed. Rosa shifted, murmuring something in her sleep, then settled again. Lloyd let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He slipped out of the room, closing the door with painstaking care behind him. Freedom, and the faint, lingering scent of expensive potpourri. Now for the real challenge, navigating the Ferrum estate as a 19-year-old nobody with the memories of an 80-year-old earthling and a desperate need for magical game currency. This, he thought, a strange mix of dread and exhilaration bubbling within him, is going to be interesting. Chapter 3. Lloyd Ferrum, temporarily displaced soul and current occupant of a body that felt suspiciously like it still owed library fines from its previous run, ambled through the grand, sunlit corridors of the Ferrum estate. He sighed. Again, he was pretty sure his psi count was approaching double digits before breakfast, which had to be some kind of record, even for someone juggling memories from two separate lifetimes. At least I can walk without my knees sounding like bubble wrap. He conceded internally, flexing his fingers. Being 19 again had its perks and mysterious aches that appeared after sleeping funny. No need for reading glasses perched precariously on his nose. No existential dread triggered by daytime television commercials selling walk in bathtubs. Just the regular, run-of-the-mill existential dread of waking up 6 years in the past in a world with magic, political marriages, and a distinct lack of decent pizza delivery. He passed another ancestral portrait. This one featured a grim-faced Ferrum ancestor with an improbably large mustache and armor that looked as if it weighed more than Lloyd currently did. The painted eyes seemed to follow him, silently judging his posture or perhaps his choice of sleepwear, which, thankfully, he'd swapped for presentable day clothes before venturing out. All right, great Uncle Theron the belligerent, Lloyd thought, giving the portrait a mock salute. Don't worry, I'll try not to pawn the family silver. Unless the system gives me a really good exchange rate. The thought of the system, his shopping tree, brought a flicker of excitement that quickly warred with the sheer weirdness of it all. A cosmic shop interface only he could see, offering superpowers in exchange for, well, he wasn't sure yet. Tasks? Shiny rocks? Fulfilling his father's expectations? The possibilities were disturbingly vague. He reached the imposing double doors of the main family dining room, carved with intricate scenes of heroic Ferrums doing heroic things, mostly involving pointy objects and mythical beasts. They felt heavier than they looked. He pushed them open. Sunlight streamed through arched windows, illuminating a scene of quiet domesticity, albeit a very wealthy, aristocratic version of it. The long mahogany table, polished to a mirror shine, could comfortably seat 30, but currently hosted only 2 to the far end. His father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, sat ramrod straight, engrossed in a stack of official-looking documents bound in leather. His dark hair showed no hint of gray, unlike the distinguished Silver Lloyd remembered him having later in the first timeline. And his jaw was set in a permanently determined line. He radiated do not disturb unless the castle is actively on fire energy. Across from him, nursing a delicate porcelain cup, was his mother, Milady Austen, Duchess Ferrum. She was the picture of refined grace, her silver blonde hair swept up elegantly, her morning gown immaculate. She looked serene, but Lloyd knew from past experience that her calm exterior hid a will as strong as her husband's, just wielded with more subtlety and significantly less yelling. Lloyd, dear. Milady's voice was calm, carrying easily across the vast space. She offered him a small, practiced smile as he entered. You decided to join the living. Come, sit. Cook made those honey-glazed sausages you profess to enjoy. Profess to enjoy? Lloyd mentally raised an eyebrow. Okay, maybe 19-year-old me was a bit dramatic about sausages. Morning, mother. Father, he said, sliding into his customary seat, strategically placed far enough from his father to avoid accidental document spillage, but close enough to reach the salt. A servant materialized silently, placing a steaming plate before him. Eggs, fluffy and yellow. Sausages, glistening under their glaze. Thick slices of warm bread, accompanied by butter sculpted into the shape of a Ferrum family crest. A roaring lion that looked vaguely constipated. Aristocracy, Lloyd thought. It's all about the details. He picked up his fork, the familiar weight grounding him slightly. Food, glorious, non-rehydrated food. He took a bite of sausage. Sweet, savory, definitely better than the protein bars he practically lived on during crunch time back on Earth. The peaceful chewing lasted approximately 15 seconds. Your business tutelage, Roy Ferrum stated, the words dropping into the quiet room like stones. He still hadn't looked up from his papers. His focus remained absolute, multitasking disapproval and ducal duties with practiced ease. Report. Lloyd froze mid-chew, the delicious sausage suddenly feeling like sawdust in his mouth. And here we go. Business studies. The consolation prize for the genetically underwhelming heir. In his first life, he'd resented it, slacked off, scraped by with mediocre grades, much to his father's barely concealed disappointment. Progress. Roy prompted, his pen scratching across a document. The sound grated on Lloyd's nerves. Right, business. What did 19-year-old him even know? Supply curves? Profit margins? how to look busy while secretly reading forbidden novels under the desk. His Earth life knowledge, however, was a different story. Decades spent navigating corporate structures, understanding market fluctuations, even if they were for things like holographic projectors and self-lacing shoes, not enchanted textiles and Griffin eggs, and dealing with personalities far more challenging than a stuffy Riverian economics tutor. Chapter. For wait, who was the tutor again? Lloyd searched his hazy, 19-year-old memories. Professor Abernathy? Grumbles? Something vaguely Dickensian he decided to invent. It's proceeding adequately, Father, Lloyd began. Choosing his words carefully, he swallowed the sausage lump. Professor Quentin Grumbaldi seems pleased with my grasp of foundational principles. Yeah, Grumbaldi. Sounds legit that he decided to embellish, drawing on faint recollections of Earth-based economics lectures he'd occasionally absorbed via osmosis while working on physics problems. We were just reviewing trade tariffs and commodity valuation concerning the southern provinces. Grumbaldi noted He paused, searching for a suitably impressive but vague term, innovative perspective on cross-border arbitrage. Nailed it. Probably that Roy's pen stopped scratching. He finally looked up, his dark eyes fixing on Lloyd with unnerving intensity. It wasn't disbelief, exactly, but sharp assessment, like a hawk spotting a slightly unusual rabbit. Grumbaldi? Roy frowned slightly. Wasn't your tutor Master Elmsworth? Blast. Lloyd scrambled internally. Abort. Abort the Grumbaldi gambit. Ah, yes, Master Elmsworth, of course. He corrected smoothly, hoping the slight flush rising on his neck wasn't too obvious. My apologies, Father. Thinking of a character in a book, Elmsworth, but he seemed satisfied. Satisfied that I show up. Mostly that Roy's gaze lingered for a moment longer before he returned to his papers, apparently accepting the flimsy excuse that, or perhaps just filing it away for later interrogation. Satisfied is insufficient, Lloyd, he stated, his tone flat. Adequate is unacceptable. He tapped the document in front of him with a decisive finger. These numbers, he said, his voice resonating with authority, represent the lifeblood of thousands. Our shipping concerns in the Azure Strait, the timber resources from the Whisperwood, the mining concessions near Dragon's Tooth Peak. He looked up again, his expression stern. Generations of Ferrums bled to secure these holdings, through strength of arms, through shrewd alliances, through unwavering will. That legacy is maintained not just by warriors, but by astute minds capable of managing and expanding our interests. This family demands excellence, Roy continued, his voice lowering slightly but losing none of its intensity. Whether it's commanding troops on a battlefield, negotiating treaties in the royal court, or balancing ledgers in a counting house, that a Ferrum does not merely participate, that a Ferrum excels. The implication hung heavy in the air. Excel in something, Lloyd, because you clearly aren't excelling in the traditional Ferrum way. Lloyd felt a familiar prickle of resentment, the ghost of his 19-year-old self chafing under the weight of expectation. But the 80-year-old within him, the one who had been a science student, an engineer, and an army officer on Earth, saw it differently now that he saw the immense pressure on Roy Ferrum, the Archduke holding together vast territories, navigating treacherous political currents, and worrying about an heir who, by all conventional measures, was lacking. He remembered brief, awkward moments from before. His father trying to teach him the basic sword stances, his own clumsy fumbling, yet the flicker of something, not quite pride, maybe hope, in Roy's eyes when Lloyd accidentally managed a parry that wasn't immediately suicidal. He remembered the endless stream of tutors, the expensive equipment, the subtle inquiries about his progress, all delivered with the same gruff formality. It wasn't disdain. Lloyd realized with sudden clarity it was fear. Fear for Lloyd's future in a world that preyed on the weak. Fear for the legacy he was supposed to carry. The business studies weren't a punishment. They were a lifeline thrown by a man who didn't know how else to protect his strangely un-Ferrum-like son. The stern lectures weren't about disappointment in Lloyd's lack of void power. They were about instilling some kind of strength, any kind, that might help him survive. The revelation settled over him, replacing the old resentment with a strange mix of empathy and determination. I understand, Father, Lloyd said, his voice steady and clear. He met his father's gaze directly, holding it. You demand results that I will provide them in my studies, and in managing any responsibilities you see fit to give me. And he added silently, a spark igniting within him as he thought of the shimmering system interface. I'll provide results you haven't even conceived of. He pictured the shop screen in his mind. Spirits, void powers, upgrades. Could acing Master Elmsworth's stuffy economics class count as a normal work task? How many system coins for demonstrating innovative cross-border arbitrage perspectives, even if accidentally attributed to the non-existent Professor Grumbaldi? A small, almost undetectable smile touched Lloyd's lips as he returned his attention to the rapidly cooling, crest-shaped butter. Maybe this business track wouldn't be so bad after all, especially if it funded his ascent from mediocre heir to potentially overpowered protagonist. First step, figure out where the library was. He had some studying to do, and maybe find out if Great Uncle Theron had any loose jewels on his portrait frame. Just in case. Earth biodata. Lloyd Ferrum name. Cam Evan lifespan. 80 years lived. 2021 to 2101 AD. Earth standard calendar. Height. 6.4 feet. Approximate 0.195 cm. Education. Advanced degrees in engineering mechatronics focus. This specialized field combining mechanical, electrical, computer, and control engineering provided the foundation for his greatest achievement, advanced military education. Graduate of relevant command and staff colleges, War College, necessary for achieving major general rank. Occupation/career. Primary role, commissioned officer, United States Army. Early career impact, primarily focused on advanced research and development, R&D, within military and associated high-tech sectors. Greatest achievement, age 27, circa 2048 designed, and created the world's first functional flying mechanical battle suit. This groundbreaking invention revolutionized warfare and technology, later collaboration and recognition. The suit's capabilities were significantly enhanced through AI integration by a scientist colleague. This combined achievement earned K.M. Evan and his colleague the Nobel Prize in Physics. Approximately 20 years after the initial invention, circa 2068, military progression leveraged his unparalleled technical expertise, the strategic importance of his invention, and demonstrated leadership to rise through the ranks. Peak rank achieved. Major General 08, held senior commands in advanced weaponry divisions and technological strategy. Legacy, revered as the father of the mechanical battle suit, acknowledging his pioneering role even as subsequent generations developed more advanced iterations of the technology. Key skills and expertise, mechatronics engineering, expert level, robotics, and advanced automation aerospace/flight systems design, related to flying suit, AI integration principles, collaborative understanding, advanced weapon systems design and integration material science, implied for suit construction, complex systems analysis and problem-solving, strategic military planning and leadership, logistics and high-tech resource management, high resilience and mental fortitude, fluent English, unique, conceptual/linguistic understanding of the system interface. Family. Wife, 2. His first wife, an Army officer like himself, passed away when he was 30. They had one child together. At age 35, he married his colleague, a scientist. Both of them won the Nobel Prize, largely because of the strong bond she had formed with his first child. She is still living. Together, they have 2 children, and he has a total of 8 grandchildren. Personality, developed on Earth, had a disciplined life due to his military life, possessed a cynical / world-weary perspective and a dry, sarcastic sense of humor developed over a long and impactful life. Circumstances of death. Died peacefully in his sleep in 2101 at age 80, likely for natural causes associated with old age. Chapter 5. Instead of the resigned trudge back towards the opulent prison cell he technically shared with Rosa, Lloyd found his feet carrying him in the opposite direction. Past the echoing marble hallways, beyond the stern gaze of Great Uncle Theron, the belligerent, who definitely looked more belligerent today, and out into the manicured expanse of the Ferrum Estate gardens. He blinked, slightly surprised at his own deviation from the norm. 19-year-old Lloyd usually retreated after breakfast, seeking refuge in quiet corners, or, more often than not, simply returning to the dreaded sofa bed arrangement. But 80-year-old Lloyd, the one currently piloting this youthful chassis, felt restless. He needed action. He needed coins. Sunlight warmed his face, a pleasant sensation he hadn't properly appreciated in his stuffy second life dominated by artificial lighting and smog alerts. Birds chirped melodies that weren't synthesized ringtones. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their scents rich and real. It was aggressively idyllic. All right, system, he thought, strolling deeper into the garden, past sculpted hedges and burbling fountains. Talk to me. What counts as a task around here? Pulling weeds? Appreciating the topiary? Scaring pigeons? Give me something. Anything. I need that shop access. He remembered his spirit. The one he'd barely acknowledged in his first life. The one deemed underwhelming, pathetic even by Ferrum standards. He hadn't even bothered summoning it much after the initial disappointment. But now, Every potential avenue had to be explored. He stopped in a relatively secluded clearing, shaded by an ancient, gnarled oak tree. Okay, let's see the little guy. He reached instinctively for his hip, where a warrior might wear a sword. Nothing, right? Spirit stone. Where did 19-year-old me keep that thing? His hands patted his pockets. Then his tunic there, tucked in an inner pocket, sewn into the lining perhaps, was a small, smooth stone, barely larger than his thumb. It felt cool to the touch, that he focused, channeling a minuscule thread of the nascent spirit power he possessed. Pushing it into the stone, he remembered the basic principle. Provide a flicker of energy, a connection point. The air shimmered faintly beside him. Not with a grand explosion of light or a terrifying roar, but with a quiet sort of pop, like a damp firework deciding not to bother. And there it stood. Lloyd stared at it as well. It was a dog, a scruffy, medium-sized dog with dull gray fur, ribs faintly visible beneath its coat, and ears that drooped apologetically. It blinked large, brown, slightly bewildered eyes up at him, then yawned, showing surprisingly pointy teeth. Its tail gave a single, hesitant wag, more of a nervous twitch than a greeting. This was a spirit, the companion bound to his soul, that a creature meant to embody his potential, his power, and it looked like it had lost a fight with a particularly aggressive tumbleweed. Wait. Lloyd leaned closer, squinting. Those weren't quite dog ears. And the snout was a touch too long, too sharp. The pointy teeth suddenly seemed pointier at it. Wasn't a dog that it was a wolf, a severely underfed, disappointingly unimpressive, decidedly weak-looking wolf. Huh, Lloyd murmured aloud. Always thought you were a Springer Spaniel, M-I-X-M-Y bad. The wolf tilted its head, looking confused, or maybe just hungry, probably hungry. Just as that thought crossed Lloyd's mind, a familiar blue screen flickered into existence in his vision, hovering beside the pathetic lupin specimen. New task assigned. Task. Operation. Canine cuisine upgrade. Description. Your spirit partner looks like it survives on dust bunnies and existential angst. Feed this decidedly wolf-like creature nutritious poultry, specifically chicken, daily for 7 consecutive days. Goal. Make it less depressing. Aim for vaguely robust. Reward. 5 system coins SC. Note. Consistency is key to don't skip leg day or chicken day. Lloyd blinked. He read it again. Chicken 0.7 days, 0.5 coins. A memory surfaced. Hazy, indistinct, 19-year-old Lloyd, seeing this exact screen, the strange symbol swimming before his eyes, utterly meaningless, he dismissed it as some weird magical static, a glitch in his underdeveloped spirit connection. Then on Earth, vague recollections of the idea of the system. But this specific task, lost in the decades of data, buried under calculus and coffee-fueled all-nighters. But now, it was crystal clear and ridiculously simple. Feed the sad wolf some chicken. Get halfway to opening the cosmic shopping channel. 5 coins, he breathed, a slow grin spreading across his face. For chicken. This was almost too easy, suspiciously easy. But he wasn't about to question his luck. All right, Fong, Lloyd declared, deciding on a temporary, suitably dramatic name for the scrawny wolf. The wolf blinked again, clearly unimpressed. Looks like your diet is about to get a serious upgrade. Chapter 6. He turned on his heel, determination radiating from him. The wolf padded silently behind him, a gray shadow of unmet potential. Lloyd marched back through the gardens, past the fountains, ignoring the suddenly very judgmental-looking topiary animals, and headed straight for the heart of the estate's culinary operations. The kitchens. He burst through the kitchen doors with purpose, startling a small army of white-aproned staff who were busy chopping, stirring, and generally making deliciousness happen. Cook, Lloyd announced, his voice louder than intended. Head snapped up. Whisks paused mid-air and a pot lid clattered to the floor. The head cook, a stout woman named Martha whose glare could curdle milk from 50 paces, turned slowly, wiping her hands on her apron. Young Master Lloyd, is everything all right? Her tone suggested she suspected everything was very much not all right. Perfectly all right. Martha, Lloyd beamed, trying to project confident air rather than man on a bizarre, system-mandated mission. I require chicken. Martha raised a skeptical eyebrow. Chicken, sir? For breakfast? You just had sausages. Not for me, Lloyd clarified, gesturing vaguely behind him. The small wolf poked its head nervously around Lloyd's legs, eliciting a collective gasp from the kitchen staff. It's for the dog. Dog. Martha squinted at the creature. Looks more like a skinny wolf, if you ask me, sir. Details, Lloyd waved dismissively. He requires sustenance. Urgently got a large portion, please, cooked, preferably roasted if it's not too much trouble. Breast meat is good. Maybe a leg? He was mentally calculating the nutritional requirements for rapid wolf strengthening. Protein. Lots of protein. Silence descended upon the kitchen, broken only by the nervous shuffling of feet and the timid whining of the wolf, likely overwhelmed by the sudden attention and the overwhelming smell of food it wasn't eating. A large portion, Martha repeated slowly, exchanging bewildered glances with her sous chefs. For the wolf dog. Indeed, Lloyd confirmed crisply. As much as you can spare. Immediately. Martha hesitated for only a second before decades of ingrained service kicked in. Right away, young Master Lloyd. She barked orders, and suddenly the kitchen staff scrambled into action, albeit with numerous confused backward glances towards Lloyd and his scrawny companion. Minutes later, Lloyd was presented with a platter piled high with glistening, roasted chicken. Enough chicken to feed a small family. Excellent, Lloyd declared, taking the heavy platter. He turned to leave, the wolf trotting eagerly at his heels now, its nose twitching as the kitchen door swung shut behind him. He could already hear the hushed, frantic whispers erupting. Did you see that, young Master Lloyd? Feeding a wolf in the house. Said it was a dog. Blind as a bat, that one. And the amount of chicken. Enough for the Duke's hunting hounds. Has he gone mad? First the sofa business with the new mistress, now this. Maybe it's a phase? Feeding a scrawny wolf roast chicken. That's not a phase. That's a cry for help. Lloyd ignored them, a smirk playing on his lips. Let them gossip. He had a mission, and he carried the platter back to the secluded clearing in the garden. All right, Fong, he said, setting the platter down. Feast. The wolf needed no further encouragement. It fell upon the chicken with a ferocity that belied its frail appearance, tearing into the meat, crunching bones, its tail now wagging with genuine enthusiasm. Lloyd watched, fascinated. This was progress? Maybe 5 SC worth of progress. Hopefully he sat on the grass, leaning back against the oak tree, watching the wolf eat. The system. Chicken got a weak wolf spirit. It was all bizarre. But it was his bizarre reality now. And he finally had a tool, a path. Forward, even if that path started with poultry, he spent a good hour there, watching the wolf demolish the chicken, occasionally glancing at the system interface, which remained stubbornly unchanged, and immediate coin reward. Right point 7 days. Consistency. Find out he could do consistent. He'd managed 80 years of consistency on Earth, after all. Mostly consistently showing up for work and complaining about the commute. The wolf, eventually satiated, licked its chops, looked significantly less pathetic, and curled up near Lloyd's feet, letting out a contented sigh before promptly falling asleep. Lloyd looked down at the sleeping spirit. Maybe it wasn't so bad, just needed some TLC and a metric ton of chicken. The lingering scent of roast chicken, a surprisingly persistent aroma for such an ethereal concept as spirit power cultivation, seemed to follow Lloyd Ferrum like a particularly savory ghost as he navigated the upper corridors of the Ferrum estate. He'd successfully completed day 1 of Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. His scrawny wolf spirit, now tentatively dubbed Fong, was currently digesting enough poultry to alarm a small village, and Lloyd possessed precisely 0 system coins for his efforts. Still, progress. Baby steps. Or rather, chicken-fueled wolf steps. Chapter 7 now came the next item on his mental checklist. One far more daunting than facing down a potentially judgmental head cook. Visiting his wife, Rosa Siddick, the 17-year-old political bride who had, with admirable efficiency and chilling politeness, relegated him to the sofa on their wedding night a week ago, that a status quo that had persisted for 3 long, awkward years in his previous timeline before his untimely, and still frustratingly vague, demise, he sighed. That had to be sign number 13, 14. He was losing count, but it felt like a personal best for pre-lunchtime existential angst. Being back in his 19-year-old body, brimming with the cynical wisdom and accumulated weariness of an 80-year-old earthling, was proving to be a masterclass in cognitive dissonance. His knees didn't creak, but his soul felt ancient. He approached the door to their shared suite. Her room, his mind automatically corrected. A habit ingrained from years of sofa-bound exile. The heavy oak panel, intricately carved with scenes of Ferrum. Ancestors looking stoic and vaguely disapproving, seemed to loom larger than usual. He paused, his hand hovering over the polished wood. Okay, Lloyd, game plan. He coached himself internally. Remember Earth. Remember taxes, traffic jams, terrible reality TV. This is just interpersonal conflict, with potential magic involved. You handle board meetings where executives threw metaphorical staplers at each other. You can handle a frosty teenager. But could he? 19-year-old Lloyd certainly couldn't. That poor sap had been paralyzed by awkwardness, terrified of conflict, and utterly clueless about navigating the complexities of an arranged marriage, let alone the treacherous currents of noble society. He defaulted to passive avoidance, hoping the problem would just go away, which, technically, he did by dying. Not the ideal resolution. This time, he resolved, steeling himself with the memory of lukewarm instant coffee and the sheer boredom of his second retirement. Things will be different. In O More Sofa King. Time to actually engage. Even if it's like trying to engage with a particularly beautiful, well-dressed iceberg, he thought about the system, the tantalizing promise of power flickering at the edge of his awareness. Gaining strength was paramount. But strength in Riverio wasn't just about spirit power or void abilities. That IT was about influence, alliances, perception. Having his own wife treat him like an inconvenient piece of furniture wasn't exactly projecting strength or stability. If he wanted to survive, let alone thrive, and maybe figure out why he died, he needed to change the dynamics within these very walls. Starting now, he took a deep breath, channeling the calm he used to employ before complex physics simulations or explaining to his Earth grandkids why Wi-Fi wasn't actual magic. A surprisingly difficult conversation. And out, he knocked, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet hallway. Silenced, he knocked again, a fraction louder, firmer. What? The voice from within was muffled, sharp, laced with impatience. Not exactly a welcoming mat rolled out. More like verbal barbed wire. Lloyd winced internally, but kept his external expression neutral. Progress, not perfection. Rosa, it's Lloyd. He called through the thick door, pitching his voice to be clear but not aggressive. May I come in? A beat of silence stretched, long enough for Lloyd to mentally inventory the potential projectiles within the room. Then, a resigned sigh, barely audible. The door is unlocked. Not quite a yes, but definitely not a get lost. He'd take it. Pushing the heavy door inward, he stepped across the threshold, bracing himself. The room was as opulent as he remembered. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, illuminating the rich tapestries depicting pastoral scenes, the gleaming dark wood of the vanity table cluttered with silver-backed brushes and delicate vials. The plush velvet armchair angled towards the fireplace, and dominating the space, the enormous four-poster bed, a fortress of silk sheets and embroidered pillows, the scent of expensive potpourri, predominantly lavender and something vaguely citrusy, hung in the air. But underneath it, fainter, yet distinct to his slightly reawakened senses, was a low hum, a subtle vibration of energy, like the thrumming of a plucked string just beyond the range of normal hearing. IT centered around the bed. Rosa sat there, perched not defensively this time, but regally, in the exact center of the mattress. Her legs were crossed in a meditative posture, hands resting palms up on her knees. Her eyes were closed, long dark lashes brushing against her high cheekbones. Her usual severe hairstyle was slightly loosened, tendrils escaping to frame a face locked in intense concentration. The air around her seemed clearer, sharper. The sunlight didn't just illuminate her. It seemed to cling to her, drawn towards the focus of her power. She was cultivating, drawing in the ambient spirit energy from the world, funneling it into her core, refining it, making it her own. Chapter 8. Lloyd watched, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Awe, certainly. Even in his first life, he'd known she was talented far more than him. Seeing it now, with the perspective of age and a rudimentary understanding of the underlying mechanics gleaned from the system's cryptic hints and earthly scientific parallels, her skill was even more apparent. He felt the familiar, bitter tang of inadequacy, the echo of 19-year-old Lloyd's frustration. He remembered Master Elmsworth's patient, yet ultimately fruitless, attempts to guide his own cultivation. While other students felt the flow, the pull of energy, Lloyd mostly felt itchy, like his awareness was scraping against a rough, unyielding surface that he could sense the energy vaguely like static electricity on a dry day, but drawing it in. That was another matter entirely. IT was like trying to fill a swimming pool with a teaspoon, while Rosa wielded a fire hose. His internal estimate hadn't been far off. If she absorbed 9 units of energy in a given time, he was lucky to scrape together 1. Maybe 1.5 on a good day. With a following wind and favorable astrological alignments, that IT all comes down to the spirit core. Lloyd mused again, his gaze fixed on the subtle intensity radiating from Rosa. His inner 80-year-old scientist and engineer took over for a moment, analyzing that little metaphysical engine, nestled somewhere near the soul. They say that everyone's born with at least one, that it's the gateway, the processor IT draws in the raw, untamed energy flowing through nature, the air, the earth, the light, and converts it into usable spirit power, unique to the individual. But the number of cores, that's where the real lottery happens. Most people, just the one like me, he felt a phantom frustration, a memory of straining, concentrating until his head pounded, only to feel the barest trickle entering his core. Why single core feels sluggish, inefficient, like a clogged filter. Then you have the blessed ones. The heaven-favored few. 2 cores are rare, a sign of significant potential. But 3. His gaze drifted back to Rosa, still lost in her meditative state. 3 cores, like Rosa has. That's exponentially better. 3 engines working in parallel, drawing an energy at triple the rate, or perhaps even more synergistically. That IT explains her speed, her effortless absorption. He pictured the stages of power again, visualizing them like levels in the game the system resembled. Manifestation. Gather enough processed energy. Get yourself a spirit stone, usually jammed into a sword hilt, because those anti-spirit stone sheaths are DMN convenient. And poof, you can summon your spirit companion, like Fawn, my little chicken-loving wolf. Ascension. Keep gathering, keep refining. Get strong enough, talented enough, maybe bribe your spirit with enough treats, and you can start actually using its innate abilities directly. Fire breath, shadow steps, whatever its specialty is, still need the rock, though. Power boost is significant, maybe tenfold what manifestation offers. Most dedicated spirit users reach this. And then, transcend. He let out an involuntary breath, the word itself feeling heavy with significance. The final stage. Forge such a bond with your spirit, understand it so deeply that you can merge, become one entity to more spirit stone needed. You are the power. They say it's another tenfold leap, maybe more, but less than 5% of users ever manage IT. IT requires talent, dedication, and a connection most people can only dream of. He looked at Rosa, the sunlight haloing her focus form. With 3 cores humming efficiently, she wasn't just on the fast track. She was practically driving a magical bullet train towards manifestation and likely beyond. While he was still trying to figure out how to hotwire his own sputtering engine, armed only with poultry and a mysterious digital shopping list. But a new thought intruded, sharp and hopeful, sparked by the memory of the system interface. Maybe the base specs don't matter as much now. The system lets me buy spirits, plural. Maybe even more cores, though that wasn't explicitly listed. IT lets me upgrade them. Maybe my single, crappy core can be overclocked, modified. Maybe Fawn, despite his scrawny start, can become something formidable with enough system coins invested. The possibilities, vague but intoxicating, bloomed in his mind. His contemplation was shattered as Rosa's eyes snapped open. The serene, focused energy around her vanished as if switched off. The air grew still, heavy. Her dark eyes, cold and sharp as obsidian shards, fixed directly on him, standing just inside the doorway. The transition was jarring, from tranquil cultivator to wary sentinel in the blink of an eye. She tilted her head, a minute, precise movement, like a predator assessing potential prey, or perhaps just an annoying insect that had wandered into its territory. Her gaze swept over him, taking in his presence, his posture, the very fact that he was there, apparently uninvited and unwelcome. Chapter 9. Her voice sliced through the quiet room, crisp and devoid of any warmth. IT held the ingrained authority of her noble upbringing, layered with the sharp impatience of youth. Are you going to stand there gawking like a fool all day, Lloyd? She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Or did you actually interrupt my cultivation for a reason? The familiar wave of 19-year-old Lloyd's anxiety washed over him. The urge to shrink back, stammer an apology, mumble an excuse about needing a book or checking the time, and make a hasty retreat to the comforting neutrality of a hallway sofa. He felt the heat rise in his neck, the sudden dryness in his mouth. Old habits died hard, especially when reinforced by years of awkwardness and a distinct lack of positive interaction. But the 80-year-old pragmatist, the scientist who'd faced down academic ridicule, the man who'd lived long enough to know that avoidance solved nothing, pushed back to no different approach this time. Change the script. He needed to establish a new dynamic, or he'd be stuck in the same rut that likely contributed to his early grave last time. This wasn't just about romance. It was about survival, alliance, and not spending the rest of his potentially short second life sleeping on upholstery. He consciously relaxed his shoulders, forcing down the nervous tension. He met her icy stare head-on, holding it steady, and then dredging up a confidence he hadn't possessed at 19 but had cultivated over decades on another world. He led a slow, Easy smile spread across his face. IT felt strange, like wearing someone else's expression, yet also liberating. He tilted his head, mirroring her earlier gesture, but deliberately infusing it with playful curiosity rather than suspicion. Actually, he began, his voice smooth, consciously pitched lower, warmer than his usual hesitant tones. The sound seemed alien coming from his own throat, but he pressed on. I wasn't just gawking like a fool. He let the smile widen slightly, allowing a hint of mischief into his eyes. I was admiring the view. Rosa blinked. Just a flicker of surprise in those guarded eyes, quickly suppressed, but it was there. Her carefully constructed wall of indifference had been momentarily breached by the unexpected maneuver. She recovered quickly, suspicion flooding back into her expression like a tide reclaiming the shore. "The view?" she repeated, her voice flat, skeptical. She deliberately looked away from him, scanning the opulent room with exaggerated slowness. "The view of what? Exactly." "The ridiculously overpriced vase my aunt sent. The drapes that clash horribly with the carpet? Or perhaps," she finished, her gaze snapping back to him, sharp and challenging, "the wardrobe you seem so fascinated with." Lloyd chuckled softly, a genuine sound this time, surprising them both. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Her defensiveness was predictable, almost comforting in its familiarity. IT was the change's own reaction that felt significant. He took a deliberate step further into the room, closing the distance between them slightly. Not encroaching on her personal space, not yet, but moving out of the liminal doorway zone, establishing presence. "No," he said, his smile softening, becoming less playful and more sincere. He kept his gaze locked with hers, refusing to be intimidated by her frosty glare. "The view of you, Rosa." He paused, letting the simple statement hang in the air for a pregnant beat, watching her reaction. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Was it a faint blush creeping up her neck, or just a trick of the light? Hard to tell. She pressed her lips together, annoyance warring with something else? Confusion? He decided to press his advantage, however slight it might be. "You're incredibly beautiful when you're concentrating, you know," he continued, his voice maintaining its calm, warm tone. He leaned casually against the bedpost nearest him, adopting an air of relaxed confidence he definitely didn't feel bubbling beneath the surface. All focused and powerful. He tilted his head again, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Although, I have to admit," he added, his tone dropping to a near conspiratorial whisper, "you're even more striking when you're scowling at me like I've just tracked mud all over your pristine existence." He held his breath, bracing for the explosion, the indignant retort, the demand that he leave immediately and perhaps consider setting himself on fire in the hallway. He had thrown down a gauntlet, disrupting the established order of awkward silence and mutual avoidance. Now, he waited to see if she would pick it up or simply freeze him out completely. This was new territory, uncharted and potentially perilous, but infinitely more interesting than the sofa. Chapter 10. The air in the room crackled, the previously tentative shift in atmosphere vanishing like smoke in a gale swept through an open window. The delicate balance Lloyd had attempted to introduce, the slight disruption to their cold, established routine, had shattered against the wall of Rosa's immediate and potent displeasure. Her eyes, which had perhaps flickered with a microsecond of unguarded surprise, now blazed with a chilling fury. IT wasn't hot rage, not the explosive anger of lesser tempers. It was the frigid, focused indignation of someone whose control had been unexpectedly challenged, the faint hint of a blush, likely imagined by Lloyd in a moment of wishful thinking, was utterly eradicated, replaced by a pale rigidity. Her features, already defined by a certain aristocratic sharpness, hardened into an icy mask of command. "Get out!" Each word was a perfectly formed icicle, clipped and sharp, delivered with the precise force of a physical blow aimed directly at his unwelcome presence. IT wasn't merely a request fueled by irritation. It resonated with the ingrained authority of a viscount's daughter, the assumed privilege of nobility, and the sharp, defensive reaction of someone deeply uncomfortable with vulnerability or unplanned intimacy. This was the Rosa he remembered from the fragmented, awkward memories of his first life. The young woman who wielded distance and disdain like both a shield against perceived threats and a sword to keep the world at bay. Lloyd smiled. The one he'd carefully constructed from 80 years of worldly experience and plastered on his 19-year-old face, didn't waver, though the muscles around his mouth tightened infinitesimally that a tiny betrayal of the effort it took. He held his ground, maintaining the deliberately casual lean against the sturdy mahogany bedpost. His posture was meant to convey a lack of intimidation, a refusal to be cowed, a stark contrast to the cringing retreat his former self would have executed. 19-year-old Lloyd would have been halfway down the corridor by now, tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape the palpable disapproval. Mumbling apologies for breathing the same air, 80-year-old Lloyd, however, had faced down corporate sharks, navigated academic minefields, endured the stark realities of military life on Earth, and developed a resilience far exceeding mere teenage indignation, even magically enhanced indignation. "I don't think so," he replied, his voice remarkably calm, maintaining an even, almost conversational tone that directly contradicted the glacial hostility radiating from her. "We're married, Rosa." He let the word hang in the air for a beat, a simple statement of fact that felt loaded with unspoken complexities. "This is technically my room, too, even if current sleeping arrangements are." He paused, searching for a diplomatic term, unconventional. He gestured vaguely towards the plush, yet undeniably lonely-looking sofa nestled against the far wall, a silent acknowledgement of the status quo. He was now determined to dismantle. Rose's eyes narrowed further, becoming dangerous slits of obsidian fury. The air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. "I warned you," she hissed, her voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper that was somehow more terrifying than her earlier shout. IT vibrated with suppressed power, a predator's warning before the strike. "Don't push me, Lloyd. You have no idea what you're dealing with." He simply looked back at her, the smile still playing faintly on his lips, his eyes holding hers steadily. He refused to break contact, refused to show the fear that 19-year-old Lloyd would have felt consuming him. Deep within her gaze, behind the icy anger, he saw it. The flicker, the gathering storm of focused energy, raw spirit power coalescing, preparing to be unleashed. He knew what was coming, that he braced himself internally, not physically. There was no physical defense against this. But mentally, he dredged up reserves of fortitude honed over decades of disparate challenges on Earth. The focused intensity needed to debug lines of faulty code under crushing deadlines. The stubborn persistence required to argue grant proposals with committees seemingly designed to say no. The sheer grit developed during grueling military drills under unforgiving instructors. The quiet endurance learned during long, tense watches in simulated combat zones. These experiences, seemingly irrelevant in this world of magic and nobility, had forged a core of resilience within him, a bedrock beneath the surface of the awkward 19-year-old body he inhabited. Suddenly, it hit him. Chapter 11. It wasn't a physical blow, not a sound that registered on his ears, not even a visible wave of shimmering energy distorting the AI. IT was pressure. Immense, suffocating, inescapable pressure, descending upon him like the weight of a collapsing mountain range. The very air in the room seemed to thicken, growing heavy and viscous, pushing down on his shoulders, constricting his chest, grinding against his bones with relentless force. IT felt as though gravity itself had abruptly decided to quadruple its efforts, laser-focused solely on the patch of expensive carpet he occupied. Breathing became a conscious, laborious effort, each inhale shallow and unsatisfying, as if trying to draw air through dense water. The edges of his vision seemed to subtly darken, the sounds of the room, the faint ticking of an unseen clock, his own ragged breath, muffled as if heard from underwater. His mind registered with a strange, almost clinical detachment, even as every nerve ending in his body screamed in protest. Spirit pressure, direct application of raw will and refined energy. Manifestation level, definitely, but the sheer density of it. Feels like she's touching the fringes of ascension potential. Already 0.3 cores working in concert, significantly stronger than I remember her being. At this stage in the first timeline, or perhaps, he considered grimly, first timeline Lloyd had simply folded so quickly he never experienced the full brunt of it. His knees, already protesting the unnatural load, buckled involuntarily. A sharp grunt escaped his lips, forced out by the sudden intensification of the force driving him downwards. The casual lean against the bedpost transformed into a desperate, trembling attempt to remain upright, his hand gripping the polished wood until his knuckles turned bone white. But it wasn't enough. The pressure was relentless, a tangible, invisible force crushing his physical resistance like a nutshell. With a final, protesting groan from abused muscles and joints, his left knee hit the plush, yielding carpet with a soft, sickening thud. He was forced into a kneeling position, his head bowed slightly under the crushing, invisible weight. Sweat, cold and clammy. Despite the pressure, beaded on his forehead and trickled down his temples. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps, This body, his 19-year-old body, lean but untested, was nowhere near physically strong enough to withstand this level of direct spiritual imposition from someone as talented as Rosa. But even as his body yielded, his mind, the mind of the 80-year-old soldier scientist trapped within, did not. He fought tooth and nail against the overwhelming instinct to collapse completely, to curl into a protective ball on the floor and wait for the torment to stop. That he actively battled the rising tide of panic that threatened to swamp his resolve. He forced his head up, inch by painstaking, agonizing inch, his neck muscles straining against the oppressive force as if lifting solid stone. Tendons stood out like cords, trembling violently, through sheer, unadulterated willpower, fueled by 80 years of stubborn resilience, the ingrained discipline of a soldier who refused to break. Under simulated interrogation, and a newfound determination not to repeat the mistakes of his past life, he lifted his gaze from the intricate patterns of the carpet. He met Rosa's eyes again, across the expanse of the room, looking up at her from his kneeling position, and he smiled. It wasn't the easy, playful smile from before. This was something else entirely. Tighter, strained. A grimace of pain transformed into an expression of defiance by sheer mental effort. The corners of his mouth were pulled up, but his lips were pressed thin. Yet, it was undeniably a smile. His eyes, though clearly reflecting the immense physical strain he was under, the slight watering caused by the effort, held no fear, no pleading, no submission. Only unwavering, stubborn determination to a silent declaration. You can force me to my knees, but you cannot make me yield. First timeline Lloyd would be a puddle on the floor right now, he thought. A spark of grim, dark amusement flickering through the pain and the roaring in his ears, probably apologizing profusely for existing, for breathing, for having the audacity to be born inadequate. The contrast was almost comical, if he weren't fighting just to remain conscious under the metaphysical tonnage. Chapter 12. Rosa stared down at him, her expression initially one of cold triumph, faltering as she registered his unbroken gaze, his impossible smile. Her face remained largely unreadable, a carefully cultivated mask of noble indifference. But Lloyd, hyper-focused, caught the faint widening of her eyes again, the subtle shift in her posture, a slight tensing of her shoulders. The crushing pressure remained constant, pinning him like an insect under a collector's thumb, yet he refused to look away, refused to yield the silent, intense battle of wills being waged between them. He saw the flicker of surprise again, stronger this time, morphing into disbelief and perhaps a sliver of grudging confusion. This defiant reaction wasn't in the script. This wasn't the weak, easily intimidated, perpetually apologetic Lloyd Ferrum she knew, the boy she had dismissed and walled off so effectively. This was unexpected, annoying, intriguing. Time seemed to stretch, measured not in seconds but in the pounding of blood in Lloyd's ears and the violent trembling of his supporting limbs. The pressure held, a relentless test of his physical and mental limits. His muscles screamed, threatening to give out completely. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision. Still, he kept smiling, kept meeting her gaze. You can break my posture. His eyes seemed to scream silently across the charged space, but my will is my own. Then, as abruptly, as shockingly as it had descended, the pressure vanished, gone. Instantly, Lloyd gasped, sucking in a huge, shuddering lungful of suddenly light, blessedly normal air. The release was so sudden, so total, that his overstrained body almost pitched forward onto his face. He barely caught himself with his hands splayed on the soft carpet, head hanging low as he greedily drew in breath after breath. He stayed on one knee for a long moment, simply breathing, allowing his heart rate to slow from its frantic rabbit-like pace, waiting for the violent tremors racking his limbs to subside into mere shakiness. The world slowly swam back into focus. Silence descended upon the room once more, but it was a different kind of silence now. Thicker, charged with unspoken questions and disrupted expectations. Rosa hadn't moved from her cross-legged position on the bed, a queen upon her silken throne, but the icy fury in her eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by a cold, calculating curiosity that was almost more unnerving. She studied him, really studied him, with an intensity she hadn't bothered with before, perhaps not since their disastrous, silent wedding night. Her gaze tracked his slow, deliberate movements as he finally pushed himself back to his feet, his legs still feeling decidedly shaky. Like newborn foal's legs, he brushed off the indentations the carpet had left on his knee, taking a precious moment to compose himself, to push the lingering physical discomfort and the adrenaline surge aside. He straightened up fully, Meeting her questioning gaze once more, the smile returned to his face, softer now, tinged with a weary resolve of someone who had weathered a significant storm. "Why?" she asked finally, her voice quiet but carrying an unexpected intensity. It lacked the earlier sharpness. The dismissive edge, It held a genuine note of inquiry, a subtle crack in her usual armor of carefully constructed indifference. "Why didn't you leave when I told you to? Why didn't you break?" "No one of your strength," she added, almost to herself, her brow furrowing slightly, "withstand my pressure like that without consequence." Lloyd took a steadying breath. He felt oddly drained, yet strangely invigorated. He had faced her power, her disapproval, and hadn't folded. It was a small victory, perhaps, but a significant departure from his past. "Because," he began, his voice steady now, clear despite the recent ordeal that had left him gasping on the floor. He met her intense gaze without flinching. "I made a promise. Implicitly, perhaps, but a promise nonetheless. When I first entered it, a promise to respect your space, to comply with your clearly expressed request not to approach you." He made a small, deliberate gesture encompassing the vast expanse of the bed, acknowledging the physical boundary she had established and which he had, until his ill-fated compliment, respected. "And I have upheld that, Rosa, out of respect for your wishes, freely given, even if I find them regrettable." Chapter 13. He took a single, measured half-step closer, closing the distance slightly, but still maintaining a respectful buffer. His expression turned serious, the last vestiges of the strained smile fading. "But I'm also a man," he stated, the words simple but firm. "And a Ferrum, for whatever that name is worth in your eyes." He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink into the charged silence between them. "And I will never back down from something I've said, retract a statement honestly given, or allow myself to be intimidated into compliance, simply because someone dislikes my words and applies forceful pressure to silence me." He locked his eyes directly onto hers, holding her slightly bewildered gaze. "You asked me to leave because you didn't like my compliment, a cheap flirt perhaps, but sincerely meant in its own awkward way." A flicker of his earlier humor returned, self-deprecating this time. "Then, you tried to force me into submission with spirit pressure because I didn't immediately obey your command like a whipped cur. I respected your first request regarding physical space and boundaries. I will not," he declared, his voice hardening slightly with conviction, "bend to the second under duress." He held her gaze for another long moment, letting the challenge, the unexpected declaration of principle, and the sheer novelty of his resistance hang heavy in the air between them. He saw the flicker of calculation in her eyes now, the sharp mind behind the icy facade processing this new data, reassessing the variables. "You may not like what I said," he concluded quietly, his voice dropping slightly but losing none of its firmness. "You may find my presence irritating. You may wish I remained silent and invisible on that sofa forever. But I meant the compliment, Rosa, and I won't be bullied, spiritually or otherwise, into pretending otherwise." He stood there, legs still slightly unsteady but his resolve firm, waiting for her response. He had thrown down a gauntlet, not of aggression, but of self-respect and refusal to conform to the pathetic role he had played in their first life. The next move was hers. The residual tension in the room was thick enough to spread on toast. Lloyd stood there, legs mostly steady now, breathing even. The aftermath of Rose's spiritual assault still humming faintly in his nerves like phantom vibrations. He had weathered the storm, refused to yield, and asserted a boundary based on principle rather than fear. It was a significant departure from the script of their first life together, a deviation that left an uncertain silence hanging between them. Rosa, still perched on the bed, regarded him with that unnerving, calculating curiosity, the icy disdain momentarily shelved in favor of cautious reassessment. Part of Lloyd, the weary, 80-year-old part that craved simplicity and perhaps a quiet cup of tea, urged him to cut his losses. That he'd made his point, that he'd survived the pressure test. He hadn't folded like cheap laundry. Maybe now was the time for a strategic retreat. Go for that walk, clear his head, maybe check if Fong had digested the small mountain of chicken without exploding. Facing this beautiful, powerful, and thoroughly infuriating young woman felt like trying to negotiate peace with a glacier. Exhausting and potentially pointless. "Just leave," the pragmatic voice whispered. "Consolidate the minor victory. Live to annoy her another day." He actually took a half-turn towards the door, the impulse to escape the charged atmosphere strong. But then he stopped. Another thought, sharp and insistent, cut through the weariness. He had her attention, didn't he? For the first time, perhaps ever, she wasn't just looking at him, but seeing him as something other than an inconvenient political necessity or a weakling to be dismissed. This unexpected crack in her icy facade, this flicker of genuine curiosity born from his defiance, was an opportunity, an opening he hadn't had before. He turned back slowly, facing her fully once more. The calculating look in her eyes sharpened slightly at his renewed attention. He wasn't leaving, good or bad. She hadn't decided yet. He searched for the right words, discarding the easy platitudes, the cautious probes, and if he was going to deviate from the script, he might as well rip the whole DMN thing up. That he needed answers, context, understanding the why of. Their situation was just as crucial as gaining power or feeding poultry to undernourished spirit wolves. Why? He asked, the single word cutting through the lingering silence. His voice was quiet again, devoid of challenge, but infused with a genuine, searching quality. He wasn't demanding, he was inquiring. Rosa tilted her head slightly, a silent prompt to elaborate. Chapter 14. Why did you agree to this marriage, Rosa? He clarified, gesturing vaguely between them, encompassing the opulent room, the invisible chasm separating them. You didn't want it. That much has been painfully obvious since the moment I first stepped into this room on our wedding night. He met her gaze steadily, refusing to be deterred by the coldness that began creeping back into her expression, like frost reforming on a window pane. Someone like you, he continued, his voice gaining a note of conviction, acknowledging the strength he had just experienced firsthand. Someone with your talent, your spirit potential, your will. He deliberately emphasized the last word, recalling the crushing pressure she had unleashed. You're not the type to simply bow to political expediency without a fight. He took another small step closer, driven by the need to make her understand the dissonance he felt. Even under pressure from your family, and from the Archduke, from the whole DMN system, you could have resisted. You could have refused. Someone with your capabilities, your potential strength, could have garnered support. There are factions, nobles, even elements within the royal court who might have backed a powerful, defiant young talent seeking to escape an unwanted union. You didn't have to marry me. He let the question hang heavy in the IT wasn't an accusation, but a puzzle he genuinely couldn't solve. Not based on the fierce, proud, powerful young woman he was seeing glimpses of beneath the icy exterior. Why bind herself to him, the mediocre Ferrum heir, when she clearly despised the arrangement and possessed the nascent power to potentially defy it? Rosa's expression, which had briefly shown flickers of surprise and calculation, hardened completely. The curiosity vanished, replaced by a familiar mask of utter indifference, laced with a disdain that felt practiced, perfected. She looked at him as if he were something unpleasant she discovered stuck to the sole of her exquisitely crafted shoe. You, she stated, her voice dripping with a chilling condescension that made her earlier anger seem almost warm by comparison, are not worthy to know. The dismissal was absolute, final. You slammed the door in the face of his attempt at understanding. IT relegated him back to the status of an insignificant annoyance, unworthy of explanation, unworthy of consideration. The gap between them yawned wider than ever, seemingly unbridgeable. Just after the dismissive words left her lips, something flickered past her head. IT was infinitesimally fast. A momentary distortion in the air near the dark strands of hair that had escaped her, usually severe. Hairstyle that IT was like a mote of dust catching the sunlight, but brighter, hotter, leaving a faint, lingering orange afterimage that vanished almost instantly. IT was so fast, so subtle, that Rosa, wrapped in her disdainful pronouncement, didn't even seem to register it. Her cold gaze remained fixed on Lloyd, daring him to challenge her dismissal point. One lazy hand of Lloyd was pointing toward Rosa. IT wasn't a thread. IT wasn't a trick of the light. That IT was steeled at a wire, finer than a human hair. Impossibly thin, drawn from the very essence of his bloodline power. And it glowed with a faint, internal heat, the orange flicker, the visual signature of the innate fire ability that ran deep within the true Ferrum lineage, allowing them not just to manipulate metal, but to shape and temper it with their will. There, a grim satisfaction bloomed in Lloyd's chest. Pushing aside the sting of her dismissal, let's see if this is worthy of your attention. His mind flashed back, unbidden, to a dark, dusty archive room deep within the Ferrum estate. 22-year-old Lloyd, reeling from the brutal, sudden assassination of his father, his mother, his younger sister Jothi. The weight of the Archduchy suddenly, terrifyingly, his desperate for answers, for strength, for anything that could help him survive the viper's nest he'd inherited. He'd stumbled upon an ancient, leather-bound tome hidden behind a false panel. He was informed by his late father. The Book of Ferrum, true lineage, its pages, brittle with age, spoke not of the publicly known Ferrum void power, iron body, the ability to harden one's skin, and iron manipulation, the crude shaping of nearby ferrous metals. That the book revealed was a deliberate fabrication, a shield that a line maintained for generations to protect the family from enemies who would covet their true strength. Chapter 15. The real Ferrum power, inherited only by the direct main line, was far more potent, far more versatile. Steel, not just crude iron, but its refined, stronger state. And not just passive manipulation, but active shaping, imbued with an innate, controllable fire affinity. The ability to forge, temper, and command steel with thought, heat, and will create weapons from nothing, to mend armor instantly, to weave defenses or deadly snares from whisper-thin metallic threads. That it was a power kept secret even from the cadet branches of the family. Known only to the ruling patriarch, passed down in whispers and hidden texts, the power his father, Lloyd Ferrum, had possessed but likely never had the chance to teach him before assassins struck them down in their own home. Lloyd had discovered it too late to save them, but just in time to begin mastering it in the 3 short, brutal years before his own death. Now, back at 19, with the knowledge intact, the power thrummed in his veins, nascent but responsive, that he had just demonstrated a minuscule fraction of its control, sending that near-invisible, superheated wire whipping through the air with pinpoint accuracy. Rosa, still locked in her dismissive pose, finally seemed to sense a shift, perhaps a subtle change in his stance, the lingering intensity in his eyes, or maybe the faintest crackling sound that had accompanied the wire's passage, too low for conscious hearing, but registering on some primal level. Her gaze flickered away from him, a frown touching her perfect brow. She looked back. Towards a far wall, near the window, stood a heavy, ornate cabinet. Crafted from dark wood, it was reinforced with thick bands and fixtures of black iron, common decorative and structural elements in noble households that, or rather, it had been, now a clean, impossibly fine line sliced diagonally through the entire cabinet, from the top left corner to the bottom right. Bisected wood, iron bands, hinges, and lock with equal, contemptuous ease. The cut edges glowed faintly for a fraction of a second with residual heat, a thin wisp of smoke curling upwards before dissipating. Then, with a soft groan of stressed material giving way, the top half of the cabinet slid sideways along the perfect cut, tilting precariously before crashing to the plush carpet with a muffled thud, spilling its contents, linens, perhaps spare blankets. In a messy heap, silence, absolute, stunned silence. Lloyd watched Rose's face. And for the first time since he had known her, across 2 lifetimes, her carefully constructed mask of icy indifference shattered, completely, utterly. Her eyes, wide and staring, flew from the ruined cabinet back to him. The color drained from her face, leaving her marble pale. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. Shock, raw, undiluted, world-shaking shock, was writ large across her features. This wasn't the dismissal of a viscount's daughter, nor the calculated curiosity of a powerful cultivator. This was the visceral reaction of someone witnessing the impossible, confronting a reality fundamentally different from the one they knew. She knew the Ferrum power. Everyone knew the Ferrum power. Iron body. Iron manipulation, strong, respectable, but ultimately limited, especially in an air deemed mediocre. This, however, this silent, effortless, devastatingly precise destruction. This wasn't iron manipulation. This was something else entirely. Something hidden. Something dangerous. Lloyd held her shocked gaze for a beat longer, letting the implications sink. In doubt, he didn't need to explain. The demonstration spoke for itself. Then, with a thought, the invisible steel wire, still hovering in straight thin line near her hair, retracted instantly, dissolving back into the latent void energy within him. He straightened up, adjusting the tunic he wore. The weariness was still there, but overlaid now with a grim sense of satisfaction. He had delivered his response to her dismissal. He had shown her a glimpse, just a glimpse, of the truth lurking beneath the surface. He had proven, in a way words never could, that there was more to Lloyd Ferrum than she, or perhaps anyone, suspected. Without another word, without a backward glance at her stunned, frozen form or the ruined cabinet, Lloyd Ferrum turned and walked calmly out of the room, closing the heavy door softly behind him. But he left the silence, the shock, and the shattered pieces of a very expensive iron-banded cabinet in his wake. And perhaps, just perhaps, the first seeds of doubt about just how Unworthy he truly was. Chapter 16. The walk back from Rose's room felt longer, somehow heavier, than the journey there. Each step on the plush runner seemed to echo the crashing sound of the bisected cabinet, a sound that reverberated more in his memory than it had in the opulent room. Lloyd moved with a measured calm he didn't entirely feel. A carefully constructed facade hiding the swirling vortex within. The ghost of Rose's shocked expression, that precious, unprecedented crack in her glacial composure, was a vivid imprint behind his eyelids, a small, hard kernel of grim satisfaction. Take that. Ice Princess, a surprisingly vicious part of his 80-year-old psyche, snarled internally. Not so easy to dismiss the unworthy husband now, are you? But the triumph warred with the lingering adrenaline buzz, the phantom ache in his knee, where the spirit pressure had forced him down, and the profound, soul-deep weariness that came from wielding memories far heavier than his 19-year-old frame was truly built for. It was like running advanced astrophysics simulations on a pocket calculator. Possible, maybe, but prone to overheating and likely to shorten the device's lifespan considerably. He bypassed the echoing grandeur of the main halls, instinctively seeking the relative quiet, the green solace of the gardens once more. Sunlight streamed through the tall arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, indifferent sprites. He ignored the stern gazes of ancestral portraits. Great-Uncle Theron, the belligerent, seemed particularly disapproving today, possibly offended by the cavalier destruction of expensive furniture. Sorry, Theron, Lloyd thought wryly. Needs must when the wife tries to metaphysically flatten you. That he needed space. Space to think, to process the raw intensity of the confrontation. Space to reconcile the ghost of the man he had become in those 3 brutal years of his first life. The calculating, hidden predator forged in grief and necessity, with the awkward, seemingly average youth he currently inhabited. That hidden power, the true Ferrum legacy of steel and fire, felt like a coiled serpent nestled deep within him. It was awake now, tested, responsive, potent, deadly, yes, but demanding a level of control, a finesse he hadn't yet fully re-established in this reset timeline. Slicing a cabinet was one thing. Threading a needle-fine wire of incandescent death required focus he wasn't sure he could consistently maintain just yet. The memory surged again, sharp and unwanted, triggered by the effortless demonstration he'd just performed, the faint metallic tang still lingering in his senses. Those 3 years. Gods, they felt like 30. They hadn't been years of quiet mourning or careful administration under the guidance of experienced advisors, like some noble fantasy novel. Oh no, reality had been far crueler, far swifter. Flashback. The immediate aftermath. The moment Archduke Roy Ferrum, his sharp-witted wife Milady Austen, and their vibrant, promising daughter Jotham were confirmed dead, victims of a swift, brutal, inside attack within their own supposedly secure estate. The vultures had descended, not with wings and talons, but with silk robes and honeyed words laced with poison. His uncle, Nobel Ferrum, head of the most powerful branch family, the man whose ambition had always radiated just beneath his polished veneer of familial courtesy, like heat off summer asphalt, he'd moved with ruthless, chilling efficiency. My poor nephew, Nobel had declared, his voice resonating with false sympathy in the hastily convened family council, his eyes sweeping over the stunned, grieving 19-year-old Lloyd. So young, so unprepared for this immense burden, he needs time to grieve, to learn. The duchy, however, cannot wait. Lloyd remembered standing there, numb, shattered, the world tilted on its axis. His uncle's words washed over him, meaningless static compared to the roaring silence left by his family's absence. For the stability of our house, for the good of the realm, Nobel continued, his gaze hardening as he addressed the other assembled nobles. I will serve as regent. I will guide young Lloyd, protect our interests, until he is ready. Ready. The word was a joke. Nobel never intended for Lloyd to be ready. He'd been sidelined, isolated within his own home, his access restricted, his loyal retainers systematically replaced or reassigned. A figurehead, and a puppet waiting for his strings to be cut. Whispers filled the court. It's for the best. Nobel is strong. Lloyd was never suited. A weak heir in these times. Lloyd suspected darker motives. Seeing the faint smirk playing on his uncle's lips when he thought no one was looking, wondering about the assassins who had so conveniently, so cleanly, eliminated the direct line above him. In flashback, chapter 17. But Roy Ferrum hadn't been a complete fool. He'd been paranoid, perhaps, or just pragmatic. Days before the attack, during a strained lesson on Ferrum history in the dusty family archives, one of their rare, awkward attempts at father-son bonding, Roy had paused, his gaze Distant, flashback, the archive, pay attention, Lloyd. Roy had snapped, rapping his knuckles on a heavy, leather-bound tome detailing Ferrum military victories. The public version. Lloyd had flinched, his mind wandering as usual. Roy sighed, a rare crack in his stern facade. He ran a hand over his face, looking suddenly weary. This is just metal, boy. Hardness, useful, yes, but limited. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper Lloyd had never heard before. True strength lies deeper in the foundations. He tapped a specific, unadorned section of the stone wall behind a towering bookshelf. Remember this spot, Lloyd? Knowledge is the sharpest steel. Know your foundations. He'd straightened up then, the moment of vulnerability gone, the Archduke mask firmly back in place. Now about the siege of Blackwood Ridge. In flashback, Lloyd hadn't understood then. Not until after the funeral, adrift in a sea of grief and hostile political currents, desperate for anything, any anchor. He remembered his father's cryptic words, the specific spot he'd waited until the dead of night, slipped into the archive, heart pounding. Behind a false panel, just where Roy had indicated, lay another book, smaller, older, bound in dark, unmarked leather. The Book of Ferrum, True Lineage. Reading it by flickering candlelight felt like having scales ripped from his eyes, the world reconfiguring itself page by agonizing page. The iron body, the clumsy iron manipulation, allied to deliberate, centuries-old deception, a shield against enemies who would covet their true strength, the real Ferrum power, inherited only by the direct main line. Steel, infinitely malleable, impossibly strong. And the fire, an innate affinity, drawn from their very bloodline, allowing them not just to shape metal, but to forge it with thought, to imbue it with incandescent heat, to command it with silent will. Weaving defenses, deadly snares, whisper-thin blades from nothingness. It explained the legends, the fear, the power his father wielded so effortlessly. God's father, Lloyd thought, the old grief mingling with a fresh wave of awe and regret. You tried to. Tell me. You tried to prepare me. The knowledge became his lifeline, his secret weapon in a court designed to chew him up and spit him out. Grief morphed into cold fury, a burning need for vengeance, for survival. He threw himself into mastering the true Ferrum power, hidden away in forgotten corners of the estate, practicing while his uncle consolidated power. His single spirit core remained a frustrating bottleneck for cultivating spirit power, still like trying to fill a bathtub with an eyedropper compared to Rose's fire hose. But the void power, the steel and fire, it was different. IT wasn't about raw energy reserves. It was about precision, understanding, control, less metaphysical muscle, more deadly finesse, like learning intricate surgery versus swinging a sledgehammer. And Lloyd, the overlooked heir, the quiet student forced into a lethal corner, discovered he had a terrifying, chilling aptitude for it. His below-average status became utterly irrelevant when wielding a power designed for surgical lethality. Hours spent meditating, feeling the minute vibrations of metal, coaxing threads of steel finer than spider silk from the ambient potential, heating them to near-invisible incandescence with focused, that he wasn't a battlefield powerhouse like his father. He became something else, a scalpel moving through the shadows of court intrigue, a ghost assassin. Those 3 years, he learned to weave whispers of superheated steel through the air, unseen, unheard, until the snap of severed sinew or the hiss of cauterized flesh. He practiced shaping micro-thin edges capable of slicing through hardened armor like parchment. He'd bypassed magical wards, not by overpowering them, but by threading slivers of heated metal through their energy matrix, causing subtle disruptions, short circuits. He delivered poisons via 9 visible steel needles guided through keyholes that he'd caused accidents, collapsing chandeliers, malfunctioning carriage wheels, sudden illnesses that left no witnesses, only whispers and growing unease in his uncles and killer faction. Flashback. The Transcend User, Chapter 18. Captain Forlag, Transcend Stage with a powerful earth-bear spirit. Loyal to Rubel, brutish, effective, cornered Lloyd in a supposedly secure corridor. The air thick with Forlag's merged power, stone rumbling. Lloyd felt the familiar cold calm descend. He didn't fight the power head-on. He felt the connection, the energy flow between Forlag and his merged spirit, a single, hair-thin filament of white-hot steel, woven through the air like a phantom dart, impacted the precise nexus point of their bond. Not enough to sever it completely, not yet, but enough to cause a jarring disruption, a momentary feedback loop. Forlag roared, stumbling, clutching his chest as his spirit flickered. In that instant of vulnerability, 3 more threads, shaped like stilettos, found the gaps in his manifested earth armor, and no sound but a soft sigh. In flashback, the Void User, Baron Hessman, the high-ranking Void User, renowned for his impenetrable earth defenses. Hessman's fortress they called his signature technique, suspected architect of the assassination plot, tracked him to a remote villa. Hessman surrounded himself in layered walls of rock. Laughing, Lloyd stood outside, seemingly powerless. But he focused, extending his senses, feeling the steel reinforcing rods deep within the concrete foundations Hessman drew upon. He didn't attack the walls, that he phased dozens, then hundreds of superheated steel threads through the stone, following the rebar network, creating an intricate cage inside the earthworks. Then he pulsed the heat. Not enough to melt the stone, just enough to turn the interior into an oven. Hessman's screams were muffled, short-lived. That had been just a month before his own death, a messy, brutal necessity, but a victory that had undoubtedly painted an even bigger target on his back. In flashback, the burning hot steel wire he had used just now against Rose's cabinet. Flashy, not a party trick. Relatively speaking, a mere exclamation point compared to the silent, deadly sentences he had learned to write, in terms of the raw power and effortless control his father, Lloyd Ferrum, possessed right now. In this current timeline, it wasn't even 1%. Roy could likely reshape the entire cabinet into a soaring bird sculpture or slag it into a puddle of molten metal with less effort than Lloyd used to swat a fly. Lloyd's current 19-year-old body and reawakening abilities were a pale shadow yet. But it didn't matter. The implication, the sheer lethal potential hinted at by that minor feat, was enough. Rosa wasn't stupid. Far from it. She understood power, its nuances, its applications. She would have instantly recognized the signature, the impossible fineness, the residual heat, the clean cut through iron, not clumsy iron manipulation. Something else, something hidden. She would understand, with chilling clarity, that if that same whisper-thin, impossibly sharp, superheated wire had been directed at her, even with her formidable spirit power and likely nascent defenses, the damage would have been catastrophic. Severed tendons, cauterized organs, bypassing magical shields through sheer speed and heat before she could mount a full defense. Death might not be certain, but crippling injury, highly probable. That understanding, that sudden, terrifying glimpse of a hidden, lethal capability in the husband she dismissed as weak and unworthy, was the source of her profound shock. The weight of these memories, the stark juxtaposition of the deadly skills he knew he possessed versus the current, frustrating limitations of his body and energy reserves, pressed down on Lloyd as he finally reached the secluded clearing in the garden. The ancient oak tree stood sentinel, its leaves rustling softly, offering dappled shade. Fong, the scrawny wolf spirit, was nowhere in sight, probably off finding a comfortable, chicken-scented spot to sleep off his unexpected feast. Good. Lloyd needed solitude. He sank onto the cool grass at the base of the tree, the rough bark a solid presence against his back. He closed his eyes, letting out a long, slow breath, consciously releasing the tension coiling tight in his gut. The confrontation had been necessary, the demonstration effective, perhaps even vital, but gods, it was draining. He needed a moment of peace, of quiet, before planning his next move. Coins. Still needed coins. Point 10 to open the shop. Point 7 more days of chicken duty for Fong for 5. Progress felt agonizingly slowed. He sat there for several long moments, just breathing, listening to the cheerful, oblivious chirping of birdsong, feeling the warmth of the midday sun filtering through the leaves onto his face, trying to find his center amidst the swirling chaos of past lives and present dangers, just as a semblance of calm began to settle over him, like dust motes gently landing after a disturbance, just as the turbulent echoes of the past began to recede into the background hum of memory. Flicker, Chapter 19. That familiar, translucent blue screen shimmered into existence in his vision, hovering benignly before his closed eyelids. Congratulations, user Lloyd Ferrum. System notification. Exceptional performance detected. Analysis. User withstood significant targeted spiritual pressure. Estimated level. High manifestation / near ascension. Through sheer force of will and maintained psychological composure. Further analysis. User executed a successful counter-demonstration of latent void power. Classification. Steel / fire manipulation. Highly concealed, effectively disrupting opponents' assumptions and altering the established interpersonal dynamic. Conclusion. Unbelievable counterattack and resilience confirmed. Calculated risk deemed successful. Reward issued, 3 system coins SC. Current balance, 3 SC. Note, system approves of proactive problem solving and asserting dominance. Furniture destruction costs not deducted this time. Lloyd's eyes snapped open. He stared at the notification, reading it twice. 3 coins. 3, for getting spiritually squashed like a bug, nearly having a panic attack while pretending he wasn't, and then slicing up a perfectly innocent, if slightly ostentatious, piece of furniture, and a cheeky note about it too. A slow, wry smile spread across his face, finally chasing away the last vestiges of weariness and replacing them with a spark of genuine amusement. IT wasn't much, still 7 shy of even, unlocking the DMN shop menu. But it was something, tangible proof. The system, his bizarre, slightly sarcastic cosmic shopping list, had recognized his defiance. IT had rewarded him for not being the pathetic, apologetic doormat his first timeline self had been. Well, I'll be, he muttered under his breath, a soft chuckle escaping him. He leaned his head back against the oak again, the smile lingering. Getting paid, actual magical currency, for surviving my wife's temper tantrum and engaging in minor vandalism. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't entirely without its perks after all. He paused, considering. Though I suspect the cost of replacing that cabinet might exceed 3 system coins if Mother finds out. 3 coins closer to IT felt absurdly small, yet monumentally significant. That IT validated his decision, his change in approach. Changing the script wasn't just about survival. It was apparently profitable. Now, if only feeding a wolf chicken offered slightly better returns. 7 days for 5 coins felt distinctly like minimum wage work in the grand scheme of cosmic power acquisition. 0.7 more coins to go, just to open the shop. He had a long way to go. The first slivers of dawn, pale and tentative, painted the high arched windows of the Ferrum estate with streaks of gray and rose. Lloyd Ferrum cracked open an eye. Yup, still the sofa, still lumpy, still smelling faintly of expensive potpourri, and, now, possibly residual roast chicken molecules absorbed from his clothes. The previous day. Progress? Debatable. He swung his legs over the side, the familiar protest of youthful muscles less pronounced today. Habit. Perhaps that, or maybe just the lingering adrenaline from yesterday's encounter. Rose's shocked face swam briefly in his memory. Worth it, probably. First things first. Operation. Canine cuisine upgrade. Day 2. He summoned Fong with a practiced flicker of intent into the small spirit stone. The gray wolf materialized beside the sofa, looking marginally less like a moth-eaten rug and marginally more like an actual predator. IT blinked intelligent brown eyes up at him, tail giving a hopeful, almost enthusiastic wag. Clearly, the memory of yesterday's poultry feast remained vivid. All right, buddy, Lloyd murmured, retrieving a prearranged, slightly smaller but still generous portion of cooked chicken he'd charmed out of Martha the head cook late last night with promises of, well, mostly just leaving her alone. Breakfast is served. Fong devoured it with gusto, the crunching sounds echoing slightly in the pre-dawn stillness. Lloyd watched, ticking off day 2 mentally. 0.5 more days, 5 system coins, plus the 3 he'd earned yesterday, 8 total. Almost there. Almost able to peek behind the curtain of the cosmic shopping list. After quickly dispatching his own breakfast, a solitary affair this early, thankfully free of parental interrogation or icy spousal glares. Lloyd found himself summoned to the main dining hall. Slightly later, the full breakfast spread was laid out, sunlight now streaming brightly, illuminating the constipated lion butter sculpture in all its glory. His father, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, was already seated, impeccably dressed, radiating his usual minor kingdoms tremble before my paperwork, or he acknowledged Lloyd's entrance with a curt nod, eyes fixed on a ledger that looked complex enough to map troop movements across the continent. Lloyd, Roy stated without preamble, his voice crisp. Master Elmsworth awaits. Your tutelage continues today. D.O. not be late. He made a minute gesture with his pen towards a figure standing silently near the doorway. Ken will escort you. Chapter 20. Lloyd glanced over. Ken Park, tall, broad-shouldered, impassive face, dressed in the discreetly expensive livery of the Archduke's personal staff. Ken wasn't just a butler. He was Roy Ferrum's shadow, his long-serving right hand, and, as rumor and occasional quiet demonstrations had it, a void user of terrifying proficiency. His presence was less escort, more mobile security detail with extreme prejudice. Yes, father, Lloyd replied dutifully, sliding into his seat and tackling the eggs with newfound purpose. Business studies. Master Elmsworth, or Master Elm as the staff sometimes called him. Maybe today's lesson on tariff arbitrage, or whatever dusty topic Elm dredged up, could count as a normal task for the system. Every coin counted that he ate quickly, keenly aware of his father's silence, assessing presence, and Ken Park's unervingly still watchfulness from the doorway. In a repeat of yesterday's. Professor Grumbaldi fiasco. Stick to the facts. Nod politely. Look engaged. Maybe even ask an intelligent question about export duties on griffin feathers. Soon enough, breakfast concluded, Roy disappeared back into his study with a mountain of documents, and Lloyd found himself walking through the bustling outer courtyards and towards the city proper, Ken Park gliding silently half a step behind him. The transition from the gilded cage of the estate to the vibrant, noisy reality of the capital was always slightly jarring. Merchants hawked wares, carriages clattered over cobblestones, the air thick with the smell of baking bread, horse dung, and 100 competing perfumes. As they walked, Lloyd couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation from passers-by who recognized the Ferrum heir and his formidable shadow. See him? Young Lord Ferrum. Looks pale, doesn't he? Always does. Shame about his powers, they say. Not like the Archduke. And married a Viscount Siddick's girl. Rosa, wasn't it? Cold beauty, that one. A sharp female voice cut through. Beauty, yes, but match with him? Like pairing a swan with, well, a rather drab duckling, wouldn't you say? A snort of laughter followed. Harsh, Hilera, but not wrong. Lloyd kept walking, his expression neutral. Drab duckling. Huh. He chuckled internally. If they only knew about the potentially lethal steel waterfowl lurking beneath the surface. The 80-year-old in him found the petty gossip amusing rather than hurtful. Let them talk. Perception was a tool, and right now, being underestimated might even be an advantage. Besides, he had more pressing matters, like finding Master Elmsworth's lecture hall without getting lost. And maybe earning some quick cash as they turn onto a slightly less crowded side street, lined with artisan shops and smaller residences. A commotion ahead caught Lloyd's attention. 3 youths, lounging against a wall with swaggering arrogance, were blocking the path of 2 younger girls, clearly students by their simple dresses and satchels. The girls looked frightened, trying to edge past, while the tallest of the youths, presumably the leader, judging by his sneering expression and the way the other 2 flanked him, leaned in, blocking their way, saying something crude. Lloyd couldn't quite make out. Classic bully behavior. Pathetic. Just as a surge of annoyance, the ingrained don't-be-a-bystander instinct drilled into him during his Earth life. Pricked at Lloyd, a familiar blue screen flickered into view. New task available. Task: public nuisance correction. Description: 3 local hoodlums are engaging in unsavory behavior, harassing innocents. Deliver a swift, corrective slap to the designated leader's face. Reward: 2 system coins SC. Bonus objective: optional, no extra reward. Deliver a brief lecture on social decorum. Because someone has to. Lloyd blinked. 2 coins? For a slap? And a lecture? The system had a strange sense of justice. And apparently, a fondness for public service announcements. He glanced back slightly. Ken Park hadn't reacted, his expression as impassive as ever, but Lloyd knew the bodyguard missed nothing. Ken wouldn't interfere unless Lloyd was directly threatened, but his mere presence was a significant deterrent. These street toughs, while bold enough to bother young girls, wouldn't dare lay a hand on the Archduke's heir, especially not with Ken looming nearby. They might posture, they might bluster, but physical retaliation? Not a chance. The consequences would be swift and severe. Well, Lloyd thought, a slow grin touching his lips. Free slap, free coins. Don't mind if I do. He changed direction abruptly, striding purposefully towards the group. Ken adjusted his position seamlessly, remaining just behind and to the right. A silent, imposing shadow. The hoodlums looked up as Lloyd approached, their sneers faltering slightly as they recognized the crest on his tunic, their eyes flicking nervously towards Ken. The leader straightened up, trying to regain his swagger. Well, the leader began, puffing out his chest. If it isn't young Lord Ferrum slumming it. What brings nobility smack? Chapter 21. The sound echoed sharply in the relatively quiet street. Lloyd hadn't held back. His hand connected squarely with the leader's cheek, snapping the youth's head to the side with surprising force. A bright red handprint instantly bloomed on the stunned bully's face. Silence descended. The 2 flanking hoodlums gaped, jaws slack. The harassed girls stared, wide-eyed. Even a few passers-by stopped, drawn by the sudden violence. The leader slowly turned his head back, eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning fury, one hand gingerly touching his stinging cheek. You hit me?" he stammered, incredulous. Lloyd calmly lowered his hand, flexing his fingers slightly. Adrenaline spiked, but he kept his voice level, adopting the slightly condescending tone of a disappointed teacher addressing unruly students at a tone perfected over decades of dealing with obstinate lab assistants, army juniors, and clueless interns on Earth. Indeed, Lloyd confirmed coolly. Consider it a practical lesson in cause and effect. The cause? Your deplorable behavior towards these young ladies. The effect? He gestured towards the leader's rapidly swelling cheek. That. He took a step closer, ignoring the leader's sputtering rage and the nervous shifting of the other two. Furthermore, Lloyd continued, launching into the bonus objective with relish. Allow me to elucidate on the fundamental principles of social decorum within a civilized society. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a lecturing posture. Firstly, impeding the progress of fellow citizens, particularly those clearly weaker or attempting to avoid confrontation, is indicative of poor breeding and a profound lack of character. Secondly, verbal harassment, while perhaps not drawing blood, inflicts wounds upon dignity and safety, marking the perpetrator as little more than a boorish lout. He fixed his gaze on the stunned leader. Thirdly, and perhaps most pertinently to your immediate future, choosing to engage in such reprehensible activities directly in front of identifiable members of the ducal household. He subtly inclined his head towards the stoic Ken Park, whose gaze alone seemed to make the hoodlums shrink, demonstrates a level of foolishness bordering on the suicidal. You comprehend the potential ramifications? The three youths stood frozen, mouths opening and closing like stranded fish. The leader's fury was rapidly being replaced by dawning fear as Lloyd's words, coupled with Ken Park's silent menace, sank in. They knew exactly who Lloyd was, and more importantly, who Ken Park was. Retaliation was unthinkable. Murmurs rippled through the small crowd of onlookers. Shock gave way to hesitant nods, even a few quiet words of approval. Served him right. About time someone taught those pests a lesson. Young Lord Ferrum. Didn't expect that from him. Did you hear that lecture? Sounded like my old tutor. Lloyd surveyed the scene. The terrified girls now slipping away gratefully, the humiliated hoodlums practically vibrating with impotent rage and fear, the surprised but approving onlookers. Mission accomplished, he gave the leader one last, pitying look. I suggest you find a more constructive and considerably less hazardous way to occupy your time. Good day. Without waiting for a reply, Lloyd turned crisply and resumed his walk towards Master Elmsworth's establishment, Ken falling in a step silently behind him. As they moved away, the system notification popped up again, confirming his success. Task complete. Public nuisance correction. Reward issued. 2 system coins SC. Current balance. 5 SC note. Eloquent lecturing skills noted. System reminds user that physical correction is often faster. Lloyd permitted himself another small, internal chuckle. 5 coins. Halfway there, and all it took was feeding a wolf, surviving his wife's wrath, slicing up furniture, and slapping a bully while delivering a pompous lecture. This journey back through his own life was proving stranger and potentially more lucrative than he could ever have imagined. Now, about those export duties. The lecture hall designated for Master Elmsworth's exclusive tutelage was precisely as Lloyd remembered. Oppressively quiet, smelling faintly of old parchment and beeswax polish, and dominated by a large, dark oak table scarred by generations of bored noble youths doodling arcane symbols or insults about their tutors. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick, leaded glass windows, casting long, dusty beams across the room. Master Elmsworth, known colloquially, and never to his face, as Master Elm, stood waiting near a large slate board covered in neat, spidery chalk figures. He was a thin man with thinning gray hair combed severely across his scalp. Spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of a sharp nose. He radiated an aura of dry intellectualism and barely concealed impatience, like a walking, talking textbook perpetually annoyed at being opened that a few other young nobles, looking varying degrees of uninterested, were already seated. Ken Park, ever the silent sentinel, remained. Stationed outside the heavy oak door, his presence an unspoken reminder of Lloyd's status, even if that status felt decidedly shaky most days. Chapter 22. Young Lord Ferrum, Master Elm greeted, his voice as dry as autumn leaves. There was a faint emphasis on the young that hinted at condescension. Punctual, commendable, please take your seat. Today we continue our examination of estate resource management, specifically maximizing yields from the ducal holdings in the Whisperwood. Lloyd slid into his usual chair, nodding politely. Whisperwood timber. Right, he remembered his father mentioning it just yesterday morning. He settled in, projecting an air of attentiveness he didn't entirely feel, but his mind was already working, connecting the dots. Master Elm tapped the slate board with a long, bony finger. As we've established, he began, his voice droning slightly, the primary driver of profit from timber resources is calculated thusly. Total volume of timber extracted, he wrote VT on the board, multiplied by the prevailing market price per cubic measure. He added PM, minus the combined costs of logging labor and transportation to the nearest trade hub, finishing with CL plus CT. He underlined the equation, profit equals VTPM, CL plus CT. The key, Master Elm continued, peering over his spectacles at the assembled youths, is twofold. Firstly, maximizing VT, efficient extraction at clear-felling designated sectors provides the highest immediate volume. Secondly, securing stability through long-term contracts with major timber guilds or consortiums. This guarantees a fixed PM, insulating the estate from minor market fluctuations and ensuring predictable revenue streams. Predictability, he emphasized, wrapping the board again, is the bedrock of sound financial management. He droned on about established contracts with the Royal Shipwrights Guild and the Southern Provinces Construction Consortium, locked in for the next 10 years at a price Lloyd suspected, even without seeing the figures, was probably mediocre at best. IT was the epitome of safe, traditional, unimaginative thinking. Maximize immediate extraction, lock in a guaranteed, if low, price, rinse, repeat. That IT was the economic equivalent of driving with the handbrake firmly engaged. Lloyd listened. Years of earth-based economics, resource management theory, and technological advancement bubbling up inside him. He saw the flaws, the missed opportunities, glaringly obvious from his perspective. He saw the predictability Elm prized as stagnation, a slow bleed of potential profit sacrificed on the altar of how things have always been done. He waited for a suitable pause, then raised his hand politely. Master Elm stopped mid-sentence, blinking owlishly. Yes, Lord Ferrum, a question. His tone implied questions were interruptions to the smooth flow of established wisdom. Indeed, Master Elmsworth, Lloyd began, keeping his voice respectful but clear. Regarding the profit calculation, it seems to focus solely on the value of the raw timber at the point of extraction. Elm frowned slightly. Naturally, that is the commodity being sold. But, Lloyd pressed gently, is the raw log the only potential product? Consider the transportation cost. CT we are paying to transport the entire log, bark, sapwood, unusable knots, branches, only for much of it to be discarded or used as cheap firewood at the destination. Elm adjusted his spectacles. That is the nature of the trade. Young lord, waste is inevitable. Perhaps, Lloyd conceded mildly. But what if we reduce that waste before transport? What if sawmills were established within or adjacent to the Whisperwood? A few of the other students stirred, looking mildly interested. This was slightly less boring than contract law. Elm sniffed dismissively. Sawmills, an unnecessary expense. Infrastructure, specialized labor, complexity. We are timber merchants, not carpenters. Are we? Lloyd countered, leaning forward slightly. Or are we resource managers? Establishing basic sawmills near the source allows us to transport processed lumber, planks, beams, standardized sizes, instead of raw logs. This drastically reduces the weight and volume being transported, significantly lowering CT. Furthermore, the waste, the sawdust, the offcuts could potentially fuel the mills themselves or be processed into charcoal briquettes. Another potential revenue stream, however minor. Elm's frown deepened. Preposterous theorizing, the upfront investment. An investment, Lloyd interjected smoothly, that could yield higher net profits within a few years by selling a higher value product. Processed lumber demands a better price than raw logs, while simultaneously reducing transportation costs. That we shift from merely selling volume to selling utility. He warmed to his theme, the 80-year-old engineer and strategist surfacing. And what about VT? The volume extracted? Clear felling provides immediate volume. Yes, but devastates the forest floor, hinders regrowth, and depletes the resource entirely within decades. What then, Master Elmsworth? Do we simply move on to the next forest until the entire duchy is barren? Elm sputtered, color rising in his thin cheeks. Resource management dictates maximizing current yield. Future generations will manage future resources. Chapter 23: An Inefficient Approach, Lloyd stated calmly. Sustainable yield management, selective logging of mature trees, managed regrowth programs, perhaps even active replanting initiatives, ensures the Whisperwood remains a productive asset indefinitely. The total profit over a century of sustainable harvesting could vastly exceed the short-term gains of clear felling followed by resource exhaustion. He saw the other students looking back and forth between him and the increasingly flustered tutor, fascination warring with ingrained deference. Furthermore, Lloyd pressed on, deciding to go for the trifecta. Why limit ourselves to the bulk contracts with the shipwrights and construction guilds? Does whisperwood timber possess unique qualities? Is some of it harder, finer grained, perhaps suitable for fine furniture, musical instruments, or even arcane implements like staves or wands? Identifying and marketing these niche applications could command significantly higher prices per measure than the bulk commodity rate. He leaned back, letting his points hang in the air. Value-added processing, sustainable resource management, market diversification, and niche marketing. Basic concept from his Earth life, revolutionary here. Master Elm stared at him, speechless for a moment, his mouth working silently. The neat figures on the slate board seemed suddenly inadequate, simplistic. This is untested, radical. It flies in the face of generations of established Ferrum practice. He finally managed, his voice tight with indignation. Complexity, risk, unpredictable markets. You speak of farming trees and catering to whimsical artisans instead of securing solid, quantifiable returns. Perhaps, Lloyd allowed with a small, calm smile. But isn't the greatest risk sometimes clinging too tightly to the past, Master Elmsworth? Especially when the future offers potentially greater rewards. A tense silence filled the room. Master Elm seemed caught between sputtering further objections and sinking in a bewildered thought. The other students watched Lloyd with newfound curiosity, perhaps even a flicker of admiration. The drab duckling had just politely, logically, and thoroughly dismantled the foundations of their morning lesson. Just then, the system notification chimed, unseen and unheard by anyone else. System notification. Intellectual challenge detected. Analysis. User successfully identified flaws in outdated economic model, static resource view / primitive mercantilist extraction, encountered with modern principles, value-added processing, sustainable yield management, market diversification. Result. Established authority figure momentarily stunned, outdated dogma challenged. Reward issued. 1 system coin, SC. Current balance, 6 SC. Note. System appreciates efficient resource management. Clear felling is generally suboptimal. 1 coin. Better than nothing. Lloyd suppressed another smile. Challenging dusty academics was apparently worth less than slapping street thugs, but progress was progress. Master Elm finally cleared his throat, avoiding Lloyd's gaze. While theoretically interesting, Lord Ferrum, he said stiffly, such notions require considerable further study. We will adhere to the established curriculum for now. He abruptly changed the subject, gesturing towards a different section of the board detailing guild negotiation tactics. His composure slightly frayed but recovering. The lesson continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. Master Elm seemed distracted, occasionally shooting furtive, thoughtful glances at Lloyd, who now appeared diligently focused on the intricacies of guild politics, though his mind was already calculating potential profit margins from a hypothetical whisperwood sawmill operation. Maybe business studies wouldn't be so tedious after all, especially if they kept paying. The heavy oak door clicked shut behind the last departing student, leaving Master Elmsworth alone in the cavernous silence of the lecture hall. The air, thick with the scent of old parchment and beeswax, seemed to press in on him. He stood immobile for a long moment, thin frame rigid, eyes fixed unseeingly on the slate board still bearing the neat, spidery chalk figures of his morning lesson, and the jarring, unexpected annotations Lloyd Ferrum had mentally, if not physically, scrawled all over them. Preposterous! The thought echoed in the silence, sharp and indignant. Utterly preposterous. Master Elmsworth moved stiffly towards the board, picking up a fresh piece of chalk. His hand trembled slightly as he meticulously rewrote the established profit formula. Profit equals VTPM, CL plus CT. Solid. Reliable. Tested by generations. He glared at it, willing it to reassert its immutable truth, to banish the echoes of the young lord's smooth, disturbingly logical voice. Sawmills. In the whisperwood. The very idea offended his sense of order. Infrastructure costs. Specialized labor. Training. Maintenance. It was multiplying complexity, inviting chaos where simple extraction reigned supreme. We are timber merchants, he muttered aloud, the words sounding defensive even to his own ears. Not fiddling carpenters. And sustainable harvesting? Farming trees. He sniffed dismissively. The nobility held resources to exploit them for maximum current gain. That was the way of the world. Future generations would deal with future problems. Worrying about regrowth was sentimental nonsense. And profitable sentimentality. Clear felling offered immediate, quantifiable volume. Predictable, safe, predictability. The bedrock of sound financial management. His own words, yet they tasted like dust now. Chapter 24. He paced the length of the room, bony fingers laced tightly behind his back. Young Lord Ferrum's arguments kept intruding, unwelcome but persistent, like stubborn weeds in a meticulously cultivated garden. Reducing transport costs. He couldn't deny the logic. Raw logs were monstrously heavy, awkward things, paying coin to haul bark, sap, and unusable knots across leagues. It was inefficient. He pictured the barges, laden low, struggling against the river currents. Processed lumber would be lighter, more compact. He shook his head, trying to banish the thought. The upfront investment in sawmills. The risk, higher value product. Another irritatingly valid point. Finished planks, beams, they commanded better prices than raw logs. Everyone knew that. But the hassle, the management, and niche markets, fine furniture, musical instruments, wands, Master Elmsworth scoffed internally, catering to the whims of fussy artisans and hedge wizards. Unreliable, unpredictable. Far better to deal with the solid, dependable bulk orders from the guilds. Even if the price wasn't spectacular, he stopped pacing, staring again at his pristine equation. The bedrock felt slightly less solid than it had this morning. Where had Ferrum learned such things? The boy had always been adequate, distracted, certainly respectful, yes, but lacking any real spark of insight. Until today. Today, he'd spoken with a calm confidence, a logical clarity that was utterly baffling. That it wasn't the hesitant guessing of a student trying to impress. It was the assured pronouncement of someone who knew a flicker of unease, cold and unfamiliar, snaked through Master Elmsworth. Had he become complacent? Had generations of established Ferrum practice blinded him, blinded them all, to more efficient, more profitable methods? He pushed the unsettling thought away. That no doubt impossible. That it was youthful arrogance, a flight of fancy, impractical dreaming. Yet, he found himself drifting towards the tall, locked cabinet where the detailed Whisperwood ledgers were stored. Not the summarized reports for the Duke, but the thick, dusty volumes detailing every cartload, every transport cost, every minor expenditure over the last 50 years. Merely to confirm the foolishness, he mumbled under his breath, fiddling with the key, to gather concrete data to refute these radical notions. He wasn't curious. Not really. He was simply being thorough, diligent, proving the boy wrong for his own pedagogical satisfaction. He pulled out a heavy, leather-bound volume, its pages brittle with age, and carried it back to the table, blowing a cloud of dust from the cover. He opened it, the scent of decay mingling with the beeswax polish. Perhaps a quick look at the transportation figures from the last decade wouldn't hurt, just to be sure. Archduke Roy Ferrum sat behind his immense mahogany desk, a bastion of order amidst swirling currents of political intrigue and economic management. Documents lay before him in neat stacks, his quill scratching methodically across. A parchment detailing grain tariffs. The only sounds in the imposing study were the quill's whisper and the distant ticking of a large, ornate clock. That a soft, almost imperceptible rap on the door broke the silence. "Enter," Roy commanded without looking up. The door opened smoothly, and Ken Park entered. He moved with a silent grace that belied his solid frame, closing the door soundlessly behind him. Dressed in the immaculate dark livery of the Duke's personal service, his face was an unreadable mask of professional composure as he stopped a respectful distance from the desk and waited, utterly still. Roy finished the line he was writing, carefully dotted the final punctuation mark, then set his quill down with deliberate precision. He finally looked up, his dark eyes sharp and assessing, fixing on his retainer. "Report," Roy said, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. Ken Park inclined his head slightly, a bare acknowledgement. His voice, when he spoke, was as devoid of emotion as his expression, a clear, level monotone delivering facts. At approximately 10:17 a.m., local time, Ken began, while escorting young Lord Lloyd Ferrum to his scheduled tutelage with Master Elmsworth, we proceeded via Weaver's Alley. He paused, allowing the information to register. Observed 3 individuals identified as local undesirables, engaged in the harassment of 2 female students. Verbal intimidation and physical obstruction were employed. Roy's hand, reaching for another document, stilled. His gaze remained locked on Ken. Young Lord Ferrum deviated from our path and approached the group. Ken continued seamlessly. Upon reaching the primary aggressor, young Lord Ferrum administered a single, open-handed strike to the individual's left cheek. Roy's eyes narrowed, almost imperceptibly. "Did a strike? Publicly?" Following the physical correction, Ken went on, his tone unchanging. Young Lord Ferrum delivered a verbal reprimand concerning social decorum, the ramifications of their actions, and the inherent foolishness of performing said actions in the presence of ducal household members. A flicker of something, disbelief, Annoyance crossed Roy's stern features before being instantly suppressed. Chapter 25. Public reaction was initially surprise, transitioning to quiet approval among bystanders. The individual subjected to the correction exhibited fear and offered no resistance, presumably due to recognition of status and my presence. The situation de-escalated promptly, that we then proceeded to Master Elmsworth's location without further incident. Ken fell silent, awaiting questions. Roy leaned back slightly in his chair, tapping a finger rhythmically on the polished desk. The strike, he asked, his voice low. Was it controlled? An act of temper? Or calculation? Calculated, Your Grace, Ken replied instantly. Sufficient force to stun and assert dominance. Minimal risk of lasting injury. An discernible loss of temper was observed in Lord Ferrum. His demeanor during the lecture, confident, authoritative, entirely without fear. Roy absorbed this, his expression unreadable, and at the lesson, Ken shifted seamlessly to the next point. Lord Ferrum participated actively in Master Elmsworth's lesson on Whisperwood resource management that he challenged the established methodologies presented. Roy's fingers stopped tapping. Specifically, Ken elaborated, Lord Ferrum proposed on-site timber processing to reduce transport costs and increase product value, sustainable harvesting practices to ensure long-term yield, and market diversification beyond existing bulk contracts to capitalize on potential niche applications. Ken recited the points accurately, clinically like listing inventory. He presented these arguments with logical structure and apparent conviction. Ken added, Elmsworth's reaction. Roy prompted, his voice tight. Initial dismissal, followed by visible agitation and difficulty formulating effective counterarguments. Master Elmsworth ultimately adhered to the established curriculum but appeared unsettled. Other students observed Lord Ferrum's contribution with surprise and interest. Ken concluded his report and stood silently, a statue awaiting further commands. Roy stared past Ken, towards the high windows, his gaze distant. Was Lord Ferrum disrespectful in his tone towards the tutor? No, Your Grace. His tone was consistently respectful, though firm. The challenge was directed at the ideas, not the individual. Did Elmsworth appear incompetent, or merely surprised? Surprised and intellectually challenged. Your Grace, not incompetent. Roy nodded slowly, a curt dismissal. That will be all, Ken. Ken Park bowed slightly, turned, and exited the room as silently as he had entered, leaving the Archduke alone once more with his thoughts and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. The heavy oak door clicked shut, leaving Roy Ferrum enveloped in the weighted silence of his study. He didn't immediately return to the grain tariffs. His quill lay untouched. His gaze remained fixed on the sunlit window, but he wasn't seeing the meticulously manicured gardens beyond. He was seeing the events Ken Park had just laid out with such dispassionate clarity. His brow, usually smooth with the calm authority of command, was furrowed in a deep, complex frown. It wasn't the simple frown of annoyance, nor the sharp frown of anger. This was the frown of conflicting data, of disrupted expectations, of a carefully constructed equation suddenly yielding an unexpected, possibly dangerous, result at a public slap. Delivered by his aired, in the middle of the street, followed by a lecture, Roy's lips. Thinned, unseemly, undignified. While the outcome, the dispersal of nuisances, was desirable, the method was crude, lacking the subtlety expected of a Ferrum. That it smacked of impulsiveness, of drawing unnecessary attention. It courted risk, potential escalation, however minor. This direct, physical assertiveness, it wasn't the quiet, almost passive Lloyd. He knew that it was irritatingly bold. And challenging Master Elmsworth, publicly, in front of other students, Roy's frown deepened, undermining a respected tutor, disrupting the established order of education that bordered on arrogance. Radical ideas were inherently dangerous, destabilizing, stability, predictability. These were the cornerstones upon which the Ferrum legacy was built and maintained. Lloyd's sudden foray into theoretical economics, however logically presented Ken claimed it was, felt like tossing stones into a placid, carefully managed pond. Yet, beneath the disapproval, confusion swirled. Confidence, lack of fear when facing down-street toughs. Logical structure and conviction when debating resource management with a seasoned academic. Ken Park was not prone to exaggeration or misinterpretation. He reported facts, and the facts painted a picture utterly at odds with the Lloyd Ferrum. Roy had been carefully, if perhaps disappointedly, grooming for a quiet, administrative future. The arguments Lloyd presented to Elmsworth. Roy wasn't a fool. While tradition dictated otherwise, the raw logic of reducing transport costs, of ensuring long-term resource viability, it held a certain undeniable, if inconvenient, merit. Where had the boy acquired such insights? Was he merely parroting some radical text he'd stumbled upon? Or was this genuine? The frown wasn't just disapproval. It was the physical manifestation of cognitive dissonance. The Lloyd he knew, quiet, mediocre, compliant, simply did not fit these new data points. This sudden emergence of confidence, assertiveness, and sharp intellect felt unnatural, unsettling. Chapter 26. An unpredictable variable was dangerous, especially in an heir. Roy preferred known quantities, manageable assets. This new, perplexing Lloyd was an unknown, a deviation from the meticulously planned trajectory, as he finally picked up his quill, but instead of returning to the tariffs, he tapped it rhythmically against the desk blotter. The frown etched deep between his brows. He needed more information, more observation. This wasn't a situation for immediate reaction, for praise or reprimand. It was a situation demanding vigilance. Something, Roy Ferrum concluded grimly. The frown tightening almost painfully has changed, and he needed to understand precisely what that change entailed before it disrupted more than just a business lesson or a quiet street. The stability of his house, the future he envisioned, might depend on it. Roy was happy inside to see his son's action as a father. Night pressed against the tall, leaded glass windows of the shared suite, muffling the distant sounds of the Ferrum estate settling into slumber. Within the room, a fragile truce of silence reigned, punctuated only by the soft whisper of turning pages and the occasional faint crackle from the single oil lamp burning steadily on a small table beside the sofa. Lloyd Ferrum was ensconced on that familiar, lumpy piece of furniture, legs tucked beneath him, seemingly lost in the dense text of a thick, leather-bound volume propped against his knees. The lamplight cast his face in sharp relief, highlighting the frown of concentration etched between his brows. He wasn't just reading. He was dissecting. Every so often his hand, holding a slender piece of graphite, would dart out to make a sharp, decisive mark in the wide margins. A line, a question mark, sometimes a brief, cryptic symbol only he understood. Gods, this is dry. His internal 80-year-old monologue complained, even as his 19-year-old eyes scanned the densely packed script. Established Principles of Interprovincial Guild Commerce, 3rd edition. Sounds like a guaranteed cure for insomnia. Which, ironically, is useful considering my current sleeping arrangements. He stifled a yawn, shifting slightly on the unforgiving cushions. The sofa. His domain. His kingdom of itchy velvet and questionable lumbar support. Across the room, shrouded in the shadows beyond the lamp's reach, lay the vast, imposing territory of the four-poster bed. Her territory. Rosa risked a quick glance towards the shadowed fortress of silk and pillows, but he couldn't see her. Clearly, just a vague shape beneath the covers. Was she asleep? Meditating? Plotting new ways to spiritually flatten him if he dared breathe too loudly? Impossible to tell. Since their encounter, yesterday, an even thicker layer of ice seemed to coat the air between them. Not active hostility, but a watchful, assessing silence, like two wary predators sharing a den, acutely aware of the other's presence, but choosing, for now, to maintain their distance. He saw a flicker of movement from the bed, just a subtle shift. A head turning slightly. He quickly dropped his gaze back to the book, focusing intently on a particularly convoluted paragraph regarding taxation reciprocity between the Azure Strait shipping consortiums and the inland weaving guilds. Riveting stuff. Truly. Did she see me looking? Probably, his internal voice sighed. Paranoid? Maybe, but when your wife can literally crush you with her mind vibes, a little paranoia seems healthy. He made another sharp mark in the margin, underlining a sentence that stated, with unwavering certainty, a principle he knew from 80 years of vastly different economic realities on Earth to be fundamentally flawed. Intrinsic value stability guaranteed through guild charter mandates. Absolute rubbish. Value was fluid, driven by supply, demand, perception, technological disruption, things this dusty tome clearly hadn't considered. The silence stretched, broken only by the rustle of the page as he turned it. He assumed Rosa had dismissed his activity, filed it away under irrelevant husband doings, and returned to whatever occupied her own inscrutable thoughts. He continued his work. The graphite stick scratching faintly, methodically deconstructing centuries of accepted wisdom. One flawed premise at a time. This felt more productive than staring at the ceiling anyway. And who knew? Maybe identifying archaic economic fallacies counted as a system task. Unlikely, but a man could dream. The next day passed in a blur of routine that felt both familiar and jarringly new. Morning. Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade, Date 3.Fong. The wolf spirit now looked almost filled out, less starving stray, more respectably lean predator. Progress .5 coins closer, but he could practically smell the shop interface. Breakfast was another tense affair under his father's assessing gaze. The no outburst today. Just quiet consumption and a mental review of Master Elmsworth's outdated theories. He wondered if the tutor had dared peek into those dusty ledgers yet. Chapter 27. Then came the tedious hours pretending to absorb Master Elmsworth's droning lecture on something about grain storage logistics. Lloyd spent most of it mentally redesigning the ducal granaries based on Earth standard silo technology and calculating potential spoilage reduction percentages. He earned no system coins for it. Sadly, apparently, internal monologues on agricultural engineering didn't qualify. Evening descended once more, blanketing the estate in darkness. And once more, Lloyd found himself exiled to the sofa, the oil lamp lit, the same heavy, leather-bound volume open on his lap. The graphite stick was back in action, scratching away in the margins. Same scene, different night. Across the room, in the shadowed expanse of the bed, Rosa is stirred again. Not just a flicker this time, but a distinct shift. He didn't look up, sensing the change in the room's subtle energy field. He kept his eyes fixed on a particularly dense chapter regarding guild membership inheritance laws. Okay, focus, Lloyd. Don't get distracted by the potentially homicidal Ice Queen noticing your weird study habits. But he could feel her attention that it wasn't the crushing weight of her spirit pressure, thank the gods, but a focused, almost analytical awareness directed his way. He could practically hear the logical gears turning in. Her mind, observation, subject engaged in prolonged study of single text. Variable, text appears mundane, guild commerce, anomaly, duration and intensity inconsistent with subject's previously observed academic diligence, hypothesis, purpose unclear. It was Lloyd jokes, the silence stretched, but this time it felt different. Less empty, more charged, like the pause before a question is asked. Then her voice, cool and crisp, cut through the quiet. What is that? It wasn't shouted, not laced with the fury of yesterday, nor the sharp impatience of the morning before. Just a direct, almost clinical inquiry, delivered, he noted with mild amusement, without her even bothering to turn her head fully towards him. Efficiency, even in curiosity. Lloyd looked up, letting a hint of mild surprise show an initiation of conversation. Unprecedented. This, he tapped the cover of the book. Business studies, specifically local guild structures and established trade theories. Thrilling read, I assure you. His tone was light, deliberately downplaying the intensity of his focus. He waited, expecting the conversation to end there, a grunt of acknowledgement, perhaps, followed by a return to the usual frosty silence. Rosa didn't respond immediately. He heard another faint rustle of sheets, perhaps her adjusting her position slightly. Then, her voice again, still cool, still detached. Study is necessary. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the finality of a mathematical proof, a standard platitude, likely offered more to conclude the interaction than to genuinely encourage him. The unspoken assumption hung in the air. He was dutifully absorbing the required knowledge, however dull, like any responsible heir should. Memorizing rules, understanding precedents, the proper, accepted way. Lloyd felt a smile tug at the corner of his lips, the 80-year-old cynic enjoying the setup. He resisted the urge to chuckle aloud. Oh, this was too good. Necessary, yes, he agreed easily. Matching her calm tone, he paused, letting the agreement settle for a beat before gently pulling the rug out from under her assumption. But I'm not really reading it, Rosa. He saw her head finally turn fully towards him in the dim light, though her expression remained shrouded in shadow. Not in the way you mean, he clarified, his voice dropping slightly. Conspiratorially, he tapped a heavily marked section of the page with his graphite stick. I'm marking where the theories are outdated. He paused again, adding the final, crucial piece. We're just plain wrong. Silence. Not the earlier tense silence, nor the merely quiet silence. This was a silence born of pure, unadulterated confusion. He could see her face more clearly now as she leaned forward slightly, peering at him through the gloom. The usual icy composure was still there, the carefully controlled mask firmly in place. But behind it, something had shifted. Her brows, usually smooth or drawn together in a frown of regal disapproval, were now pinched in a slight, questioning furrow. Her dark eyes, narrowed slightly, weren't conveying anger or disdain, but a look of intense, analytical puzzlement. Like a master mathematician encountering an equation that simply refused to balance. defying all known axioms. Wrong. Her expression seemed to scream silently, marking established texts as wrong. Why? What is the utility in finding fault? One learns accepted principles. Point 1 applies them. Point 1 does not waste energy dissecting foundational text for theoretical flaws. Chapter 28. It wasn't shock like seeing the cabinet sliced in two. It wasn't anger like hearing his ill-advised compliment. This was different. This was a disruption of her core logic, her understanding of how the world, how knowledge, was supposed to function. It simply did not compute. The mediocre, unimpressive Lloyd Ferrum, spending hours meticulously finding errors in established economic theory. It was inefficient. It was illogical. It was baffling. Lloyd held her confused gaze, the faint smile lingering on his lips. He offered no further explanation, letting her grapple with the anomaly. He had tossed another pebble into the still, icy pond of their relationship, and the ripples were spreading in ways he hadn't entirely predicted. He watched the confusion war with the ingrained coldness on her face, wondering which would win out. He didn't know what errors he was truly looking for beyond satisfying his own intellectual curiosity and maybe, just maybe, finding exploitable loopholes or hidden opportunities this backward world hadn't considered. But confusing Rosa Siddick? That, he decided, might be a worthwhile pursuit in itself. He returned his gaze to the book, leaving her adrift in her silent, logical bewilderment. The scratching of his graphite stick resumed, a small, persistent sound challenging the foundations of her ordered world. The pre-dawn chill clung to the opulent fabrics of the sofa, a familiar, unwelcome companion to Lloyd Ferrum. As consciousness reluctantly returned, he blinked, the intricate patterns on the high ceiling slowly swimming into focus. Day 4. Sofa. Still lumpy. Potpourri scent. Still vaguely offensive. Status quo. Depressingly stable, at least regarding his sleeping arrangements. With a sigh that was becoming as routine as breathing. Sign number. Who was even counting anymore? He swung his legs over the side. The floor was cold beneath his bare feet. First order of business, before facing tutors, potentially grumpy fathers, or the lingering ghost of yesterday's intellectual sparring. Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. That he reached for the small, smooth spirit stone tucked securely within his tunic, channeling the now familiar trickle of energy, the air beside. The sofa shimmered, coalesced, and Fong materialized. Lloyd paused mid-reach for the waiting platter of chicken. He stared. Okay, hold on. This wasn't just better. This was transformation. The scrawny, hesitant wolf-dog hybrid of 3 days ago was gone, replaced by something sleek, powerful, and radiating vitality. Fong's gray coat wasn't just clean. It possessed a deep, healthy luster, hinting at silver highlights in the dim pre-dawn light. Muscles rippled subtly beneath the fur as he stretched. A fluid movement full of latent power. His ribs were a distant memory, replaced by a lean, well-defined torso. The slight droop to his ears was gone, replaced by alert, attentive points that swiveled slightly, tracking the faintest sounds. He carried himself with a quiet confidence, a predator's awareness. And his eyes, those large, intelligent brown eyes fixed on Lloyd, no longer held bewildered confusion, but a sharp, unnerving focus. There was a depth there, a flicker of something ancient, and, knowing that sent a faint shiver down Lloyd's spine. 4 days of chicken did this. Lloyd's internal 80-year-old scientist scoffed. Impossible. The protein uptake, the cellular regeneration. The rate is exponential. This isn't just good nutrition. This is like injecting him with concentrated wolf growth hormone laced with unicorn tears. He crouched down, cautiously extending a hand. Fong leaned into the touch, accepting the scratch behind his ears with a low rumble that vibrated with surprising power. It wasn't the pathetic whine of a starved pup. It was a contented purr of a well-fed predator. What was driving this? Was it simply the activation of his spirit bond, jump-started by consistent attention and decent food, finally allowing Fong's true potential to surface? Or was the system involved beyond the task itself? Lloyd quickly checked his mental interface. Still 6SC. The task was still listed as ongoing. Feed the wolf chicken for 7 days. That no mention of passive buffs or accelerated growth. Maybe it's innate, Lloyd mused, scratching Fong's surprisingly thick neck ruff. Maybe he wasn't just a weak wolf spirit after all. Maybe he's something more, just suppressed? And the consistent energy flow, even my pathetic trickle, combined with actual food, is unlocking it. The thought was both exciting and slightly terrifying that if Fong was capable of this kind of hidden potential, what else in this world wasn't as it seemed? What other assumptions was he making based on his flawed first life? He tried to subtly gauge Fong's power signature. It felt dense, solid, far more potent than he remembered any newly manifested spirit feeling. Still firmly in the manifestation stage. Yes, but pushing right up against the upper limits. Humming with contained energy. Chapter 29 definitely need those shop upgrades. Lloyd resolved grimly, if my own spirit is already showing this kind of anomaly, who knows what I'll be facing out there? All right, Fong, Lloyd murmured, retrieving the platter. Breakfast time. The wolf devoured the chicken with the same efficient ferocity as before, but with an added layer of controlled power and frantic gulping, just precise, effective consumption. When finished, he looked up at Lloyd, licked his chops, and gave a distinct, almost imperceptible nod before dissolving back into shimmering energy at Lloyd's mental command. Yeah, Lloyd thought, shaking his head slightly as he picked up the clean platter. Definitely more than just a dog. He needed those 5 coins from this task, plus the 2 he already had from the bully incident and the 3 from the cabinet-slashing wife's shocking escapade. Total, 5, that's still 5 short of opening the shop. The remaining 3 days of chicken duty suddenly felt very long indeed. The walk to Master Elmsworth's lecture hall was uneventful, Ken Park gliding silently beside him like a grim, heavily armed shadow. The city bustled around them, a chaotic tapestry of noise and smells. Lloyd found himself observing the flow of goods, the overloaded carts, the sweating laborers, the merchants haggling in doorways. With a new perspective, mentally applying yesterday's discussion on logistics and efficiency. Gods, there was so much room for improvement here, it was almost painful to watch. Ken, as always, remained impassive, his gaze constantly scanning, missing nothing, revealing nothing. The atmosphere inside the lecture hall was palpably different. The usual air of drowsy indifference among the other young nobles was replaced by a low hum of curiosity. Eyes flickered towards Lloyd as he entered, not with disdain, but with cautious expectation. Master Elmsworth himself stood by the slateboard, posture still stiff, but the sharp edge of his usual impatience seemed blunted, replaced by a kind of wary neutrality. He acknowledged Lloyd's arrival with a curt nod that lacked its customary condescension. "Be seated, Lord Ferrum," Master Elm instructed, his voice dry but even. "Today we delve into the intricacies of secure goods transport and established logistical frameworks within the duchy." Lloyd settled into his chair, prepared for another session of politely enduring established dogma. And for the first hour, that's precisely what it was. Master Elm detailed the guild-controlled wagon routes, the exorbitant fees demanded by bridge trolls, both literal and figurative minor lords charging tolls, the challenges of preserving perishable goods like summer fruits or winter ice hauled overland, and the complex web of reciprocal agreements governing passage through different baronies. That he spoke of the whisper network, the slow, unreliable dissemination of market news via traveling merchants and carrier pigeons, making accurate supply and demand forecasting more art than science. He described the seasonal bottlenecks, rivers freezing in winter, roads turning to impassable mud pits during the spring thaw, that dictated the rhythm of commerce. Lloyd listened attentively, contrasting it mentally with Earth's instantaneous global communication, satellite tracking, and climate-controlled shipping containers. The difference was staggering. Yet he forced himself to engage with the lecture on its own terms. He's describing the reality they face, Lloyd acknowledged internally. Given the technological constraints, these complex, often frustrating systems are the result of centuries of adaptation. Criticizing them for not having fiber optics is pointless, that he saw the intricate logic behind certain seemingly bizarre toll structures, the necessity of relying on heavily armed guild caravans despite their cost. Master Elmsworth wasn't teaching flawed theory today. He was explaining the hard-won, practical realities of commerce in a world operating at a medieval plus magic tech level. He deliberately kept quiet, offering no challenges, no modern perspectives that would require non-existent infrastructure. He simply absorbed the information. Filing it away, he saw Master Elm visibly relax. As the lesson progressed smoothly, the tutor regaining his usual rhythm, perhaps concluding that yesterday's intellectual fireworks had been a one-off aberration. The other students, likely sensing the lack of impending drama, began to slump back into their usual states of polite boredom. As the session wound towards its conclusion, Master Elm transitioned to the topic of inventory, the physical reality of storing goods acquired through these complex logistical chains that he described the prevailing philosophy: acquire in bulk when possible, stack it high in warehouses often little better than large barns, and accept spoilage, theft, and pest damage as unfortunate but inevitable costs. Volume is the key, Master Elm reiterated, tapping the slate board where he'd drawn a simple diagram of a warehouse overflowing with crates. Ensuring sufficient stock to weather potential transport disruptions or sudden demand surges is paramount. A merchant caught with empty shelves courts ruin. Chapter 30. He paused. Then, surprising Lloyd, he turned his gaze directly towards him again. There was no challenge in the tutor's eyes this time, but something else. Genuine curiosity, a desire to test the waters again, perhaps. Lord Ferrum, Master Elm said, his voice carefully neutral, drawing the attention of the entire class once more. Yesterday, you offered perspectives on resource management. Applying that efficiency-minded approach, what are your thoughts on the practicalities of managing stock goods? Optimizing the stockpile, so to speak. The room grew quiet. Heads turned. This wasn't a direct challenge to established theory, but an invitation to elaborate, to apply his thinking to a different facet of the same problem. Lloyd met the tutor's gaze calmly. This he could work with. Thank you, Master Elmsworth. An important consideration. He gathered his thoughts, translating decades of exposure to Earth's supply chain obsession into digestible concepts. As you say, having sufficient stock is critical, but perhaps the cost of holding that stock is often underestimated. Cost? Elm frowned slightly. Beyond the initial purchase price, you mean? Precisely, Lloyd confirmed. Every crate sitting in that warehouse, he gestured towards the diagram, represents capital, coin, that isn't earning anything, that it's static. Worse, it's actively at risk. Risk? Another student, a stout youth named Boren whose family dealt in imported spices, piped up. Beyond the odd rat or leaky roof, you mean? Those two, Lloyd acknowledged with a nod towards Boren. But also the risk of the market changing. What if demand for that spice suddenly drops because a cheaper alternative appears? What if a new preservation technique makes hoarding winter apples unnecessary? The longer goods sit, the more vulnerable they're not just to physical decay, but to becoming irrelevant. Elm stroked his chin thoughtfully. An undeniable risk, but difficult to quantify. Easier to ensure ample supply. Perhaps, Lloyd allowed. But what if we shift the focus slightly? Instead of just how much we have, we track how fast it moves. Moves? Elm looked perplexed. Inventory turnover, Lloyd supplied the term, seeing the same flicker of confusion and intrigue as yesterday. If goods are selling quickly, capital is constantly being freed up, risks are minimized, that a warehouse full of goods nobody wants is a monument to failure, no matter how large. But predicting demand, Elm countered, latching onto the core problem. It's guesswork, rumors, old news. Difficult, yes, Lloyd agreed swiftly. Impossible? Perhaps not entirely. Diligent record-keeping. Tracking actual sales, not just shipments. Noticing which items gather dust. Even simple trends. More wool needed before winter. More preserved fruit selling after a poor harvest. It's not sorcery, just paying closer attention to the flow. Elm seemed unconvinced but intrigued. Even with better information, acquiring smaller lots more frequently. The transport. The risk of delays. A single broken wagon axle could leave shelves bare. Lloyd finished the thought. Absolutely a risk, which is why a buffer stock is still essential. But the size of that buffer might be optimized, and maybe the focus shouldn't just be on acquiring goods efficiently, but storing them efficiently too. How so? Elm pressed, genuinely engaged now. Simple things, Lloyd shrugged. Better warehouse design. Raised floors against damp, tighter construction against pests, proper ventilation, systematic rotation. Ensuring the oldest stock is always sold first, not buried at the back until it rots. He ticked the points off mentally. Basic warehousing 101 from Earth. These aren't radical changes, but chipping away at that accepted loss percentage could significantly boost net profits over time. He leaned back, having laid out the core principles. Track turnover, improve forecasting, however basic, optimize acquisition frequency where possible, and reduce storage losses through better practices. Manage the flow, not just the pile. Master Elmsworth stared at him, no longer agitated, but deeply thoughtful. He absently tapped the chalk against the slate board, his mind clearly grappling with the implications. The other students were a mix of frantic note-takers and utterly bewildered. Onlookers, Boren, the spice merchant's son, looked particularly pensive. Inventory, turnover. Master Elm murmured again, the phrase seeming less alien now. Sales velocity, systematic rotation. He looked up, meeting Lloyd's eyes directly. The skepticism was gone, replaced by a clear, undeniable glimmer of intellectual respect. This requires a different mindset, a shift from passive holding to active management. A silent notification chimed in Lloyd's mind. System notification, knowledge shared. Analysis, User-applied advanced economic/logistical principles, inventory turnover, basic JIT concepts, data-driven forecasting, loss reduction strategies, relevant to the current discussion topic. Result: tutor impressed. Established thinking potentially broadened. Reward issued: 2 system coins SC. Current balance: 8 SC. Note: efficiency is logical. System approves. Chapter 31 7 coins. Lloyd felt a surge of satisfaction. Almost there. 2 more points for this lesson than for slapping the bully. Apparently, constructive economic theory paid slightly better than street justice. Master Elmsworth cleared his throat, addressing the class, but his eyes lingering on Lloyd for a moment longer. An insightful perspective, Lord Ferrum. Efficiency, as you say, is indeed a worthy goal, though fraught with practical challenges in implementation. He seemed to gather himself. We shall ponder these points. For next time, review the chapter on guild arbitration processes. Class dismissed. As the students began shuffling out, murmuring amongst themselves, Master Elmsworth caught Lloyd's eye one last time. He gave a brief, almost imperceptible nod. Not deference, not quite approval, but acknowledgement, recognition, that silent message passing between 2 minds that had unexpectedly, productively clashed. Walking out into the bright afternoon sun, Ken Park falling into his customary silent step behind him, Lloyd felt a distinct sense of accomplishment that had nothing to do with system coins. He had challenged established thought, offered viable alternatives, and earned the grudging respect of a learned man. Maybe this second life wouldn't just be about surviving. Maybe, just maybe, it could be about building something better, starting with more efficient warehouses and a wolf that seemed determined to outgrow its own mythology. The 5th dawn arrived not with gentle persuasion, but with the insistent chill seeping through the thin blanket covering Lloyd Ferrum on his now familiar purgatory. The sofa, he surfaced from sleep like a diver breaching cold water, gasping slightly against the ingrained discomfort. The opulent ceiling swam into view, its carved details a mocking testament to the luxury he couldn't fully access. 5 days back in a life he thought long finished. 5 days sleeping on furniture designed more for aesthetic appeal than spinal support. The faint, cloying scent of lavender potpourri felt like a personal insult this morning. He pushed himself up, swinging his legs over the side. The cool floorboards a stark contrast to the itchy velvet. A sigh escaped him. Involuntary, weary, that tea wasn't just the physical discomfort. It was the mental. Wait, the constant juggling act between 19-year-old hormones and 80-year-old cynicism. The simmering tension with the room's other occupant, and the ever-present knowledge of the power coiled within him, waiting, before anything else, before facing the day's potential landmines, be it parental scrutiny, academic boredom, or spousal frostbite. There was the ritual, operation, canine cuisine upgrade. Reaching for the smooth spirit stone nestled in his tunic, Lloyd pushed a thread of energy into it, a connection now feeling less like a tentative flicker and more like flipping a switch. Beside the sofa, the air didn't just shimmer. It seemed to condense, gathering light before solidifying into the form of Fong. Lloyd froze mid-motion. The prepared platter of roasted chicken momentarily forgotten, he simply stared. Absorbing the changes. 4 days. It defied all logical biological principles he knew from Earth. Fong wasn't just healthier. He was magnificent, almost unervingly. So, his gray coat possessed a depth, a sheen like polished graphite, rippling over lean, powerful muscles that moved with a predator's silent grace. He held his head high, alert ears constantly sampling the air, capturing sounds Lloyd couldn't even register. The tentative uncertainty was gone, replaced by an aura of contained power, a quiet intensity that seemed to vibrate in the air around him. And those eyes, they met Lloyd's, not with the simple affection of a pet or the bewildered loyalty of a lesser spirit, but with a startling, piercing intelligence. There was an ancient awareness in their brown depths, a knowing that felt far older than the mere 5 days Lloyd had been actively tending to him in this timeline. It was the gaze of something that understood far more than it let on. 5 days, Lloyd thought, his mind racing through calculations. Even with optimal protein synthesis, metabolic acceleration, this rate of change is ludicrous. It's like watching a time-lapse film of evolution, compressed in less than a week. What are you, Fong? Was the original assessment of weak wolf spirit just wrong? Fundamentally flawed? Or is the system doing something passively, buffing him somehow beyond just rewarding me? He crouched, extending his hands slowly. Fong leaned into the touch instantly, a deep, resonant rumble vibrating through Lloyd's fingertips as he scratched the thick fur behind the wolf's ears. This wasn't just a spirit manifesting. This felt like reconnecting with a powerful, sentient partner whose true nature had been dormant, starved, neglected for far too long. The density of Fang's spiritual signature felt palpable now, a solid core of energy pressing right against the upper boundaries of the manifestation stage. Eager, perhaps, to ascend. Chapter 32 definitely need that shop. Lloyd reaffirmed mentally, the urgency sharper now that if Fang's hiding this kind of potential. What else am I missing? What other threats or allies are operating on levels I completely misjudged in my first life? Breakfast, Lloyd murmured, finally offering the platter. Fang ate with focused efficiency, each bite precise, powerful, no wasted motion. When finished, he looked up, gave that unnerving, almost human-like nod, and dissolved back in a shimmering motes of light at Lloyd's silent command. The platter was spotless. Breakfast with Archduke Roy Ferrum was, as anticipated, an exercise in navigating unspoken tensions. Roy ate with his usual focused precision, but Lloyd felt his father's gaze linger on him. More often today, sharp and analytical. Had Ken reported yesterday's display of unexpected logistical insight, or perhaps Master Elmsworth himself had conveyed his surprise? Roy said nothing beyond curt inquiries about the day's schedule, but the weight of his scrutiny felt heavier. Lloyd ate quickly, kept his answers brief and respectful, and escaped the dining hall as soon as politely possible. Outside the main doors, Ken Park waited, impassive as ever, ready to assume his duties. The morning air was crisp, carrying the sounds and smells of the awakening capital city. Merchants shouting, wheels clattering, the aroma of baking bread mingling with less pleasant odors. Ken, Lloyd stopped just beyond the massive estate gates, pitching his voice low, ensuring privacy amidst the gathering bustle. The butler bodyguard paused instantly, his gaze steady. "Young lord, a change in protocol for today's escort," Lloyd stated, meeting Ken's eyes directly. He needed to project confidence. "Command. I require you to follow. Yes, but maintain distance. Remain unseen. Become a shadow." He let the instruction hang for a moment. "Observe only that do not, under any circumstances, reveal yourself or intervene." He paused, adding the crucial caveat. "Unless you assess my life to be an immediate, mortal peril with no other possible outcome." He watched Ken closely, outward reaction, of course. The man's face was a masterclass in stoicism, but Lloyd saw the faintest tightening around his eyes, the fractional hesitation before he responded. Ken wasn't just muscle. He was intelligent, fiercely loyal to Roy, and constantly assessing threats. This deviation from standard protective detail was significant. IT signaled something. Trust? A test? Recklessness? Ken would analyze the implications. "Understood, young lord," Ken replied after that briefest pause, his voice the usual flat monotone. Shadow protocol engaged. He executed a shallow, precise bow. Then, with disconcerting fluidity, he stepped back, seeming to merge with the deep shade cast by the high stone wall. One blink. He was a solid presence. The next, he was simply gone, utterly vanished from sight. Yet Lloyd felt the unwavering certainty of his hidden presence, an invisible guardian angel armed with lethal proficiency. "All right then," Lloyd thought, taking a deep breath and stepping out into the flow of the city. A flicker of cold resolve settled within him that he wasn't just testing himself. He was sending a message, both to Ken and, through him, to his father, that he wasn't a child needing constant, overt protection. And he suspected today might provide an opportunity to demonstrate that he deliberately adjusted his route, veering away from the wider thoroughfares, choosing instead a winding path through a tangle of narrower, less reputable alleyways. The kind of place respectable folk avoided, where shadows lingered long after sunrise, and trouble often brewed undisturbed. He walked with purpose, his senses heightened, scanning doorways, rooftops, the deeper pockets of gloom. He felt the pulse of the city around him, the distant shouts, the rumble of carts. But his focus was narrower, sharper. He felt Ken's presence like a faint pressure at the edge of his awareness, a ghost flitting through parallel shadows. That he was alone. Yet not alone, that a perfect setup. IT happened as he turned into a narrow passage between a leaning tenement and a boarded-up butcher shop. The smell of refuse, damp stone, and stale desperation hung heavy in the air. Three figures emerged from the gloom ahead, deliberately blocking his path, their postures radiating hostility, them as expected. The leader stood front and center, his face a mask of ugly fury, the lingering bruise from Lloyd's slap a dark counterpoint to the sneer twisting his lips. His two companions fanned out slightly, cutting off any easy retreat, knuckles white as they clenched their fists. They looked jumpier today, less swagger, more raw aggression fueled by humiliation. Well, the leader spat, his voice rough, echoing slightly in the confined space. Look at what the cat dragged in. All by your lonesome today, little lord. Chapter 33. Fancy meeting you here, Lloyd replied, his tone deceptively mild, almost conversational. He stopped a few paces away, projecting calm indifference. Lost again? This really isn't the scenic route. Smart mouth, snarled the crony on the right, taking an aggressive step forward. Think you're tough without your daddy's guard dog. Guard dog. Lloyd tilted his head slightly. An astute observation. Though I believe apex predator might be a more accurate descriptor for Ken Park. You wouldn't like him when he's annoyed. He ain't here now, the leader countered, stepping closer, trying to loom over Lloyd. Just you, pretty boy, and us. Indeed, Lloyd agreed softly. An imbalance I intend to correct. Gonna correct us? The third hoodlum laughed nervously, glancing over his shoulder as if half expecting Ken to materialize from the brickwork. Think again. We're gonna teach you some manners, lordship, the leader growled, lowering his voice, gesturing towards a dark, recessed alcove halfway down the alley. Private lesson, just us. Sounds dreadfully dull, Lloyd replied, letting his gaze drift past them dismissively. I have actual lessons to attend, with marginally better conversationalists. Enough talk, the leader roared, his patience snapping. Humiliation and anger boiled over. Get him! They lunged. Not with skill or coordination, but with raw, clumsy aggression, fueled by bruised egos and the perceived safety of numbers against a lone, seemingly unprotected noble. They aimed to overwhelm him, drag him down, inflict pain. Lloyd didn't retreat, he didn't flinch, as the first thug reached for him. As the leader swung a wild punch, the cold switch inside him flipped completely. The detached calm of the assassin took over. Time seemed to slow fractionally. He saw the trajectory of the punch, the grasping hands, the hate-filled eyes. He felt the familiar thrumming deep in his blood, the void power answering his silent call. Pest control. The thought was cold, clinical, deterrence, consequence. His hands remained at his sides, an overt movement. Just pure, focused will point. Three impossibly fine filaments of steel erupted from the air around his hands, near invisible threads in the grimy dimness. They didn't gleam. They pulsed with a dull, internal cherry-red heat, warping the air around them with shimmering waves, absorbing the feeble light. They moved with the speed of striking vipers, silent and deadly. Before the leader's punch could land, before the cronies' grabbing fingers could make contact, the wires found their marks with brutal precision. Point one wrapped snake-like around the leader's punching arm, tightening just below the shoulder. Sizzle. Another coiled around the second thug's torso, cinching tight across his ribs. Hiss. The third lashed whip-like across the face and neck of the third attacker as he lunged. Snap. The alley exploded with sound. Not the sounds of a fight, but the raw, primal screams of absolute agony. It wasn't the indignant yell of a bully getting hit. It was the sound of flesh meeting incandescent heat, of nerves overloaded beyond comprehension. The leader's punch dissolved into a shriek as he collapsed, clutching his arm. The fabric of his sleeve instantly blackened, and smoking where the wire bit deep, searing muscle and tendon. He writhed on the ground, eyes wide with shock and unbearable pain. The second thug buckled as if poleaxed, air forced from his lungs in a strangled gasp, clawing uselessly at the glowing filament constricting his chest. The smell of burning cloth and flesh sharp and acrid. He stumbled back against the wall, sliding down into a whimpering heap. The third youth staggered wildly, hands flying to his face and neck, screams tearing from his throat as blood mingled with blistered, blackened skin where the wire had laid its fiery kiss. He tripped over his own feet, crashing hard onto the cobblestones, curling into a fetal position, sobbing uncontrollably. The entire confrontation, from the lunge to the collapse, took less than 3 seconds. Lloyd stood perfectly still, observing the aftermath. The alley was filled with the sounds of their agony, the stench of their scorched flesh. The red-hot wires held for another agonizing second, burning the lesson deep, ensuring the message was received without ambiguity. Then, as quickly and silently as they appeared, they retracted, dissolving back into nothingness, leaving behind only the horrific burns, the trembling victims, and the lingering, sickening smell. He looked down at the three broken figures. Their aggression was gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror and pain. They weren't threats anymore. They were simply wreckage. He felt nothing, no pity, no anger, no triumph. Just the cold satisfaction of a necessary task completed efficiently. This was the language they understood. Fear. Overwhelming, unforgettable fear. Chapter 34. He adjusted the cuff of his tunic. The fabric pristine, untouched, he stepped carefully around the moaning figure closest to him, avoiding a patch of something unpleasant on the ground. His face remained a mask of calm indifference, without a backward glance, without uttering another word. Lloyd Ferrum continued his walk down the alley, leaving the symphony of suffering behind him. The sounds faded as he turned the next corner, rejoining the flow of the city as if nothing had happened. He knew Ken had witnessed it all. Every detail, every scream, every flicker of heat. Let him report it. Let his father analyze this data. Point. Let them understand that the drab duckling, the mediocre heir, possessed teeth and fire, and the utter ruthlessness to use them when provoked. Some lessons weren't learned from books. Some required a more visceral, more permanent form of instruction. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of the Ferrum estate, casting long shadows across the polished marble floors as Lloyd walked back from Master Elmsworth's lecture hall. The drone of logistical theory still echoed faintly in his ears, overlaid by the much sharper, much more recent memory of searing flesh and agonized screams in a dingy alleyway, and he felt strangely calm. The cold precision of the morning's encounter having settled into a grim sort of satisfaction, a necessary lesson delivered. Point made. Consequences established. He hadn't felt Ken Park's hidden presence shift or react during the incident. Only the steady, unwavering observation. The report would already be on his father's desk, no doubt. Lloyd braced himself for the inevitable summons, the questions, the potential disapproval of his methods. He had acted decisively, perhaps brutally, but he felt no regret. Some weeds needed to be burned out at the root. As he crossed the grand entrance hall, a young maid scurried towards him, her face pale, eyes wide with nervousness. She executed a hasty curtsy, nearly tripping over her own feet. "Young Lord Ferrum," she stammered, avoiding his gaze. "The Archduke, his lordship, requests your immediate presence in his study." "Showtime," Lloyd thought wryly, maintaining a neutral expression. "Thank you, Alina, lead the way." The walk to his father's study felt longer than usual. The heavy silence, punctuated only by the soft patter of the maid's slippers and the distant, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The air itself seemed charged, expectant. The maid knocked softly on the heavy oak door, announced his arrival in a trembling voice, and practically fled as Roy Ferrum's curt "Enter" echoed from within. Lloyd pushed the door open and stepped inside. The study was exactly as he expected. Imposing, orderly, dominated by the massive mahogany desk behind which his father sat, ramrod straight, face an unreadable mask of stern authority. Documents were neatly stacked, the quill resting precisely in its inkwell. But Roy wasn't alone. Standing before the desk, facing Roy but half-turned towards the door as Lloyd entered, was another man. Tall, impeccably dressed in expensive silks that subtly emphasized his status. With silver beginning to touch his dark hair at the temples, he possessed the characteristic sharp features of the Ferrum line, but his eyes held a shrewdness, a calculating glint that Roy's direct gaze lacked. His smile, directed towards Lloyd as he entered, was smooth, practiced, yet failed to reach those observant eyes. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd's uncle, head of the most powerful cadet branch of the family. The moment Lloyd saw him, a cold, visceral anger surged through him, so potent it was almost physically sickening. It wasn't just the memory of the man's smooth usurpation of power after the assassination in his first life. It was the ingrained, instinctive loathing, the gut-deep certainty that this man was the source of the rot, one of the architects of his family's demise. Seeing him standing here, now, in his father's study, radiating polite deference while calculation glittered beneath, it took every ounce of Lloyd's hard-won control not to summon a white-hot filament of steel and sear that counterfeit smile right off his face. He forced the rage down, locking it behind a carefully constructed wall of polite indifference. He inclined his head slightly. "Father, Uncle Rubel." His voice was steady, betraying none of the tempest raging within. Roy Ferrum acknowledged him with a curt nod, his expression unreadable but stern. "Lloyd, be seated." He gestured toward the heavy chair positioned directly opposite the desk, placing Lloyd under the combined scrutiny of both men. Rubel Ferrum offered another smooth smile. "Nephew, good to see you looking well." The pleasantry felt like a barb coated in honey. Lloyd settled into the chair, meeting his father's intense gaze. "You summoned me, father?" Chapter 35. Roy didn't waste time on formalities. His voice was flat, sharp as honed steel. This morning, Lloyd at Weaver's Alley Point, 3 individuals were severely injured. Burns consistent with extreme heat, possibly specialized application. He let the implication hang heavy in the air. Reports indicate you were present immediately prior to their incapacitation. He paused, his eyes boring into Lloyd's. Were you responsible for injuring 3 employees loyal to this family, Lloyd? Employees loyal to the family. The phrasing struck Lloyd instantly. Not street thugs, not local nuisances. Employees. Whose employees? He glanced briefly at Rubel, whose expression remained one of polite concern, utterly devoid of connection to the injured parties. The pieces clicked into place with chilling speed. A cold understanding dawned. Not random bullies seeking revenge for a slap. Rubel's pawns. Sent specifically to provoke me, to test me, perhaps to lure Ken Park into revealing himself, or even to create an incident that could be spun against me, against Father. Their bravery wasn't stupidity, it was obedience, and their loyalty wasn't to the family as a whole, but to Rubel's faction. This changed everything. IT wasn't just pest control anymore. It was disrupting his uncle's machinations. That a grim smile touched Lloyd's lips internally. Good, he met his father's gaze directly, his voice calm and firm. Yes, Father Dai incapacitated them. No denial, no equivocation. Roy's expression didn't change, but Lloyd saw a flicker deep in his eyes. Confirmation. And why? Roy pressed, his voice dangerously quiet. Did you deem such extreme measures necessary? Because, Lloyd stated clearly, they were harassing young women yesterday. Because today, despite my warning and intervention, they ambushed me in an alley with clear intent to cause harm. They chose confrontation. They received consequence. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. And should they, or anyone else, engage in such behavior again, be it harassing innocents or attempting to assault me, I will deliver the same consequence without hesitation. Before Roy could respond, Lloyd Ferrum stepped forward slightly, his expression shifting to one of grave concern, smoothly interjecting himself into the conversation. My dear brother, nephew, he began, his voice dripping with false sympathy. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. He turned his concerned gaze on Lloyd. Nephew, are you certain of their intentions? My sources, he gestured vaguely, implying a network of reliable informants, suggest these young men were merely assisting the young lady's day before yesterday, offering directions, perhaps ensuring their safety in a rough area. A misunderstanding, easily misinterpreted by an outsider. Lloyd nearly choked on the audacity. Assisting, by cornering them and sneering? Rubel pressed on smoothly. And today, perhaps they merely wish to speak with you, Nephew T. O. Clarify yesterday's unfortunate incident, and in your haste, your understandable apprehension, you lashed out without proper judgment, inflicting grievous harm. He shook his head sadly. A tragic overreaction. He turned back to Roy, his expression earnest. Brother, I took the liberty of locating witnesses, individuals present nearby during that day's initial encounter. Perhaps their testimony can shed light, clear up this unfortunate confusion. He gestured towards the door. With your permission? Roy hesitated for only a fraction of a second before giving a curt nod. Rubel opened the study door, and 5 figures shuffled nervously into the imposing room. Lloyd recognized them instantly. They had been among the onlookers yesterday, lurking near the edges of the small crowd that had gathered after the slap. Their faces were pale, their eyes darting nervously between Roy, Rubel, and Lloyd. They looked like what they were. Low-level informants or easily intimidated citizens, bought or coerced. Please, Rubel addressed them gently, his tone reassuring, coaxing. Tell the Archduke what you witnessed yesterday near Weaver's Alley. Did you see these young men? He subtly indicated the direction of the alley. Harassing those young ladies? The first witness, a thin man with shifty eyes, shook his head vigorously. And no, Your Excellency, Your Grace, they was just talking to him, friendly-like. Helping them, I think, added a stout woman beside him, twisting her apron nervously. Looked like they was just off-air and help. The other 3 mumbled agreement, painting a picture of innocent interaction, of helpful youths tragically misunderstood by the aggressive young lord. They avoided Lloyd's gaze entirely. Rubel turned back to Roy, his expression a mask of vindicated sorrow. You see, brother, a simple misunderstanding escalated tragically. Lloyd, nephew. He fixed his gaze on Lloyd again, the underlying message clear. I have witnesses, I have control, your word against theirs. Surely now you see your error? And then, Lloyd started to laugh. Chapter 36. It wasn't a chuckle. IT wasn't a wry smile. IT started low, a rumbling in his chest, then erupted, a full-throated, almost uncontrollable peal of laughter, echoing strangely in the heavy silence of the study. It wasn't mirthful. It was manic, bordering on hysterical, laced with a chilling, absolute certainty that bordered on madness. He laughed until tears pricked the corners of his eyes, until his shoulders shook, ignoring the stunned, bewildered expressions on the faces of his father, his uncle, and the 5 terrified witnesses. Roy Ferrum stared, his usual stern composure visibly rattled for the first time since Lloyd could remember. This reaction was so utterly unexpected, so wildly inappropriate to the gravity of the situation, that it momentarily short-circuited his analytical mind. Rubel's smooth facade finally cracked. His eyes narrowed. Suspicion replacing the feigned concern. A deep frown creased his brow. "Nephew," he snapped, his voice sharp with annoyance and dawning unease. "What is the meaning of this display? Are you attempting to deflect blame, to hide behind the Archduke's authority with this madness?" Lloyd's laughter subsided gradually, replaced by a wide, unnerving grin that held no warmth, only cold, sharp amusement. He wiped a tear from his eye with the back of his hand, his gaze locking onto his uncle's narrowing eyes. "Who do you think I am?" The thought screamed silently in his mind, fueled by 80 years of experience crammed into this 19-year-old body. "You think I'm just some naive boy you can manipulate with cheap tricks and terrified witnesses? You think you're dealing with the same weakling you sidelined and plotted against before?" He remembered staff meetings that felt like Shark Tanks, interrogations under pressure simulators, battlefield command where a single wrong assessment meant catastrophic failure. He remembered sorting truth from lies based on micro-expressions, inconsistencies, the subtle tells of deception honed over decades of high-stakes interaction. That Rubel's game was transparent, amateurish by comparison. That "I was a major general, you scheming bastard." His internal voice spat with cold fury. "That I commanded divisions, that I analyzed intelligence reports that would make your head spin. I broke men far tougher and smarter than these pathetic puppets you dragged in here." He took a deep, calming breath, pushing the rage back down, letting the cold amusement surface again. He turned his gaze from Rubel to his father, his expression sobering, becoming serious, earnest. "Father," Lloyd said, his voice clear, steady, devoid of the earlier manic energy, but ringing with absolute confidence. "This is a fabrication, not a poorly constructed one." He gestured dismissively towards the 5 trembling witnesses. "These people are either bought or threatened. Their testimony is worthless." He met his father's intense, searching gaze. "Give me 1 day, father, 24 hours. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping but losing none of its conviction. "Tomorrow at the same time, I will return to this study, and I will prove my innocence and expose the truth behind this entire incident." Unequivocally. Before Rubel could sputter a protest, before he could argue against granting such leeway, Roy Ferrum acted. He raised a hand, silencing his brother instantly. He studied Lloyd for a long, intense moment, his gaze probing, assessing the unexpected confidence, the unwavering certainty in his son's eyes. Was it bluff? Arrogance? Or something else entirely? Something real? Against all established precedent, against the weight of the evidence presented, Roy Ferrum made his decision. "One day," Roy stated, his voice flat, betraying nothing. "24 hours. You will present your proof here tomorrow. Until then, this matter is suspended." He turned his gaze pointedly towards Rubel, a silent command to drop the issue. "Viscount, witnesses, you are dismissed." Rubel Ferrum stared, momentarily speechless. Thwarted by Roy's unexpected ruling, he shot Lloyd a look brimming with frustration and suspicion before schooling his features back into a mask of polite acquiescence. He bowed stiffly to Roy, ushered the terrified witnesses out, and departed, the slam of the study door echoing slightly louder than necessary. Lloyd remained seated, meeting his father's impenetrable gaze across the desk. He had bought himself time. Now, he had 24 hours to dismantle his uncle's scheme and deliver the proof he'd promised. The game, he thought with a surge of cold, fierce determination, was truly afoot. The heavy oak door of the Archduke's study clicked shut behind Lloyd, the sound echoing slightly in the sudden quiet of the corridor. It felt like emerging from a high-pressure chamber. The air outside thick, but breathable compared to the condensed tension within. He stood for a moment, letting the adrenaline hum fade, replaced by the cold, clear focus of tactical necessity. Point 1 day, 24 hours. Rubel had overplayed his hand, relying on flimsy testimony and the assumption of Lloyd's continued incompetence that a fatal miscalculation. Chapter 37. The confrontation replayed in his mind. Rubel's smooth, reptilian concern, the 5 terrified puppets mouthing their rehearsed lines. his own calculated, almost manic laughter that had momentarily shattered the room's gravity, and his father. Roy's reaction had been the most telling. The flicker of surprise, the visible disturbance at Lloyd's unexpected response, the final, almost reluctant granting of time. Roy suspected something wasn't right. He didn't trust Rubel implicitly, despite the power dynamics. That hesitation, that willingness to grant Lloyd a chance against the apparent evidence, was a crucial foothold. Now, leverage it, Lloyd thought, his stride lengthening as he moved through the grand, silent halls of the Ferrum estate. Portraits of stern-faced ancestors watched his passage, their painted eyes seeming to hold judgment. Sorry, Great Aunt Minerva, he mentally addressed a particularly formidable-looking woman clutching a scroll. No time for tea and existential dread today. Got a minor political coup to dismantle that he reached the door to his suite. Their suite, the mental correction automatic now, though no less ironic given the sophicentric reality. Pushing it open, he found the internal atmosphere subtly altered. The air still carried that cloying lavender citrus scent, a fragrance he was beginning to loathe with unreasonable intensity, and the inherent chill of Rosa's presence remained. But the static charge of hostility from the previous day had dissipated, replaced by something less aggressive, more watchful, like the quiet hum of a machine analyzing new data. Rosa was seated in the plush velvet armchair near the fireplace, which remained conspicuously empty and cold despite the evening drawing in. A thick tome lay open on her lap, but her gaze wasn't directed at the pages. The IT was fixed on the middle. Distance, lost in thought, or perhaps simply observing the dust motes dancing in the lamplight with more interest than her surroundings usually warranted. The lamplight carved sharp angles on her face, emphasizing the severe beauty, the almost sculptural stillness she maintained. She didn't look up immediately as he entered, but he felt the shift in her awareness, the slight refocusing of her attention. Subtle as the change in air pressure before a storm, he closed the door softly behind him, leaning back against the cool wood for a moment, observing her observation. Long day at the office? He quipped mildly, breaking the silence. Her head turned then, slowly, deliberately. Her dark eyes, shadowed in the dim light, fixed on him. They held no discernible emotion, no welcome, no curiosity, just that unnerving, analytical steadiness. The walls are thick, she stated, her voice a cool, level murmur, but sound carries when voices are raised in anger. A slight pause, or surprise. He raised an eyebrow. Surprise? Was someone surprised? Your laughter, she replied flatly. It was unexpected and loud. Ah, Lloyd acknowledged, pushing off the door and walking further into the room, stopping a safe distance from her chair. The invisible boundary between his sofa territory and her bed and armchair domain felt particularly distinct tonight. Apologies if I disturbed your reading. Family discussions can get a bit operatic sometimes. I heard the substance, she clarified, dismissing his attempt at deflection. Her gaze didn't waver. The accusations, the viscount, the witnesses. She recited the elements like items on a checklist. Your promise of proof. Gets around fast, doesn't it? Lloyd mused, running a hand through his hair. Estate gossip network working overtime, I suppose. Sound carries, she repeated, unimpressed by his nonchalance. Then, the direct question, delivered with the precision of a striking clock. What will you do? He noted it again, the subtle shift. Not can you, or how could you, but what will you do? A pragmatist inquiry to IT assumed capability, or at least intent. Interesting. Had slicing her cabinet earned him that much grudging credit? Or was she simply assessing the potential fallout on her own position, shackled as she was to this suddenly unpredictable variable named Lloyd Ferrum? Do. He echoed the word lightly, pacing a few steps towards the window, then back, deliberately projecting restless energy rather than concern. The usual, I suppose. Expose the liars, discredit the testimony, make my esteemed uncle regret his rather pathetic attempt at manipulation. He stopped, turning to face her more directly, letting a harder edge creep into his voice. Honestly, Rosa, it's amateur hour. Rubel thinks he's playing chess, but he's using checkers pieces and telegraphing every move. Checkers. The word sounded foreign on her lips, her brow furrowing slightly in incomprehension. A game, Lloyd waved it away. Simple strategy. My point is, this isn't complex. It's just tedious. He shrugged, gathering evidence against coerced witnesses, cross-referencing alibis, demonstrating motive. It's the sort of thing even children playing make-believe investigators could sort out. Chapter 38. He saw the flicker again, deep in her eyes, confusion. That delightful, logic-defying confusion that seemed to be his only effective weapon against her icy composure. Why was he dismissing a Viscount's scheme, backed by witnesses and targeting the Archduke's heir, as child's play? It didn't align with the data she had on him. The previously timid, easily intimidated version. You seem confident, she observed, her voice carefully neutral, giving nothing away. Shouldn't I be? Lloyd countered, raising an eyebrow. The truth is on my side. Facts are stubborn things. Witness testimony is also considered fact in legal proceedings, she pointed out coolly. 5 accounts against 1. Manufactured accounts, Lloyd shot back instantly. Worthless under scrutiny, easily dismantled. Ow! The question was sharp, quick. Genuine curiosity breaking through the frost? He smirked. Trade secrets. Rosa can't give away the whole game plan. He gestured vaguely. Suffice it to say, people under duress tend to make mistakes. People motivated by greed leave trails. That Rubel's mistake wasn't using witnesses. It was using these witnesses, sloppy. She processed this, her expression unreadable. Then a single, sharp nod. I see. The shutters came down again. The conversation, apparently, was over. She looked back towards her book, though Lloyd doubted she was actually reading it. The analytical engine behind her eyes was likely still processing the anomaly he presented. He watched her for another moment, feeling the familiar internal conflict. The urge to retreat to his sofa kingdom warred with the impulse to push further, to crack that icy facade just a little more. But he had work to do. Proving his point to Rosa was a side quest. Exonerating himself and undermining Rubel was the main objective. He turned towards the wardrobe. Needing a fresh tunic free from the lingering miasma of political maneuvering, he felt her gaze follow him again. He imagined her internal monologue, a whirlwind of conflicting data points. Startled cat 1 week, laughing predator the next. Mediocre student suddenly dissecting established theory. Dismisses Viscount's plot as trivial, possesses hidden, lethal power, acts with unnerving confidence, data inconsistent, logic circuits overloaded, requires further observation. Subject Lloyd Ferrum remains unpredictable. The small, almost invisible smile touched Lloyd's lips. Good, he thought. Let her wonder. Let them all wonder. Unpredictability was a weapon in itself. Right now, however, he needed tools more concrete than confusion, that he needed information. Leaving the strained silence of suite behind felt like stepping into clearer air. Lloyd moved with renewed purpose through the quieter, less opulent corridors leading towards the estate's nerve center. The servant hubs, the stable yards, the places where whispers traveled faster and truths were often less guarded than in the formal halls. He needed Ken Park. He didn't have to wait long. He rounded a corner near the entrance to the sprawling kitchens, a section currently quiet as evening duties wound down. A shadow detached itself from a deeper alcove. Ken Park materialized beside him, silent as ever, his presence instantly solid and reassuringly dangerous. Ken, Lloyd greeted him without preamble, nodding slightly. Young lord, Ken acknowledged, falling into step instantly. His gaze swept the empty corridor, assessing, ensuring privacy. The report to my father. Lloyd confirmed again, needing absolute clarity. Every detail of this morning. Ken was surprised and thought, how did he know that he was reporting to his father? But didn't show it in his face. Affirmative, young lord, Ken replied, his voice a flat baritone. The ambush, the aggressor's clear intent, your defensive measures, the nature and extent of the injuries inflicted. A full, factual account. My instructions not to intervene, explicitly included in the report. Excellent. Lloyd paused, glancing at the impassive bodyguard. Then you grasped the current situation, the accusations, the so-called witnesses? I was briefed by the Archduke's aide following your departure from the study, Ken confirmed. Viscount Rubel's narrative has been disseminated. His narrative is a lie, Lloyd stated baldly. My observations concur with that assessment. Young lord, Ken replied without hesitation. Good, Lloyd nodded again, appreciating the bodyguard's directness. Now about tomorrow. Ken spoke before Lloyd could continue, his voice still level but carrying that subtle weight Lloyd had noticed earlier. Young lord, if I may, your innocence requires no further proof beyond my testimony, as the Archduke's sworn retainer and sole direct witness to the incident in Weaver's Alley. My word carries sufficient authority to invalidate the claims of those 5 individuals. The matter can be resolved cleanly, efficiently. Lloyd stopped abruptly, turning to face Ken fully under the flickering light of a wall sconce. He saw the logic, the appeal of the easy path Ken offered. Rely on established authority. Let Ken's unimpeachable reputation settle the matter. Avoid the messy business of public refutation. Chapter 39. He met Ken's steady gaze. I appreciate the offer, Ken, sincerely, and your loyalty. He drew a breath. But no, Ken's expression didn't flicker, but Lloyd sensed the silent question. This isn't just about satisfying my father, Lloyd explained, his voice low but intense. This is about perception, about control, about sending a message. A message, young lord? Think about it. Cannot if I rely solely on your word? What will the whispers be? Of course the Duke's man backed the air. Power protects its own. Maybe the boy did provoke them. Maybe he did go too far. Ruble will spin it that way. Doubts will remain that my authority, my credibility, will still be questioned in every shadow, every corner of this court. He started walking again, forcing Ken alongside him. That's unacceptable. I won't let Ruble sow those seeds, that I won't let anyone think I acted unjustly or hid behind my father's shield. His fist clenched unconsciously at his side. They accused me. They brought false witnesses against me that I will dismantle their lies piece by painful piece, publicly, and leave no shred of doubt. His voice dropped further, laced with cold determination. It's about ego, yes, but it's also about establishing dominance. Ruble needs to understand that attacking me directly, even through pawns, has severe consequences beyond mere physical injury, that he needs to understand that his games won't work. Ken absorbed this, his impassive face giving nothing away, but Lloyd felt a subtle shift in the man's stillness, an understanding passing between them. Understood, young lord, Ken said finally, the subtle weight back in his voice. You intend to make a public demonstration. Precisely, Lloyd confirmed. And for that, I need ammunition. He retrieved the folded parchment from his tunic again, the list of names feeling heavier now. The witnesses, Ruble chose them for a reason. Find that reason. He handed the list over. Ken scanned it quickly, his eyes missing nothing. Standard background reconnaissance, financials, affiliations, known vulnerabilities. Everything, Lloyd commanded. Debts, gambling habits, sick relatives needing expensive care, grudges against the Archduke, secret allegiances, land disputes, illicit affairs, any potential lever Ruble might have used. Focus especially on any connection, however faint, to the Viscount himself or his known business interests and associates. I need to know who was bought and who was squeezed. Time frame, Ken asked, tucking the list securely away. Before sunrise, Lloyd stated flatly. Discreetly, I need that information laid out, analyzed, potential pressure points highlighted. It will be done, young lord, Ken affirmed. The certainty in his voice was absolute. My resources are yours to command for this task. Thank you, Ken, Lloyd said, relief mixing with the cold resolve. Ken Park's resources were legendary within the estate. A network of eyes and ears, access to records both public and private, and the skills to extract information others couldn't. With that data, I can craft the counter-narrative. He turned towards the wing housing the estate's extensive records archive. Now, Phase 2. While you handle the human intelligence, I'll handle the paper trail. Guild registries, property deeds, tax records. Sometimes the most damning connections are hidden in plain sight, buried under mundane bureaucracy. Ken nodded once more. I shall proceed immediately. And with that, he seemed to flow backwards into the deeper shadows of the corridor, vanishing as completely and silently as mist dissipating in sunlight. Lloyd watched him go for a moment, then turned towards the archives, his mind already racing, sifting through strategies, planning his approach. 23 hours. The clock was ticking, but the board was set, and the pieces were beginning to move according to his design. Ruble thought he was setting a trap. He was about to discover he'd merely provided Lloyd with a stage. The heavy oak door of Archduke Lloyd Ferrum's study swung inward, revealing a scene thick with calculated tension. Sunlight streamed through the tall, imposing windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced like oblivious sprites in the charged air. The very atmosphere felt compressed, heavy with unspoken accusations and simmering animosity. The rhythmic ticking of the grand clock on the mantelpiece seemed unnaturally loud, each measured beat marking the passage of the 20. For hours Roy had granted. Chapter 40. Lloyd Ferrum stood before the immense mahogany desk, a picture of calm composure that felt utterly at odds with the storm brewing within him. Beside him, a silent monolith in dark livery, stood Ken Park, his presence a quiet counterpoint to the drama unfolding. Lloyd had slept, surprisingly, not peacefully, but with the focused intensity of a soldier preparing for battle. The sofa, his unwanted kingdom, had offered little physical comfort, but the clarity of his plan, bolstered by the mountain of damning information Ken had compiled before dawn, provided a cold, sharp certainty that felt better than any rest. Across the expanse of polished wood and expensive rug, the opposition was assembled. Viscount Nobel Ferrum, Lloyd's uncle, stood radiating an aura of solemn gravity that barely concealed the smug triumph glittering deep in his calculating eyes. Beside him, practically mirroring his father's smugness, but adding a layer of arrogant disdain, stood Ryan Ferrum, Nobel's heir. Ryan's gaze flickered over Lloyd with open contempt, a sneer playing at the edges of his lips. Clustered near them, looking wretched and terrified, were the 5 witnesses from the previous day. They huddled together like sheep sensing wolves, their eyes darting nervously between the imposing figure of the Archduke, the smooth menace of Viscount Nobel, and the unnerving calm of Lloyd Ferrum. They twisted worn caps in their hands, shuffled their feet incessantly, and avoided eye contact at all costs. Adding a grotesque element of theater to the proceedings were 2 figures slumped in chairs placed strategically for maximum visibility, swathed head to toe in thick, stained bandages, leaving only small, dark openings for eyes that darted about wildly in mouths that emitted periodic, muffled groans of pain. They were tangible props in Nobel's carefully staged accusation. Point 2 of the 3. Loyal employees. Their suffering, whether entirely genuine or significantly exaggerated, was meant to underscore Lloyd's alleged brutality. But it was the final figure, standing apart near the shadowed bookshelves, that drew Lloyd's attention most acutely. Rosa, his wife. Dressed in a gown of striking emerald green, she was a figure of cool, almost unsettling stillness amidst the rising tide of emotion. Her face, framed by dark hair, was an exquisite mask of indifference, her posture erect, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond the immediate drama. Why was she here? Summons from Roy? Morbid curiosity? Or something else entirely? Something inscrutable unfolding behind those obsidian eyes. Her presence was a silent question mark in the room, an unpredictable element that Lloyd noted with grim amusement, seemed to interpret as advantageous. The Viscount shot a subtle, almost proprietary glance her way, a flicker of possessive pride suggesting he believed her presence somehow validated his position or signaled Lloyd's isolation. Fool, Lloyd thought. You understand nothing about her. Archduke Roy Ferrum surveyed the assembly from behind his desk, his face an impassive granite cliff face. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, missed nothing. The witnesses' fear, Nobel's confidence, Ryan's sneer. The victim's groans, Rose's stillness, Lloyd's calm. He gestured curtly towards his brother, a silent command. Viscount, the deadline has arrived. Present your case. Nobel Ferrum stepped forward, his movements smooth, practiced, projecting sorrowful duty. Your Grace, he began, his voice resonating with carefully modulated sincerity, pitched just loud enough to fill the study. It is with the heaviest of hearts that I stand before you again on this grim matter. Justice, however, demands no less. He turned slightly, encompassing the witnesses and victims with a sweep of his hand. Yesterday, we heard the clear, corroborating testimony of 5 impartial citizens who witnessed young Lord Lloyd's unprovoked assault. He paused, letting the accusation hang. Today, Your Grace, the picture becomes even clearer, even more distressing. Milo, Nobel addressed the first witness, the thin man with shifty eyes. Step forward. Tell His Grace precisely what you saw near Weaver's Alley 2 days prior. Speak plainly. Milo shuffled forward, swallowing nervously, his gaze fixed somewhere on Roy's imposing desk rather than his face. Why, yes, Excellency, Your Grace, I was just going about me business when I saw the young lord. Lord Ferrum, that is. He licked his lips, sweat beading on his brow despite the room's coolness. He comes storming down the alley like a thundercloud. Didn't say barely a word. Barely a word, Nobel prompted gently, subtly reinforcing the narrative. And no, just anger, pure anger on his face. And then he just lashed out. Hit poor Davin there. Milo gestured vaguely towards the bandaged figures. Right in the face. Sent I'm sprawling. And the reason for this attack? Nobel inquired, his tone implying the answer was obvious. Chapter 41, No Reason. Milo insisted, his voice rising slightly in panic. None at all. Those lads, he nodded toward the bandaged pair again. They wasn't doing nothing, just standing there. Maybe talking to some girls friendly like. It was savage, Your Grace. Uncalled for. He practically scuttled back into the cluster of witnesses. Elara. Nobel called the stout woman forward. Your account. Elara twisted her apron, her face pale. Just like Milo said, Excellency, I saw it all. Lord Ferrum looked like he was spoiling for a fight from the moment he turned the corner. Eyes all hard, you know. Those poor boys didn't stand a chance. He just attacked, shouting things too. Shouting. Rubel seized on the detail. What sort of things? Alara faltered, glancing nervously at Rubel. Well, angry things, Excellency. Threats like he owned the street, said he'd teach him who was boss. She wrung her hands. It was frightening. Frightening indeed. Rubel echoed gravely. He gestured to the other three witnesses. Do your accounts align with what Milo and Alara have described? Did any of you see any provocation from these young men? A chorus of mumbled no, Your Excellency, just like they said, and he just him, rose from the remaining three, their eyes wide with fear, their stories overlapping slightly, but sticking firmly to the core narrative of Lloyd's unprovoked, instant aggression. Rubel let the weight of their testimony settle before turning his attention to the bandaged figures, his voice softening with pity. And these poor souls, loyal servants of families connected to our own Ferrum line, he added, subtly linking them to the broader family structure, merely attempted to speak with their young lord yesterday, perhaps to understand the previous day's aggression. And for their troubles? He gestured towards the bandages. This horror, inflicted deliberately, cruelly. One of the bandaged men emitted a particularly long, drawn-out groan, shifting painfully in his chair. The smell of medicinal salve and something faintly unpleasant emanated from them. But the most heart-wrenching testimony, Rubel continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, drawing everyone's attention, comes from the innocent parties caught in the middle. He beckoned the two young girls forward again. They approached the desk like lambs to the slaughter, trembling visibly. Child, Rubel addressed the taller girl, his voice gentle, almost paternal. Please do not fear. Just tell the Archduke the truth. Few days ago, near Weaver's Alley, what happened? Did those young men, he carefully avoided naming the bandaged figures directly this time, bother you? Threaten you in any way? The girl shook her head violently, tears welling in her eyes. And no, Your Excellency. No, Your Grace, she choked out, her voice thin and reedy. They were nice, truly. We were a bit lost, see, and they just asked if we needed help finding the Weaver's Guild Hall. Showed us the way on a little map one of them had. She sniffled. They weren't mean at all. Map. Lloyd thought incredulously, that's a new one, creative. And then what happened? Rubel prompted softly. The second girl burst into loud, theatrical sobs, burying her face in her friend's shoulder. Lord Ferrum, she wailed between sobs. He came out of nowhere. He looked terrifying, like a demon. She shuddered dramatically. He yelled at the boys for talking to us, said they had no right. Then he hit one, just like the witnesses said, he said. She trailed off, sobbing harder. What did he say, child? Rubel pressed gently, milking the moment. What threat did he make? He said he'd burn them, the girl cried out, lifting her tear-streaked face. He said he'd burn them if they ever looked at us again. We were so scared. We just ran. She collapsed back in her friend's embrace, her small body shaking with contrived fear that it was a masterful performance of manipulation. Lloyd had to admit, albeit a crude one. Rubel had coached them well, layering specific lies onto the general narrative, playing on sympathy, painting Lloyd not just as aggressive, but as possessive, threatening, almost demonic. Ryan Ferrum, standing beside his father, allowed a small, cruel smile to touch his lips. He found the girl's performance particularly amusing. Viscount Rubel turned slowly, facing Archduke Roy, his expression now one of righteous conviction. Your Grace, his voice resonated with authority. The evidence is undeniable. Point 5 impartial witnesses. Point 2 grievously injured victims. The terrified testimony of the very girls Lord Lloyd claims he was protecting that paints a consistent, damning picture. An unprovoked, brutal assault driven by arrogance and rage, an abuse of power that stains the honor of our name. Chapter 42. He straightened to his full height, his gaze sweeping briefly over Lloyd with triumphant disdain before settling back on Roy. This cannot stand, Your Grace. For the sake of justice, for the sake of order, for the sake of the Ferrum reputation, there must be accountability. His voice hardened, the demand ringing clear. I repeat my request. Lord Lloyd Ferrum must kneel before these men he has wronged, apologize sincerely for his actions, and offer compensation for their suffering. Point 5 gold coins each. It is the least that can be done to redress this egregious offense. He folded his arms, looking expectantly at Roy, confident that the sheer weight of the orchestrated testimony left the Archduke no other option. Checkmate. The silence in the study stretched, thick and suffocating. The witnesses held their breath, The bandaged men fell silent, their groans momentarily forgotten. Ryan's smirk widened. Rubel stood tall, awaiting the inevitable judgment. Rosa remained perfectly still, an emerald statue observing the proceedings with inscrutable detachment. Ken Park hadn't moved a muscle, a pillar of stoic readiness beside Lloyd. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum's gaze remained fixed on his son. He had listened without interruption, his face revealing nothing. Now, the moment of judgment had arrived. The assembled players waited for him to lower the boom, to enforce the seemingly inevitable conclusion Rubel had so carefully constructed. Roy did not look at Rubel. He did not look at the witnesses or the victims. His intense, penetrating gaze remained locked on Lloyd. "Lloyd," Roy stated, his voice cutting through the thick silence like a blade, flat, devoid of judgment, yet carrying the immense weight of his authority. "Viscount Rubel has presented his case and his demands. The witnesses have spoken." He paused, letting the finality sink in. "The 24 hours I granted you have elapsed." He leaned forward fractionally, the movement drawing every eye. "You claimed you could prove your innocence. You claimed you could expose the truth." His voice dropped slightly, becoming impossibly quiet, yet resonating with absolute command. "The stage is yours. Present your proof." The air in the Archduke's study hung thick and expectant, saturated with the poison of Rubel's accusations and the weight of the fabricated testimonies. The Viscount stood smugly, arms folded, awaiting the inevitable capitulation. Ryan smirked, savoring the anticipated humiliation of his cousin. The witnesses trembled, caught between fear of Rubel and the imposing presence of the Archduke. The bandaged figures offered occasional, strategically timed groans. Rosa remained an enigma, a silent observer clad in emerald green. All eyes were on Lloyd, awaiting his defense, his excuses, his inevitable crumble under the orchestrated weight of evidence. Lloyd rose from his chair, not with defiance, not with anger, but with a calm, almost serene confidence that was deeply unsettling. He didn't immediately address his father or his uncle. Instead, he walked slowly, deliberately, towards the cluster of terrified witnesses, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Ken Park remained by the chair, a silent anchor. He stopped directly in front of them, close enough that they could smell the faint scent of soap and starch from his tunic, close enough that they couldn't avoid his direct, penetrating gaze. He looked at each of them in turn, his eyes lingering for a moment, seeming to peel back the layers of their fear and deceit. They flinched under his scrutiny, shuffling, looking down, anywhere but at him. "Milo," Lloyd began, his voice quiet but carrying easily in the tense silence. He addressed the thin, shifty-eyed man who had spoken first. "Milo Tanner runs a small stall selling slightly bruised fruit near the East Gate, correct? Always struggling to make ends meet, especially since acquiring that rather unfortunate gambling debt at the Lucky Griffin Tavern 2 months ago." Milo jerked as if struck, his face draining of all remaining color. He stared at Lloyd, mouth agape. "How? A debt currently held," Lloyd continued smoothly, ignoring the stammered question, "by a moneylender known to have close ties to certain interests affiliated with Viscount Rubel Ferrum, that a debt for which the collection methods were becoming increasingly persuasive, until perhaps a generous offer was made, an offer to clear the slate entirely, maybe even add a few silver coins on top, in exchange for a small service? A simple recitation?" Milo trembled violently, unable to speak, his eyes wide with terror. Chapter 43. Lloyd moved his gaze to the stout woman, Ilara. "Ilara Gable, your son, young Tim, suffers from the gray lung sickness, does he not? Requires expensive imported herbs from the Southern Isles, herbs far beyond your means as a washerwoman." His voice softened slightly, a hint of sympathy that made the underlying implication even sharper. "A desperate situation, point one, that makes a mother vulnerable. Perhaps vulnerable enough to accept assistance. Funds delivered discreetly, ensuring Tim receives his medicine, in return for remembering events near Weaver's Alley in a particular light." Ilara burst into tears, burying her face in her already damp apron, her shoulders shaking. He addressed the remaining three in quick succession, his voice remaining calm, almost conversational, yet each word landed like a precisely aimed blow. "And you, Jorn," he pointed to a burly man trying to shrink behind the others, "caught skimming from the guild warehouse where you work, facing expulsion, disgrace, possibly prison, until a certain foreman, known to take instructions from associates of the Viscount, offered to make the problem disappear for a favor. Hendry," he fixed his gaze on a pale youth, "involved in that brawl near the docks last week. The one where the harbor master's nephew got his jaw broken. Charges were about to be pressed. Magically, they vanished Coincidentally, right after you agreed to witness something for certain influential people. And finally, Martha, he looked at the last woman, older, face etched with worry lines. Your daughter's impending marriage, T.O., a respectable merchant's son, that a marriage threatened by the resurfacing of an old, embarrassing family scandal from your youth, that a scandal someone. His eyes flickered meaningfully towards Rubel, dug up and threatened to reveal. Unless you cooperated. He paused, letting the weight of the individual exposures sink in, watching the complete collapse of the witnesses' composure. Their terrified silence, their tears, their trembling, spoke louder than any forced testimony ever could. 5 people, Lloyd concluded, turning slowly away from the wreckage of their credibility to face his father and uncle directly. 5 lives, each with a vulnerability, debt, desperation, fear of disgrace, legal trouble, blackmail, levers, all conveniently pulled by individuals connected, directly or indirectly, to my esteemed uncle, Viscount Nobel Ferrum. His gaze locked onto Rubel's, cold and sharp. Coincidence? Or a rather clumsy pattern of coercion and bribery? Nobel Ferrum's face had transformed from smug confidence to disbelief, then rapidly darkening fury. The smoothness vanished, replaced by a harsh rigidity. Lies! Slander! How dare you impugn these honest folk based on rumor and speculation? He snarled, taking a step forward, his voice losing its controlled modulation. Rumor. Lloyd raised an eyebrow, pulling a neatly folded sheaf of parchments from within his tunic. Ken Park's overnight report, concise and damning. I assure you, Uncle, this is far more than rumor. Dates, names, amounts, connections documented. He didn't offer the parchments, merely tapped them lightly, letting the implication hang. Shall I elaborate further? Perhaps discuss the specific moneylender, the foreman, the source of the blackmail material? Rubel visibly recoiled, his face paling slightly. He recognized the threat. Lloyd wasn't bluffing. And now, Lloyd continued, his voice regaining its calm, almost gentle tone as he turned towards the 2 young girls who stood frozen, watching the proceedings with wide, terrified eyes. The final piece. He walked towards them, stopping a respectful distance away. He crouched slightly, bringing himself closer to their level, his expression softening entirely. Eliza, Maria, he addressed them by names Ken had provided. It's all right. You don't have to be afraid anymore. The girls looked at him, then glanced fearfully towards Rubel, then back at Lloyd, tears still streaming down their faces. Yesterday, Lloyd said gently, after our encounter, I sought you out, didn't I? The taller girl, Eliza, nodded hesitantly, wiping her eyes. And I warned you, didn't I? I told you that the people behind those men might try to silence you or force you to lie. He paused, letting them remember. I told you they might threaten you or offer your families things they desperately need. Both girls nodded again, more emphatically this time. And I told you, Lloyd continued, his voice full of quiet assurance, that no matter what they threatened, no matter what they promised, the truth was your strongest shield. I told you that if you were forced to lie today, you simply had to wait for my signal, and then tell the Archduke everything that truly happened. Didn't I promise I would protect you if you told the truth? Eliza looked straight at him, a flicker of hope dawning in her tear-filled eyes. Why, yes, young lord, you did. You promised. Chapter 44. Then tell him now, Lloyd urged gently, straightening up and gesturing towards his father. Tell the Archduke what really happened near Weaver's Alley 2 days ago. Tell him what those men said to you. Tell him how they blocked your path. Tell him how you felt. Eliza took a deep, shuddering breath, looked at her friend Maria, who nodded encouragement, and then turned to face the Archduke. Her voice, though trembling, rang with newfound conviction. Your Grace, she began, the words tumbling out in a rush. It wasn't like they said. Those men, they weren't helping us. They cornered us. They were saying awful things, making rude jokes we tried to get past, but they wouldn't let us. We were scared. Maria chimed in, emboldened by her friend. They called us names, Your Grace, and one of them tried to grab Eliza's arm. We were terrified. Then Lord Ferrum came. He didn't shout threats. He told them off. He hit the leader. Yes, but only after he wouldn't stop. And then he lectured them, like a schoolmaster. And yesterday, Eliza continued breathlessly, a man came to our homes, a scary man with cold eyes. He offered Papa money, lots of money. Said we just had to say the boys were nice, that Lord Ferrum was mean. He said bad things would happen if we didn't. Tears flowed freely again, but these were tears of relief, of truth finally spoken. The study was utterly silent, save for the girl's ragged breathing. The meticulously constructed narrative Rubel had built lay in ruins, shattered by the simple, heartfelt testimony of the children he had tried to manipulate, corroborated by the exposed vulnerabilities of his coerced witnesses. Lloyd turned slowly, deliberately, to face his uncle. The calm amusement was gone, replaced by a cold, scathing contempt. "Well, Uncle Rubel," his voice dripped with sarcasm. "A misunderstanding, you called it? Tragic overreaction?" He gestured towards the now silent, bandaged figures. "Or perhaps just another move in your long, pathetic game. Another attempt to discredit the main line, to sow discord, to position yourself closer to the seat you so desperately covet." He took a step towards Rubel, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "You think my father is blind. You think I'm blind to your ambition, to the whispers, to the convenient accidents that seem to follow those who oppose you." He leaned in slightly, invoking memories only he possessed from a future that never was, yet felt chillingly real. "Like your persistent attempts, previous understanding, to engineer an engagement between your arrogant whelp of a son." He shot a venomous look at Ryan, who paled significantly. "And Rosa Siddick?" Across the room, Rosa's head snapped up. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, the mask of indifference finally cracking, replaced by stunned disbelief. How? How could he possibly know that? The engagement discussions had been brief, secret, vehemently rejected by her father years ago. Long before her marriage to Lloyd was even contemplated, it was a hidden piece of family history. Buried deep. Lloyd's knowledge was impossible. "You," Lloyd spat at Rubel, ignoring Rosa's shock, focusing his ire entirely on his uncle, "have been maneuvering against the main branch for years. Undermining my father subtly, waiting for weakness, plotting this stunt, trying to frame me, using coerced witnesses and injured pawns, pathetic, desperate, and utterly transparent." Before Rubel could formulate a defense, before the sputtering rage could erupt into denial, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum moved. He rose slowly from behind his desk, his full height seeming to fill the room, radiating an aura of power far more potent than any spirit pressure. His face was thunderous, colder and harder than Lloyd had ever seen it. His eyes, fixed on his brother Rubel, blazed with a fury that promised retribution. "Rubel Ferrum." Roy's voice was deceptively quiet, yet it cracked through the tension like a whip, sharp and absolute. Every person in the room flinched. "You dare." He took a step around the desk, his gaze unwavering. "You dare orchestrate this farce? In my own study. You dare coerce witnesses? You dare attempt to manipulate my own son, the heir to this duchy." His voice rose steadily, each word dripping with contempt. "You dare plot and scheme against the head family, against me." Rubel visibly shrank under the onslaught, his earlier arrogance completely evaporated, replaced by stark fear. "Brother, it was a misunderstanding. I was misinformed. These witnesses—" "Silence!" Roy roared, the sound echoing off the stone walls, making the very air tremble. "I have tolerated your ambition, your maneuvering, your subtle undermining for far too long. Considered it political necessity, kinship." He practically spat the word. "No more." Chapter 45. He pointed a trembling finger at his brother. "Know this, Rubel Ferrum. If you or any member of your immediate family," his gaze flickered briefly towards the terrified Ryan, "ever attempt anything against the head family again, any plot, any manipulation, any whisper of dissent, I will not hesitate. I will strip you of your titles, seize your lands, and banish your entire line from the Ferrum name and blood forever. You will be erased." The threat hung in the air, absolute and terrifying. "As for this transgression," Roy continued, his voice regaining its icy control, "there will be immediate consequence. You will pay a fine of 100 gold coins to the ducal treasury by sunset tomorrow. A pittance, perhaps, but a public acknowledgement of your offense." He waved a dismissive hand towards the door. "Now, get out of my sight, all of you." He included the witnesses, the bandaged figures, and Ryan in the command. Rubel stared, aghast at the severity of the judgment, the public humiliation, the explicit threat of banishment. But he saw the unwavering resolve in his brother's eyes. He opened his mouth, perhaps to protest, then closed it again. Defeated, he bowed stiffly, a mockery of respect, turned on his heel, and stormed out of the study, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Ryan scrambled after him, shooting Lloyd one last look of pure hatred. The witnesses and the bandaged victims scurried out like frightened mice, vanishing into the corridor. Roy then turned his attention back to Lloyd, his expression still stern, but the overt fury lessening slightly, replaced by a complex mix of assessment and perhaps grudging approval. He also glanced towards Rosa, who was still processing Lloyd's impossible revelation about the engagement attempt, her usual composure visibly shaken. Furthermore, Roy declared, his voice resonating with authority once more, the matter of Viscount Nobel Ferrum and the conduct of his branch family will be the primary agenda item at the Ferrum Family Summit next week. His position, his influence will be reassessed thoroughly. The implication was clear. Rubel hadn't just failed. He had potentially crippled his own standing within the family hierarchy for years to come. Lloyd stood tall. Meeting his father's gaze, he had not only proven his innocence, but had turned his uncle's attack into a devastating counteroffensive, exposing Rubel's treachery and solidifying his own unexpected competence in his father's eyes. The game had decisively shifted. Day number 7, the number pulsed behind Lloyd Ferrum's eyelids even. Before the first intrusive rays of dawn managed to pierce the heavy velvet curtains, 0.7 days, 168 hours since reality had decided to hit the cosmic rewind button, depositing his 80-year-old consciousness back into this infuriatingly youthful, perpetually awkward 19-year-old body. 0.7 days back on Riverio, 0.14 days married to an ice queen. 0.7 days sleeping on. This that he cracked an eye open, greeted by the familiar, ridiculously ornate pattern carved into the ceiling plasterwork. Yup, still the sofa, still emitting that faint, aggressively floral scent of potpourri that seemed designed to induce headaches. Still boasting lumps in places furniture shouldn't even have places. 0.7 days, his internal monologue echoed, already picking up speed like a runaway minecart. Feels like 7 years. Or maybe just a particularly long, uncomfortable week trapped in aristocratic purgatory. He pushed himself up, swinging his legs over the side, the floorboards, predictably cold against his bare feet. Another day, another ducat, or maybe just another chance to not die humiliatingly before breakfast. A sigh escaped him, probably number 50, 60. He'd lost count yesterday amidst the Rubel-induced farce. This body seemed predisposed to sighing. Or maybe it was just the cumulative weight of 3 lifetimes pressing down. Focus, Lloyd. Today is important. Today was the 7th day. The final hurdle, the finish line for Operation Canine Cuisine Upgrade. 0.5. System coins. That was the prize. 0.5 precious coins that, added to the 8 he'd scraped together through furniture destruction, bully slapping, and impromptu economics lectures, would finally push him over the threshold. 0.10 coins to open the shop. 0.13 total. Enough. Barely enough, but enough. Anticipation thrummed beneath his skin, a low-voltage current chasing away the morning grogginess. The system. The shopping tree. That bizarre, potentially universe-altering catalog of power he'd stumbled upon in his first life. Understood on Earth, and now, finally, could use. What wonders, what horrors, what ridiculously overpriced upgrades awaited him behind that 10-coin paywall. He had to know. Chapter 46. He glanced towards the monolithic 4-poster bed shrouded in shadows across the room. Silence, and no movement. Was Rosa asleep? Meditating? Mentally composing scathing critiques of his breathing technique? Impossible to say. Since the revelation about the failed engagement plot Rubel had orchestrated years ago, a secret he shouldn't possibly have known, the already frigid atmosphere between them had acquired a new layer of bewildered tension. She hadn't asked how he knew. She hadn't asked anything. Just observed him with that unnerving, analytical intensity, like he was a particularly baffling physics problem she couldn't yet solve. Fine by me, he thought, grabbing his tunic. Let her analyze. Less chance of unexpected spirit pressure applications while she's busy running diagnostics. He dressed quickly, foregoing any attempt at nobleman finery. Simple trousers, sturdy tunic, practical. Today wasn't about impressing anyone. It was about function. He paused at the door, listening, still silent from the bed. Good that he slipped out, closing the heavy door softly behind him, leaving the scent of lavender and lingering questions in his wake. The grand halls of the Ferrum estate were hushed in the pre-dawn gloom, echoing slightly with his footsteps. Torches flickered in wall sconces, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. Ancestral portraits stared down from the walls, their painted eyes seeming to follow his progress with silent judgment. Morning, Great Uncle Forelag, he mentally nodded at a particularly grim-looking warrior in elaborate plate mail. Try not to frown so hard. You'll crack the varnish. He bypassed the kitchens today. The final ritual deserved more significance than a hurried exchange near the larders that he needed space. Quiet, a place less steeped in the suffocating formalities and simmering resentments of the estate proper. His steps carried him out through a side entrance, into the cool, damp air of the awakening gardens. Mist clung to the sculpted hedges and dripped from the leaves of ancient oaks. Muffling sound, creating a world of gray and green solitude. He followed a less traveled path, winding away from the main gardens, the gravel crunching softly underfoot. The air grew cleaner here, smelling of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, metallic tang of ozone that often preceded a storm. Or perhaps, just the proximity of potent magic that he reached his destination. A small, secluded pond nestled within a protective embrace of weeping willows, their long tendrils brushing the still, dark surface of the water. This felt right, calm. Removed at a place where the mundane rules of court intrigue felt distant, less relevant, that he stood at the water's edge, watching the sky slowly bleed from bruised purple to pale rose in the reflection. The silence was profound, broken only by the gentle plip of water dripping from willow leaves and the first tentative chirp of a waking bird. Okay, system 0.7 days. Paid my dues in poultry. He took a deep, centering breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. To let's see the payoff that he reached for the spirit stone tucked inside his tunic. Not the smooth, inert pebble it felt like a week ago. Now, it seemed to thrum faintly against his skin, holding a latent warmth that he pushed his energy into it. Not the hesitant trickle of before, but a confident, steady stream. The connection felt instantaneous, solid. The air before him didn't just shimmer this time, it vibrated, warping the reflection on the pond's surface. Light seemed to bend inwards, drawn toward a focal point with an audible, resonant hum that vibrated deep in Lloyd's chest. It wasn't a simple summoning. It felt like reality itself was being peeled back to allow something powerful to step through. Then, Fong materialized. Lloyd's breath caught in his throat. That he'd seen the progression, the daily improvements, but the final leap, it was staggering. This creature standing silently before him bore only a passing resemblance to the scrawny, hesitant wolf thing of 7 days prior. Fong was magnificent. Terrifyingly, so he stood taller now, radiating an almost visible aura of contained power that made the hairs on Lloyd's arms stand on end. His coat wasn't merely gray. It was the deep, shifting color of a thunderhead, heavy with unshed lightning, dark and sleek, with intricate, darker patterns swirling across his flanks like captured smoke. When he moved his head slightly, the light caught subtle undertones of deep indigo and electric blue. His form was lean, honed, every line speaking of speed and lethal grace. Muscles rippled beneath the storm cloud fur with fluid power, promising devastating speed and strength. Chapter 47. The apologetic ear droop was long gone. His ears were sharp, alert, constantly swiveling, sampling the air, catching nuances Lloyd couldn't perceive. The slight awkwardness of his posture was replaced by a quiet, intense stillness, the coiled readiness of an apex predator completely aware of its surroundings. And his eyes. His eyes had no longer the simple brown of a bewildered canine. They were a piercing, molten gold, burning with an unnerving intelligence that seemed to bore right through Lloyd, seeing not just the 19-year-old body, but the ancient soul trapped within. There was wisdom there, yes, but also a crackling, barely restrained energy that it felt like staring into the heart of a controlled storm. Okay, universe, point taken. Lloyd's internal monologue stammered for a rare moment. Note to self. Assumptions based on first life memories are potentially hazardous to my health. Weak wolf spirit? What was I smoking? This is something else entirely. To try to rationalize it again. Protein? Latent genetics? Magic? Screw it. It's magic. Powerful, scary, awesome magic currently staring at me like it knows my credit score. Fong lowered his magnificent head, the movement fluid and deliberate, and nudged Lloyd's outstretched hand gently. The touch sent a jolt, like static electricity, magnified. Tenfold, tingling up Lloyd's arm. Beneath the fur, he could feel the tightly coiled muscle, the thrumming energy. Right, Lloyd managed, his voice slightly hoarse. He retrieved the final offering. The whole roasted bird, looking suddenly inadequate compared to the creature before him. Day 7, Fong. Compliments of the chef and the system, apparently. Fong accepted the bird with a quiet dignity that felt almost regal, as he consumed it with focused efficiency, each bite precise, powerful, and frantic gulping. No tearing rush, just controlled, effective demolition. When the last bone was cleanly stripped, Fong looked up, those intense golden eyes meeting Lloyd's. He gave a distinct, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture so intelligent, so deliberate. It sent another shiver down Lloyd's spine. And then, the chime, clear as a struck bell, resonating solely within the confines of Lloyd's mind. Task complete. Operation Canine cuisine upgrade. Objective achieved. Spirit partner consistently nourished for 7 days. Result: exponential improvement in vitality and potential unlocked. Subject now exhibits vaguely robust status and significantly less existential angst. Reward issued: 5 system coins SC. Current balance: 8. Previous plus 5. Reward equals 13 SC. 13th, the number glowed invitingly in his mental vision. Finally, relief washed over him, quickly followed by a surge of fierce anticipation. The key that he had the key. System, he breathed, the word barely a whisper in the pre-dawn stillness, his gaze fixed on the empty air before him where the interface always appeared. Access, open to shop. Now. The air rippled, shimmered. The familiar translucent blue screen materialized, but it felt grander today, more substantial, edged with faint, pulsing lines of light. System notification: access threshold reached. Processing request. Accessing the shopping tree primary interface. Cost: 10 system coins deducted. Current balance: 13 minus 10 is equal to 3 SC. 3 left? Okay, cutting it fine but worth it. Congratulations, user Lloyd Ferrum. Welcome to the shopping tree, your one-stop cosmic catalog for all things power. Initializing first-time user protocols. Analyzing user profile. Profile analysis. Active bond detected with primary spirit designation. Fong. Spirit exhibits significant latent potential and untapped elemental affinity. Welcome bonus activated. Granting: one-time manifestation empowerment grant. Value: 100 system coins SC. Purpose: purchase of a single manifestation level ability for primary spirit Fong. Restriction: grant funds applicable only to abilities aligning with the spirit's inherent elemental affinity. Affinity scan complete. Spirit designation: Fong possesses a primary elemental affinity, lightning. Secondary affinities: dormant shadow. Lloyd blinked, rereading the message, his heart doing a startled leap. Lightning. Fong wasn't just some superwolf. He was a lightning spirit, and dormant shadow affinity, and a question mark? What the hell was this creature bound to him? The implications were staggering. And 100 free coins, specifically for a lightning power. It was like winning a lottery he didn't even know he'd entered. Lightning, he murmured, looking at Fong, who stood patiently, radiating that low-level electrical hum. Golden eyes watched him, knowing. Okay, Fong. Okay, that explains a lot. The speed of the transformation, the crackling energy, it all clicked into place. Another screen popped up, sleek, modern, vastly different from the basic text boxes he'd seen before. That IT pulsed with soft blue light, featuring intuitive-looking tabs labeled spirits, void powers, upgrades, consumables, miscellaneous. Most were grayed out, likely requiring higher access levels or more coins. But one section glowed invitingly. Manifestation abilities grant applicable, and below it, a prompt field. Blinked expectantly. Design manifestation ability, lightning affinity inner parameters. Beside it, a complex holographic keyboard shimmered into existence, hovering in the air before him, waiting for his input. Chapter 48 Design. I get to design it. The scope of the system was proving even more vast than he'd imagined. Not just buying preset powers, but potentially crafting them. He needed something effective, something fast, something that complemented Fong's predatory grace and his own less direct methods. His mind flashed back again, not to complex equations this time, but to the vibrant, dynamic world of anime from his Earth life. Lightning techniques, so many possibilities. Raw power like Thor. Fine control like many others, but one stood out: a technique famed for its speed, its lethality, its unique sound signature. Can the system handle something that's specific? He wondered, fingers hovering over the glowing keys. Only one way to find out. He began to type, translating the visual and auditory memory into descriptive parameters. He dictated mentally as his fingers flew across the holographic keys. User concentrates vast amount of lightning spirit energy in a primary limb. Forepaw/claw. Must induce dramatic burst speed enhancement during activation phase. Energy manifests as visible, crackling blue-white charge. Around the limb. Attack form. High velocity piercing thrust or slash. Must be capable of penetrating reinforced physical defenses and baseline magical shields. Critical parameter. Activation generates a unique, high-frequency auditory signature. Sound must resemble a dense chorus of birds chirping or chittering. He reread the prompt, ensuring he'd captured the key elements. Concentration, speed, piercing power, electrical visual, unique sound. Satisfied, he hit the generate button. The system interface pulsed, Text scrolled rapidly across the screen. Query received. Parsing parameters. Lightning affinity, limb concentration, speed boost, piercing damage, physical/magical, visual charge, blue/white. Auditory signature, avian chorus. Searching manifestation tier ability database. Cross-referencing elemental mechanics and sound wave generation principles. Optimal match identified. Generating ability profile. The search results vanished, replaced by a detailed ability description. Skill name, Thousand Chirp Strike. Affinity, lightning, tier, manifestation, description. Allows the spirit to gather and intensely concentrate lightning spirit energy into a single forelimb. This process generates a visible nimbus of crackling azure energy around the limb and grants a substantial, short-duration increase to movement and striking speed. The concentrated charge enables a high-velocity thrust or claw swipe capable of penetrating moderate physical armor and standard manifestation-level magical barriers. A distinctive, high-frequency, chittering sound, likened to 1,000 birds, accompanies the charge buildup and activation. Energy cost, moderate per activation. Cooldown, minimal, reliant on spirit's energy recovery. Lloyd read the description, a slow, dangerous grin spreading across his face. Thousand Chirp Strike that IT fit perfectly. Speed, piercing power, the iconic sound, and upgradable. The system hadn't just matched it, it had refined it, integrated it seamlessly. Bingo, he breathed. Without a second thought, he navigated the interface, selected Thousand Chirp Strike, and confirmed the purchase using the bonus grant. Grant funds applied. Transaction confirmed. 100 SC deducted. Acquiring skill, Thousand Chirp Strike manifestation tier, initiating spirit imprinting protocol, target, designation Fond. He felt it then. A tangible arc of pure energy leaping from the fading system interface, not towards him, but directly into Fong. The wolf stiffened, fur bristling, emitting a low growl that was less threat, more raw power surge. The air around Fong crackled audibly, filled with the impossible, high-pitched sound of thousands of tiny birds chirping frantically. Azure sparks danced along his dark coat. His golden eyes blazed with incandescent light for a split second. Then, as quickly as it began, the energy surge subsided. The frantic chirping faded, leaving only the gentle sounds of the pond and the low, powerful hum emanating from Fong himself. Imprinting complete. Skill Thousand Chirp Strike successfully integrated into Spirit Core Matrix. Current balance, 3SC. The system interface vanished. Lloyd looked at Fong, who shook his magnificent head once. The movement fluid, controlled. The wolf seemed sharper now, faster, even in stillness. The latent electrical power felt more focused, more readily accessible. Lloyd could feel the new ability settle within their bond, a tangible connection, a weapon forged of lightning and sound. Waiting patiently for the command to strike. A wolf spirit? No, a lightning elemental, with a dormant shadow. Affinity, and potentially more. Armed with the Thousand Chirp Strike, Lloyd let out a slow breath, the grin still firmly in place. The drab duckling wasn't just growing talons anymore, he was growing lightning claws that sang like 1,000 birds before they pierced your heart. Okay, Fong, Lloyd said softly, reaching out to rest a hand on the wolf's powerfully thrumming shoulder. Okay, things just got exponentially more interesting. 3 coins left in his account, but armed with hidden steel, innate fire, and now a lightning spirit capable of assassination-level speed. The game had changed, irrevocably. And he was just getting started. Chapter 49. The pre-dawn chill by the secluded pond felt less like a damp inconvenience and more like the aftermath of a contained explosion. The air still thrummed with the residual energy of Fong's transformation and the imprinting of the Thousand Chirp Strike. Lloyd rested a hand on the wolf spirit's shoulder, feeling the low-level vibration beneath the storm cloud fur, the quiet hum of contained lightning. Fong stood beside him, a magnificent, terrifying fusion of predatory grace and elemental power, his golden eyes surveying the misty landscape with an unnerving, ancient intelligence. Lightning spirit, Lloyd mused again, the implications still settling. Shadow, affinity dormant, question marks. What secrets was this creature hiding? What potential lay buried beneath the surface, waiting for the right key, or perhaps the right amount of system coins? The possibilities were both exhilarating and daunting. For now, though, having a manifested ability, a powerful offensive tool like the Thousand Chirp Strike, felt like a monumental leap forward, that he wasn't just a guy with a surprisingly tough wolf anymore. He was bonded to a nascent force of nature armed with lightning claws. He mentally dismissed the lingering system interface, the glow fading from his vision. 3 coins left. Practically broke in the cosmic superpower economy, he needed more. Much more. Upgrading Fong to Ascension, let alone Transcend, would require thousands of coins. Buying void powers, upgrading his own hidden steel and fire abilities, the shopping list in his head was already miles long and terrifyingly expensive. Just as the familiar sense of being cosmically underfunded began to settle in, a new notification flickered into existence, precise and informative. New primary goal detected. Task: awaken latent maternal bloodline. Description: user possesses dormant void power potential inherited from the maternal lineage, Austin family. System analysis indicates potential for unique synergies with paternal Ferrum abilities and spirit affinity. Awakening requires significant energy infusion. Objective: accumulate 100 system coins, SC, specifically designated for bloodline awakening ritual. Note: these 100 SC must be acquired after the initiation of this task. Existing balance, 3 SC. Not applicable. Lloyd stared. Maternal bloodline. His mother, Milady Austin, he knew her family possessed void abilities, respectable ones tied to sonic manipulation and sensory enhancement, but nothing overtly powerful or widely renowned like the Ferrum line supposed. Iron powers, dormant potential, unique synergies, another hidden layer. Gods, how much had he missed in his first life? But the requirement: 100 system coins. Specifically for this, his meager 3 coins wouldn't even count. He needed to earn a fresh 100 before the wave of how the hell am I supposed to do that could fully hit him. Another notification popped up detailing a new, permanent system function. System function unlocked. Currency conversion protocol. Mechanism: user may now convert standard Riverio currency into system coins. Daily limit: maximum conversion equivalent to 10 system coins, SC, per 24-hour cycle. Exchange rates: 1,000 bronze coins equals 1 SC. 10 silver coins equals 1 SC. 1 gold coin equals 10 SC. Conversion ratios: 100 bronze equals 1 silver. 100 silver equals 1 gold. Summary: user can acquire a maximum of 10 SC per day by converting 1 gold coin or 100 silver coins or 10,000 bronze coins. Lloyd's brain, the 80-year-old part accustomed to navigating complex financial systems, albeit Earth ones involving stocks, bonds, and the occasional dubious cryptocurrency, immediately started crunching numbers. 1 gold coin equals 10 system coins. Daily limit: 10 system coins. Okay, simple enough. Acquire 1 gold coin per day, feed it to the system, max out the conversion. Easy peasy, except my allowance, the 19-year-old part of his brain helpfully supplied, accompanied by a wave of remembered adolescent frustration. Why pathetic, barely covers new gloves and maybe a book allowance. How much was it again? He dredged up the memory. 15 gold coins per month, deposited discreetly into an account managed by the estate bursar. Enough to maintain appearances by necessities, perhaps indulge in a minor extravagance without needing to constantly petition his father, but hardly a fortune, especially by Archduke heir standards. He did a quick mental calculation. 15 gold per month. That meant he could max out the 10 SC daily conversion for 15 days per month. Pitiful that if he relied solely on his allowance, converting 1 gold coin daily whenever he could, it would take him 10 days of conversion spread across months just to get the 100 SC needed for the awakening task. Forget about accumulating the thousands needed for upgrades. This is ridiculous, he thought, scowling. That I have the cosmic equivalent of Amazon Prime for superpowers, and I'm stuck using pocket money like a teenager saving up for a concert ticket. Chapter 50, he recalled, with a fresh stab of irritation, his younger sister Jyothi's allowance. 50 gold coins per month. 50. Why the disparity? Was it because she showed more conventional promise? Because she was the spare, potentially needing a larger dowry or independent means later? Or was it just another subtle way Lloyd Ferrum expressed disappointment in his mediocre elder son? Whatever the reason, the unfairness rankled, especially now that gold coins had suddenly transformed into the currency of actual power. He quickly contextualized the allowance. 1 silver coin, roughly equivalent to a day's wages for a skilled laborer, maybe enough to buy a decent meal and a cheap room for the night. Similar, perhaps, to the purchasing power of a single US dollar back on Earth. Give or take inflation and interdimensional exchange rate weirdness. 100 silver coins and a gold coin. 15 gold coins a month meant his allowance was roughly 1,500 Earth bucks, respectable. Sure, enough to live comfortably if he were just a normal student. Enough to impress tavern girls or buy fancy boots. But not enough to fuel a system that demanded constant investment for real power. Converting his entire monthly allowance, 15 gold equals 150 SC total potential, would barely cover a basic void power rank up, let alone the high-tier upgrades he desperately needed. Okay, he muttered, running a hand through his hair again, the frustration mounting. Plan A, relying on allowance? Utter failure, leads to being broke and underpowered. Not an option. He looked at Fong, who sat patiently, golden eyes watching him, radiating barely contained lightning. Fong needed upgrades. His dormant shadow affinity needed exploring. Lloyd's own steel and fire abilities needed refining, needed ranking up beyond the basic understanding he'd clawed towards his first life. His potential maternal Austin bloodline needed awakening. All of it required coins. Hundreds, likely thousands of coins. Right? He straightened up, determination hardening his features. Plan B it is, then. Time to make some money. The thought immediately presented challenges. How did a 19-year-old Archduke's heir, closely watched, with limited freedom of movement and zero established business connections, suddenly start generating significant income? He couldn't exactly open a blacksmith shop specializing in magically enhanced steel. Too obvious, too many questions. That he couldn't leverage future knowledge of market trends without revealing his inexplicable prescience. He couldn't just invent something from Earth. The technological base here was too different, the magical factors too unpredictable. He needed something subtle, something that leveraged his unique advantages without exposing them. His Earth knowledge, his understanding of basic scientific principles unknown here, his analytical skills honed over decades. His mind flashed back to the previous day's lessons. Master Elmsworth, resource management, logistics, inventory control, ideas that had seemed radical, revolutionary, even to a seasoned academic. Tutor, ideas based on simple efficiency, observation, and data analysis. Principles largely ignored in Riverio's tradition-bound economy. Could he consult? Offer insights, develop optimization strategies for guilds, merchants, maybe even his own family's vast holdings? He pictured himself, the mediocre heir, suddenly presenting detailed reports on streamlining warehouse operations or maximizing forestry yields. IT would raise eyebrows. Certainly. Questions would be asked. Where did he get these ideas? But maybe he could frame it correctly. Attribute it to diligent study, a different perspective, applying principles learned from obscure texts found in the family archives. It was thin, perhaps, but plausible enough to deflect immediate suspicion, especially if the results were profitable. Profit tended to smooth over awkward questions. He looked down at his remaining 3 system coins displayed mentally. Pathetic, he needed 1 gold coin today to max out the conversion. Where could he get 1 gold coin quickly, discreetly? Selling something? Unlikely he owned anything valuable enough that wouldn't be missed. Borrowing? From whom? Jyothi? Unlikely she'd lend it without asking why, and definitely unlikely she'd keep quiet about it. His gaze drifted back towards the main estate, hidden beyond the trees, the treasury. His father controlled the main coffers, but surely there were discretionary funds, household accounts. No, he shut down that line of thinking immediately. Stealing from his own family, even borrowing without permission, was a line he wouldn't cross. Not just morally, but strategically. If discovered, it would destroy the fragile trust he was beginning to build with his father. Okay, plan C for immediate funds. Tasks. The system offered them. Slapping bullies, surviving spousal wrath, lecturing tutors they paid, albeit poorly. Were there higher-paying tasks available? Exceptional deeds? Maybe something. Tied to his developing powers? He needed to be more proactive, seek out opportunities, not just wait for them to fall into his lap. He took another deep breath, the scent of damp earth and ozone filling his lungs, right? New priorities. Chapter 51. Max out daily currency conversion. 1 gold coin 10 SC, whenever possible. Requires acquiring 1 gold coin daily. Actively seek and complete system tasks for supplementary income and potential direct rewards. Develop a plausible cover story and begin subtly leveraging his knowledge to generate legitimate income. Consulting, optimizing, finding inefficiencies others missed. Accumulate 100 SC specifically for the maternal bloodline awakening task. Survive, preferably without ending up back on the sofa permanently. It was a tall order. But looking at Fong, feeling the crackle of nascent power within his own blood, Lloyd felt a surge of determination he hadn't known since his desperate, vengeance-fueled years in his first life. This time wasn't just about survival or revenge. It was about building something, becoming something more. And step 1, apparently, was figuring out how to make a quick buck without raising too many alarms. The life of a secret, time-traveling, cosmically empowered protagonist, he reflected wryly, involved a surprising amount of financial planning. The transition from the muted chaos of the Ferrum Estate's day to the heavy stillness of evening always felt abrupt within the confines of Lloyd and Rose's shared suite. Outside, torches were being lit, guards changed shifts. The low murmur of servants preparing for night duties might drift faintly down the corridors. But inside, silence. A thick, almost tangible silence layered over the low-grade hum of unresolved tension and the ever-present, cloying scent of lavender and citrus potpourri. Lloyd Ferrum sat cross-legged on the dreaded sofa, eyes closed, attempting meditation, or rather, attempting the frustrating, often futile process of cultivating spirit energy with his singularly unimpressive spirit core. He'd spent the better part of the afternoon reviewing Ken Park's meticulously gathered intelligence on Rubel's coerced witnesses, cross-referencing it with data gleaned from the dusty estate archives. The case against his uncle was solidifying nicely, the immediate crisis was handled, and the adrenaline subsided. But he needs to be prepared for the future, which left him with a gnawing, persistent problem. Money. Or rather, the distinct lack thereof. 3 system coins. A balance so pathetic it was almost insulting. He needed 100 fresh coins just to unlock his maternal bloodline. He needed 1,000 for upgrades. His brilliant plan to leverage his earth knowledge into a consulting gig felt nebulous, too slow, too many variables. What he needed was a product, something tangible, something profitable. Now, think his internal monologue prodded, running parallel to his attempts to feel the faint trickle of ambient spirit energy in the air. Leverage earth knowledge. What did earth have that Riverio desperately needs? His mind cycled through increasingly ridiculous options. Antibiotics. Requires microbiology, fermentation vats, sterile conditions. Yeah, no, too complex too. Likely to get him burned as a plague-spreading warlock. Internal combustion engine, metallurgy nightmare. Fuel refining. Forget it, thought he'd be lucky to build a steam engine that didn't explode, let alone miniaturize it for carriage. The internet, he mentally snorted. Right? First, invent computers, fiber optics, global satellite networks, and maybe teach everyone binary. Simple. Automated pizzeria drone delivery service? Okay, brain, now you're just being stupid. Stop it. The sheer scale of the technological and magical disparity was overwhelming. Finding a simple, implementable, profitable idea felt impossible. His mind was a whirlwind of advanced concepts, quantum physics, genetic engineering, advanced material science. Utterly useless in a world that considered well-crafted steel a near miracle and relied on carrier pigeons for urgent news. Maybe I should just focus on getting stronger first. He conceded internally, frustration mounting. More power, more options, which brought him back to the current, equally frustrating task, meditation. Trying to coax his sluggish single-spirit core into absorbing ambient energy felt less like mindful cultivation and more like trying to inflate a car tire with a bicycle pump. A rusty bicycle pump. With a leak. He focused, trying to replicate the techniques Master Arnold had patiently and fruitlessly explained in his first life. Feel the flow, draw it in, guide it to the core, refine it. Easy for some apparently. For him, it felt like trying to catch smoke with tweezers. He could sense the energy, a faint tingling static in the air, richer within the magically saturated walls of the estate than out in the common streets. But drawing it in, that was the bottleneck. His core felt constipated, reluctant, stubbornly, inefficient. Across the room, shrouded in the deep shadows beyond the lamplight's reach, Rosa Siddick shifted slightly on the massive 4-poster bed. She wasn't asleep. Her own cultivation session had concluded hours ago, her 3 efficient spirit cores humming contentedly, having absorbed and processed more energy in an hour than Lloyd likely managed in a week of dedicated effort. Chapter 52. Her senses, sharpened by her cultivation and innate talent, registered the subtle shift in the room's energy patterns. A clumsy, inefficient draw. A focal point of concentration emanating from the sofa. She didn't turn her head, didn't betray her awareness with any outward sign. Her mind, however, processed the new data point with cool, logical precision. Subject: Lloyd Ferrum. Activity: attempting spirit energy cultivation. Method: seated meditation. Efficiency: extremely low. Energy absorption rate minimal, comparable to baseline untrained individuals. Observation: first recorded instance of subject engaging in dedicated cultivation practice since cohabitation began. Correlation: follows recent pattern of anomalous behavior, increased confidence, unexpected knowledge display, application of previously unknown void power, defiance of familial authority. Hypothesis: subject may be initiating rudimentary self-improvement protocols following external stimuli. Political threat. Marital dissatisfaction. Motivation unclear. Probability of significant power increase based on current efficiency. Negligible. Conclusion: continued observation warranted. Deviation from established behavioral baseline noted. An surprise flickered across her impassive features, an curiosity in the human sense. just the cold, analytical processing of new information, slotting it into the complex, evolving equation that was her new husband. The inconsistency remained baffling, illogical, but the data points were accumulating. The previously predictable variable was becoming erratic. It's just Lloyd's internal joke about Rosa. Lloyd gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow despite the coolness of the room. He could feel something that a trickle, like trying to sip thick soup through a narrow coffee stir. He visualized the energy flowing, pooling, strengthening his core. IT felt less like a pool and more like a damp patch forming very, very slowly on parched earth. He felt a faint mental nudge, a sense of powerful, watchful presence at the edge of his consciousness. Fong. Even dismissed, the bond remained, a thrumming connection. He could feel the wolf spirit's potent energy signature. The contained lightning humming patiently. IT was almost mocking, comparing Fong's effortless power to his own pathetic struggle. Yeah. Rub it in, Lloyd thought wryly towards the mental presence. Some of us weren't blessed with supercharged lightning cores. Okay, some of us are working with hamster wheels. That he persisted for what felt like an eternity, fighting the urge to just give up and read one of the dusty novels hidden under the sofa cushions. The net gain felt minuscule, almost imaginary. Was this even worth the effort? According to the system, spirit power stages offered exponential increases. Manifestation was okay. Ascension was 10 times stronger, transcend another tenfold leap. Even a small improvement now could pay dividends later. If he lived that long, that if his core didn't actually die of boredom first, an hour crawled by, marked by the slow, rhythmic ticking of the unseen clock. Finally, Lloyd released his focus with a weary sigh that ruffled the stagnant air. He felt marginally less pathetic? Maybe. Hard to tell. Mostly, he just felt cramped from sitting cross-legged on the lumpy sofa and mentally drained from the dual effort of cultivation and brainstorming failed business ventures. He pushed himself stiffly to his feet, muscles protesting slightly. Definitely 19. He needed to clear his head, wash away the lingering frustration and the faint scent of failure. He padded across the plush carpet towards the adjoining washroom, a small chamber appointed with the usual aristocratic necessities. A porcelain basin, a large ewer filled with cool water, fluffy towels embroidered with the Ferrum crest, the constipated line again. But he splashed cool water onto his face, the sensation sharp and refreshing that he scrubbed vigorously, rinsing away the sweat and the feeling of sluggish energy clinging to his skin. Habit, ingrained from 80 years on Earth, made him reach instinctively towards the side of the basin. His hand closed on empty air where a bottle of face wash should have been. He froze, hand hovering, the memory hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Right? Earth, face wash. Cleansers specifically designed not to strip away your epidermis along with the grime. Small luxuries utterly absent in Riverio. That he remembered the soap commonly used here, even in noble households. Harsh blocks made primarily from rendered animal fat, tallow, and lye, sometimes crudely scented with overpowering floral or herbal oils to mask the underlying funk. IT cleaned. Yes, in the same way sandpaper cleaned wood. Effective, but brutal. Using it on your face was an exercise in masochism, leaving skin tight, red, and begging for mercy. He'd avoided it religiously in his first life, preferring plain water. No wonder everyone here looks slightly windburned, he thought, a wry smile touching his lips. Their soap probably doubles as paint stripper. And then it hit him, not with a blinding flash, but with a quiet, insidious click like tumblers falling into place in a complex lock. Soap, not the harsh, lye-heavy blocks currently in use. Proper soap. Chapter 53. His mind raced. The 80-year-old former Army officer and engineer, suddenly awake and buzzing with potential. Saponification, the basic chemical reaction wasn't complicated. Fats or oils plus lye, alkali, soap plus glycerin. Earth Science 101. The key was control, careful measurement. Using plant-based oils, olive oil, coconut oil, if he could source it, maybe even nut oils, instead of just tallow. Controlling the lye concentration precisely to ensure complete reaction, leaving no harsh, skin-burning alkali behind. Adding natural moisturizers, maybe glycerin itself, a byproduct often removed in crude soap making, or lanolin from sheep's wool, scenting it delicately with distilled essential oils, not overpowering perfumes, coloring it with natural pigments, shaping it elegantly. Luxury soap, gentle cleansing bars, scented, moisturizing, beautifully crafted. He looked at his reflection in the small, polished mirror above the basin. His eyes were wide, alight with sudden, fierce excitement. This wasn't a complex technological marvel requiring unobtainable resources. This was basic chemistry, applied intelligently. The potential market. Nobles paid fortunes for imported perfumes from distant lands, for silks, for spices. They valued luxury, refinement, comfort. Would they pay for soap that didn't feel like washing with gravel? Soap that left their skin soft, clean, subtly scented? Gods, yes, he thought, the possibilities blooming rapidly that they'd pay through the nose. Wealthy merchants, guild masters' wives, anyone with disposable income and sensitive skin. It was a completely untapped market. Production? Relatively simple. He could start small, maybe even use a corner of the estate kitchen's off hours, acquiring oils, carefully sourcing or preparing the lye. The tricky part requiring care, experimenting with scents. Challenges? Guilds, maybe. Existing soap makers, probably operating under some minor craft guild, might object. Sourcing consistent, high-quality oils might be difficult initially. Distribution, marketing. But compared to building a fusion reactor or establishing interplanetary trade routes, this felt achievable, scalable, profitable. Fast as he gripped the edge of the basin, his knuckles white, the initial spark of an idea rapidly solidifying into the framework of a viable business plan. Forget consulting for now. This was tangible. This was product-based. This could generate the gold coins he needed. Consistently. Maybe even quickly. Enough to max out the daily system coin conversion. Enough to start funding his real goals. He splashed more water on his face, not just to refresh, but to ground himself in the sudden surge of adrenaline. Soap. Who knew salvation might come in the form of a well-crafted bar of soap? He glanced back towards the main room, towards a shadowed bed where Rosa presumably still sat, oblivious to the chemical revolution plotting itself in her husband's mind next to the wash basin. 0.1 gold coin a day, 0.10 system coins. The bloodline awakening, upgrade for Fong. Refining his own powers. That IT all started here, with lye, oil, and a desperate need for capital. The slow, determined smile spread across Lloyd's face. All right, Riverio, he thought, the weariness replaced by focused energy. Prepare to get clean, whether you like it or not. The soap business was officially open. Mentally, at least. Step 1. Figure out how to make lye without blowing up the washroom. The air in. Training ground 3 smelled faintly of packed earth, old sweat, and the subtle metallic tang that often lingered after vigorous void power exertion. Unlike the meticulously manicured garden surrounding the main estate, this area was functional, almost stark. High stone walls, scarred from countless impacts, enclosed a wide, flattened expanse of dirt that a few weathered wooden posts served as practice dummies, bearing the brunt of swords. Energy blasts, and probably sheer frustration. It was secluded, practical, and blessedly free of popery. Lloyd Ferrum stood near the center of the grounds, the morning sun warming his back. Beside him, radiating a low-level hum of contained energy that made the air around him feel crisp and electric, sat Fong. The 7 days of dedicated feeding, coupled with whatever mysterious system shenanigans or innate potential had been unlocked, had transformed him. Gone was the hesitant, scruffy wolf-thing that in its place was a creature of storm clouds and shadow, sleek muscles rippling beneath a coat the color of twilight thunder. Golden eyes burning with unnerving intelligence, he looked less like a summoned spirit and more like a demigod, trying very hard to pretend he was just a wolf. Standing a respectful distance away, near the scarred perimeter wall, was Ken Park. Immovable, silent, dressed in his usual dark, practical livery, his face an impassive mask. He'd followed Lloyd here without a word, accepting the destination as implicitly as he accepted any command from the Ferrum household. He was professionalism given human form, albeit a form likely capable of snapping trees in half. Chapter 54. All right, Ken, Lloyd called out, breaking the quiet hum of the morning. His voice sounded younger than he felt, a constant source of internal dissonance. Appreciate you meeting me here. Ken inclined his head fractionally. Young lord, how may I assist? His voice was the usual flat baritone, betraying nothing. Lloyd gestured towards Fong, who rose fluidly to his paws, stretching with a predator's liquid grace that hinted at terrifying speed. My spirit partner, Lloyd began, choosing his words carefully. He's undergone some development. I require an assessment, a practical evaluation of his current capabilities. He saw Ken's gaze sweep over Fong. Professional assessment, devoid of surprise or curiosity, though Lloyd couldn't help but wonder what the stoic bodyguard really thought of the wolf's dramatic glow-up. Had Ken noticed the near-overnight transformation? Probably. Did he care why? Unlikely. Duty was Ken's operating system. I need a sparring partner for him, Lloyd continued. Someone strong, controlled. Someone who can provide a genuine challenge without necessarily aiming for incapacitation. He paused, meeting Qin's steady gaze. Your spirit, Qin, Reborn. Would you be willing to summon him for a brief session? Okay, here we go, Lloyd thought internally, a flicker of nervous energy mixing with anticipation. Asking the Archduke's top bodyguard, a man whose power level is probably several tiers above mine, even with my hidden tricks, to use his main spirit for a glorified dog and pony show, he half-expected Qin to politely decline, citing security protocols or the inappropriateness of using a high-level spirit for such a mundane task. But Qin Park simply nodded again. The movement economical, precise. As you command, young lord. Reborn can provide adequate resistance for assessment. No questions. No hesitation. Adequate resistance. Lloyd mentally chuckled. Understatement of the century, he knew Reborn. From fragmented memories of his first life, from whispered rumors among the estate staff, from the sheer weight of Qin's own power signature. Reborn wasn't just adequate. It was a walking siege engine with a fiery temper. Manifestation level only, of course, Lloyd added quickly, just to be safe. No need for advanced forms today. Understood. Qin confirmed. He took a half step back, creating more space. His hands remained loosely at his sides, but Lloyd felt the subtle shift in the air around him, the gathering focus, the thrum of void energy specific to Qin's lineage mixing with a nascent call to his spirit core. Okay, Fong. Lloyd sent a silent thought towards his partner, feeling the wolf's heightened awareness respond instantly. Showtime. Let's see what that 100-coin bonus skill can really do. Qin made no grand gestures, uttered no arcane words. He simply closed his eyes for a brief second, and the ground before him seemed to darken, radiating heat. The air shimmered violently, like looking over scorching pavement on a summer day. A low, rumbling sound emanated from the distortion, growing rapidly into a bass snort that vibrated in Lloyd's bones. With a final, explosive shimmer, reality seemed to tear, and Reborn solidified into existence. The creature was immense, easily twice the size of a normal bull. Its body was a powerhouse of corded muscle covered in thick, reddish-brown hide that seemed to absorb the sunlight. Steam puffed from its flared nostrils with every powerful exhalation. Its eyes were intelligent but held a core of primal fury, glowing faintly like embers, and sprouting from its broad forehead were two massive horns, wickedly sharp, dark as obsidian, but seeming to pulse with an inner heat. The air around Reborn instantly grew warmer, carrying the faint scent of sulfur and hot metal. This was Qin Park's spirit partner, a literal force of nature, grounded and brutally powerful, the perfect embodiment of controlled destruction. Lloyd felt Fong tense beside him, not with fear, but with instinctive primal challenge. The lightning energy humming around the wolf intensified, crackling faintly, a stark contrast to Reborn's earthy, fiery presence. Air versus earth. Lightning versus fire. Speed versus brute force. Impressive as always, Reborn, Lloyd commented aloud, mostly to fill the sudden, heavy silence. Qin opened his eyes, his gaze fixed impassively on his spirit. Reborn is ready, young lord. Lloyd remembered Reborn's abilities from hazy fragments of memory and deduced knowledge. Fireballs launched from its mouth, concentrated beams of heat lancing from those formidable horns. Raw, destructive power in its ascension form, which Qin thankfully wouldn't use now. Reborn became a towering, burly, middle-aged man, still horned, capable of wielding fire magic with terrifying proficiency. Manifestation-level Reborn was challenge enough for today. He focused back on Fong. All right, Fong, Lloyd commanded, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. Engage, attack pattern alpha. He didn't actually have numbered attack patterns, but it sounded suitably commanding, he thought. Chapter 55. The command hung in the air for less than a heartbeat. Fong didn't roar. He exploded in a motion. 1 second, he was sitting alertly beside Lloyd. The next, he was a blur of storm gray, first streaking across the packed earth towards the massive ox spirit. The speed was breathtaking, far exceeding what any normal wolf, or even most manifestation-level spirits, should be capable of. As Fong closed the distance, Lloyd felt the familiar tingling surge through their bond. He watched, holding his breath, as Fong lowered his head slightly, pouring energy into his leading foreleg. Now, the air ripped apart with sound. Not thunder, not a roar, but a piercing, impossibly high-frequency shriek that drilled directly into Lloyd's ears, the sound of 1,000 frantic birds trapped in a lightning storm. Simultaneously, Fong's right foreleg erupted in a blinding nimbus of crackling. Blue-white energy. The fur seemed to recede, replaced by pure, solidified lightning, sparks dancing wildly, illuminating the wolf's focused, golden eyes. Chit-Re. The name screamed in Lloyd's mind, an echo from another world, another lifetime of stories. Thousand chirp strike. The sheer novelty, the intensity of the energy signature, the bizarre, ear-splitting sound. It finally cracked Ken Park's legendary stoicism. Lloyd saw it clearly. Ken's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, his usually impassive face registering a flicker of pure, undiluted surprise. He hadn't expected this. Not this speed, not this energy concentration, not this sound. Reborn, defend. Ken's command was instantaneous, sharp, reacting purely on instinct honed over countless battles. The massive ox spirit reacted with surprising speed for its bulk. IT let out a bellowing snort, lowering its head. Horns angling defensively, IT stomped a massive hoof, perhaps preparing a fire shield or an earth barrier. But Fong was too fast. The thousand chirp strike connected before Reborn's defense could fully solidify. There wasn't a massive explosion, just a sharp crack hiss as concentrated lightning met dense, magically resistant hide. Fong's energized claws raked across Reborn's thick shoulder, leaving behind 3 shallow but distinct gouges. Smoke curled from the wounds, carrying the sharp, acrid smell of ozone and burned hair. The edges of the scratches glowed faintly for a second before fading. Fong recoiled instantly, landing lightly on his paws several yards back, the crackling energy around his leg dissipating, the piercing birdsong fading, leaving only the low hum of his own power. Reborn let out an enraged bellow, shaking its massive head, the ember glow in its eyes intensifying. IT glared at the smoking scratches on its shoulder, then fixed its furious gaze on the lightning wolf. Lloyd released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. To IT work. IT actually work. IT wasn't a devastating blow against a powerhouse like Reborn, but it landed. IT drew blood. Or at least, smoking furrows. That IT proved the skill's potency. Ken Park's gaze flickered from the wound on Reborn back to Fong, then briefly to Lloyd. The surprise was gone, replaced by his usual professional assessment, though perhaps with a new layer of calculation behind his eyes. Impressive, Ken stated calmly, his voice betraying none of his earlier shock. That he analyzed the damage, the energy signature. The technique concentrates significant electrical energy into a focused point. Speed and penetration potential are noteworthy. He paused, considering. Designation initial rank skill, perhaps. Yet the output, the sheer firepower for its rank, is considerable. Initial rank? Lloyd mentally scoffed. Maybe the base skill is, but the system likely allows upgrades. This felt stronger than any baseline initial rank attack I remember. Still, Ken acknowledging its considerable firepower was high praise from the stoic bodyguard. Reborn, now fully alert and enraged, pawed the ground, snorting plumes of smoke. Its horns began to glow with dull red heat. Again, Fong, Lloyd commanded, wanting to see more. Probe the defenses. Fong launched forward again, a gray-blue streak against the reddish-brown bulk of the ox. He feinted left, then darted right, lightning gathering around his claws again. The thousand birds shrieked, tearing through the air. But Reborn was ready this time. IT sidestepped heavily, horns sweeping down in a fiery arc, forcing Fong to abort the strike and leap back, landing gracefully. That a small ball of fire erupted from Reborn's mouth, hurtling towards Fong. The wolf dodged with contemptuous ease, the fireball exploding harmlessly against the packed earth behind him, leaving a blackened scorch mark. Chapter 56. The next few minutes were a dazzling, dangerous dance. Fong, embodying speed and lightning, darted in and out, launching feints, testing Reborn's reactions. Crackling blue energy flickered around his claws intermittently as he prepared strikes, the high-pitched chirping sound becoming a herald of near-instantaneous attack. Reborn, embodying earth and fire, held its ground, countering, with surprising agility for its size, intercepting lunges with sweeps of its burning horns, launching fireballs that Fong evaded with fluid grace, stamping hooves that sent shockwaves through the ground, and more direct hits landed. Reborn, wary of the piercing lightning claws and guided by Ken's silent commands, defended flawlessly. But Fong's performance was undeniably spectacular. The sheer velocity, the arcs of azure lightning, the constant, unnerving chirp accompanying his attacks. It was a lightning wolf show, as Lloyd thought. Of it, a whirlwind of electric energy against immovable fiery force. IT showcased potential, agility, and the raw power of the thousand chirp strike, even if it couldn't consistently breach Reborn's expert defense after the initial surprise. After another near miss where Fong dodged a searing laser beam from Reborn's horns by a hair's breadth, Lloyd decided he'd seen enough. The point was made. The skill worked. Fong was capable. Enough, Fong, Lloyd called out. Stand down. Instantly, Fong disengaged. The crackling energy fading completely, he trotted back to Lloyd's side, panting slightly but showing no sign of serious fatigue, his golden eyes burning with exhilaration. Reborn ceased its attacks, snorting impatiently, the glow fading from its horns, but its furious gaze remained locked on the wolf. Dismissed, Reborn, Ken said calmly. With a final, grudging snort towards Fong, the massive ox spirit dissolved into shimmering heat waves, leaving only the faint smell of sulfur and scorched earth behind. Lloyd reached down, running a hand over Fong's head, feeling the powerful thrum beneath his palm. Good work, buddy. Very impressive. He looked up at Ken, who was approaching slowly, his face back to its usual impassive mask. Assessment complete, young lord, Ken stated. Your spirit possesses remarkable speed and agility. The lightning-based attack demonstrates significant offensive potential, exceeding expectations for a standard manifestation-level ability of its apparent rank. Indeed, Lloyd agreed, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He still had only 3 system coins, but the demonstration had been worth far more. He had a weapon, he had a partner whose potential seemed boundless, and he had definitely given the unflappable Ken Park something new to report to his father. Thank you for your assistance, Ken, Lloyd said sincerely. Ken merely nodded. At your service, young lord. As they turned to leave the training ground, Lloyd glanced back at the scorched earth, the faint scent of ozone still sharp in the air. The journey ahead was long, expensive, and fraught with danger. But for the first time since waking up in this past life, he felt like he truly had claws. Lightning claws. That chirped. Weird, but effective. Now, about making some money. The scent of beeswax, old parchment, and faint, lingering ozone from the training ground clung subtly to Lloyd as he approached the heavy oak door of his father's study later that afternoon. The confrontation with Rubel felt like a lifetime ago, replaced by the exhilarating confirmation of Fong's new power and the simmering excitement of his burgeoning soap enterprise idea. He'd spent the intervening hours sketching rudimentary designs for boiling vats, calculating potential lye concentrations, and mentally inventorying the estate's herb garden for suitable natural scents. Lavender and citrus were definitely out. Maybe rosemary, pine, something cleaner. If he needed capital, serious capital. Not just the 1 gold coin per day for the system conversion, but funds for materials, equipment, however basic. Maybe even discreetly hiring a skilled craftsman or 2 if needed. His 15 gold a month allowance wouldn't cut it. He needed investment, which led him here to the Dragon's Den itself. Taking a deep breath, marshaling the confidence he'd practiced, he knocked firmly. Enter. The command from within was curt, immediate. Lloyd pushed the door open and stepped inside. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum sat behind his massive desk, quill momentarily still, dark eyes fixed on Lloyd with unnerving intensity. The study felt different today. The tension from the morning's confrontation had dissipated, replaced by a heavy, contemplative silence at Roy's face. Usually an impassive mask of authority, held a complex expression Lloyd couldn't quite decipher. Sternness mixed with curiosity, assessment, perhaps even a hint of something approaching pride. Father, Lloyd greeted, closing the door behind him and approaching the desk. He stopped a respectful distance away, standing straight, meeting his father's gaze directly, and fidgeting, no avoiding eye contact like his 19-year-old self would have done. Chapter 57 Lloyd, Roy acknowledged, his voice flat but lacking its usual sharp edge. Ken reported on your training session this morning with Fong. He paused, letting the name hang in the air. He described the spirit's abilities as noteworthy. Fong has shown significant development, Father, Lloyd confirmed calmly. His potential appears greater than initially assessed. Understatement of the century. Indeed, Roy murmured, tapping his quill lightly on the desk blotter. Much like his master, it seems. The observation was dry, almost offhand, but carried immense weight. Roy Ferrum did not offer compliments lightly, if ever. Lloyd felt a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed. You requested this audience, Roy continued, getting straight to the point. State your purpose. This was it. Lloyd took another internal breath. Pitch time. Father, he began, his voice steady. I require investment capital. Roy's eyebrow arched almost imperceptibly. Investment for what frivolous pursuit? More books, fancier training equipment. The default assumption was still that Lloyd's interests were trivial, his needs minor. No, Father, Lloyd countered firmly. For a business venture, a new product. Point one, I believe, has the potential to generate significant profit for the Ferrum household. Roy leaned back slightly, his expression shifting towards skepticism. A business venture? You? Since when have you developed an interest in commerce beyond enduring Master Elmsworth's lectures? My perspective has broadened recently, Lloyd replied evasively. I have identified an untapped market, a need currently unmet even among the nobility, that I have conceived a product to fill that niche. And this revolutionary product is, Roy prompted, his tone laced with disbelief. Luxury soap, Lloyd stated simply, clearly. Silence. Roy Ferrum stared at him. The Archduke, ruler of vast territories, commander of armies, master of intricate political maneuvering, stared at his heir, who was apparently proposing to go into the soap business. The silence stretched, broken only by the ticking clock. That Roy's expression remained unreadable, but Lloyd could almost see the internal calculations, the assessment, bordering on bafflement. Soap, Roy repeated finally, the word flat, devoid of inflection. Not the harsh tallow blocks currently used. Father, Lloyd elaborated quickly, seizing the opening. Gentle, cleansing bars crafted from fine oils, olive, perhaps others, precisely formulated to avoid harshness, scented subtly with natural essences, perhaps even possessing moisturizing properties that a luxury good, something that signifies refinement, comfort, that a product I believe the nobility, wealthy merchants, anyone with disposable income, will readily purchase at a premium. He outlined the basic concept, the untapped market, the potential for high profit margins due to low baseline competition, and the appeal of genuine luxury. That he spoke with confidence, drawing on the business acumen absorbed over his earth life, translating marketing principles and production concepts into terms Roy would understand. Profit, market share, brand prestige. Roy listened intently, his initial skepticism slowly morphing into sharp, analytical assessment that he asked pointed questions about. Sourcing materials, potential guild interference, production scalability, distribution channels. Lloyd answered confidently, outlining his preliminary plans, acknowledging challenges but emphasizing the core viability of the idea. He deliberately kept the chemistry simple, focusing on the end product and market potential. It is unconventional, Roy conceded finally, steepling his fingers, his gaze thoughtful. Yet the logic regarding the market niche is sound. Existing cleansing agents are crude. He looked directly at Lloyd again, his eyes sharp. You believe you can produce this successfully, profitably? I do, Father, Lloyd affirmed without hesitation. With the right initial investment. And what level of investment do you deem right for this soap enterprise? Roy inquired, a hint of dry amusement entering his tone. Lloyd took the plunge. 1,000 gold coins, Father. Roy's eyebrows shot up. 1,000 gold. That wasn't seed money for a hobby. That was a significant sum. Enough to fund a small mercenary company for a month, purchase a respectable plot of land, or bribe a minor baron. For soap? Explain, Roy commanded, the amusement vanishing, replaced by sharp demand. Materials acquisition in bulk requires capital, Lloyd explained calmly. Olive oil, potentially imported oils, quality-like precursors, essential oil distillation or import, pigments, molds, packaging. Securing reliable suppliers isn't cheap. Initial equipment, controlled heating vats, mixing tools, drying racks, needs fabrication or purchase, perhaps discreetly hiring 1 or 2 skilled artisans, a perfumer, maybe a chemist apprentice for specific tasks. Establishing initial distribution channels, even small-scale ones, contingency funds for unforeseen issues. He broke down the anticipated costs logically, demonstrating he'd thought beyond the mere idea. 1,000 gold provides the necessary runway to establish production, refine the product, and begin generating returns within a reasonable time frame. Chapter 58. Roy listened, his expression unreadable once more, as he tapped his quill again. The rhythmic sound filling the study. He looked at Lloyd, truly looked at him. The newfound confidence, the sharp intellect suddenly on display, the ambitious scope of the proposal. He compared this young man to the hesitant, unremarkable boy of only a few weeks ago. You propose a significant gamble, Lloyd, Roy stated quietly, based on an untested product and your own newfound business acumen. Every venture carries risk, Father, Lloyd countered respectfully. But the potential reward here is substantial. And, he added, playing his final card, I am willing to stake my credibility on it. He met his father's gaze squarely. If I can present you with a prototype product, a bar of this luxury soap, demonstrably superior to anything currently available, within less than 1 month, will you grant the investment? He paused, letting the challenge hang. a product that could, quite literally, change the history of personal hygiene in this duchy, perhaps beyond. If I deliver that proof of concept, will you back my venture? Roy Ferrum considered his son, the audacity of the request, the confidence behind it, the strange, almost unbelievable transformation Lloyd had undergone since his marriage. This wasn't the boy who fumbled sword drills and barely scraped through lessons. This was someone different, sharper, more focused, more Ferrum, in a way Roy hadn't anticipated. Since the marriage, Roy mused internally, his gaze distant for a moment. I her, Rose acidic, that cold, talented girl. Has her presence somehow ignited this change in him? Pushed him? Challenged him? He recalled the reports of Lloyd sleeping on the sofa, the tension between them, only known by him and his trusted informant. Perhaps adversity was the catalyst. He mentally praised the acidic girl, sharp, powerful, seemingly capable of provoking reactions, intended or not. But no, Roy corrected his own thoughts, his gaze sharpening again as it rested on Lloyd. The girl may be a factor, a catalyst perhaps, but this comes from within him too, this newfound maturity, this strategic thinking. It wasn't just Rosa. He remembered the confrontation with Rubel Day before yesterday, the way Lloyd had dismantled the accusations, exposed the witnesses, cornered Rubel with ruthless precision. That hadn't been childish defiance. It had been calculated. Political maneuvering. Lloyd hadn't just stumbled into helping Roy pin down his treacherous brother. He had orchestrated it. Roy had known Rubel was a viper for years, circling, waiting, but it lacked the concrete proof, the political leverage to act decisively without risking wider family schism. Lloyd, in one afternoon, had provided both if he thought of the succession. For years, he'd worried. Lloyd seemed inadequate. Unsuited for the burdens of the Archduchy, he'd considered alternatives. Grooming Jothi despite the challenges of a female heir in their patriarchal society, even looking towards talented youths in the branch families, like Rubel's own ambitious son, Ryan, before his recent disgrace. But now, seeing this spark in Lloyd, this unexpected growth, maybe, just maybe, the direct line wasn't doomed after. All a flicker of something rare stirred within Roy Ferrum's chest. Hope. Tempered with caution, yes, but undeniably there. Perhaps this soap venture, however bizarre, was another test, another chance for Lloyd to prove this transformation was real, lasting. And if it succeeded, profit was always welcome. If it failed, a costly lesson perhaps, but maybe still a valuable one in Lloyd's development. He made his decision. 1 month, Roy stated, his voice firm, cutting through the silence. Present me with this miracle soap, demonstrate its superiority, convince me of its potential. He leaned forward, pinning Lloyd with his gaze. Do that, Lloyd, and you will have your 1,000 gold coins. He offered no encouragement, no smile. Just the stark terms of the agreement that a high-stakes gamble placed squarely on Lloyd's shoulders. Thank you, Father, Lloyd replied, relief washing over him, quickly masked by calm determination. I will not disappoint you. See that you don't, Roy retorted dryly. Now leave me, I have actual ducal matters to attend to, beyond the speculative future of soap. Lloyd inclined his head respectfully and turned, walking out of the study with a newfound spring in his step, the weight of the promise settling comfortably beside the thrill of possibility. He had the chance, that he had the deadline. Now he just needed to figure out the tricky bits, like sourcing pure olive oil and not accidentally creating explosive glycerin reactions in the process. The path to wealth and power, it seemed, was paved with potential chemical hazards. Chapter 59. The transition from the echoing formality of the estate's upper levels to the controlled pandemonium of the main kitchens was like stepping through a portal into another world. The air, thick with the competing aromas of roasting boar, simmering root vegetables, sharp onions, sweet baking spices, and the underlying metallic tang of blood from the butchery section, hit Lloyd with almost physical force. It wasn't unpleasant. Exactly. Just overwhelming. A stark contrast to the rarefied atmosphere of his father's study, which smelled primarily of old paper, beeswax, and unspoken judgment. Right operation. Soap Tycoon, Phase 1, Lloyd thought, his internal 80-year-old strategist kicking into gear. Secure primary resources and essential personnel. Step 1. Acquire Agent J. He paused just inside the massive arched doorway, letting his eyes adjust to the dimmer light and the whirlwind of activity. Cooks in sweat-stained white aprons brandished knives with terrifying speed. Pot boys staggered under the weight of steaming cauldrons. Maids scrubbed furiously at unseen grime. And overseeing it all, like a conductor leading a particularly boisterous orchestra, was Martha, the head cook. Her expression, currently fixed on a pot that threatened to boil over, suggested imminent eruption. Best avoid the general for now. Lloyd decided he needed subtlety, not a public interrogation about his sudden interest in kitchen operations. His presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The relentless rhythm of chopping and stirring faltered slightly as nearby staff registered the incongruous sight of a young lord, Archduke Ferrum's heir, standing hesitantly in their domain. Whispers erupted like escaping steam. "Look, young Lord Ferrum. Again, what's he doing down here? First the wolf chicken business, now this. Maybe he's finally developed an interest in decent food?" A snort followed this. "Hush, Martha'll have your hide." Lloyd ignored them, letting the whispers fade into the background noise that he scanned the room. His gaze methodical, sweeping past the pastry section where delicate tarts were being assembled, past the huge hearth where spits turned rhythmically, towards the far end of the vast, cavernous space. The butchery section, less glamorous, smelling more intensely of raw meat and iron, often populated by tougher, quieter staff. His target wouldn't be center stage. She preferred the shadows, the periphery. Where is she? Ah, there, almost hidden behind a massive side of beef hanging from a thick iron hook, a slender figure worked with focused intensity. Head bowed under a plain white cap, dark hair escaping in damp tendrils, apron liberally stained. Her movements were precise, economical, as she wielded a long, wickedly sharp trimming knife with a dexterity that belied her unassuming frame, methodically separating fat from muscle. Her concentration absolute. Jasmine, target acquired. Lloyd confirmed internally. He began to move, weaving through the organized chaos, nodding politely but vaguely at any staff member whose eye he caught, deliberately projecting an air of purpose that hopefully discouraged interruption. He sidestepped a boy carrying a tray piled high with skinned rabbits, skirted around a puddle of questionable origin near the scullery sinks, and ignored the increasingly curious stares directed his way. Why was the young lord heading there? Towards the butchery corner? Towards Jasmine, the quiet girl? Whispers intensified, curiosity peaked. Jasmine, utterly absorbed in her task, didn't notice his approach until a shadow fell directly across the thick wooden chopping block where she worked. She looked up, startled, her hand freezing mid-slice. Recognition dawned in her large, dark eyes, quickly followed by wide-eyed alarm. The trimming knife clattered onto the block as she hastily wiped her hands on her stained apron, her breath catching in her throat. She dropped into a deep, flustered curtsy. Her head bowed, so low her cap threatened to slide off. "Why, young Lord Ferrum?" Her voice was a thin thread of sound, barely audible above the kitchen's roar. She trembled slightly, like a startled fawn cornered by a wolf, or perhaps, in her eyes, something even more intimidating, nobility descending into her mundane world. "Okay, calm down, Lloyd," he coached himself. Need her relaxed, not terrified. Project calm authority, not potentially insane air, demanding weird things. He remembered her from his first life. The quiet competence beneath the crippling shyness. After the assassinations, when Rubel's faction tightened its grip and paranoia reigned, she'd been one of the few faces he instinctively trusted. He discovered her secret then, not just her surprising skill with a butcher's knife, but her uncanny ability to navigate the estate's hidden passages, her knowledge of the servant grapevine, her quiet loyalty to the memory of the main family. A hidden gem. Point 1 he intended to polish and utilize far earlier this time around. Chapter 60. Jasmine, he began, pitching his voice low and calm. Deliberately gentle, he offered what he hoped was a reassuring smile, though smiling didn't come naturally to his default 80-year-old internal setting. "Please, stand up. There's no need for such ceremony between us." She rose hesitantly, still avoiding his gaze, her eyes fixed firmly on the floor near his boots. She fidgeted, twisting a corner of her apron between her fingers. Pure, unadulterated intimidation radiated off her in waves. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Lloyd continued, glancing around pointedly, acknowledging the curious onlookers without directly engaging them. Most quickly looked away, pretending renewed interest in their tasks, though he knew ears were straining. "I wish to speak with you privately, if possible." Privately, my lord?" Jasmine echoed, sounding even more alarmed. What could the young lord possibly want with her privately? Had she done something wrong? Was she about to be dismissed? Or, as long as she knows Lloyd doesn't have any scandal record, in fact, before his marriage, he never had even a single female friend or attendant. Her mind likely raced through 1,000 terrifying possibilities. Just for a moment, Lloyd assured her, "I have a proposal, a project, you see, separate from your usual duties here." He leaned in slightly conspiratorially, lowering his voice further, forcing her to focus on him rather than her fear. A personal venture of mine, and it requires someone with particular skills, someone discreet. Jasmine blinked rapidly, confusion replacing some of the fear. Skills? Her skills? My lord, I only work with the meats, she stammered, gesturing vaguely at the carcass nearby. I butcher. I trim. It is simple work. Simple. Lloyd allowed a hint of amusement in his tone. Perhaps to you, Jasmine, because you possess a rare talent, but crucial for my initial phase. He paused, letting the implied compliment sink in before delivering the hook. I require your assistance, Jasmine, directly, and I am prepared to compensate you generously for your time and discretion. Her eyes widened again, flickers of hope warring with ingrained disbelief. Compensation? Directly from the air? How generously? Lloyd preempted her unspoken question. Let's say, triple your current wages, paid directly by me, for as long as you assist me on this project. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Her hand flew to her mouth, eyes round as saucers. Triple. It was a fortune beyond imagining. Enough to perhaps finally afford. And Lloyd pressed his advantage, playing the card he knew held the most weight, the information and own his own dim memories. There is the matter of your mother. Jasmine flinched as if physically struck. Her head snapped up, eyes locking with his, fear flooding back, mixed now with desperate hope and profound confusion. Your mother, Lloyd repeated softly, holding her gaze. The river cough worsens, doesn't it? The damp winters are cruel. She needs specialists, the physicians at the Grand Infirmary in the capital. Their fees. He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. How? She whispered, her voice trembling raw. How do you know my mother's illness, my lord? Who told you? It was a closely guarded family sorrow, spoken of only in hushed tones, a constant, gnawing worry. Lloyd offered a small, enigmatic smile. He needed her to see him not just as the young lord, but as someone capable, knowledgeable, perhaps even slightly dangerous in his awareness. Jasmine, I assure you, I do my research. When I choose someone to work closely with me on a sensitive project, I make it my business to understand their situation, their motivations, their needs. He let the unspoken message linger. I see things that I know things. Working with me brings benefits beyond mere coin. Let's just say I believe in rewarding loyalty and competence appropriately. He watched her process this. The shock, the hope warring with fear, the dawning realization that this impossible offer might actually be real. If you dedicate yourself to assisting me faithfully, Lloyd continued, his voice firm but kind, consider your mother's medical expenses covered. I will personally ensure she sees the best physicians the capital has to offer. Whatever treatment she requires, it will be provided. Consider it part of your compensation package. The combination was overwhelming. Financial security beyond her wildest dreams, coupled with the potential salvation of her ailing mother. Tears welled instantly, blurring her vision. She swayed slightly, overcome. Got her, Lloyd thought with grim satisfaction, not a bit manipulative. Maybe necessary? Absolutely. Loyalty bought with coin is fleeting. Loyalty bought with hope, with the life of a loved one, that runs deeper. So, Jasmine, he asked gently, but with an underlying firmness that demanded an answer. My offer stands. Triple wages, your mother's care secured, and I in return, your skill, your time, and your absolute discretion for my project. Are you willing? Chapter 61. She took a deep, ragged breath, trying to regain control. She scrubbed at her eyes with the back of her hand, smearing grime across her cheek, but her posture straightened. The timidity was still there, woven into her very being. But beneath it, a core of resilience, of fierce maternal devotion, asserted itself. She looked up, meeting his gaze directly, her dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears, but holding a newfound resolve. Yes, she whispered, the word thick with emotion but unwavering. Yes, young lord, I accept, thank you. The gratitude poured off her, raw and potent. Whatever you need, I will do it, I swear. And, in discretion, you have my word. Excellent, Lloyd said, allowing himself a genuine smile this time. Relief mingled with satisfaction. He had his first recruit. I knew I could count on you. He straightened up, his tone shifting back to business. Right then, your first task. He glanced meaningfully towards the half-butchered carcass hanging nearby. You handle these daily, yes? Breaking them down completely? Yes, my lord, IT is my primary duty. And you are proficient, he asked, already knowing the answer but wanting her to confirm it. Despite your appearance, you have the strength, the technique. A faint blush touched her cheeks, but she nodded firmly. My father taught me well, my lord. Before the plague took him, he said, I had the knack, that I can manage a full carcass alone, yes. There was a quiet pride in her voice now, acknowledging her own unusual skill. Good, Lloyd nodded, satisfied. That proficiency is key. For this first stage, I need a specific component you likely discard or send off for crude rendering. He saw the confusion return to her eyes. I need fat, Jasmine, beef fat, tallow. Her brow furrowed. Tallow, my lord, the rendered fat. Why on earth would the Archduke's heir want barrels of common tallow? Was he planning to make cheap candles? Lubricate hinges? It made no sense. Precisely, Lloyd confirmed crisply, ignoring her unspoken questions. As much as you can gather over the next few days without raising alarms or causing shortages for the kitchens. Collect the raw trimmings during your usual work. If possible, render it down yourself, cleanly. Find somewhere discreet to store it. I need clean, good quality tallow. Can you manage that? Jasmine stared, utterly bewildered by the request, but clinging fiercely to the promises made. Tallow. Collect tallow. For triple wages and her mother's health. It was bizarre, nonsensical, but the young lord had been specific, emphatic, and he knew about her mother. Yes, young lord, she said, the confusion still evident in her voice, but overridden by determination. I understand. Collect the beef fat. Render it cleanly. Store it discreetly. I will do it. Excellent, Lloyd repeated, clapping his hands together softly, projecting enthusiasm. That's the first step. I'll be in touch within a few days with further instructions and to arrange collection. Remember, he leaned in slightly again, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Absolute discretion. Jasmine, and one needs to know you're collecting fat for me. Let them think whatever they like. Just do the work. Yes, my lord. Discretion, she promised again, nodding firmly, her eyes wide but resolute. Good girl. He gave her another encouraging nod, then turned sharply, striding away before the curious onlookers could muster the courage to approach him or bombard Jasmine with questions. He walked quickly back through the bustling kitchen, ignoring the renewed stares and whispers that followed him like ripples in a pond. Let them wonder. Let them gossip. Phase 1 was initiated. He had secured his source for the base ingredient. Tallow wasn't ideal for luxury soap, but it was readily available, cheap, and perfect for initial experiments in perfecting the saponification process before he invested heavily in expensive oils. Jasmine, with her unexpected skills and desperate motivation, was the perfect operative. Now for the tricky part. Lye, sodium hydroxide, alkali, the chemical counterpart to the fat, essential for the reaction, but dangerous if mishandled. Caustic if left unreacted. He couldn't just buy it. It wasn't commercially available here in purified form. He'd have to make it. Traditionally, that involved leaching water through wood ash, a slow, imprecise process yielding potassium hydroxide, potash lye, better suited for liquid soaps. For hard bars, he needed sodium hydroxide. Could he derive it from salt and limestone using some crude electrolytic process? Maybe. Risky, explosive, even. Or maybe there was another way. Another resource within the estate he could leverage. His mind raced, sifting through chemical possibilities, logistical challenges. The soap business wasn't just about luxury goods. It was rapidly becoming a crash course in applied pre-industrial chemistry and covert operations. Chapter 62. He smirked as he finally exited the kitchens, leaving the scent of roasting meat and bewildered staff behind. 1,000 gold coins. His father's challenge echoed his mind that he'd get it. Even if he had to build a soap empire funded by cow fat and borderline dangerous chemical experiments conducted in secret. The drab duckling was officially becoming a clandestine chemist. The relentless need for capital gnawed at Lloyd like a persistent hunger. The soap venture held immense promise, yes, but it was a long-term play. Experimentation, sourcing, production, marketing, it would take time, weeks, maybe months, before generating the kind of steady income he required for system upgrades and the looming maternal bloodline awakening task. His father's 1,000 gold challenge was a potential windfall, but contingent on delivering a prototype within a month during which he still needed daily operating funds for the system's currency conversion. 0.15 gold coins allowance per month. 0.1 gold needed daily to max out the 10 SC conversion. The math remained stubbornly depressing that he needed supplementary income. Fast, something less reliant on complex chemistry or delicate political maneuvering. Something direct. His thoughts inevitably turned to the established avenues for adventurers, mercenaries, and anyone with a modicum of skill and a tolerance for risk. The Central Guild. Located in the bustling heart of the capital city, not far from the main market square, the Central Guild Hall was a nexus of commerce, contracts, and controlled chaos. The IT served as a clearinghouse for tasks ranging from mundane deliveries and monster extermination to retrieving lost heirlooms and guarding merchant caravans. That IT was where fortunes were occasionally made and lives frequently lost. That IT was also, Lloyd realized with a sudden jolt of inspiration, a potential source of quick, relatively uncomplicated cash. Provided he chose his tasks carefully, he couldn't exactly take on high-profile mercenary contracts or bodyguard duty. Too visible, too many questions, too likely to expose his hidden strengths prematurely. But simpler tasks? Collection missions? Killing a relatively weaker monster? Maybe. The idea solidified as he endured Master Elmsworth's afternoon lecture, this time on the fascinatingly dull topic of guild charter regulations, information that, ironically, proved immediately useful. But as soon as the session concluded, Lloyd politely excused himself, bypassing the waiting kin park with a brief instruction to maintain discreet observation, standard protocols, and headed straight for the guild hall, melting into the afternoon crowds. The central guild hall was an imposing stone structure, its entrance flanked by weathered statues of legendary heroes and mythical beasts. Inside, the main hall buzzed with energy that rough-looking mercenaries clad in dented armor mingled with nervous merchants clutching contracts, grizzled adventurers comparing maps, and hopeful youths scanning the massive wooden notice board dominating one wall. The air hummed with 100 conversations, punctuated by the clang of coin on the reception counter and the occasional boisterous laugh. It smelled of sweat, cheap ale, oiled leather, and ambition. Lloyd Ferrum's entrance caused a minor, localized ripple in the chaotic flow. Heads turned. Conversations paused mid-sentence. He was instantly recognizable. The fine cut of his tunic, simple, but clearly expensive, his bearing less awkward now, more contained confidence, and the simple fact that the Archduke's heir rarely graced the guild hall personally. Most recognized him immediately as Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the mediocre heir, inexplicably married to the stunningly talented Rosa Siddick. Whispers followed him like shadows. "Look, it's him, young Lord Ferrum. What's he doing here?" Slumming it again. "Heard he slapped Torvin's crew yesterday. Maybe looking for bodyguards? Though he usually has the Duke's man. Doubt it, probably just lost." A few faces remained impassive. Seasoned adventurers from other duchies or kingdoms, unfamiliar with local politics, judging him solely on his apparent youth and lack of obvious weaponry. They dismissed him quickly, turning back to their maps or mugs. But the local contingent, the locals. Lloyd felt their eyes on him, a mixture of curiosity, disdain, and something else, something sharper, more acidic, directed particularly from the younger men, the aspiring adventurers, the mercenaries trying to make a name for themselves. He could almost smell it, a metaphorical miasma, hanging heavy in the air. Burning, bitter jealousy. Jealousy over his birthright, his privilege, his effortless access to wealth and status they clawed and fought for. But mostly, jealousy over Rosa, the Ice Princess, beautiful, powerful, talented Rosa Siddick, now bearing the Ferrum name, linked irrevocably to him. The injustice of it in their eyes was palpable. Why him? Why the weak, unremarkable heir, when they were stronger, braver, more deserving? He saw it in the tightening of jaws, the narrowed eyes, the contemptuous smirks barely concealed behind rough beards. Good, Lloyd thought, a cold amusement flickering within him. Let them burn. Their envy is irrelevant. Chapter 63. He ignored the stares and whispers. Moving purposefully towards the massive notice board, it was plastered thick with parchment requests, tacked haphazardly over older notices, ranging from simple courier tasks, deliver package to Mistress Elmsworth, urgent, to dangerous monster hunts, wyvern-sighted near Dragon's Tooth Peak, experienced. Parties only. Rewards varied wildly, from a few bronze coins to hundreds of gold for the truly perilous missions. That he scanned the densely packed parchment notices, his eyes skimming past mundane delivery requests and high-risk monster hunts. He sought something specific, collection tasks, preferably involving resources valuable to alchemists or enchanters, as they often paid in reagents more easily convertible or valuable than standard coin. His eyes landed on a cluster of similar requests posted by the Alchemist Guild and several arcane researchers. One set caught his attention first, familiar and relatively safe. Request: Spirit Stone Fragments. Source: Minor Elemental Beasts. Type: Lumina Moth/Shadow Wisps/Ember Sprites. Location: Whispering Caves Network, Sector Gamma. Objective: Collect 10 intact Spirit Stone Fragments. Reward: 5 silver coins per fragment, total 50 silver, or equivalent value trade goods. Hazard level, low moderate, cave navigation, minor beast encounters. Okay, Lloyd thought, considering it. Whispering caves, annoying moths and wisps, but not truly dangerous. 0.50 silver total, equivalent to half a gold coin. Better than nothing. Could cover half a day. System conversion to IT was the sensible choice, the safe choice, the kind of choice 19-year-old Lloyd, in his first life, would have reluctantly taken if he dared enter the guild hall at all. But then, just below it, tacked, slightly crookedly, another notice pulsed with a higher implied value, though its hazard rating was noticeably starker. Task: procure cursed wool. Source: Whispering Hill wild sheep, Ovis somnia malevolis. Objective: obtain 10 intact pelts with wool unaffected by scavenger damage or improper handling. Reward: Master Alchemist Grimaldi offers 3 vials of purified quicksilver per pelt or equivalent value in rare herbs. Hazard level: moderate high. Environmental hazards, beast curse aura, requires precise incapacitation. Lloyd's eyes narrowed, rereading the reward. 0.3 vials of quicksilver per pelt. Purified quicksilver was incredibly valuable, a key reagent in high-level alchemy and enchanting, easily worth several silver coins per vial on the open market. 0.10 pelts. That was potentially 90 silver. Nearly a full gold coin's worth of reagents per sheep. Far more lucrative and convertible than the 50 silver offered for moth fragments, and infinitely more interesting. But the risk? Whispering Hill wild sheep. He remembered the name, the reputation. The psychic miasma emanating from their wool, inducing madness in those who got too close or handled it improperly. Not aggressive beasts, but passively deadly. Taking them down required range, precision, avoiding contamination at all costs. Utterly impossible for the Lloyd Ferrum of his first life. With his pathetic spirit and clumsy void control, he glanced mentally at the memory of Fong, crackling with lightning, executing the thousand chirp strike that he felt the familiar thrum of the steel and fire void power coiled within him. The potential for those whisper-thin, burning wires. Range, precision, avoid contamination. A slow, predatory grin touched Lloyd's lips. Wait a minute, I have that now. Fong strike can hit from a distance. My wires, they can immobilize or kill without me ever touching the wool. The primary danger of the wild sheep might actually be mitigated by my specific, hidden skill set. The safe, sensible Lumina moth hunt suddenly seemed tedious. Inefficient. 0.50 silver versus potentially 30 gold worth of reagents. The choice, fueled by his desperate need for capital and his newfound confidence in his abilities, was instantly clear. Risk was relative, and the potential reward here was too significant to ignore. That he reached out, bypassing the moth fragment request, and carefully detached the slightly thicker parchment detailing the cursed wool procurement. Paper felt heavy, almost ominous. Beneath his fingers, he turned and walked with newfound purpose towards the main reception counter, ignoring the intensified stares and whispers that tracked his movement. He placed the parchment firmly on the counter before the same young clerk, with ink-stained fingers and a perpetually weary expression. The clerk looked up, registered Lloyd, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. "I wish to accept this contract," Lloyd stated clearly, tapping the wild sheep request form. The clerk blinked, his gaze dropping to the parchment. He read the title. Then he read it again, his face visibly paling. His eyes darted up to Lloyd, then around the now attentive guild hall, then back to Lloyd, his expression shifting rapidly from weariness to disbelief, then to outright alarm. Chapter 64. My Lord Ferrum? The clerk began, his voice barely a whisper, leaning forward conspiratorially. Across the counter. "Forgive my bluntness, my lord, but are you absolutely certain about this contract?" He tapped the parchment nervously. This isn't like chasing cave moths for fragments." His voice dropped further, laced with genuine fear. "This is the Whispering Hills, my lord. Wild sheep, the cursed wool, the psychic miasma. People go mad out there, just touching the stuff, sometimes just getting too close. It requires specialized ranged attacks, precise takedowns to avoid any contact, extreme caution during retrieval. One mistake, one stray strand of wool." He swallowed hard, unable to finish the sentence. The implication of irreversible insanity hanging heavy in the air. He glanced desperately at Lloyd again. "My lord, you're known, pardon my presumption, your conventional spirit capabilities, are they truly suited for this specific danger? This isn't about brute force, it's about finesse, range, and avoiding a curse that bypasses physical armor entirely." The clerk looked genuinely terrified, not just for Lloyd, but likely for the guild's liability should the Archduke's heir end up a smiling lunatic because of a contract they approved. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. You, the heir known for having a pathetic spirit and no notable combat skills, want to go hunting elemental fragments in a dark cave system. Are you suicidal? Lloyd met the clerk's worried gaze with cool indifference. My capabilities are sufficient for collecting cursed wool. Thank you. His tone brooked no argument. Process the contract. The clerk swallowed, glancing nervously around at the listening guild members, many of whom now wore expressions of open astonishment or malicious amusement. This was unexpected, and potentially disastrous for the guild if the Archduke's heir got himself killed chasing glowing moths. My lord, with respect, the clerk tried again, leaning forward conspiratorially. Perhaps a different task? We have several excellent courier missions, or perhaps information gathering within the city. Safer pursuits, more suited dash. Are you refusing to process the contract? Lloyd interrupted, his voice dropping slightly, gaining an edge of steel he wasn't asking. He was commanding. The clerk visibly flinched. Refuse the Archduke's heir directly? Unthinkable. The political fallout alone. And no, my lord. Of course not, he stammered, hastily grabbing a quill and dipping it in ink. Just expressing standard guild advisory protocols for member safety. He quickly scribbled Lloyd's name onto the contract ledger, stamped it with the guild seal, and slid the accepted contract copy back towards Lloyd, his hands trembling slightly. Contract accepted. Lloyd Ferrum. Standard duration is 1 week. Please report back upon completion or abandonment. Lloyd took the parchment without a word, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his tunic. He could feel the weight of dozens of eyes on him now. Surprise, disbelief, mockery, and underlying it all, that simmering cauldron of jealous resentment. Many faces held a barely concealed hope. The hope that this foolish endeavor would be his last. Let the drab duckling wander into the caves and get himself eaten by shadow wisps or incinerated by ember sprites. Good riddance. Then maybe the beautiful, powerful Rosa would be free. He turned slowly, deliberately letting his gaze sweep across the crowded hall, meeting the hostile stares, the contemptuous smirks, the wishful thinking. He didn't glare back, he didn't scowl, he smiled at a slow, easy, almost predatory smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, that a smile that held amusement, confidence, and a hint of something dangerous. He acknowledged their jealousy, their ill wishes, and dismissed them utterly. Good day, gentlemen, Lloyd said, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly quiet hall. Do try not to expire from envy while I'm gone. It wrinkles the complexion. And with that parting shot, leaving a wake of stunned silence, sputtering indignation, and burning resentment behind him, Lloyd Ferrum turned and walked calmly out of the central guild hall, the contract for collecting moth fragments feeling like the first step towards a much larger, much more profitable hunt. Let them wish for his death. He had other plans, and soon he'd have the power to enforce them. The bustling energy of the central guild hall faded behind Lloyd like the roar of a receding tide. He walked with a steady, unhurried pace through the winding streets of the capital, the accepted guild contract tucked securely within his tunic. It wasn't the contract for aluminum moth fragments, however. While scanning the board, amidst the requests for monster parts and lost items, another, slightly more peculiar notice had caught his eye, one offering a substantial reward, not in coin, but in high-grade alchemical reagents for the procurement of unblemished cursed wool from the notoriously dangerous Whispering Hills region. Task: procure cursed wool. Source: Whispering Hill wild sheep. Ovis Somnia malevolus. Chapter 65. Objective: obtain 10 intact pelts with wool unaffected by scavenger damage or improper handling. Reward: Master Alchemist Grimaldi offers 3 vials of purified quicksilver per pelt or equivalent value in rare herbs. Hazard level: moderate high. Environmental hazards: beast curse aura. Requires precise incapacitation. The Whispering Hill wild sheep. Lloyd remembered the cautionary tales whispered among novice adventurers in his first life. Creatures that looked deceptively like ordinary, albeit large and shaggy, sheep, but their thick, greasy wool pulsed with a low-level psychic miasma. Touch it directly, get entangled in shed clumps, even breathe too deeply near a panicked flock, and the curse would seep in. Victims became ensnared in vivid, increasingly terrifying waking nightmares, slowly losing their grip on reality, descending into a gentle, smiling madness from which there was rarely a return. Their vacant eyes and placid smiles were said to be deeply unsettling. They were relatively easy prey in theory. They weren't physically aggressive unless cornered, relying entirely on their passive curse aura, as long as you maintained distance, avoided the wool, and possessed a spirit strong enough to project power from range. You could take them down, a powerful archer with specialized arrows, a mage with concussive force spells, or a spirit user whose companion had potent ranged attacks could handle them. That 19-year-old Lloyd, in his first life, wouldn't have dreamed of attempting it. His own void abilities back then were rudimentary, barely controllable iron body tricks, and his spirit companion, a scruffy, underfed wolf thing utterly incapable of projecting power, let alone potent ranged attacks. He would have been curse fodder within minutes. Now, Lloyd thought, a grim smile touching his lips as he turned onto a less crowded street leading towards the city's western gate. It's a different story entirely. He had Fong, brimming with lightning potential and the newly acquired Thousand Chirp Strike. And he had his own secret weapon, the true Ferrum power, the whisper-thin threads of burning steel, perfect for precise, ranged takedowns without ever getting close enough to sniff the cursed fleece. This wasn't just a hunt for profit. It was a perfect field test for his combined capabilities. As he walked, the noise of the city gradually fading, replaced by the quieter sounds of residential streets. He felt it, the subtle shift in the background hum of awareness. Eyes watching. Not the overt, jealous stares of the guild hall, but something more. Deliberate, more focused, hidden. Following, he didn't slow his pace, didn't look over his shoulder. He simply continued walking, projecting calm indifference. A voice, so quiet it was barely more than a rustle of leaves against his ear, sounded from the unseen shadows beside him. Ken Park, master of stealth. Young Lord. 4 individuals, maintaining distance, attempting concealment, standard street toughs, likely guild affiliation. Lloyd kept walking. Followers from the hall? Sent to observe? Or interfere? Intent unclear. Ken's disembodied voice murmured. Possibly opportunists seeking leverage or hoping for failure. Low level. Let them follow, Lloyd replied quietly, his voice firm. Maintain shadow protocol. Observe them as they observe me. He paused, adding the crucial instruction. If, and only if, they make a direct, hostile move to physically interfere or attack, eliminate the threat. No, I said wrongly. If they come direct at me, let me face them. But eliminate them if they attack me from behind. Swiftly, silently, remain unseen throughout. Understood, young lord, the whisper replied, carrying absolute certainty. Threat neutralization parameters acknowledged. Then, silence. The feeling of being watched by Ken shifted, becoming even more diffuse, more deeply hidden. But the other watchers, the clumsy opportunists trailing him, Lloyd could still feel their less subtle presence lagging behind. Fools. Let them watch. Let them follow him out of the city, into the rolling grasslands that led towards the whispering hills. They were irrelevant. Gnats buzzing around a dragon point. 2 hours later, the city was a distant smudge on the horizon. Lloyd stood on a low rise, overlooking a vast, undulating expanse of tall, whispering grass that gave the region its name. The wind sighed through the stalks, creating eerie, shifting patterns and carrying faint, unsettling sounds. The air here felt different, thinner, charged with a strange, low-level psychic static that prickled at the edges of his awareness. This was wild sheep territory. Chapter 66. He scanned the landscape, eyes narrowed, searching for movement. Fong sat alertly beside him, no longer the magnificent storm wolf, but subtly altered. Lloyd had instructed him to dampen his overt lightning aura, letting his coat appear a more mundane, if still impressive, dark gray. The blazing golden eyes were shielded, appearing a more common deep brown, camouflaged, and no need to advertise their true nature out here. See anything, Fong? Lloyd murmured, trusting the wolf's enhanced senses. Fong shifted, head tilting slightly, ears swiveling. He let out a low, almost inaudible whine, nudging Lloyd's leg gently and looking toward the shallow depression thick with knee-high, rust-colored grass about half a mile away. Got it, Lloyd acknowledged. He focused his own senses, extending his void awareness, feeling the subtle life signatures within the tall grass. Not just one, a small flock. Maybe 10? 12? Perfect. He began moving, not directly towards them, but circling, using the rolling terrain for cover, keeping the wind in his favor. Fong moved beside him like a silent, gray shadow, perfectly attuned to his master's intentions. Lloyd felt the distant presence of the followers keeping pace, clumsy compared to Ken's undetectable passage. They were getting further from the city, further from help. Their mistake, he reached a ridge overlooking the depression, peering cautiously through the swaying grass. There were 10 of them. Large, shaggy creatures, heads down, grazing peacefully. They looked almost ordinary, save for the sheer thickness and slightly greasy sheen of their wool, which seemed to subtly warp the air around them, creating that faint psychic haze. Okay, time for pest control. Version 2.0, Lloyd thought, kneeling behind the ridgeline. Avoid the wool. Avoid the aura. Precision takedowns, he focused, reaching into his bloodline, drawing on the hidden power. The air beside his outstretched hand shimmered almost invisibly. .10 whisper-thin filaments of steel extruded themselves from nothingness, hovering silently. Vibrating with barely contained energy, he pushed his will into them, feeling the innate fire respond, heating them instantly. Not to incandescence this time. No need for flashy burns, but to a deadly, invisible sharpness, hot enough to slice through flesh and bone like parchment. Simultaneously, he sent a mental command to Fong. Ready to chirp. Target priority. Fast movers, flankers, synchronize on my release. Fong tensed, lowering his stance slightly. Lloyd felt the crackling energy build within the wolf, the faint, high-frequency precursor to the thousand chirp strike beginning to hum just below the threshold of normal hearing. Lloyd took a breath, centered himself, targeted the lead sheep with 5 of his searing wires, aiming for the legs. Targeted the rearmost sheep with the other 5, same targets, isolate. Immobilized, he released his control. The 10 wires shot forward, silent, invisible streaks of deadly heat through the tall grass. Almost simultaneously, the world erupted in the piercing shriek of 1,000 birds as Fong launched himself down the slope like a gray thunderbolt, blue-white lightning exploding around his foreleg. The lead sheep bleated in sudden alarm as invisible forces sliced cleanly through its front legs just above the knee. It collapsed instantly, unable to flee. Its distressed cries panicked, bleeding from the others. The rearmost sheep suffered the same fate, its hind legs severed by the unseen wires before it could even register the threat. It went down, struggling futilely. The 8 sheep caught in the middle panicked, scattering in random directions, their movement churning up the psychic miasma. But Fong was already among them. Chirp slice. The lightning claw flashed, connecting with the neck of a fleeing sheep. The creature dropped without a sound, spine severed. Before the sound even fully registered, Fong was already redirecting. A blur of motion. Another. Sheep tried to bolt right. Chirp slice, collapsing mid-stride. Meanwhile, Lloyd, still kneeling on the ridge, extended his void control again. More wires, thinner now, like burning spider silk, that he didn't aim to kill, just control. .1 wrapped around the back leg of a panicked sheep trying to circle around, tripping it into a clumsy fall. Another flicked out, slicing the tendons on the front leg of a 4th, bringing it down, thrashing. Fong, moving with impossible speed, took down 2 more with precise, lightning-fast strikes to the neck or head, the piercing chirp announcing each lethal blow fractions of a second before impact. 4 sheep remained, panicked, disoriented, trying to flee but hampered by the uneven ground and the terrifying speed of the gray predator relentlessly hurting them. Lloyd used his wires again, tripping one, slicing a leg tendon on another. Fong finished the last 2, a final flash of azure lightning, a final piercing shriek, and then silence, broken only by the sighing wind and the faint, distressed bleating of the 2 initially immobilized sheep still alive but unable to move. Chapter 67:10 Wild sheep. Incapacitated or killed in less than 30 seconds. The entire engagement conducted from range, minimizing exposure to the curse aura, maximizing efficiency. Lloyd rose slowly, letting the adrenaline fade. He dismissed the remaining heated wires, feeling the faint drain on his void reserves. Minimal cost. Maximum result. He looked down at Fong, who stood amidst the carnage, lightning faded, panting slightly, golden eyes burning with predatory satisfaction. Good work, Fong, Lloyd murmured, pride swelling in his chest. Flawless execution. He started cautiously down the slope, carefully avoiding stepping too close to the downed sheep, the air thick with a lingering psychic static. He needed to harvest the pelts carefully, avoiding direct skin contact with the wool. Gloves and specialized tools would be required. Tasks perhaps best delegated later. For now, confirming the kills and assessing the scene was paramount. As he surveyed the results, feeling a grim sense of accomplishment, he noticed something else. The feeling of being watched by the followers, it was gone. Completely vanished. Not just faded, but extinguished. He glanced towards the ridge line behind him, picturing Ken Park melting back into the shadows, perhaps wiping a spot of blood from an unseen blade. Message received, Lloyd thought, a cold smile touching his lips, swiftly, silently. Threat neutralized. Ken Park was terrifyingly efficient. Now he had 10 valuable pelts, once carefully harvested, a demonstrated mastery over a dangerous beast his past self couldn't handle, and confirmation that his hidden bodyguard was ruthlessly effective. Profit, practice, and pest control all rolled into one productive afternoon. Things were definitely looking up. Next stop, figuring out how to skin a cursed sheep without going mad. The silence that fell over the shallow depression in the Whispering Hills was profound. Almost unnatural. 10 shaggy carcasses dotted the rust-colored grass, stark against the swaying green, testament to a hunt executed with brutal, calculated efficiency. The sighing wind, carrying the faint, unsettling psychic static of the cursed wool, seemed to whisper secrets only the dead could hear. The metallic tang of ozone from Fong's lightning strikes mingled unpleasantly with the coppery scent of spilled blood and the underlying, greasy aroma of the sheep themselves. Lloyd Ferrum stood amidst the aftermath, the adrenaline of the swift engagement slowly receding, leaving behind a familiar weariness and the low-level hum of depleted spirit energy. He wiped his hunting knife clean on a clump of untainted grass, the movements precise, economical. Harvesting the small, milky spirit stone fragments had been a messy but necessary task. 5 shards. Pathetic, really, considering the effort, but better than nothing. Every copper coin, every sliver of value, mattered now. As for the main objective, he removed the wool from the sheep and put them in a bag carefully, as it may still be cursed. The system notification confirming the kill count and the meager 2-coin reward felt almost like an insult. 2 coins, Lloyd mused grimly, securing the small leather pouch containing the fragments to his belt. 1 coin for every 5 moderately dangerous magical creatures. At this rate, I'll need to exterminate half the pests in the duchy just to afford a decent spirit upgrade. His current balance glowed faintly in his mental vision. 15 SC. 10 from the gold coin he'd borrowed, a necessary ethical compromise, he told himself firmly, and converted this morning, 3 left over from previous exploits, and 2 from this bloody sheep massacre. Still 80 short of the 100 needed just to start the maternal bloodline awakening task, let alone the thousands required for everything else on his rapidly growing wish list. Task instruction was a gathering of 100 SC, excluding existing 3 SC. That's why 88 required. He glanced at Fong. The magnificent wolf spirit sat beside him, panting slightly, the usual crackling aura around him noticeably subdued. The bursts of incredible speed, the repeated channeling of the 1,000 chirp strike. It had taken a toll. Spirits didn't tire like mortals. Their endurance linked intrinsically to their master's own pool of spirit power. And Lloyd's pool, thanks to his single, infuriatingly sluggish core, was less a deep reservoir and more a shallow puddle. In it. He cursed internally. Need more power. Need a better core. Need more efficient energy transfer. Need coins. That IT always came back to coins. The cosmic currency that governed his path back from mediocrity. He knew pushing Fong much further today was unwise. Performance would degrade. Reaction times would slow. The 1,000 chirp strike might fizzle instead of striking like lightning. They needed rest, recovery, and a more sustainable income stream than bounty hunting low-yield monsters. The soap. That IT had to be the soap that, or something equally clever he hadn't conceived yet. Chapter 68. Harvesting the Cursed. Wool pelts was the primary objective here. The potential reward far exceeding the pitiful system coins or the value of the spirit fragments. But skinning 10 large, magically toxic sheep required time, specialized tools, long-handled knives, protective gloves he didn't possess, and extreme care to avoid contact with the psychoactive fleece. One wrong move, one tear in the hypothetical gloves, and he could find himself joining the sheep in a state of blissful, drooling insanity. That was a task for later, requiring careful planning and perhaps delegation. Maybe Jasmine's butchering skills could be adapted with proper precautions. For now, securing the kill site and planning extraction was the priority. He needed to get back, report the successful contract fulfillment, at least partially regarding the neutralization, and arrange for a discreet retrieval team. Maybe Ken could handle. A flicker of movement at the edge of his peripheral vision broke his train of thought. Instinct honed over 3 lifetimes screamed threat that he didn't turn his head immediately, instead subtly shifting his weight, his hand drifting casually towards the hilt of his hunting knife, his void sense extending outwards like invisible antennae. 3 figures, emerging from the tall, whispering grass on the far side of the depression, moving with a predatory caution that quickly morphed in a swaggering confidence as they took in the scene. Rough leather clothing, stained and worn. Crude weapons. A woodsman's axe gleaming dully, 2 mismatched. Short swords scarred from use. Faces hard, eyes narrowed, scanning the dead sheep. Lloyd, and the formidable-looking wolf beside him. Scavengers, Lloyd identified them instantly. The hyenas of the adventuring world, drawn by the scent of blood and opportunity. Preying on lone hunters weakened after a difficult kill, he felt a familiar wave of weariness wash over him. Seriously? Haven't I dealt with enough idiots for one day? He remembered Ken Park's earlier whisper, for individuals. Intent unclear. Low level. Ken had neutralized those four. Had these three been lagging further behind? Or were they unconnected, simply drawn by the sounds of the brief, violent struggle? Or were they the second wave, sent by someone else after the first group failed to report back? Someone orchestrating this from the shadows. Who are you working for? The question echoed in his mind as they approached, spreading out slightly, their body language shifting from cautious assessment to blatant intimidation. I ask this just random opportunism. Or are you Rubel's cleanup crew? Or someone else entirely? Fong tensed beside him, a low, guttural growl rumbling deep in his chest, the fur along his spine bristling slightly. The subdued lightning aura flickered back to life, faint blue sparks dancing momentarily around his paws. Even fatigued, his protective instincts were absolute. Easy, Fong, Lloyd murmured, resting a reassuring hand on the wolf's powerful shoulder, feeling the tightly coiled muscles beneath the fur. Stand by. Let's hear their sales pitch first. The three men stopped about 20 paces away, forming a loose, threatening arc. The one in the center, clearly the leader, was a burly specimen with a tangled brown beard stained with something unpleasant, small piggy eyes glittering with avarice, and a cruel smirk plastered across his face. He hefted his axe casually, the movement meant to intimidate. Well now, the leader called out, his voice rough and grating, carrying easily across the quiet depression. Looky here, lads. Seems the young lordling's been busy making a mess. He spat onto the grass, a deliberate show of disrespect. Bit much for one fancy pup to handle all this mutton. He leered, his gaze flicking between the dead sheep and Fong. Lloyd kept his expression neutral, projecting calm he didn't entirely feel. The fatigue was real, Fong needed rest, and engaging in another fight, even against these low-level thugs, would drain their reserves further. But showing weakness was inviting attack. Just finished, Lloyd replied coolly, his voice steady. Tidying up the local pest problem. Unless you gentlemen have official guild business related to these carcasses? He deliberately invoked the guild, testing their reaction. The leader barked a harsh laugh, echoed nervously by his two companions. Guild business? Not do we operate under a different charter, lad. He gestured broadly with his axe, encompassing the dead sheep. The charter of finders keepers, losers weepers, especially when the loser looks about ready to keel over. One of the sidekicks, a lanky man with a scarred face and nervous eyes, gripped his short sword tighter. Yeah, law o' the hills. Lone kill belongs to whoever's strongest enough to hold it. And right now, the third man, shorter but stockier, added with a gap-toothed grin, that looks like us. Predictable, Lloyd thought, analyzing their postures, their cheap weapons, the mix of greed and low cunning in their eyes. Standard scavenger script, relying on intimidation and perceived weakness. Chapter 69 Strongest? Lloyd repeated the words softly, letting a faint, humorless smile touch his lips. An interesting theory. He subtly shifted his weight again, ensuring his footing was solid on the uneven ground. Are you quite sure you want to test that theory today? Over some cursed will you probably don't even know how to handle safely. The leader's smirk faltered slightly at the mention of the curse, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. Cursed? Bah! Old wives' tales, wool is wool, and we'll fetch his coin, or maybe his eyes narrowed speculatively. You're just trying to scare us off, lordling? Protect your prize? He's bluffing, boss, the lanky one insisted, though his eyes darted nervously towards the nearest carcass. He looks knackered, and that much barely standing. Fong chose that moment to lift his head fully, letting out another low, resonant growl. The air around him crackled faintly, the golden eyes fixing on the lanky man with an intensity that made him involuntarily take a step back. Mutt, Lloyd murmured, still smiling faintly. Fong takes offense to that. He prefers elemental harbinger of your impending doom. Bit wordy, I know, but more accurate. The leader scowled, unnerved by the wolf's reaction, but unwilling to back down, especially now that his authority was implicitly challenged. Enough yap. Hand over the pelts, lad, and maybe toss in that fancy knife and coin pouch for a trouble to do it nice and easy, and maybe, just maybe, we let you and your overgrown dog walk away. Walk away. Lloyd tilted his head, feigning contemplation. An intriguing offer. Let me consider the terms. His internal monologue raced. Okay, options point 1. Unleash Fong fully .1000 church strikes until they're twitching piles of ash. Fast, effective, but drains Fong completely, leaving us vulnerable if there's a hidden leader or another wave. Plus, overkill attracts attention point 2. Use the steel wires again. Less draining for Fong, more draining for me. Still effective, still potentially overkill point 3. Try something less flashy, more subtle. Something that conserves energy but still delivers a decisive message. He thought of the hidden leader again, that if someone was watching, they wanted to gauge his capabilities, his limits, that a flashy display might scare them off temporarily, but it also revealed his hand, a swift, brutal, low-energy takedown. However, that might be more unsettling, more unpredictable. Right, he decided. Minimal expenditure, maximum psychological impact. Let them wonder. He looked back at the scavengers, his smile fading, replaced by a chillingly calm indifference. My counteroffer, he said softly, his voice suddenly devoid of warmth, is this: turn around. Walk away. Forget you ever saw these sheep or me. Do that now. And you might keep the skin you're currently standing in. The leader bristled, mistaking the quiet tone for weakness. Threats from a pampered pup hiding behind his beast. He hefted his axe again, taking a step forward. Lads, looks like we gotta teach him some respect. Take the wolf down first. The three men surged forward, clumsy but determined, weapons raised, faces contorted with greed and aggression. Lloyd sighed, internally, as so much for the diplomatic approach. He didn't reach for his knife. He didn't command Fong to attack. He simply focused his will. Not on searing heat this time. Not on slicing edges. He drew on the Ferrum power, shaping it differently. Fine threads, yes, but cool now. Imbued not with fire, but with a different aspect of his control, kinetic force, manipulated with pinpoint precision. As the leader swung his axe in a wild, downward arc, aiming to cleave Fong's skull, Lloyd acted, an invisible filament of force, finer than hair, but carrying immense tensile strength, snapped taut between the axe head and the ground directly in front of the leader's leading foot. The axe head hit the invisible barrier with jarring solidity. The abrupt stop combined with the leader's forward momentum sent him stumbling violently, roaring in surprise and pain as his wrist twisted awkwardly. Simultaneously, two more filaments whipped out. Point 1 wrapped around the lanky man's ankle as he lunged, yanking his foot out from under him, sending him crashing face-first into the dirt with a startled yelp. The other flicked whip-like against the stocky man's sword hand, not cutting, but delivering a sharp, shocking impact that numbed his fingers and sent his weapon flying from his grasp. At it was over in less than 2 seconds. No lightning, no fire, no blood. Beyond perhaps a scraped nose from the faceplant. Just three grown men suddenly, inexplicably, finding themselves tripped, disarmed, and sprawled humiliatingly on the ground by forces they couldn't see or comprehend. They stared, stunned, confused, pain mixing with dawning fear. What just happened? Chapter 70. Lloyd stood exactly where he had been, hands loosely at his sides, expression utterly calm. Fong hadn't even moved, just watched the proceedings with those unervingly intelligent golden eyes. My apologies, Lloyd said conversationally to the groaning figures on the ground. Sometimes the local gravity can be temperamental. He took a deliberate step towards them, the invisible void threads dissipating back into nothingness. Now, about my counteroffer. Does walking away sound more appealing now? He let the implied threat hang in the air, the silence broken only by the wind and the pained groans of the would-be robbers. He hadn't seriously injured them. He hadn't expended significant energy, but he had demonstrated effortless, inexplicable control. He had sown fear and confusion. And somewhere, perhaps hidden just over the next ridge, a potential hidden leader now had a very confusing, very worrying data point to consider. The knackered Lord Ling wasn't quite as helpless as he appeared. The wind sighed through the tall grass, carrying the scent of cursed wool and the low groans of the three scavengers sprawled ignominiously on the ground. Lloyd Ferrum stood over them, calm and composed, his counteroffer hanging heavy in the suddenly still air. Walk away. Forget this happened. Live. Simple terms, delivered with the chilling quiet of someone holding all the cards. He expected fear, he expected compliance. Perhaps a hasty scramble to their feet, followed by a stumbling retreat, casting terrified glances over their shoulders. Instead, the leader, propped up on one elbow, clutching his bruised wrist, looked at his equally disheveled companions. A flicker of communication passed between them, disbelief warring with bruised pride, stupidity battling self-preservation. Then, improbably, the leader started to chuckle at a low, guttural sound that quickly escalated into a harsh, barking laugh. His companions joined in, raggedly at first, then with growing, defiant bravado. Lloyd stared, genuinely bewildered for a moment. Laughter, now, after being effortlessly tripped, disarmed, and humiliated by forces they couldn't even see. Why, his internal 80-year-old sighed with weary exasperation. Is it always a three-man team? And why are they invariably composed of idiots? Is there some cosmic law dictating that incompetent villainy must travel in threes? Funny, Lloyd asked mildly, the faint smile returning to his lips, but this time it held no amusement, only a chilling curiosity. You find your current predicament amusing. The leader pushed himself painfully to his feet, spitting dirt. The earlier avarice was gone, replaced by a furious, cornered rat desperation. The brief, inexplicable display of control hadn't cowed them. It had enraged them, pushing them past the point of rational calculation. They felt mocked. Played with. Amusing, the leader snarled, wiping grime from his mouth with the back of his hand. Yeah, amusing that you thought a cheap trick like that would scare us off, Lord Ling. He drew himself up, puffing out his chest, trying to reclaim some semblance of dominance. You caught us by surprise, that's all. Won't happen again. He's right, boss. The lanky one chimed in, scrambling to retrieve his dropped sword, his face contorted with a mixture of fear and fury. He ain't so tough, just tricky. The stocky one nodded vigorously, retrieving his own weapon. Time for a real fight. Show him what happens when you mess with the Ridge Runners. Ridge Runners? Seriously? Lloyd almost laughed again, this time genuinely. They sound like a troupe of badly dressed folk dancers, but their intent was clear. Diplomacy had failed. Reason had failed. The only language left was force. Lloyd sighed internally. Fine. Plan B it is. Minimal expenditure is clearly not an option with these morons. He didn't draw his knife. He didn't need to. He simply let the power within him stir, responding to his will. The air around him seemed to thicken, shimmer. Not with heat. This time, not with invisible force, but with something tangible, visible. Strands of impossibly fine, metallic wire began to extrude from the air around his hands, his shoulders, even seeming to weave themselves through his dark hair like living tinsel. They weren't glowing red-hot now, but gleamed with the cold, hard luster of polished steel, catching the afternoon sun like deadly filaments of captured light. Dozens, then hundreds, of threads materialized, swirling slowly around him, extending outwards several feet, creating a shifting, whispering nimbus of razor-sharp potential. It looked less like overgrown hair and more like a sentient cage of shimmering blades, waiting to contract. The three scavengers stumbled back instinctively, their defiant bravado faltering again as they confronted this new, far more visceral display of power. This wasn't a subtle tripwire. This was blatant, terrifying menace. What the hell is that? The lanky one stammered, his grip tightening on his sword hilt. Magic, the stocky one breathed, eyes wide. Chapter 71, don't matter what it is, the leader roared, trying to rally his crumbling courage, recognizing that retreat now meant utter humiliation. He's just one man. We got spirits. Summon. With desperate urgency, the three men focused inwards, drawing on their own meager reserves of spirit power. The air around them crackled with three distinct, weaker energy signatures. From the leader burst a creature resembling a large, sleek black cat, but wreathed in flickering flames of an unnatural, icy blue. It hissed, arching its back, blue fire dripping from its ethereal whiskers at a blue flame lynx. Lloyd identified it. Basic fire affinity, decent agility, but low power output. The lanky man summoned his spirit, a hyperactive squirrel, larger than normal, with fur standing on end, crackling with tiny sparks of yellow electricity that chittered aggressively, darting back and forth at a sparktail squirrel. Basic lightning, fast but fragile. No, it's not Pikachu. The stocky man produced perhaps the most visually alarming, yet ultimately weakest of the three. A lumbering dog, seemingly sculpted from cooling, cracked lava. Heat radiated from it, and dribbles of molten rock dripped from its maw at a magma hound. Slow, tough hide, weak fire projection, 0.3 manifestation-level spirits. All distinctly low tier, probably reflecting the limited potential of their masters. Compared to Fong, even in his slightly fatigued state, they were like candle flames next to a bonfire. Compared to Reborn, they were practically decorative. Right, Lloyd assessed clinically. Elemental mismatch. Fire, lightning, more fire/earth. Annoying, but manageable. Get him, sick him, the leader screamed, pointing a trembling finger at Lloyd. The blue flame lynx hissed again and darted forward, launching a small ball of flickering blue fire. The sparktail squirrel zipped up onto the leader's shoulder, chittering furiously, gathering electrical energy for a weak bolt. The magma hound lumbered forward, opening its jaws to release a pathetic spurt of molten slag that splattered harmlessly several feet short of Lloyd. Lloyd didn't even flinch, with effortless flicks of his wrists. Guided by pure intent, several of the gleaming steel wires surrounding him lashed out. Swish! One wire intercepted the blue fireball midair, slicing cleanly through the magical construct, dissipating it into harmless azure sparks. Zip! Another cluster of wires formed a shimmering, momentary shield that deflected the sparktail's weak electrical discharge uselessly into the ground. Clang! A third wire met the lumbering magma hound head-on, not cutting, but delivering a sharp kinetic blow to its snout that sent the creature stumbling back with a surprised yelp, shaking its rocky head. The spirits paused, momentarily confused by the effortless neutralization of their attacks. Their masters stared, dumbfounded. "My turn," Lloyd murmured, a predatory gleam entering his eyes. The cloud of fine wires around him surged outwards. They didn't aim for the scavengers themselves, but for their spirits. Why waste energy on the puppets when you can cut the strings? The blue flame lynx tried to dodge, relying on its feline agility, but the wires moved faster. Anticipating its movements that a dozen threads instantly wrapped around its limbs and torso, binding it tightly, the cold steel seeming to sizzle against its blue fire, disrupting its energy flow. It yowled in surprise and pain, pinned helplessly. The sparktail squirrel tried to dart away, but a cage of shimmering wires snapped shut around it before it could build speed, trapping it mid-air, its frantic electrical discharges grounding harmlessly against the conductive metal. The magma hound proved slightly tougher, its rocky hide resisting the initial binding attempts. But Lloyd simply sent more wires, weaving an intricate net that enveloped the creature, tightening, constricting, not cutting, but applying immense inescapable pressure. The hound struggled, roaring, trying to melt the wires, but the steel held firm, its sheer quantity overwhelming the spirit's low-level heat. Within seconds, all three spirits were neutralized, bound, struggling futilely within gleaming, inescapable prisons of steel wire. Their masters watched, aghast, their primary weapons rendered utterly useless. "How?" the leader stammered, staring at his ensnared lynx. "Iron manipulation shouldn't be that fast, that fine." "Who said anything about iron?" Lloyd replied softly, the cloud of wires around him beginning to contract slightly, drawing closer, their whispering hum intensifying. He could end it here, crush the spirits, potentially causing severe backlash to their masters, or he could simply hold them, demonstrating absolute superiority. But the fatigue was starting to bite. He needed to finish this quickly, decisively, and hopefully learn something in the process. That he needed a knockout blow. His mind flashed to earth again. Not to anime this time, but to basic physics, ballistics, projectiles, concentrated force delivered at range. That he looked at his hands, that he could manipulate steel, he could generate heat, though he was conserving that now. Could he combine those? Forget wires, the thought sparked, solid projectiles. Chapter 72. He focused, drawing void energy, shaping it not into threads but into small, dense spheres held within his cupped palms. He compressed the nascent steel, making it incredibly hard. He imbued it with just a touch of his internal fire, not enough to make it glow visibly red-hot, but enough to give it a searing thermal signature upon impact. He felt his limited spirit power stir, the meager energy he'd cultivated earlier. Could he use that as a propellant? Not channeling it through a weapon, but using its raw kinetic potential. Modern knowledge meets medieval magic, he thought, a thrill running through him despite the situation. That let's try some improvised ammunition. He shaped 3 spheres, each about the size of a large marble, dense, heavy, radiating a faint, almost imperceptible heat. They spun slowly in his palms, humming with contained energy. He took aim, not at the scavengers, but at their struggling, bound spirits. Precision wasn't key here. Overwhelming force was. "Time for a field test," he muttered. Then, pouring a directed burst of his own limited spirit power behind each sphere, like releasing a compressed spring, he launched them. They didn't fly like arrows or bolts. They shot forward with startling velocity, propelled by raw spiritual force, spinning rapidly, emitting a low, angry buzz from the friction and the internal heat point. 3 miniature cannonballs of superheated, spinning steel. Thwack. The first bullet hit the bound magma hound square in the chest. The impact didn't just chip the rock, it shattered it. Cracks spiderwebbed across the spirit's form, followed by a concussive shockwave. The hound roared, its form flickering violently, then dissolving into dissipating smoke and pebbles. The binding wires falling slack. Fet crunch. The second bullet slammed into the cage holding the sparktail squirrel. The spinning, heated metal tore through the fine wires and obliterated the small spirit in a shower of sparks and electrical discharge. It vanished instantly. Whomp. The third bullet struck the struggling blue flame lynx. The impact was devastating. The spirit let out a final, choked yowl as the superheated sphere punched clean through its ethereal form, leaving a sizzling hole before the entire lynx dissolved into wisps of rapidly fading blue smoke. The backlash hit the three scavengers simultaneously. They cried out, clutching their heads or chests, staggering as the sudden severing of their spirit bonds, coupled with a violent dissipation, sent jolts of sympathetic pain racking through their bodies. Their faces went pale, sweat pouring, eyes rolling back slightly. They wouldn't be summoning those spirits again anytime soon. The drain, the shock to their cores, was immense. They stared at Lloyd, not with anger now, but with raw, naked terror. What was he? Iron manipulation, fine wires, and now launching spinning metal death orbs from his bare hands. This wasn't just a tricky lordling. This was a monster. Any further objections? Lloyd asked quietly, the cloud of fine wires still swirling gently around him, a silent promise of more pain to come. He held another spinning, faintly humming steel bullet loosely in his palm, letting them see it. That was the final straw. And no, none, the leader choked out, scrambling backwards, tripping over his own feet in his haste. We're leaving. We're gone. Didn't see nothing. Yeah, gone, echoed the other two, practically crawling away before finding their legs and breaking into a desperate, stumbling run back towards the direction they came, casting terrified glances over their shoulders. A message for your employer, Lloyd called after their retreating backs, his voice carrying easily. Tell whoever sent you, ruble or otherwise, that the next time they send dogs, they should expect to lose them permanently. They didn't slow down, just ran harder, vanishing into the whispering grass like startled rabbits. Lloyd watched them go, the steel bullet in his hand dissolving back into latent energy. He let the cloud of wires around him dissipate as well, feeling the strain ease slightly. The improvised bullets had worked surprisingly well, crude, definitely not optimized, but effective. Another tool for the arsenal, combining void shaping with spirit power propulsion. Interesting potential there. He looked down at Fong, who gave a tired but satisfied woof, nudging his hand. Yeah, Lloyd agreed, scratching the wolf behind the ears. Idiots. He surveyed the now quiet field, the 10 sheep carcasses waiting. Right out, let's secure this site and figure out how to get paid without ending up cursed or broke. The hunt was over, but the work, as always, was just beginning. Chapter 73. The wind sighed through the tall grass, a mournful sound that seemed to cling to the aftermath of violence. It carried the faint, unsettling metallic tang of ozone from Fong's lightning and the coppery scent of blood, overlaying the strange, greasy psychic static emanating from the 10 woolly carcasses scattered across the depression. Lloyd Ferrum stood amidst the quiet carnage, the adrenaline drain leaving a familiar ache behind his eyes. He wiped his hunting knife meticulously clean on a clump of untainted grass. The motion automatic ingrained .10 spirit stone fragments, secured in the small leather pouch now, weighing almost nothing at his belt. Pathetic, he'd faced down ambushes, executed precision takedowns, managed a fatigued spirit partner, and his reward felt like finding loose change under a sofa cushion. Just then, the familiar, slightly smug chime echoed solely within his mind. System notification. Threat neutralized. Analysis. User successfully repelled hostile opportunists. Designation. Ridge runners. Low threat. Using a combination of non-lethal void power manipulation, kinetic threads, and targeted spirit power application, steel bullet projection. Improvised. Tactical improvisation noted. Result. Threats routed. Minimal energy expenditure achieved compared to previous encounters. Psychological deterrence maximized. Bonus reward issued. 5 system coins SC. Current balance. 15 previous plus 5. Reward. Equals 20 SC. 20. Lloyd blinked at the mental display. 20 miserable system coins. After everything, first the sheep massacre netting a pitiful 2 coins. Now this pathetic bonus for dealing with incompetent thugs. This system needed a serious lesson in appropriate compensation. He suppressed a groan that he needed 100 fresh coins just to start thinking about his mother's bloodline. Forget the thousands Fongs. Upgrades would demand. or ranking up his own burgeoning steel abilities at this rate, he'd be eligible for retirement benefits in this life before he could afford ascension. Need gold, the thought hammered insistently. Real gold. Enough to hit that daily conversion limit. This bounty hunting gig is barely covering pocket change. The soap venture felt miles away, a distant dream requiring capital he simply didn't possess. Frustration gnawed at him. Sharp and insistent, he glanced down at Fong. A magnificent wolf spirit sat beside him, a study in contained power, though the slight droop to his ears and the slower rise and fall of his flanks betrayed the energy drain. The thousand chirp strike was potent, yes, but clearly demanding. Pushing him further would be foolish, reckless. They needed rest, a retreat, and a radically different plan for acquiring wealth. First, deal with the immediate aftermath. Lloyd forced himself back to the present, pushing down the financial panic. The pelts, the valuable, cursed pelts, skinning them now, out of the question. Too risky without proper gear and preparation that he needed to secure the site. Report back. Arrange retrieval. Ken, Lloyd called out, his voice cutting cleanly through the wind's whisper. No need for subtlety now. The unwelcome audience had fled, tails figuratively between their legs. As expected, a shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom near the ridge line, resolving into the solid, imposing form of Ken Park. The bodyguard walked openly towards Lloyd, his steps silent on the grassy earth. His face was the usual impassive granite, but Lloyd, hyper-attuned now, detected the faintest flicker in those observant eyes as they swept the scene. The strategically downed sheep, the lack of any visible struggle beyond the initial takedown. Lloyd and Fong appearing weary but unharmed. Ken missed nothing. Young Lord, Ken acknowledged, his voice the familiar level baritone, that he stopped a respectful distance away. Those last three, Lloyd gestured vaguely towards the empty hills where the ridge runners had vanished. The scavengers, were they connected to the first group? The ones you handled earlier? Ken's response was immediate, analytical. Negative, young lord. The profiles are distinctly different. He elaborated without prompting, his voice crisp. The initial four exhibited professionalism incongruent with local opportunists. Disciplined movement, coordinated observation, equipment suggesting external resourcing, likely military or quasi-military background. He contrasted this sharply. The latter group, crude tactics, poor equipment, clear motivation of greed, overriding caution. Their behavior aligns perfectly with low-level scavengers common to these border territories, likely drawn by the sounds of the initial engagement or the scent of the kill. But the first group, Lloyd pressed, frowning. Professional, external, disciplined. Not scavengers, not Rubel's clumsy pawns either, based on their methods. Precisely, Ken affirmed. Their objective felt singular, targeted observation of you, young lord, assessing vulnerabilities, waiting for an opportune moment. His gaze held Lloyd's. The logical conclusion, given the context, is attempted elimination of the Ferrum heir. Elimination. The word hung cold and heavy between them. Not just harassment, not just political maneuvering. Assassination. Lloyd felt a chill despite the afternoon SUN. It resonated too closely with memories he tried to keep buried. Chapter 74. Why? Lloyd asked, the question directed as much to himself as to Ken. Why now? Who benefits most directly from my removal? Viscount Rubel possesses clear motive and has demonstrated willingness to act against the main line, Ken stated objectively. However, the methodology of the first group does not align with his known resources or typical operational style. Too clean, too professional, suggests a higher level of training and backing. Exactly, Lloyd agreed, his mind racing, connecting dots from two lifetimes. Rubel was ambitious, treacherous, yes, but he operated within the duchy's political framework, using coercion, bribery, internal agents. This felt different, larger, more dangerous. Someone external. Someone with the resources to field trained killers discreetly within our borders. Someone with a vested interest in destabilizing the Ferrum Duchy. He looked out over the whispering hills, the fragmented memories coalescing, old rivalries, border disputes simmering for generations, political marriages proposed and rejected, whispers of espionage, of agents provocateurs. It wasn't just one possibility. It was a web of potential enemies. But one name resonated strongest, a recurring antagonist in the turbulent history between the nations. Ken, Lloyd said, turning back abruptly, his voice low but carrying a weight that made the seasoned bodyguard focus intently. What if the threat isn't internal? What if it comes from across the border? Ken remained silent, waiting. What if? Lloyd hesitated, tasting the name, the weight of the accusation. What if the Altamira clan? The reaction was instantaneous, seismic. Though Ken Park controlled it with legendary discipline, at a barely perceptible widening of the eyes, at a fractional tightening of the jaw, at a sudden, absolute stillness that spoke louder than any gasp. The air around the bodyguard seemed to crackle with suppressed shock. The Altamira clan, young lord? Ken repeated, his voice losing its perfect monotone for the first time since Lloyd's return, gaining a sharp edge of disbelief, of profound gravity. He wasn't just a bodyguard now. He was a baron of the duchy, a high-ranking military officer, hearing his young charge accuse the ruling dynasty of a powerful neighboring kingdom of attempted assassination. The rulers of Eldoria? Ken pressed, needing clarification, needing justification for such an earth-shattering claim. On what possible grounds do you make such an accusation, my lord? This implies state-sponsored action, an act of covert aggression that could ignite conflict between our nations. He stared at Lloyd, the professional mask firmly back in place, but unable to entirely conceal the seriousness, the sheer political weight of the words just spoken. Do you have evidence? Intelligence? Or is this speculation? Ken chose his words carefully, respectful yet demanding substance. He couldn't dismiss the heir's claim, especially not this heir, the one who had demonstrated such unnerving foresight and hidden power recently. But neither could he accept such a potentially catastrophic accusation without foundation. Lloyd met Ken's intense gaze, understanding the skepticism. The need for more than just a gut feeling fueled by fragmented memories of a life Ken knew nothing about. He couldn't reveal the source. The reincarnation, the future knowledge, he needed a plausible explanation, rooted in the present, however tenuous. Evidence, Lloyd echoed, shaking his head slightly. No, Ken, not concrete proof, not yet. He took a step closer, lowering his voice. But consider the history. The long-standing rivalry between Ferrum and Altamira, the contested territories near the Dragon's Tooth Peaks, the trade disputes over Azure Strait Passage. He ticked off points mentally, drawing on dusty history lessons from both lives. Remember the Emerald incident 15 years ago? The alleged Altamira spies caught mapping our border fortifications, officially dismissed as rogue agents. But the whispers persisted. He paused, letting Ken process the historical context. Consider their recent military buildup along the western border. Ostensibly defensive, but the true compositions suggest offensive capability. Consider the failed marriage proposal alliance between Eldoria and the southern Marquisate last year, a move clearly aimed at encircling us. Standard geopolitical maneuvering, young lord, Ken countered quietly, though his attention remained unwavering. Rivalries exist, tensions fluctuate. True, Lloyd conceded. But add this. My father has been pushing aggressively for increased control over the Dragon's Tooth mining concessions. Concessions the Altamiras have coveted for generations due to the rich veins of adamantine discovered there. He leaned in slightly. What better way to disrupt those negotiations, to throw the duchy into chaos, than by eliminating the heir? Create instability, weaken my father's position, potentially pave the way for a more pliable successor. He let the implication hang, glancing meaningfully towards the memory of Rubel and Ryan. The Altamiras might even see Rubel as a useful pawn, someone they could manipulate if he seized power. Chapter 75. It's circumstantial, Lloyd admitted frankly. A web of motive and opportunity. But the professionalism of those attackers, it fits. Eldoria has the resources, the intelligence apparatus, the history of covert action, and they have the most to gain from destabilizing the Ferrum line right now. He held Ken's gaze, projecting conviction. I can't prove it yet, Ken, but my instincts, honed by recent events, tell me the Altamira shadow falls along here. He deliberately kept it vague. Recent events could cover the confrontation with Rubel, the sudden need to develop his powers, anything but the truth of reincarnation. Ken remained silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, analytical mind processing the historical context, the strategic implications, Lloyd's unusual certainty. He knew the history, the tensions. The recent military shifts. Lloyd's argument, while lacking direct proof, wasn't entirely baseless. It formed a coherent, if alarming, strategic picture, and Lloyd's recent track record for uncanny insight couldn't be easily dismissed. The Altamira clan, Ken murmured again, the name tasting like potential war. He looked back at Lloyd, a new level of seriousness, of shared understanding, in his eyes. If your assessment is accurate, young lord, then the threat level has escalated exponentially. This changes the entire security calculus. Precisely, Lloyd affirmed grimly, which is why I need to get stronger, faster, And why? He added, a flinty edge returning to his voice. I need resources. Yesterday. He looked out over the field of cursed sheep, then back again. Help me secure this site. Arrange for discreet retrieval of these pelts. Tell the guild I secured them, but require assistance with safe handling due to the curse. Use estate resources if necessary, but keep it quiet that I need the reagents Master Grimaldi offered. Ken nodded sharply, instantly shifting back into operational mode. Consider it done. Young Lord, that I will dispatch a specialized team from the estate guard, experts in handling hazardous materials. They will retrieve the pelts and deliver them directly to Master Grimaldi, securing the quicksilver in your name. Good, Lloyd said, relief washing over him. That was one problem handled. Now let's get back that I need rest. Fong needs rest. He glanced down at the wolf, who leaned tiredly against his leg. And I need to figure out how to turn quicksilver into usable system coins, or find another way to earn that gold coin before tomorrow morning. The hunt was successful, the potential threat identified, but the fundamental problem remained. Power required coins, and coins required ingenuity he was still struggling to fully grasp. The return journey from the Whispering Hills was marked by a grim sense of accomplishment rather than triumph. The 10 cursed pelts, bundled carefully using makeshift tools and sheer nerve, were now Ken Park's problem. Lloyd trusted the stoic bodyguard implicitly to handle the retrieval and delivery to Master Alchemist Grimaldi with the utmost discretion. The potential payout in purified quicksilver was substantial, a vital step towards consistent system coin conversion. But it wouldn't be immediate, and the 5 coins earned from the Ridge Runner bonus felt like finding lint in his pocket after winning a bar fight. Pathetic that he needed that daily gold coin, that he needed the 10 system coins it represented. The memory of the maternal bloodline awakening task notification, demanding a fresh 100 SC, pulsed insistently at the back of his mind. 100 coins felt like a mountain range he had to climb with pebbles. In his boots, back within the familiar, imposing walls of the Ferrum estate. The first order of business the next morning, even before contemplating breakfast or the potential fallout from his violent excursion, was the system conversion. The ritual was becoming grimly familiar, standing alone in the pre-dawn chill of his borrowed suite, the sofa still radiating its usual lumpy malevolence. He accessed the system interface. He pictured one of the precious gold coins from his meager allowance. Currency conversion protocol activated. Input detected 1 gold coin. Confirm conversion to 10 system coins? Yes, Lloyd confirmed mentally, feeling a phantom lightness in his non-existent pockets. The system didn't physically take the coin, merely deducted its value from his known resources, a level of surveillance that was both convenient and slightly unnerving. Conversion complete. 0.1 gold coin deducted. 10 system coins, SC, added. Current balance, 20, previous, plus 10, converted, equals 30 SC, 30 to better, but still 70 agonizingly short of the 100 needed just for the awakening task. 0.7 gold coins worth of daily conversions, nearly half a month of his entire allowance, assuming he spent absolutely nothing else. Unacceptable. The soap venture wasn't just a good idea, it was rapidly becoming his only viable path to meaningful power progression. Chapter 76. He bypassed the main dining hall, grabbing a quick roll and some cheese from a passing servant tray. Needing fuel, but unwilling to face his father's potentially probing gaze just yet, his destination was the heart of the estate's logistical machine. The kitchens, the controlled chaos was already in full swing, the air thick with the familiar symphony of smells and sounds. Lloyd moved with newfound purpose, ignoring the curious stares and hushed whispers that still tracked his presence like persistent flies. He headed straight for the butchery section, the metallic tang of raw meat sharp in the air. Jasmine was there, already hard at work, her small frame surprisingly efficient as she wielded a heavy cleaver with practiced precision. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening momentarily in alarm before settling into a look of nervous anticipation. She quickly wiped her hands, dropping into a hurried curtsy. "Why, young lord?" she stammered, color rising in her cheeks. You returned." "Indeed, Jasmine," Lloyd replied, keeping his voice calm and low, mindful of nearby ears pretending not to listen. "And successful, I trust." Jasmine nodded eagerly, her nervousness momentarily eclipsed by pride in her accomplishment. "Yes, my lord, as you instructed." She gestured towards a collection of large, sealed earthenware jars tucked discreetly behind a stack of empty crates in a cooler corner of the butchery area. "The tallow that I collected the trimmings daily, rendered it down myself after my main duties were done, kept it clean, stored it away from the main larders." She led him over, carefully removing the heavy lid from one of the jars. The rendered beef fat within was pale, clean-smelling, or rather, lacking the usual rancid undertones of poorly stored tallow, and solidified into a smooth, waxy mass. Lloyd peered inside, mentally estimating the quantity. Several large jars, each holding gallons. Enough. More than enough for initial experiments. Excellent work, Jasmine, Lloyd said, genuine approval warming his voice that he saw her visibly brighten under the praise. Exactly what I needed, that you've exceeded expectations. Thank you, my lord, she murmured, dropping her gaze again, though a small smile touched her lips. I am glad to be of service. Will you be taking it now? Not just yet, Lloyd replied. Storing it here is perfect for now, discreet. Cool, but you completed the first part admirably. He paused, letting the anticipation build slightly. Now, we move to the next phase, the part where I begin my work. Jasmine looked up again, curiosity replacing the nervousness in her dark eyes. Your work, my lord. Indeed, Lloyd confirmed. To make what I intend to make, fat is only half the equation that we need its chemical counterpart, that a special kind of water. You could say, something extracted from ash, something potent. He saw the confusion furrow her brow. Special water, my lord, from ash? The concept was alien, nonsensical based on our understanding of the world. Ash was just waste from the fire. Exactly, Lloyd affirmed, leaning in slightly conspiratorially, lowering his voice further. Think of it as the hidden fire within the ash, drawn out by water to substance powerful enough to transform things, but also, he added seriously, dangerous if not handled correctly. Jasmine's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of alarm mixing with her confusion. Dangerous? What strange magic was the young lord pursuing now? First tallow, now dangerous ash water. Not dangerous in the way of magic spells, Lloyd clarified quickly, sensing her unease. More like, the way a blacksmith's forge is dangerous if you touch the hot metal that IT requires respect, care, control. He saw her relax fractionally. And for this process, we need somewhere quieter than this. He glanced around the bustling kitchen. More private. And we need the right kind of ash. Jasmine hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Her loyalty, bought with the promise of her mother's health and triple wages, warred with her inherent caution and bewilderment at these strange requests. But loyalty, fueled by desperation and a growing belief in this surprisingly knowledgeable, if slightly eccentric, young lord, won out. May I assist you further, my lord? She asked timidly, yet with an underlying eagerness. May I see what you intend to create? I wish to be useful. Lloyd considered he needed help collecting the ash, managing the extraction process. Having Jasmine involved from this stage would bind her more closely to the project, make her a true accomplice rather than just a supplier, and explaining the process to her would solidify it in his own mind, forcing him to articulate the steps clearly. The risk of revealing unusual knowledge was present, but manageable. She was already indebted, already sworn to secrecy. Chapter 77. Very well, Jasmine, he agreed. After a moment's thought, your discretion is paramount. Remember, what you see, what we discuss, stays between us. Yes, my lord. Absolutely, she promised fervently, relief and excitement washing over her face. Good. Then gather more empty buckets, sturdy ones, preferably wooden, and meet me near the weeping willows by the secluded pond in 1 hour. We have ash to collect. Leaving Jasmine scrambling to find suitable buckets, her mind buzzing with bewildered excitement, Lloyd headed towards the estate's numerous fireplaces that he needed ash, specifically from hardwoods like oak or maple, burned cleanly. Softwoods like pine contained too much resin, producing a weaker extract unsuitable for his purposes that he spent the next hour moving discreetly through quieter sections of the estate, collecting cooled ashes from hearths, carefully sifting out chunks of unburned wood or debris, explaining his actions vaguely as soil enrichment experiments to any curious servants he encountered. Tea was dirty, mundane work, a far cry from commanding lightning wolves or manipulating steel, but utterly essential. An hour later, several buckets heavy with fine, gray hardwood ash sat beside the tranquil pond. The weeping willows trailed their green tendrils in the still water, the air peaceful, disturbed only by the chirping of birds and the low murmur of Lloyd explaining the next step to a wide-eyed Jasmine. Now, Jasmine, Lloyd instructed, gesturing towards one of the buckets. We need to draw out that hidden potency from this ash. Rainwater is best, but pond water will suffice. He indicated the rudimentary setup he was constructing, punching small holes in the bottom of one bucket, placing it over another empty bucket, and layering straw or small pebbles in the bottom of the top bucket to act as a filter. We layer the ash carefully over the filter, he demonstrated, scooping handfuls of the fine powder. Then, we slowly pour water over it. He took a dipper of pond water and began trickling it gently onto the ash bed. Watch closely. The water passes through the ash, dissolving something hidden within it, something powerful. This liquid that drips out. He pointed as the first cloudy, brownish drops began to seep through the drainage holes into the collection bucket. Carries that power. Jasmine watched, fascinated, her eyes fixed on the slowly dripping liquid. It didn't look like much, just dirty water. Yet the young lord spoke of it with such seriousness, such caution. This is the special water, my lord. The hidden fire? In a weak, impure form, yes, Lloyd confirmed. This is the essence we need, but it's not yet strong enough for our purpose that we'll need to pass this water through the ash many times, letting it dissolve more and more of that hidden substance that, or he added thoughtfully, we might carefully boil some of the water away later, concentrating the potency. He met her gaze, his expression serious. But listen carefully, Jasmine. This liquid, even now, is not like normal water. It's aggressive, caustic. It can irritate the skin, and if it were stronger, it could cause burns. Never touch it directly. Handle the buckets with care. Avoid splashing. Understand? Jasmine nodded solemnly, her eyes wide with a newfound respect for the seemingly innocuous, dripping liquid. It wasn't just dirty water. It was something potent, something requiring caution. Yes, my lord, I understand. Extreme care. She watched him work, slowly, patiently adding water, monitoring the dripping liquid accumulating in the lower bucket. The process was slow, tedious. But why, my lord? She finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, her voice barely above a whisper. Why do we need this strong, burning water? You mentioned the fat. Lloyd paused, looking up from his work. Meeting her curious gaze, he offered a small smile. An excellent question. Jasmine, it comes down to transformation, a kind of alchemy, perhaps, though simpler than what the guild masters practice. He picked up a small twig. Think of the fat. He drew a simple chain shape in the dirt, like this. Long chains, greasy, content on their own, unwilling to mix with water. He then drew a small circle next to it. And think of this special ash water as this. Energetic, eager to react, to change things. Chapter 78. When we carefully combine the right amount of heated fat with the right strength of this ash water, he drew the circle attaching to the chain, breaking it. A wonderful reaction happens at a transformation. The ash water breaks down the fat molecules. It rearranges them, creates something entirely new. He smoothed the dirt. It creates soap, special particles that have one end that loves water and another end that loves grease. That's how soap cleans, by grabbing the grease and letting the water wash it away. And he added significantly, it also creates glycerin, a natural softener that makes the final product gentle, not harsh. Well, you know what it is? A simple dimple soap. He looked at Jasmine, gauging her understanding. Her eyes were wide, not just with confusion now, but with dawning wonder. You are making soap, my lord? She breathed, the pieces clicking into place, the tallow, the mysterious ash water. It was all for soap? Not buying it, but creating it, from ash and fat. Precisely, Lloyd confirmed. But not the harsh stuff used for scrubbing floors or tanning hides. We're aiming higher. Gentle soap. Luxurious soap. Soap fit for a duchess, or perhaps even, he added with a wry internal smile, an ice princess wife who looks perpetually displeased with the state of the world. Jasmine stared at him, then at the slowly dripping bucket containing the potent ash water, then back at him, awe shining in her eyes. The young lord wasn't just knowledgeable about court matters or fighting. He understood the hidden connections between things, the secret ways to transform simple, even dangerous, substances like ash water and common fat into something refined. Valuable, useful. My lord, she whispered, shaking her head slightly in disbelief. You possess such incredible knowledge about many things. The praise was heartfelt, bordering on worshipful, that it wasn't just about soap anymore. It was about witnessing a mind that saw possibilities where others saw only waste. Lloyd simply smiled, turning back to the dripping bucket. Knowledge was power, yes, but right now, this slowly accumulating, potentially caustic liquid felt more immediately valuable than any bookish theory that he had the fat. He had the means to create the alkali. The soap empire, however small and rustic its beginnings, was officially under construction. The patient dripping continued, echoing softly in the quiet sanctuary by the pond. Hours passed under the dappled sunlight filtering through the weeping willow leaves. Lloyd and Jasmine worked steadily, collecting the brownish, potent liquid, the lye solution. As it slowly seeped through the beds of hardwood ash, They refilled the top buckets with fresh pond water, carefully managing the flow. Their initial awkwardness replaced by a shared rhythm of focused labor. Jasmine, despite her initial bewilderment, proved a quick study, her natural dexterity translating surprisingly well from butchering knives to managing buckets and monitoring dripping rates. Lloyd watched the accumulating liquid in the collection buckets, his brow furrowed in concentration. "All right, Jasmine," he finally declared, straightening up and wiping a smear of gray ash from his cheek. "We have a decent volume now, but quantity isn't enough that we need the right strength." He gestured towards the murky lye solution. "This hidden fire within the ash water, it needs to be potent enough to properly transform the fat. Too weak, and the reaction won't complete, leaving us with greasy sludge instead of soap. Too strong, and we risk having unreacted, caustic lye left in the final product, which would be harsh, even dangerous on the skin." Jasmine nodded solemnly, absorbing the information. "So how do we know if it's the right strength, my lord?" she asked, her curiosity piqued again. "It just looks like dirty water." "Ah," Lloyd smiled, reaching into a small pouch at his belt. "For that, we rely on a simple, time-tested method. Point one often used by old wives and traditional soap makers." He produced his secret weapon, a fresh, ordinary chicken egg. Jasmine blinked. "An egg, my lord?" "Precisely," Lloyd confirmed. "Nature provides its own measuring tools. Sometimes, watch." He carefully took one of the collection buckets, swirling the brownish lye solution gently. Then, with utmost care, he slowly lowered the raw egg into the liquid. They both watched intently. The egg sank straight to the bottom of the bucket like a stone. Chapter 79. Lloyd sighed, though not entirely surprised. "See? Too weak. The solution isn't dense enough, not strong enough, to support the egg's weight." He fished the egg out carefully with a slotted wooden spoon he'd brought, rinsing it in the pond. "If it were the right strength," he explained, holding up the clean egg, "the egg would float, with just a small portion, about the size of a silver coin, showing above the surface. If it floats too high, or completely on top, it means the lye is too strong, too concentrated." Jasmine stared, fascinated. "An egg tells you all that?" "It gives us a good indication," Lloyd confirmed. "Crude, perhaps, compared to the hydrometers I remember from other studies." He caught himself quickly, "but effective enough for our purposes." He surveyed their setup. "So, our current lye is too weak that we need to concentrate it. How do we do that, my lord?" Jasmine asked eagerly, ready for the next step. "Two primary methods," Lloyd explained, already moving towards the buckets. "First, we can simply pass this collected lye water back through the same ash bed again. Each pass allows the water to dissolve a little more of that hidden potency, gradually increasing the strength." He demonstrated, carefully pouring the weak lye from the collection bucket back into the top bucket filled with ash. "Slowly now, let it seep through again." "The second method," he continued, pointing towards a clear patch of ground nearby where he'd gathered some dry stones, "is concentration through heat. That if we carefully heat the lye solution, some of the water will evaporate, leaving the dissolved hidden fire behind in a smaller volume, making it stronger. But," he cautioned, "this requires careful heat control. Boiling it too vigorously can cause dangerous sputtering, and we risk concentrating it too much, making it overly harsh." He looked at Jasmine. "For now, let's focus on the first method. Refiltering. It's slower, safer for our initial attempts." Together, they began the laborious process, carefully collecting the lye as it dripped through, then pouring it back over the ash beds, repeating the cycle. It was slow, repetitive work, requiring patience and careful handling of the increasingly potent liquid. Lloyd insisted Jasmine wear thick leatherwork gloves he'd procured from the stables, constantly reminding her to avoid any splashes on her skin. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, reaching its zenith before beginning its slow descent. Air grew warmer. Lloyd and Jasmine worked in companionable silence, broken only by his quiet instructions or her occasional, timid questions about the process. He found himself explaining the basic concepts simply, relating the hidden fire, alkali, to its opposite, the sourness of vinegar, acid, talking about how they balanced each other. He avoided complex chemical terms, relying on analogies she could grasp. Finally, after multiple passes, the lye solution dripping into the collection buckets looked subtly different, perhaps clearer, though still brownish, carrying a slightly sharper, cleaner scent. "All right," Lloyd declared, wiping sweat from his brow. "Let's test it again." He took the bucket of refiltered lye, swirled it gently, and once more, carefully lowered the raw chicken egg into the liquid. This time, the egg didn't sink. It bobbed, hesitated, then settled, floating stably within the lye solution. A small, distinct circle of the eggshell, roughly the size of a standard silver coin, remained visible above the surface of the brownish liquid. Jasmine gasped softly, leaning closer, her eyes wide with wonder. It floats, just like you said, my lord. A slow smile of deep satisfaction spread across Lloyd's face. That IT worked. The crude, ancient method, guided by his remembered knowledge, had yielded the desired result. Perfect, he breathed, relief washing over him. Just the right strength. Not too weak, not too strong, ready for the next stage. He carefully removed the floating egg, admiring the successful result for another moment. They had done it. They had created usable, correctly concentrated lye from simple wood, ash, and water. So now, my lord, Jasmine asked, her voice filled with anticipation, glancing towards the jars of rendered tallow stored back in the kitchens. Now will we mix them? Now, Lloyd confirmed, the excitement building within him again, chasing away the fatigue. The real transformation begins. Now, Jasmine, we make soap. He looked towards the setting sun, calculating the remaining daylight. Time was precious. The soap empire wouldn't build itself. Chapter 80. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows across the secluded clearing by the pond as Lloyd carefully decanted the last of the precious, correctly concentrated lye solution into a sturdy, stoppered ceramic jug. The air, usually peaceful and smelling of damp earth and willow leaves, now carried a faint, sharp, almost metallic tang. The signature scent of the potent alkali they had painstakingly extracted from simple wood ash. Jasmine stood beside him, wiping her brow with the back of a gloved hand, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of fatigue, lingering apprehension, and undeniable fascination. They had done it. They had created the burning water, the hidden fire. All right, Jasmine, Lloyd declared, securing the stopper firmly in the jug. He handled it with deliberate care, reinforcing the respect this substance demanded. Phase 2 complete, that we have our alkali. He hefted the surprisingly heavy jug. Now, for the main event, the transformation. He looked around the tranquil pond setting. Ideal for the slow, messy process of lye extraction, but utterly unsuitable for the next stage. We can't do the mixing here. We need controlled heat, shelter, and proximity to our primary ingredient. He nodded back towards the distant silhouette of the estate buildings. Back toward the kitchens, but not in the kitchens. The last thing he needed was Martha the head cook stumbling upon them boiling strange concoctions of fat and caustic liquids, asking pointed questions he couldn't easily answer. Discretion remained paramount. There's an old, disused smokehouse behind the east wing storage sheds, Lloyd mused aloud, accessing memories from his first life, recalling explorations driven by teenage boredom. Solid stone construction, decent ventilation from the old chimney, a cold hearth we can adapt, and importantly, rarely visited. He looked at Jasmine. Can you guide us there discreetly? Avoiding the main paths. Jasmine nodded immediately, her initial timidity resurfacing slightly at the prospect of navigating unseen, but overshadowed by her commitment. Yes, my lord, I know the back ways, the service paths. We can reach the old smokehouse without drawing attention, especially now as the evening shift change begins. Her knowledge of the estate's underbelly, honed by years of navigating the servant world, was invaluable. Excellent. Lloyd handed her one of the lighter, empty buckets they'd used. Carry this, we'll need it for rinsing later. He carefully lifted the heavy jug of lye solution himself, cradling it securely. Lead the way, Agent J, he murmured with a hint of wry humor, using the nickname he'd mentally assigned her. Jasmine blinked at the unfamiliar title, but understood the implied trust. She nodded again, a flicker of determination in her eyes, and set off at a brisk pace, leading him away from the pond, down narrow, overgrown paths weaving between neglected shrubbery and the high outer walls of the kitchen gardens. Lloyd followed, matching her pace, the weight of the lye jug a tangible reminder of the potential and the danger he carried. The old smokehouse stood exactly as Lloyd remembered, a squat, windowless structure of soot-stained stone, nestled behind overflowing woodpiles and forgotten gardening tools. A heavy wooden door, warped and weathered, hung slightly askew on rusted hinges. The air inside smelled faintly of decades-old wood smoke, damp earth, and neglect. A thick layer of dust coated everything. Undisturbed for years. Perfect, right? Lloyd said, setting the lye jug down carefully on the dusty stone floor. First, we need equipment. Their next hour was a whirlwind of discreet scavenging and improvisation. Under Lloyd's direction, Jasmine slipped away and returned with items borrowed from the kitchen's outer storage or less used sections. A large, heavy-bottomed iron cauldron, usually reserved for boiling laundry or rendering lard, thoroughly scrubbed clean under Lloyd's supervision using sand and water. Too long. Sturdy wooden paddles normally used for stirring vats of stew, several smaller earthenware bowls for measuring, and thick leather aprons to supplement their gloves. Lloyd himself located some relatively clean sacking to lay on the floor and procured flint and steel, along with a small bundle of dry kindling and larger log from the nearby woodpile, to build a controlled fire in the smokehouse's cold, stone hearth. He also had Jasmine retrieve one of the large jars of rendered tallow she had prepared. Lugging the heavy container back to their makeshift laboratory, A.S. Lloyd coaxed a small, steady fire to life. In the hearth, carefully arranging the logs to provide consistent, moderate heat, he took a moment to brief Jasmine again, his tone serious. Chapter 81. Jasmine, listen closely. He waited until she met his gaze, ensuring he had her full attention. This next part involves heat and the lye solution we made. The danger increases. The lye, when mixed with the hot fat, will react. It will generate its own heat. There might be fumes, irritating, not poisonous, but we keep the door cracked for ventilation. He pointed towards the slightly ajar door. Most importantly, slow and steady, we add the lye gradually we stir constantly, gently in sudden movements, no splashing that if any of this mixture gets on your skin, even through the gloves, rinse it immediately and thoroughly with cold water from that bucket. Understood? Jasmine nodded solemnly, her eyes wide but focused. The transformation from timid butcher's assistant to apprentice clandestine chemist was progressing rapidly, fueled by trust and the underlying promise of her mother's recovery. Yes, my lord. Slow, steady, careful stirring. Rinse if splashed, and I understand. Good. Lloyd placed the heavy iron cauldron securely over the growing fire, adjusting its position until it sat stably above the flames, receiving even, moderate heat. Now the fat. Together, they carefully scooped chunks of the solidified white tallow from the storage jar into the cauldron. Lloyd estimated the amount by eye, aiming for roughly 2 parts fat to 1 part lye solution by volume. A standard starting ratio he recalled from his fragmented earth knowledge, adaptable later based on results. We need to melt this slowly, he instructed, picking up one of the long wooden paddles. Gently now that we don't want it to scorch or splatter. They took turns stirring the tallow as it gradually softened, liquefied, and warmed over the steady heat. The air filled with the rich, slightly heavy scent of melting beef fat. Lloyd kept a careful eye on the temperature, occasionally lifting the cauldron slightly off the direct flames if it seemed to be heating too quickly. He explained to Jasmine how judging the temperature by feel, holding a hand cautiously near the side of the pot, or by observing the fat's clarity and movement was crucial. Finally, the tallow was fully melted, a clear, pale golden liquid shimmering in the cauldron, warm but not boiling. All right, Lloyd declared, taking a deep breath. The critical moment, the lye. He carefully measured out the required volume of the brownish lye solution into one of the earthenware bowls, using rough estimations based on the cauldron size and the amount of melted fat. Then, positioning himself carefully, holding the bowl steady, he addressed Jasmine, who stood ready with the other long wooden paddle. Start stirring, Jasmine. Gently, constantly. A slow, steady swirl that don't stop, no matter what. Jasmine nodded, her knuckles white as she gripped the paddle, and began stirring the warm, liquid tallow with smooth, careful strokes. Here we go, Lloyd murmured, mostly to himself. He took the bowl of lye and began pouring it into the swirling fat. Not all at once, but in a thin, steady stream, moving the stream around the edge of the cauldron as Jasmine stirred. The moment the lye hit the hot fat, there was a subtle change. A slight cloudiness appeared where the stream entered, a faint hissing sound, barely audible above the crackle of the fire. The rich, fatty smell was now tinged with that sharper, alkaline tang of the lye. Keep stirring, Lloyd urged quietly, his focus absolute as he continued the slow, steady pour. Even pace, keep the mixture moving. He emptied the bowl, the full measure of lye now incorporated into the melted fat. The mixture in the cauldron looked unpromising, cloudy, slightly separated, like poorly mixed salad dressing. Droplets of fat seemed to resist combining with the watery lye. This is normal, Lloyd reassured Jasmine, and perhaps himself. It takes time. The transformation doesn't happen instantly. Now we stir, and stir they did. Taking turns with the heavy wooden paddles, they maintained a constant, slow, deliberate motion, swirling the mixture round and round in the warm cauldron. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The initial cloudiness persisted, then slowly, almost imperceptibly, began to change. "See that, Jasmine?" Lloyd pointed with his paddle. "It's becoming thicker, creamier, less like oil and water, more like thin porridge." Jasmine peered into the pot, her eyes alight with fascination despite her aching arms. "It is, my lord. It's changing color too, slightly lighter." "Emulsification," Lloyd explained simply. "The lye is starting to break down the fat. The two are beginning to truly combine, forced together by the heat and the constant motion. This is the start of saponification, the start of soap." Chapter 82. They continued stirring. The work was monotonous, tiring. The heat from the fire, combined with the exothermic reaction subtly warming the mixture itself, made the small smokehouse feel close and humid. Sweat trickled down their temples. Their arms grew heavy, muscles protesting the relentless, repetitive motion. Lloyd occasionally checked the fire, adding a small log now and then to maintain the steady, low heat. He used the time to explain more, solidifying his own understanding as he taught Jasmine. He talked about how different fats and oils created different types of soap, tallow making a hard, durable bar, while olive oil yielded a softer, more moisturizing one. He spoke of the glycerin naturally produced, the element that made handmade soap. Gentler than the harsh commercial blocks they knew. Jasmine listened intently, asking insightful questions, her initial fear replaced entirely by absorbed concentration. Time lost meaning. They measured progress not by the clock, but by the subtle thickening of the mixture in the cauldron. It slowly transitioned from thin porridge to thick custard, clinging more readily to the wooden paddles. "Almost there," Lloyd murmured, his voice hoarse with fatigue. He dipped his paddle into the mixture, lifted it, and let a stream drizzle back into the pot. Instead of immediately sinking back in, the drizzled trail remained visible on the surface for a distinct second or two before slowly disappearing. "Trace!" Jasmine looked. "Trace!" Jasmine leaned over, peering excitedly. "It leaves a path, like you said it might." "Exactly." Lloyd felt a surge of triumphant satisfaction, fatigue momentarily forgotten. "This is the sign. Saponification is well underway. The mixture has reached the point where the reaction will continue on its own, even after we remove it from the heat, that it's ready." He quickly decided against adding any fragrance for this first batch. Simplicity was key, proving the core concept was paramount. Refinements could come later. "Right?" he commanded, grabbing the thick leather aprons to use as makeshift pot holders. "Carefully now, we need to lift the cauldron off the heat." Together, muscles straining, they carefully maneuvered the heavy iron pot away from the fire, setting it down on the cool stone floor nearby. The mixture within was thick, opaque, pale beige, smelling faintly of cooked fat and alkali, the nascent scent of basic, unscented soap. Lloyd had prepared simple molds earlier, shallow wooden frames he'd hastily knocked together, lined with pieces of clean sacking Jasmine had procured. "Now we pour," he instructed, carefully. "That's still hot, still caustic." Using a smaller earthenware bowl as a ladle, they carefully transferred the thick tray-stage soap mixture into the waiting molds, smoothing the tops as best they could with the paddles. They filled 3 frames, the thick liquid settling slowly. "There," Lloyd breathed, stepping back, surveying their handiwork. 3 rectangles of cooling, solidifying potential profit. It wasn't pretty it wasn't luxurious, but it was soap, real soap, created from scratch. "Now, the hardest part, Jasmine." She looked at him expectantly. "My lord." "Now," he said, gesturing towards the cooling molds, "we wait." He explained the curing process, how the soap needed to sit undisturbed in a cool, dry place for several weeks, allowing the chemical reaction to fully complete, excess water to evaporate, making the bars harder, milder, and safer to use. "This isn't instant magic. It requires patience." He saw a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, the desire for immediate results, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. She nodded solemnly. "Patience, my lord, I understand." They carefully covered the molds loosely with more sacking to keep dust off while allowing air circulation, then tidied their makeshift workspace, banking the fire, rinsing the tools, ensuring no trace of their activity remained obvious. As they finally stepped out of the dim, stuffy smokehouse into the cool twilight air, Jasmine turned to Lloyd, her face smudged with soot and sweat, her eyes shining with an emotion he hadn't seen before. Not fear, not confusion, but profound, unadulterated awe. "My lord," she whispered, shaking her head slightly as if still unable to fully comprehend what they had achieved. "You took ash and fat and fire, and you made this." She gestured back towards the smokehouse containing the curing soap. It truly is alchemy. You have knowledge, power, unlike anything I have ever known. Lloyd simply smiled, fatigue forgotten in the warm glow of successful creation. Knowledge was indeed power. And this knowledge, this simple, practical application of basic chemistry, felt more potent, more immediately useful than all the complex theories Master Elmsworth could drone on about. The soap empire had laid its first foundation stones. Now, all it needed was time, patience, and a lot more coins. Chapter 83. Jasmine, still processing the almost magical transformation they had witnessed, turning base ingredients into potential luxury, suddenly remembered the practicalities. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked back towards the now darkened smokehouse, then at the remaining, substantial jar of rendered tallow and the carefully stoppered jug of potent lye solution they had left inside. "My lord," she ventured, her voice still holding a trace of awe as they walked slowly away from the smokehouse under the gathering dusk. The first stars were beginning to prick the twilight sky. The leftover fat and the strong ash water. She gestured back vaguely. "There is much remaining. What will become of it? Do we simply discard it?" The thought seemed wasteful, almost sacrilegious, after the effort they'd expended. Lloyd stopped, turning to face her under the deepening shadows, a playful glint entering his eyes that he feigned surprise. "Discard it? Heavens no, Jasmine, did I not explain the full scope of our enterprise?" Jasmine blinked, confusion returning. "Explain, my lord. You spoke of the hard soap bars, the ones curing now." Lloyd chuckled softly, a low, conspiratorial sound. "Ah, my dear Jasmine," he began, reaching out to gently tap the side of her head as if imparting a great secret. "Those bars, those are merely the prologue, the initial experiment, proof of concept, you see." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to an excited whisper. "They might succeed wonderfully, or they might fail spectacularly. Perhaps they'll be too harsh, perhaps they won't lather well, but it's a learning process." He straightened up, a wide, almost mischievous grin spreading across his face, chasing away the last vestiges of fatigue. "But the real prize, Jasmine, the true innovation, the product that will make nobles weep with joy and throw gold coins at our feet." He paused for dramatic effect, his eyes gleaming in the twilight. "Liquid soap." Jasmine stared at him, mouth slightly agape. "A liquid soap, my lord." The concept was utterly alien. Soap was hard out of block, something you scrubbed with liquid soap. How could soap be liquid? What would one even do with it? "Precisely," Lloyd confirmed, clearly relishing her bewilderment. "Think of it. No more harsh blocks leaving scum in the wash basin. A smooth, cleansing liquid dispensed perhaps from elegant woodcraft bottles, easily scented, instantly lathering. Imagine washing your hands, your face, even your hair, with something so refined." He saw the wheels turning in her mind, struggling to reconcile this impossible idea with reality. "But how, my lord?" she stammered. "The mixture we made, it became thick, solid." "Ah, but that," Lloyd tapped his temple again, the grin widening, "is where the type of lime matters. Remember I mentioned the difference between hardwood ash and softwood ash?" Jasmine nodded slowly, recalling his earlier explanations during the leaching process. "The lye we extracted today from the hardwood ash," Lloyd explained patiently, simplifying the chemistry. "The hidden fire in it naturally encourages the soap to become hard. Solid bars, that's its nature." He gestured back towards the remaining jug of lye in the smokehouse. "But there's another kind of hidden fire, found more readily in the ash of softer woods, or produced through different methods." He mentally filed away potash lye and potassium hydroxide as terms not to use. "That creates a different reaction that IT still transforms the fat, but the resulting soap, it prefers to remain liquid, or at least a very soft paste." He clapped his hands together softly. "And that, my dear Jasmine, is what we shall attempt tomorrow. Using the remaining tallow, perhaps blended with a little olive oil if I can procure some discreetly, and a slightly different preparation of our ash water, perhaps concentrating it further, or maybe trying ash from a different wood source if available. We aim for liquid luxury." Jasmine looked utterly flummoxed, trying to process the cascade of new, almost unbelievable information. Hard lye, soft lye, liquid soap. It sounded like pure magic, spun from the mind of this perplexing young lord who seemed to understand the secret workings of the world in ways no one else did. "So," Lloyd concluded brightly, his enthusiasm infectious despite the absurdity of the topic, "the leftover fat and lye are not waste. They are vital components for Phase 2. Tomorrow, we experiment with liquidity." He paused, then seemed to remember something else. "Ah, but before tomorrow's experiments, today's work isn't quite finished." He sniffed the air theatrically. The bars we made? Functional perhaps, but lacking finesse. Elegance. They need fragrance, something clean, refreshing, something that speaks of nature, not just rendered beef. Chapter 84. He looked at Jasmine, his eyes sparkling with purpose again. Rosemary, Jasmine, that's what we need. The estate gardens have several large bushes near the northern wall, don't they? Hardy, aromatic rosemary. Perfect for distilling a clean, invigorating essential oil to scent future batches, both solid and liquid. He started walking again, turning towards the direction of the main gardens, gesturing for her to follow. Come along, Jasmine, my dear. Our alchemical adventures continue. We need to gather rosemary before the light fails completely. Snip the freshest sprigs, the ones rich with oil. Enough for a decent distillation. Chop chop. Jasmine stared after him for a moment, her mind reeling. Liquid soap? Different types of hidden fire from ash, distilling fragrance from rosemary. She felt like she'd fallen into one of the fantastical stories her mother used to tell her, tales of clever wizards and impossible inventions. But this wasn't a story. This was young Lord Ferrum, the supposedly mediocre heir, radiating genius and bizarre enthusiasm, leading her on a twilight herb-gathering expedition after spending a day making caustic liquids and nascent soap. She shook her head slightly, a bewildered smile touching her lips despite herself. He might be baffling, perhaps even slightly mad in his intensity, but he was undeniably brilliant, and he was keeping his promise about her mother. Yes, my lord, she called out, hurrying to catch up, grabbing the empty bucket again instinctively. Rosemary, right away. As they walked briskly through the deepening twilight towards the distant scent of herbs, Jasmine found herself looking at Lloyd Ferrum not just with awe, but with a fierce, protective loyalty. He was strange, yes. His methods were unconventional, but he possessed a spark, a vision, that felt utterly unique, and she, Jasmine, the quiet butcher girl, was somehow part of it. Whatever strange paths his knowledge led them down, be it tallow rendering, lye leaching, or midnight herb gathering, she would. Followed he was, after all, her genius but weird alchemist young lord, and she wouldn't let him down. A few hours ago, the late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows across the secluded clearing by the pond as Lloyd carefully decanted the last of the precious, correctly concentrated lye solution into a sturdy, stoppered ceramic jug. The air, usually peaceful and smelling of damp earth and willow leaves, now carried a faint, sharp, almost metallic tang, the signature scent of the potent alkali they had painstakingly extracted from simple wood ash. Jasmine stood beside him, wiping her brow with the back of a gloved hand, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of fatigue, lingering apprehension, and undeniable fascination. They had done it. They had created the burning water, the hidden fire. Unseen by either Lloyd or Jasmine, another figure observed the scene from a distance, partially concealed by the thick trunk of an ancient, gnarled oak tree situated on a slight rise overlooking the pond area. Rosa Siddick stood perfectly still, a statue carved from ice and emerald silk. Beside her, a step behind and utterly silent, stood her personal attendant, a stern-faced older woman named Lyra, who had served the Siddick family for decades and accompanied Rosa to the Ferrum estate as part of her dowry agreement. Rosa had sought the relative solitude of the outer gardens, needing space away from the stifling opulence of the main estate and the lingering, perplexing enigma that was her husband. His performance during the confrontation with Viscount Rubel had been illogical. His confidence, his knowledge of hidden family secrets, like engagement attempt, his easy dismantling of Rubel's plot, it didn't align with any previous data. It was a deviation requiring analysis, and analysis required distance, quiet contemplation. Her walk had led her, purely by chance, towards this secluded pond, a corner of the vast estate she hadn't explored before, and then she saw them. Lloyd, and a servant girl she didn't immediately recognize, engaged in something peculiar from her vantage point. Rosa couldn't discern the exact nature of their activity, only the broad strokes. Buckets, ash, water being poured, filtered, collected. Lloyd gesturing, explaining intently. The girl listening, rapt, occasionally assisting. They worked with a strange, focused intensity, an air of shared purpose that seemed incongruous given their respective stations. Lloyd, the Archduke's heir, covered in smudges of gray ash, patiently demonstrating some mundane filtering process to a servant girl. It was odd. Chapter 85. Rosa watched, her mind observing and cataloging the details with a cool, sharp focus. Lloyd's posture was relaxed, intent, lacking the awkwardness or hesitant deference he often displayed within the more formal settings of the estate. He moved with an economy of motion, a quiet competence as he handled the buckets, and explained whatever it was he was explaining. The servant girl, initially timid, seemed to gain a measure of confidence under his instruction, her movements becoming more assured as she assisted him. There was an unusual dynamic between them, not the stiff formality she expected between master and servant, nor the inappropriate familiarity that might suggest scandal. Instead, it looked like focused, shared work, collaboration, and the work itself, it appeared remarkably like manual labor, involving dirt and ash. Interesting, she thought, her mind sifting through the observations. Lloyd Ferrum, voluntarily engaging in such a task, with a servant of low standing. His demeanor is focused, competent, lacking his usual social hesitations. She noted the girl's transition from apprehension to attentive cooperation, that he seems to be undertaking some sort of experiment. Agricultural? Or perhaps something more esoteric, given the talk of hidden fire and unusual properties of ash? The purpose is unclear. This is certainly a deviation from typical noble behavior. She watched them test something with an egg, saw the brief flicker of satisfaction on Lloyd's face, heard the girl's surprised gasp. They seemed pleased with the result of their strange ash water filtration then. They carefully collected the resulting liquid into a heavy jug, Lloyd handling it with noticeable care, as if it were something valuable or potent. "Lyra," Rosa murmured, her voice a low, cool whisper that barely disturbed the air, her gaze never leaving the figures by the pond. The girl, identify her. Lyra, ever vigilant, had already been assessing the servant. "Jasmine, Lady Rosa," she replied instantly, her voice equally quiet, devoid of inflection. 17 years of age, orphan daughter of the late head butcher, Gerald, employed in the estate kitchen since her father's passing 5 years prior, assigned primarily to the butchery section. Known for being quiet, diligent, keeps to herself mostly, and own notable affiliations or scandals recorded. Lyra delivered the information concisely, efficiently, a walking personnel file. She added, as a subtle note of context, considered somewhat plain, unlikely to attract undue attention. Lyra anticipated, perhaps, a flicker of annoyance from her mistress, a noble heir spending hours engaged in mysterious, dirty work with a low-ranking kitchen maid. It courted gossip, potentially reflected poorly on the household, and by extension, on Lady Rosa herself, that a typical noble wife might display jealousy, suspicion, or disdain. But Rosa's expression remained utterly unchanged. Her face was a serene mask, her eyes holding only cool, analytical observation that Jasmine's identity, her background, her potential attractiveness. These were simply data points, fed into the ongoing calculation. Annoyance, jealousy, such emotional responses were inefficient, illogical distractions from understanding the core anomaly. Lloyd himself. She watched as Lloyd and Jasmine gathered their equipment, Lloyd carefully carrying the heavy jug, Jasmine trailing with a bucket. Watched as they disappeared down a hidden path, heading back towards the estate buildings, but clearly avoiding the main thoroughfares. She noted his clear preference for discretion as they moved off, carrying their tools and the jug of processed ash water. "He's taking pains to avoid being seen," Rosa observed, her mind piecing together the implications. The purpose of this project remains obscure, but it clearly involves this ash-derived liquid, and, given their direction towards the more remote service buildings, likely requires further steps involving heat, a forge, perhaps, or controlled fire. Rosa remained by the oak tree for several moments after they had gone, the image of Lloyd, ash-streaked and focused, explaining something intently to the nervous kitchen maid, lingering in her mind. It was a perplexing picture, one that didn't align with her initial understanding of him. This man, he continues to present contradictions, the mediocrity she had first perceived, the apparent timidity, the assumed lack of significant power or intellect she had coolly dismissed. Her own direct observations were systematically challenging those early judgments. She mentally reviewed the recent, jarring events, the cabinet incident, a display of impossible power, wielded with chilling, controlled lethality that spoke of hidden capabilities far beyond what was publicly known. Then, the confrontation with Viscount Rubel, a surprising display of political acumen, unflappable confidence in the face of accusation, and an unnerving knowledge of buried family secrets. And now this patient, focused, hands-on involvement in some obscure, messy project, working closely with a low-ranking servant, clearly prioritizing secrecy. Chapter 86. He is not what he seemed. she concluded, a rare frown almost touching her brow as she tried to reconcile the disparate pieces of information. Why initial assessment was flawed, incomplete. He operates outside the expected parameters for someone of his reputed standing and abilities. She felt a subtle shift in her own internal landscape, not of emotion, but of intellectual recalibration. He exhibits hidden depths, capabilities he has kept concealed, and his motivations are far more complex than I first surmised. The logical course of action, then, was clear. Further, closer observation is necessary to form an accurate understanding of Lloyd Ferrum. Without another word, Rosa turned away from a now empty clearing by the pond and began her own slow walk back towards the main estate, her mind already working, trying to fit these disparate, contradictory pieces into a coherent, logical whole. The equation of her husband was proving far more complex and far more interesting than she had ever anticipated. Later that evening, the memory of the strange scene by the pond resurfaced as Jasmine, her face still slightly smudged despite attempts to clean up, nervously navigated the twilight pathways towards the main gardens, Lloyd striding ahead with energetic purpose. Rosemary, Jasmine, that's what we need. Lloyd's voice, carrying back slightly on the cool air, was full of that bizarre, infectious enthusiasm. Snip the freshest sprigs, enough for a decent distillation. Chop chop. Jasmine hurried to catch up, clutching the empty bucket, her mind still reeling from the revelations about liquid soap and different kinds of hidden fire in ASH.IT was madness. Glorious, baffling madness. But it was their madness now. She glanced at the young lord ahead of her. No longer just the awkward air, but a figure of surprising knowledge, hidden power, an unpredictable brilliance that a genius alchemist from the stories. Indeed, whatever path he led, she would follow. The promise for her mother, the sheer fascination of his strange knowledge. It was more compelling than any fear or doubt. Yes, my lord, she called back, her voice stronger now, filled with purpose. Rosemary, right away. The soap empire, however unconventional, had its first, utterly devoted, employed. Dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and pale gold, but the opulent sweet Lloyd Ferrum, technically shared with Rosa Siddick, remained steeped in pre-dawn gloom and the familiar chill of unspoken tension. Lloyd, already awake on the eternally lumpy sofa, bypassed the usual ritual of existential sighing. Today held the promise of progress, of tangible creation, the memory of the previous evening's success, transforming raw ash into potent lye. The first crucial step towards his soap empire, fueled an energy that mere hours of uncomfortable sleep couldn't dampen, that he dressed quickly, foregoing the stiff formalities of noble attire for practical, older clothing suitable for messy work. His mind was already buzzing with calculations, light concentration adjustments, optimal oil blends for liquidity, the tricky process of scent infusion. Today was phase 2, liquid gold. Or, more accurately, liquid soap. That might eventually lead to gold. He slipped out of the suite, leaving the silent fortress of the four-poster bed and its inscrutable occupant undisturbed. He found Ken Park waiting patiently in the dimly lit corridor, a steadfast pillar of silent competence. The bodyguard inclined his head fractionally as Lloyd emerged. Young lord, Ken greeted, his voice the usual flat baritone. Master Elmsworth's tutelage is scheduled to commence in 2 hours. Shall I make preparations for your attendance? Lloyd paused, glancing down the long, echoing hallway towards the exit gate. Master Elm. Grain storage logistics, or perhaps guild arbitration today. The thought felt crushingly dull compared to the alchemical excitement brewing in his own plans. He'd attended diligently the past few days, laying groundwork, subtly shifting perceptions. But today was for creation. No, Ken, Lloyd replied decisively, turning away from the direction of the outside. Inform Master Elmsworth, I offer my apologies, but pressing personal matters require my attention today that I will not be attending. He saw it again. That minute flicker in Ken's usually unreadable eyes, the barest tightening around his mouth, surprise. Ken had noted the previous day's consistent attendance, the unexpected engagement with Elmsworth's dry topics. He'd likely reported it to Roy, perhaps even hypothesized that the young heir was finally embracing his responsibilities, however reluctantly. This sudden reversion to skipping lessons seemed contradictory at a regression. Lloyd could almost hear the silent calculation. Behind Ken's impassive mask, deviation from recent pattern, previous diligence potentially superficial, motivation unclear. Reassess. Chapter 87. Sensing the bodyguard's unspoken question, Lloyd offered a wry, knowing smile, tilting his head slightly as if acknowledging Ken's internal analysis. Don't look so concerned, Ken, he said lightly, his tone suggesting he could indeed read the man like an open book, a feat few could claim. It's not what you think. He gestured vaguely back towards the direction of the kitchens and the hidden smokehouse. I'm not skipping because I disdain study, nor out of adolescent rebellion. He met Ken's steady gaze, his expression turning earnest. Quite the contrary, that I am engaged in a practical application of economic principles, developing a new product, creating value. Something, he added, the smile returning, tinged with confidence, that I suspect even Master Elmsworth, with his focus on profit and resource management, would ultimately approve of, perhaps even applaud, once he sees the results. He let the enigmatic statement hang, offering no further details. Let Ken report that back to his father. Let them wonder what practical application the heir was pursuing that could possibly impress the notoriously traditional Master Elm. Ken absorbed the explanation without comment, his expression reverting to its usual professional neutrality, if he found the claim baffling. He gave no sign. Understood. Young lord, I will convey your message to Master Elmsworth. He paused. Your instructions for my own duties today. Maintain standard discreet observation, Lloyd instructed. But focus your attention outward. Keep an eye on any unusual activity within the estate, any lingering signs of Rubel's faction regrouping, or, he added grimly, remembering the previous day's encounter, any hint of external interest that my current project requires concentration, minimal interruption. Acknowledged, Ken confirmed. External surveillance prioritized, internal disruption minimized. With a final, almost imperceptible nod, he melted back into the corridor shadows, resuming his role as the unseen guardian. Lloyd didn't waste another moment. He headed directly towards the kitchens, not to enter the main chaos this time, but skirting around to the rear service areas, near where Jasmine would be finishing her earliest morning tasks. He found her near the woodpiles, wiping down her butchering tools, her face alight with nervous energy when she saw him approach. The shared secret, the successful creation of a lie, had forged a new kind of bond between them, overriding some of her inherent timidity. My lord, she greeted, offering a quick, less flustered curtsy than before. Is it time? It is indeed, Jasmine, Lloyd confirmed, grinning. Phase 2 awaits. Did you manage to rest? Today requires focus. Yes, my lord, I barely slept. Thinking about the liquid soap. Her eyes shone with bewildered excitement. Excellent. Lloyd clapped his hands together. Then let's not delay. The laboratory. He gestured towards the hidden smokehouse, back within the familiar, dusty confines of their makeshift workshop. The air still held the faint alkaline tang from yesterday. The 3 trays of curing hard soap sat undisturbed under their sacking covers, slowly undergoing their quiet transformation. But today's focus was different. Right, Lloyd began, surveying the remaining jar of tallow and the jug of potent hardwood lye. Liquid soap. The theory is similar, but the execution differs. He explained again, simplifying, we need a lye that encourages liquidity, not hardness. Ideally, we'd use ash from softer woods, which contains more of the soft fire, potassium hydroxide. But, he glanced at their limited resources, we adapt. So, we cannot use this lye, my lord? Jasmine asked, looking disappointed. We can, Lloyd corrected, but we need to adjust the recipe and process. Using this hard fire lye will naturally tend towards solid soap. To counteract that, we need to introduce other factors. More water in the initial mix, perhaps not a different type of fat or oil that resists solidifying, and careful control of temperature during the reaction. He tapped the tallow jar. Tallow alone makes very hard soap. We need to blend it. Olive oil would be ideal, known for softer soaps, but procuring enough discreetly. He trailed off, frowning. Olive oil was expensive, imported, its use monitored by the household bursar. We'll start with just the tallow for now, but use a higher water-to-lye ratio in our solution that might result in a softer paste rather than a true liquid initially. But it's a start. Their first task was preparing the fragrance. Last night, guided by moonlight and Lloyd's surprisingly specific instructions, they had gathered a large bundle of fresh, aromatic rosemary sprigs from the estate gardens. Now, Lloyd set about extracting the essential oil. Chapter 88. He didn't have proper distillation equipment, of course. Improvisation was key. He instructed Jasmine to finely chop the rosemary leaves and stems, releasing their pungent oils. Then, he placed the chopped herbs into the large iron cauldron with a generous amount of clean water, positioning the cauldron back over a carefully controlled, very low fire in the hearth. He rigged a makeshift lid using a flat piece of slate tilted slightly, with a smaller earthenware bowl placed upside down beneath it, directly over the simmering herbs, but not touching the water. Watch, he explained to Jasmine as the water began to gently simmer, steam rising. The steam carries the volatile oils from the rosemary upwards. That tea hits the cooler underside of the slate lid, condenses back into water droplets, but droplets now infused with the rosemary oil. These drops run down the tilted slate and collect, he pointed, in this small bowl. It was a crude form of steam distillation, inefficient, yielding only a small amount of hydrosol, fragrant water, and an even smaller amount of separated essential oil floating on top. But it was something, the air in the smokehouse filled with the clean, invigorating scent of boiling rosemary. Jasmine watched, mesmerized, as tiny, precious droplets of fragrant liquid slowly accumulated in the collection bowl. Alchemy, indeed. While the rosemary infusion simmered, they turned their attention back to the main event. Lloyd carefully diluted a portion of their concentrated hardwood lye solution with extra water. Aiming for a specific weaker concentration, he calculated mentally, hoping it would favor a softer result. Meanwhile, Jasmine melted another large portion of the clean tallow in a separate, smaller pot, stirring diligently, keeping the heat low and steady. Once the tallow was melted and the diluted lye solution was ready, Lloyd took charge of the critical mixing stage again. "All right, Jasmine," he instructed, slow stirring, just like yesterday. As Jasmine stirred the warm tallow, Lloyd began slowly adding the diluted lye solution. The initial reaction was similar, cloudiness, a faint hiss, but perhaps less vigorous than with the concentrated lye. "Keep stirring," Lloyd urged, emptying the bowl of diluted lye. Now we watched for trace again, but, he cautioned, it might look different this time, but we're aiming for something softer, perhaps taking longer to reach that thickening point. They fell back into the rhythm of stirring, the silence broken only by the crackle of the fire, the gentle bubbling of the rosemary infusion, and Lloyd's occasional quiet instruction. This batch did indeed seem thinner, taking longer to emulsify. They stirred patiently, watching for the subtle signs. After what felt like another eternity, the mixture began to thicken, but not to the thick custard stage of the hard soap. It reached a consistency more like heavy cream or thin pudding when Lloyd lifted the paddle. The drizzled trail remained on the surface, but seemed less defined, sinking back and more quickly. "There," Lloyd judged, peering closely. "That's likely as close to trace as we'll get with this recipe, aiming for softness. Remove from heat." They carefully moved the pot off the fire. The mixture was opaque, creamy, smelling of cooked fat and alkali. Now, for the scent. Lloyd carefully collected the small bowl of fragrant liquid from under the makeshift distillation lid. The thin, iridescent film of pure rosemary essential oil floated on top of the milky hydrosol. Using a feather quill borrowed from the study supplies, he carefully skimmed off the precious oil droplets, transferring them to a tiny vial. There wasn't much, maybe half a thimbleful, but the scent was potent, pure rosemary. He then poured the remaining rosemary-infused water, the hydrosol, directly into the warm soap mixture. "Stir it in gently, Jasmine," he instructed. "Incorporate the fragrance." Jasmine stirred, the clean scent of rosemary rising, mingling with the heavier base notes of the soap, cutting through the alkaline sharpness. Now, the oil itself. Lloyd added the few precious drops of concentrated rosemary essential oil, stirring in quickly before the volatile compounds evaporated. The final mixture was a thick, creamy, pale beige liquid, smelling pleasantly of rosemary. It wasn't the clear, refined liquid soap he ultimately envisioned, more like a soft soap or a thick gel, a result of using tallow and hardwood lye. But it was liquid-ish, and it smelled good. "We let this cool completely," Lloyd declared, surveying the pot with satisfaction. "It will likely thicken further as it cools, but we won't pour it into molds that will store it in stopper jars once it's cool enough to handle." Chapter 89. He looked at Jasmine, whose face reflected a mixture of exhaustion and triumphant discovery. "Phase 2 experiment, promising," he announced. "We have created a scented, soft soap that a precursor to true liquid soap. Refinements are needed, different oils. Perhaps the soft fire lye eventually, but this," he gestured to the cooling pot, "proves the principle." Jasmine beamed, fatigue forgotten. They were doing it, creating things never seen before, guided by the strange, brilliant alchemy of her young lord. The soap empire, liquid or solid, felt a tangible step closer. The cooling pot of creamy, rosemary-scented soft soap sat between them and the dusty smokehouse, radiating a gentle warmth and the clean, herbaceous fragrance that had finally overpowered the lingering smells of tallow and alkali. The air hummed with a sense of accomplishment, thick and satisfying after hours of focused labor. Lloyd surveyed it with a critical eye, the satisfaction of creation tempered by the pragmatism of needing to verify its function. Theory was theory, results were reality. Especially when a potential 1,000 gold coins and the future of his system upgrades rested on those results. All right, Jasmine, he said, rolling up the sleeves of his practical tunic further, the movement crisp with anticipation. Theory's done. Practice begins. The moment of truth. Does it actually clean? Or did we just make scented lard paste? He scooped a small dollop of the still warm, putting like soap onto his fingers that IT felt smooth, unexpectedly silky, a world away from the gritty, harsh texture of the standard lye blocks used for everything from floors to faces in this duchy. Feels promising, his internal engineer noted. Good emulsification, no obvious separation that he gestured towards the bucket of rinse water they kept nearby. Water, if you please, that let's see if this miracle paste actually lathers. Jasmine, her eyes bright with nervous excitement, dipped a clean rag into the bucket and squeezed a small amount of cool water onto Lloyd's hands. He began rubbing his hands together vigorously, working the creamy paste against his skin. Instantly, a luxurious transformation occurred. Not the weak, reluctant bubbling of poor soap, but a rich, dense, creamy lather bloomed between his palms. It wasn't the airy, almost empty foam of some earth detergents he vaguely recalled, but something substantial, almost decadent, clinging to his skin like whipped cream. The clean, sharp scent of rosemary burst forth, invigorating and surprisingly potent, effectively masking any lingering fatty undertones. Whoa, Lloyd breathed, genuinely impressed himself. Better than expected. Much better, he continued washing, feeling the lather glide smoothly, effortlessly lifting the accumulated grime, soot, and ash from his hands. There was no hint of the abrasive scraping he associated with Riverian soap. This felt civilized. See, Jasmine, he exclaimed, holding up his lathered hands. Look at that, proper foam, not just greasy bubbles. Jasmine leaned closer, eyes wide. It's so thick, my lord, and white, not grayish like the kitchen soap. Exactly. Lloyd rinsed his hands thoroughly in the bucket of clean water. The soap washed away cleanly, instantly, leaving absolutely no sticky residue, no clinging film that he flexed his fingers, assessing the feel of his skin. Clean, definitely clean, but more than that, soft, not tight, not stinging, not pleading for moisture, just comfortable, and carrying that faint, pleasant hint of rosemary. Success, he thought, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief washing over him. It actually works. Maybe even better than I hope for this first tallow-based ad attempt. He held his hands out for Jasmine to inspect, turning them over. Well, the verdict, Agent J, passable. Jasmine leaned closer again, peering intently at his hands in the dim light filtering through the cracked door. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in the clean skin, the absence of redness or irritation. My lord, they are clean, cleaner than I've ever seen hands after working with Ash, and she hesitated, then, emboldened by their shared work, cautiously reached out, brushing a gloved fingertip against the back of his hand. Her gasp was audible. They feel smooth, soft, even, not rough or dry like after using the kitchen soap. It feels wonderful. She looked up at him, astonishment shining brightly on her face. It works beautifully. It's like washing with silk. A broad grin of genuine triumph spread across Lloyd's face, chasing away the fatigue. Silk, yeah, I like that. Functional, gentle, pleasant scent. Phase 2 preliminary success confirmed. He felt a surge of energy, the potential of this simple creation suddenly feeling vast. This wasn't just soap. It was a revolution in a pot. Chapter 90. He quickly insisted Jasmine tried herself, scooping another dollop on her gloved hands, adding water. Her delighted gasp as she worked up the same rich lather, her exclamation of surprise at how easily it rinsed, leaving her thick leather gloves feeling somehow cleaner and more supple, echoed his own assessment. This was good. This was very good. Now, Lloyd said, his mind already leaping ahead, the successful test firing up his strategic processors. He gestured emphatically towards the pot of cooling, creamy goo. We have the product. The golden goose, well, the beige tallow goose for now. But presentation, Jasmine, presentation is everything. We can't conquer the luxury market selling this magnificent concoction. He waved a hand dismissively. By the ladleful out of a bucket like cheap stew. Nobles won't pay a premium for something scooped out of communal pot. He looked around the dusty smokehouse, his gaze snagging on the discarded earthenware jars, the rough wooden crates. We need containers, Jasmine. Proper containers. Something that screams expensive, refined. You need this even if you don't know why yet. Jasmine, still marveling at her surprisingly clean and smooth feeling, even through the glove. Hand, looked thoughtful, trying to follow his rapid shift and focus. Containers, my lord. Like the small earthenware jars the apothecary uses for salves, they seal tightly. Or perhaps small wooden boxes. Carved ones? We could line them with wax cloth. Her suggestions were practical, based on the world she knew. Lloyd shook his head immediately, pacing a small circle on the dusty floor, ideas firing rapidly. Jars? Boxes? Too static. Jasmine, think. You have to unscrew a lid, dip your fingers in, scoop it out. Messy, unsanitary, inelegant. Think of Lady Agatha trying to scoop this goo with her perfectly manicured nails. Disaster. He shuddered dramatically. Need something clean, easy, idiot-proof. His mind flashed back again, an image crystal clear from 80 years on Earth. Supermarket aisles, bathroom counters, plastic bottles with pumps. No, Lloyd murmured, stopping his pacing, a new kind of focused intensity entering his expression. The engineer taking over. Not just a container, a dispenser. Something active, something that delivers the product to the user precisely, cleanly. He walked over to the sturdy, discarded oak beam leaning against the smokehouse wall, running a hand over its rough, solid surface. The wood felt warm, alive beneath his touch. Wood for the body, he declared, visualizing the design. Strong, natural, beautiful when worked at. It speaks of quality, of tradition, even as we introduce innovation. He then held up his hand, fingers splayed slightly. The air around his palm shimmered almost imperceptibly, the faint hum of void energy becoming almost audible in the quiet space. With focused will, drawing on the Ferrum power, the steel and fire, the essence of controlled creation and destruction, he began to shape the energy, not into aggressive wires this time, but into solid, gleaming metal, pulled seemingly from the very fabric of the void itself. Jasmine watched, utterly enchanted, forgetting the soap, forgetting her aching arms, forgetting everything but the quiet miracle unfolding before her eyes. She had seen glimpses of Ferrum power. This wasn't attack or defense. This was artistry. This was creation on a level she couldn't comprehend. Slowly, meticulously, as if sculpting light itself, Lloyd formed the intricate components of the pump mechanism from pure, shining steel. The metal flowed under his mental command, solidifying into shapes of impossible precision. A narrow cylinder emerged first, its inner surface perfectly smooth, flawless. Then a tightly fitting piston designed to slide within the cylinder with zero friction. Next came the delicate, complex heart of the device, the one-way valve mechanisms. Tiny flaps of steel, engineered with microscopic tolerances, appeared at the base of the cylinder, designed to allow the thick soap mixture to be drawn upwards as the piston rose, but sealing shut instantly to prevent backflow. Another, similar valve formed near the top, connected to a gracefully curved nozzle, poised to open only under the pressure of the downward stroke, forcing a measured dose of the soap outwards. Need a return mechanism. Lloyd's internal engineer prompted that he focused again, weaving threads of steel into a delicate, perfectly coiled spring, calculating the tension needed to reliably return the pump head to its starting position after each use. Chapter 91. The level of fine control required was immense, draining his concentration, making sweat bead on his forehead, despite the coolness of his void power. He wasn't just shaping metal. He was engineering a functional machine with moving parts, relying on recalled principles of fluid dynamics and mechanical engineering, translating them into commands his bloodline power could execute. The steel gleamed under his control. Not iron, but true, refined steel, harder, more resilient, humming faintly with the contained energy of its creation. It looked less like blacksmithing and more like the work of a celestial watchmaker. Jasmine stared breathless, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She felt small, insignificant. Witnessing this casual display of godlike power, it was mesmerizing, terrifying, beautiful. Is this what it means to be truly noble? She wondered fleetingly. To command the very elements, to shape metal like water. He wasn't just a young lord. He felt like something ancient, something elemental, disguised in human form. Once the intricate steel pump mechanism, cylinder, piston, valve, spring, nozzle, hovered complete and perfect in the air before him like a complex silver dragonfly, Lloyd turned his attention to the oak beam. No axe, no saw, no chisel needed. He laid his hands flat against the rough wood, closing his eyes for a moment, feeling the grain, the density. He focused his void power differently now, infusing it not with heat, but with controlled kinetic force, a precise application of pressure and vibration, guided by a shaping will. The wood groaned softly, not in protest, but in yielding surrender. Fibers separated cleanly, dust motes rising as the interior of the beam began to hollow out under his invisible, insistent touch. He wasn't cutting. He was persuading the wood to reshape itself according to his mental blueprint. A smooth, cylindrical reservoir formed within the solid oak, perfectly sized to hold a generous quantity of the soft soap. He shaped the exterior simultaneously, the rough grain smoothing, flowing into elegant curves, the neck tapering precisely to match the dimensions of the steel cylinder he had created. With a final surge of focused will, he formed fine, precise threads within the wooden neck and, mirroring them, on the base of the steel pump assembly, ensuring a tight, secure, waterproof seal when joined. The entire process, steel and wood combined, took perhaps 15 minutes of intense, silent concentration. The only sound were the faint hum of void power, the soft sighing of yielding wood, and Jasmine's occasional, involuntary gasp of wonder. Finally, it was done. Lloyd stepped back, letting the shaping power recede. That he carefully took the hovering steel pump mechanism and the newly formed oak body. With precise movements, he screwed the steel assembly smoothly into the threaded wooden neck. The fit was perfect. The resulting object rested heavy and substantial in his hands. It was breathtaking. Functional, undeniably, but also a piece of minimalist art. The warm, rich grain of the smoothly polished oak provided an organic counterpoint to the cool, precise, machine-like gleam of the steel pump and nozzled. It felt balanced, ergonomic. It looked priceless, luxurious. Like something one might find on the vanity of an empress, not cobbled together in a disused smokehouse. Lloyd held the finished pumping bottle aloft, turning it slowly in the dim, dusty light, admiring the fusion of Earth-inspired engineering and Riverio-based power, a surge of pure, unadulterated satisfaction, fiercer even than the successful soap test, coursed through him. This was the bridge between his lives, this tangible object, impossible without both his past knowledge and his present power. He turned to Jasmine, whose face was a mask of stunned reverence. She was staring at the bottle as if it were actively emitting divine light. "Well, Jasmine," he asked, a triumphant grin lighting up his face, momentarily banishing the shadows and the fatigue. "What do you think? A suitable vessel for our revolutionary product? Fit for purpose, fit for profit?" Jasmine could only nod vigorously at first, seemingly incapable of speech. She swallowed hard, finding her voice, which emerged as a trembling whisper. "My lord, it is magnificent, beyond magnificent." She shook her head, eyes still fixed on the bottle. "I have seen the king's treasures on festival days, goblets, crowns. None possess such clean beauty, such purpose." She looked up at him, her awe palpable. "It's not just a bottle, it's a promise of what's inside." "Exactly," Lloyd confirmed, the grin widening. "Form and function. Luxury isn't just about the product. It's about the entire experience. And soon," he declared, gesturing emphatically with the bottle, "every noble household in this duchy, maybe every wealthy merchant from here to the Azure Strait, will desperately want one that they just don't know it yet." Chapter 92. He looked at the bottle, then back towards the pot of cooling, rosemary-scented proto-liquid soap. The vision snapped into sharp focus. The product, the unique and elegant packaging, the untapped market. It wasn't just a plan anymore. It felt like destiny, a slightly greasy, rosemary-scented destiny, but destiny nonetheless. The soap empire wasn't just viable. It was going to be beautiful. And incredibly profitable, he fervently hoped. Now, his internal pragmatist reminded him sharply, "You just need to make about 500 more of these masterpieces, and perfect the liquid soap recipe, and source olive oil, and figure out distribution, pricing, branding, guild negotiations." Small details. But for the first time, the path to accumulating those desperately needed system coins felt clear, tangible, and surprisingly elegant, even if it started with cow fat and wood ash. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, sunlight slanting through the tall windows of the suite, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, indifferent diamonds, for once. Lloyd Ferrum didn't wake up on the sofa feeling like he'd gone 10 rounds with a poorly upholstered opponent. He'd slept deeply. The profound satisfaction of creation, the successful lye extraction, the promising soft soap, the exquisitely crafted dispenser bottle, outweighing the physical discomfort of his sleeping arrangements. The soap empire felt real now, tangible, a viable path towards the system coins he desperately needed. He rose quickly, energy thrumming beneath his skin. Today was presentation day. Time to convince his skeptical, powerful father that investing a small fortune in luxury soap Wasn't the act of a lunatic heir, but a stroke of strategic genius. He dressed with care, choosing a well-cut but understated tunic and trousers, projecting quiet confidence, not ostentatious display. As he finished adjusting his collar, he turned towards a figure seated perfectly still in the velvet armchair near the cold fireplace. Rosa. She wasn't reading this morning, simply gazing out the window, her profile serene, inscrutable, bathed in the morning light. An ice queen contemplating her. Frozen domain. The air around her felt, as always, several degrees cooler than the rest of the room. Lloyd hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Protocol dictated leaving her undisturbed unless absolutely necessary. Their interactions were usually limited to strained silences or curt dismissals, mostly from her side. But today required a deviation. His plan needed her presence. Not for support, obviously, but for witness, for the subtle political weight her attendance would lend, intended or not. And perhaps, just perhaps, a tiny, perverse part of him wanted to see her reaction to his unorthodox presentation. Disrupting her icy calm, even momentarily, was becoming a fascinating side quest. "Rosa," he began, his voice calm, carefully neutral, breaking the comfortable silence she seemed to cultivate. Her head turned slowly, deliberately. Those dark, obsidian eyes fixed on him, holding no discernible emotion, just cool, penetrating awareness. The silent question, what disturbance warrants this intrusion, hung heavy in the air between them. "I'm going to see father now," Lloyd stated simply. "To present the prototype I promised him." He paused, then took the plunge. "I request your presence." A delicate eyebrow, perfectly sculpted, arched almost imperceptibly to IT, was the only outward sign of surprise, quickly suppressed. "My presence." Her voice was a low murmur, devoid of inflection. "For what purpose?" "My attendance at your business discussions is neither required nor, I would assume, desired." The implication was clear. "We barely tolerate sharing a room. Why would you voluntarily seek my company in front of your father?" "Desire?" Lloyd allowed a faint, wry smile to touch his lips. "Perhaps not in the conventional sense." He met her cool gaze directly. "However, father agreed to consider my proposal, the one requiring significant investment, that he set a deadline, which is today, having you present as I demonstrate the viability of my venture lends weight, credibility." He deliberately framed it in logical, almost political terms he thought she might appreciate. "It demonstrates unity, however nominal, within the immediate family regarding a potential Ferrum enterprise." He saw her consider this, her eyes holding that familiar flicker of sharp assessment. His reasoning holds a certain political logic, she likely concluded internally. Presence implies cohesion, potentially advantageous depending on the outcome. The personal cost, merely time, is negligible. Furthermore, Lloyd added, unable to resist pushing slightly, adding a touch of intrigue, "I believe you might find the demonstration interesting. Unexpected, perhaps." Chapter 93. Her gaze sharpened slightly. He anticipates a reaction beyond simple assessment. She noted inwardly. Suggests the demonstration involves elements outside standard practice. She weighed this new piece of information, observing Lloyd's interaction with the Archduke, particularly regarding this unexpected project, presented an opportunity to gather more information about the increasingly unpredictable variable he represented. The anomaly that was Lloyd Ferrum continued to defy easy explanation. But then, a different connection surfaced in her thoughts, triggered by his mention of the project. Her expression remained unchanged, but her next words carried a subtle, almost undetectable edge, a reference to her own quiet observations the previous day. "This prototype," she stated, her voice still level, but somehow more pointed, "does it perhaps relate to the extensive time you spent yesterday engaged in unorthodox activities near the secluded pond?" With she paused, the word choice deliberate, almost too precise, yet carrying an undeniable undertone of scrutiny. "That maid?" Lloyd froze mid-breath, genuinely caught off guard. He hadn't realized she'd seen them, or perhaps he'd underestimated her observational reach within the estate. Minute. How much did she witness? The ash, the lye leaching, the smokehouse rendezvous. His carefully constructed veil of secrecy felt suddenly, embarrassingly thin. He felt a flush creep up his neck, annoyance warring with a strange, sort of impressed respect for her silent vigilance that he recovered quickly, forcing a casual tone, though his internal monologue was scrambling. "She saw? Okay, damage control, that don't deny. Deflect, maintain mystery." "Ah," he managed, rubbing the back of his neck nonchalantly. "An astute observation, as always, Rosa." He offered a slightly sheepish grin. Guilty as charged. Why apologies if our rustic experimentation disturbed the tranquility of your afternoon constitutional. He paused, then confirmed directly, deciding honesty, or a version of it, was the best defense. But yes, today's presentation is indeed the culmination of that work. He met her gaze again, regaining his confidence. All the more reason for you to attend, wouldn't you agree, to see the final result of such unorthodox activities. He deliberately threw her own words back at her, subtly challenging her judgment. Rosa considered this. Her usual preference was for detachment, avoiding unnecessary entanglement. But his open admission, confirming the link between yesterday's baffling, ash-covered labor and today's high-stakes presentation, it tipped the scales. The logical need to observe, to gather information on this inconsistent variable, outweighed her preference for distance. Understanding Lloyd Ferrum, however illogical his actions seemed, was becoming necessary for navigating her own position within this arranged marriage. Very well, she conceded finally. The word clipped, precise. She rose gracefully from the armchair, smoothing the emerald silk of her gown. Observing the outcome of your project may provide relevant information regarding your current atypical behaviors. Her agreement was framed entirely in the language of detached observation, lacking any hint of personal curiosity or conventional support. Lead the way. Lloyd hid his sigh of relief, mixed with faint amusement at her clinical phrasing. Atypical behaviors. That was certainly one way to put it. Excellent, he said briskly, turning towards the door. After you, my lady. The walk to the Archduke's study felt subtly different this time, charged with an unusual energy. Lloyd strode with focused purpose, mentally reviewing his presentation points. Rosa glided beside him, a step behind as protocol dictated, but acutely present, her silence somehow more potent than conversation. Lloyd couldn't help but feel a strange sense of shared scrutiny, a temporary alliance formed by mutual curiosity about what was about to unfold. Whatever it was new and undeniably weird. They arrived at the heavy oak door. Lloyd knocked firmly. Enter. He pushed the door open, stepping aside slightly to allow Rosa to enter first, a small concession to formality. The scene within was familiar, yet subtly shifted. Lloyd Ferrum sat behind his desk, imposing as ever, his expression stern but expectant. But seated in one of the heavy chairs opposite the desk, sipping delicately from a porcelain teacup, was Milady Austen, Duchess Ferrum. Lloyd's mother. Mother, here. Lloyd felt a flicker of surprise. Her presence wasn't requested, not part of his plan. Had his father summoned her? Or had she inserted herself, driven by her own sharp curiosity about the prototype her son had promised? Her presence added another layer of complexity, another critical audience member known for her discerning taste and swift judgment. This just got harder. Father, mother, Lloyd greeted, bowing respectfully. Rosa offered a shallow, perfect curtsy, her face serene, betraying nothing of her internal assessments. Lloyd, Roy acknowledged, his gaze sharp, assessing. You requested this audience. The deadline is met. Indeed, Father, Lloyd confirmed, stepping forward. Chapter 94. Lloyd, dear. Milady offered a small, practiced smile, though her eyes held a keen, intelligent curiosity. Your father mentioned you had something innovative to show us. We are quite intrigued. Her tone was light, but Lloyd knew her scrutiny would be rigorous. She missed little and suffered fools poorly. Thank you, Mother. I believe you will be, Lloyd replied confidently. He turned slightly towards the door. With your permission, Father, I need my assistant. Roy gave a curt nod. Lloyd opened the door and spoke quietly to the waiting attendant. Send for Jasmine. Tell her to bring the demonstration materials as discussed. He deliberately kept the instruction vague, building anticipation. However slight, a few minutes of tense silence filled the study, broken only by the ticking clock and the faint clink of Milady's teacup returning to its saucer. Rosa stood silently near the bookshelves, a figure of emerald stillness, observing the room, the occupants, the anticipation, with that unnerving detached focus. Roy tapped his quill rhythmically, his gaze fixed on the door. Milady waited with polite, yet clearly impatient anticipation. Lloyd stood calmly, projecting confidence he hoped wasn't entirely feigned, running through the demonstration steps mentally. Then, a soft knock. Jasmine entered, looking pale and profoundly nervous, almost overwhelmed by the combined presence of the Archduke. The Duchess and Lady Rosa, all focused intently on her. She carried a rough, burlap-wrapped bundle that seemed incongruously heavy for her small frame. The moment she stepped fully into the room, however, another presence announced itself. far more powerfully. The smell that it wasn't the clean scent of rosemary from yesterday. It was the rich, earthy, deeply pungent aroma of the barnyard. Raw, undeniable, utterly out of place in the refined atmosphere of the Archduke's study. Cow dung. Milady's delicately sculpted nose wrinkled instantly. Her eyes widened, disbelief warring with disgust. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, her voice sharp with offense, setting her teacup down with a distinct clatter. "Child, what is that dreadful odor? What have you brought into this room?" Jasmine flinched, looking desperately towards Lloyd, clutching the bundle tighter as if it might offer protection. Roy Ferrum's stern expression deepened into a frown, not of mere disgust, but of profound, almost offended confusion. His gaze shot towards Lloyd, demanding an immediate explanation for this bizarre, olfactory assault on his chambers. Rosa remained impassive, though her nostrils flared almost imperceptibly as she mentally filed introduction of potent bovine excrement odor under. Highly anomalous, potentially irrational presentation tactic. She observed Lloyd closely, trying to discern the logic, however obscure, behind this move. Lloyd ignored their reactions, stepping forward smoothly, taking the burlap bundle from a trembling Jasmine. "Thank you, Jasmine, place it here." He indicated the floor directly in front of his father's desk, a space usually reserved for supplicants bearing petitions or officials presenting reports. He unwrapped the bundle with deliberate care, revealing a hefty pile of fresh, steaming cow dung. The smell intensified, thick and cloying, aggressively real. Milady gasped, genuinely horrified now, pushing her chair back slightly. "Lloyd, have you taken leave of your senses? Remove that filth immediately. This is outrageous." "Patience, mother," Lloyd said calmly, his voice steady despite the rising tension, that he then performed the action that shocked everyone into momentary silence. He deliberately, carefully, scooped up a generous handful of the dung. He rubbed it between his palms, coating his hands thoroughly in the muck. The physical act, the deliberate self-contamination in front of his appalled parents and his inscrutable wife, was profoundly jarring, a violation of every noble sensibility, every rule of decorum. "Lloyd!" Milady shrieked, half rising from her chair again, her face pale with outrage and utter disbelief. "What in the name of the ancestors are you doing? This is beyond improper. It's madness, sheer, utter madness." Roy's hand shot out, gripping his wife's arm gently but firmly, preventing her from intervening further. Though his own face was now a thunderous mask, his eyes remained locked on Lloyd, narrowed, no longer just confused, but intensely, furiously demanding. There had better be a damn good reason for this deliberate provocation. His expression screamed silently across the desk the reason beyond mere shock value. Lloyd ignored his mother's outburst, ignored his father's thunderous silence, ignored Rosa's unervingly calm, analytical observation. He looked down at his dung-covered hands, acknowledging the visceral reality of the mess. Then he looked up, meeting his father's gaze directly, his own expression shifting, becoming serious, focused, the theatrical element dropping away. "Now, father," he began, his voice ringing with theatrical clarity, "the problem." He held up his soiled hands. "Filth, grime, contamination at a universal constant. How does one achieve true cleanliness effectively, efficiently, without damaging the very hands that perform the work?" Chapter 95. He turned to the still trembling Jasmine, who looked as if she might faint from the combined stress of the dung, the Duchess's fury, and the Archduke's silent disapproval. "Jasmine," he commanded, his voice sharp, cutting through the tension, pulling her back to her role. "Bring the bottle." Jasmine jumped, startled back into action. She fumbled for a moment with a smaller, carefully wrapped package she'd held hidden behind her back. The second dispenser, identical to the one Lloyd had gifted Rosa earlier, then presented it to Lloyd with shaking hands. The tension in the Archduke's study was thick enough to choke on, a palpable pressure distinct from mere political gravity. The pungent aroma of fresh cow dung assaulted the senses, a stark, earthy reality crashing against the polished mahogany, expensive tapestries, and the inherent dignity of the room. It was an olfactory declaration of war against propriety. Milady Austen looked moments away from either summoning the smelling salts or the guard captain, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. Roy Ferrum's face was a thundercloud of controlled fury and profound confusion, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of his desk. Rosa, an island of emerald calm near the bookshelves, continued her silent, unnerving observation, her stillness a counterpoint to the rising chaos, perhaps classifying. dung handling as performance art as a new, highly perplexing variable in the ongoing Lloyd Ferrum equation. Only Jasmine, pale and trembling but clutching the beautifully wrapped bottle like a lifeline, seemed focused, awaiting her cue amidst the aristocratic meltdown. "Now, father," Lloyd repeated, his voice cutting through the strained silence with startling clarity, holding up his thoroughly dung-covered hands. The contrast between his calm tone and his defiled state was jarring. The problem, filth, grime, contamination. The universal equalizer, his internal monologue added wryly. Even archdukes get dirty. How does one achieve true cleanliness in a world often defined by, well, this? He gestured with his soiled hands, a deliberate, almost theatrical display. He locked eyes with his father, the challenge clear. You want a demonstration? You wanted proof of concept? Fine it, let's start with the fundamental problem this solved. He then turned his gaze to Jasmine, whose wide eyes darted between the dung, the furious duchess, the stony archduke, and the bottle she held. "Jasmine," he commanded, his voice sharp, clear, pulling her focus. "The bottle and water." Jasmine jumped, startled but obedient. She quickly held up the beautifully crafted oak and steel pumping bottle Lloyd had created, its polished surfaces gleaming softly, a beacon of unexpected elegance amidst the squalor. In her other hand, she held the bucket of clean water they had brought from the smokehouse. She approached Lloyd hesitantly, moving as if navigating a minefield, clearly terrified of drawing the ire of the Duke and Duchess further. "Hold the bottle steady," Lloyd instructed calmly, his voice a reassuring anchor in her panic. He nodded towards his soiled hands. "Position the nozzle over my hands. Aim carefully." He saw her hand tremble as she raised the exquisite object. "Now," he demonstrated by nudging the gleaming steel pump head with his relatively cleaner forearm, a deliberate action showing the intended ease of use, even when contaminated. "Press down firmly on this top part, the pump." Jasmine, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, positioned the elegant nozzle as directed. She took a shaky breath, her fingers finding the unfamiliar steel mechanism. It looked alien, like something from a dream or a different world. Hesitantly, she pressed down to click hiss. The sound was clean, precise, cutting through the thick tension. With a smooth, satisfying mechanical action, the pump depressed, and a measured stream of thick, creamy, pale beige liquid dispensed directly onto Lloyd's soiled hands. The clean, invigorating scent of rosemary instantly blossomed in the air, a startling, welcome counter-offensive against the pervasive earthy stench of the dung. It was like smelling a spring garden after wading through a stable. Jasmine gasped softly, surprised by the ease of operation and the fragrant liquid emerging from the beautiful object. It worked. This strange device he'd made. It actually did something. Again, Lloyd instructed, his voice even. Jasmine pressed the pump again, delivering another precise dose of the soft soap. While Jasmine held the dispenser, Lloyd turned his attention back to his father, though his words were implicitly for everyone in the room. His internal strategist was analyzing their reactions in real time. Mother, peaked disgust, transitioning to baffled curiosity by the bottle. Father, fury masked by control, focus shifting to the mechanism's novelty. Rosa, processing, always processing. Good. Keep them off balance. Chapter 96. Observe, father, mother, Lloyd announced, his voice carrying clearly. No need to touch the container itself when one's hands are soiled, and messy scooping from a communal pot, risking further contamination. Hygiene 101, people. Seems obvious, but apparently isn't. A precise, clean delivery of the cleansing agent, every single time. He began rubbing his hands together vigorously, working the rosemary-scented cream into the thick layer of dung with practiced motions. Roy Ferrum watched, his expression unreadable granite, but Lloyd saw it. The minute shift in his father's gaze, lingering now on the bottle. The pump mechanism. The elegant fusion of wood and steel. The sheer intelligence of the design that it was novel, efficient, undeniably clever. A flicker of something. Grudging respect. Engineering appreciation. Ward visibly. With the ingrained anger over the dung incident, he sees it. Lloyd thought with satisfaction. He sees the innovation beyond the shock value. Milady, meanwhile, was undergoing her own rapid transition. The initial wave of horrified offense at the dung was being challenged by the undeniable elegance of the dispenser and the surprisingly pleasant rosemary fragrance cutting through the stench. Her eyes, wide with disgust moments ago, now narrowed slightly, curiosity battling revulsion. "That device, Lloyd," she managed, her voice tight but intrigued. "What is it?" "Form and function, mother," Lloyd replied smoothly, continuing to lather his hands. "A necessary evolution. Now, Jasmine, Lloyd commanded, interrupting any further questions about the bottle for the moment, focusing back on the primary demonstration. The water. Jasmine quickly, almost relieved to have a clear task, set the precious bottle down carefully on a nearby side table, on the protective cloth Lloyd had foresightly tucked into his tunic earlier, and picked up the dipper from the water bucket. She poured a stream of cool water over Lloyd's hands as he continued rubbing them together briskly. The effect, even knowing it was coming, was still dramatic. The rich, creamy lather exploded, white and thick against the dark muck, instantly emulsifying the dung that it wasn't just cleaning. It felt like the soap was actively attacking the filth. The brown sludge dissolved, lifted away by the potent combination of the soap's surfactant action and the flowing water. Within moments, the dung was completely gone, swirling away into the bucket Jasmine now held strategically below his hands to catch the runoff. The pungent barnyard smell was fading rapidly, almost entirely replaced by the fresh, clean scent of rosemary that now seemed to permeate the air around them. Lloyd rinsed his hands thoroughly one last time under the stream of water. Shaking off the excess droplets, he held them up, turning them slowly in the sunlight slanting through the windows, immaculately clean. Not a speck of dung remained. Not even under his fingernails. The skin looked smooth, healthy, utterly untouched by the earlier contamination. Clean, Lloyd stated simply, the word resonating in the suddenly quiet study. Completely clean. He flexed his fingers. Achieved quickly, with minimal water compared to scrubbing with harsh agents. Efficiency, father, efficiency, without abrasion. And, he added, gesturing again towards the dispenser bottle resting elegantly on the side table, delivered hygienically and elegantly. Melody Austin stared, speechless for a moment. Her logical mind warred with the visual evidence. Dung, foul and pervasive 1 minute, vanished the next, replaced by clean skin and a pleasant scent. It defied her experience. How? She breathed again, unconsciously moving closer, drawn by a force stronger than her lingering disgust. That dreadful mess, it simply vanished in your hands. Her ingrained aristocratic reserve cracked completely. Let me see them. Forgetting the layers of protocol that usually govern their interactions, she reached out impulsively and took Lloyd's hand. Turning it over, examining the skin with the intensity of a jeweler inspecting a gemstone. They aren't red. They aren't chapped or rough, she exclaimed, genuine astonishment making her voice higher pitched than usual. My own hands feel drier after just using the standard household soap. Yours feel smooth, almost soft. She brought his hand closer to her face, inhaling cautiously. And the smell, definitely rosemary, clean, not perfumed but fresh. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with bewildered inquiry, the formidable Duchess momentarily replaced by a woman confronting a domestic miracle. Lloyd, what is this miracle liquid? It's soap, mother, Lloyd replied calmly, gently retrieving his hand, meeting her astonished gaze with a steady one of his own. As I explained to father a few days ago, but fundamentally different, crafted from finer ingredients, he conveniently omitted the tallow base for now, balanced, scented naturally. He paused, letting the impact land. Liquid soap, or rather, he corrected himself slightly, aiming for accuracy. A highly effective soft soap, the precursor to a true liquid form I intend to perfect. Chapter 97 Liquid Soap? Melody repeated the alien concept, her gaze shifting immediately towards the elegant bottle Jasmine had set down. The dispenser suddenly made sense. Not just a fancy container, but a necessary delivery system for a non-solid product. Her mind, sharp and attuned to luxury and refinement, instantly grasped the implications: convenience, elegance, cleanliness without harshness. Her eyes lit up with a spark Lloyd hadn't seen directed at him before. Genuine, unadulterated commercial interest. Lloyd, she breathed, do you realize? Intrigued now beyond mere curiosity, her innate desire for quality and refinement overriding her earlier disgust completely, she turned decisively to Jasmine. Child, she commanded, her voice regaining some of its usual authority, but laced with unconcealed eagerness. Give me some of that soap. She gestured towards the bottle, then hesitated, mirroring Jasmine's earlier uncertainty about the pump. How does this ingenious device operate? Jasmine, startled by the direct address but buoyed by the Duchess's clear interest and Lloyd's triumphant demonstration, quickly stepped forward. Allow me, your grace. Showing a confidence born of recent experience, she picked up the bottle and, Mimicking Lloyd's earlier instruction with newfound deftness, carefully pumped a small amount of the creamy soap onto the Duchess's outstretched, perfectly manicured palm. Milady examined the pale, beige substance curiously, rubbing it between her fingers, noting the smooth texture. She sniffed it appreciatively again. The rosemary scent was clean, undoubtedly appealing to noble sensibilities tired of heavy, cloying perfumes. Then, despite her hands being perfectly clean already, driven by the need to experience it firsthand, she mirrored Lloyd's actions, rubbing her hands together, adding a splash of water jasmine offered from the dipper. The same rich, luxurious lather appeared, eliciting a soft exclamation of surprise from the Duchess. The scent intensified pleasurably. She rinsed under the stream jasmine provided, dried her hands meticulously on a fine linen handkerchief produced silently from her sleeve, and then stared at her own hands, marveling, flexing her fingers. "Remarkable," she murmured again, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Truly remarkable. My hands feel refreshed, velvety, almost cleaner than usual, somehow, and the scent is delightful." She looked directly at Lloyd again, her expression transformed. The disgust was gone. The skepticism vanished, replaced by sharp intelligence assessing potential. Lloyd, her voice was different now, imbued with the authority of someone recognizing significant value. This is not merely innovative. This is potentially revolutionary. For personal comfort, for hygiene, for status. The last word hung in the air, vibrating with implication. Owning such a product, such a dispenser, would instantly become a mark of distinction. Lloyd allowed himself another small, satisfied smile, internally checking off target audience approval. Mother, secured, he had won over the household's ultimate arbiter of luxury and refinement. He turned his gaze back to the final, most crucial judge. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum had remained silent throughout the entire performance. His face was an unreadable mask, his eyes missing nothing. The dung, the elegant bottle, the mechanics of the pump, the soap's effectiveness. His wife's dramatic shift from horror to enthusiastic approval. Rose's continued silent assessment from the sidelines, but he processed it all with intense, silent calculation. The cogs of his powerful mind turning, weighing variables, assessing potential far beyond mere cleanliness. He hadn't commented on the dung incident after his initial silent fury, nor offered any verbal reaction to the soap's success. His focus, Lloyd had correctly surmised, remained fixed on the innovation, both the chemical formulation implied and the mechanical delivery system, explicit. Finally, Roy spoke, his voice utterly flat, devoid of praise or censure, cutting through the Duchess's burgeoning enthusiasm. "The bottle," he stated, gesturing towards the oak and steel object resting on the desk where Lloyd had placed it earlier. "Give it to me." Chapter 98. Lloyd retrieved the dispenser and placed it carefully back on the desk, directly before his father. Roy picked it up, his large, capable hands examining it with surprising care, turning it over, feeling the weight, the balance. He tested the pump mechanism again, pressing it slowly, observing the smooth travel of the piston, the precise ejection of another small dollop of soap onto the desk blotter, which he ignored, the clean return of the spring that he observed, the seamless join between the warm wood and the cool steel, the elegant yet robust functionality of the design. This wasn't just a soap dispenser. This was thoughtful engineering. This was problem solving. This was innovation applied to a mundane aspect of life, resulting in a product that was undeniably practical, aesthetically pleasing, and inherently desirable in its novelty. That IT spoke of a mind capable of seeing beyond the obvious, of creating tangible value where none existed before. This, Roy thought, the assessment clicking into place with cold clarity, is not the work of the unfocused boy I worried about. This is different. That he placed the bottle bag down deliberately, the faint click echoing in the quiet study. That he looked at Lloyd, his gaze sharp, penetrating, appraising. "You have demonstrated potential," Roy conceded finally. The words carefully chosen, measured, delivered with glacial reserve at IT, was the closest thing to direct praise Lloyd could recall receiving from his father, perhaps ever, and it landed with the weight of a royal decree. "The product," he nodded towards the soap smear on his blotter, "appears effective, as my wife has enthusiastically confirmed." A flicker of dry humor touched his eyes for a fraction of a second. "The delivery mechanism," he tapped the bottle firmly, "is novel, efficient, intriguing." He leaned back in his chair, the stern mask of the Archduke firmly back in place, the brief moment of potential paternal approval vanishing. However, his voice hardened, becoming the ruler again. "Viability in the marketplace requires far more than a single successful demonstration in controlled, albeit unconventional, circumstances. His gaze flickered pointedly towards the lingering scent of dung. I will have this product, and more importantly, this dispenser mechanism, thoroughly assessed by my own household experts. He ticked them off mentally, his gaze distant for a moment. Master Elmsworth must evaluate the economic potential, the cost of production versus projected pricing, the market saturation possibilities. The Alchemist Guild, perhaps Master Grimaldi himself, should analyze the formulation, ensure its safety, its stability, identify potential improvements or cost-saving ingredient substitutions. Our finest artisans, his eyes returned to the bottle, must assess the reproducibility of this dispenser. Can it be manufactured consistently, reliably, affordably? Enough to be profitable yet exclusive? What materials are truly required? Can the mechanism be simplified without losing function? He held up a hand, forestalling any potential argument or impatient question from Lloyd. The investment decision, the 1,000 gold coins you requested, is therefore suspended pending the outcome of these assessments. He wasn't saying no. The potential was clearly recognized, but he needed data, verification, independent analysis conducted under his direct authority. He was intrigued, perhaps even impressed, but he remained a pragmatist. Hope was not a substitute for due diligence that he then shifted gears abruptly. The calculating potential investor replaced instantly by the Archduke issuing commands. For now, your experimentation has served its purpose. His eyes narrowed. You have, however, neglected your formal studies this morning. Master Elmsworth awaits. That, his voice regained its familiar, sharp edge of absolute command, is unacceptable, regardless of the potential merits of your nascent soap enterprise. Your education, your grounding in the established principles that govern this duchy, remains paramount. He fixed Lloyd with a commanding stare, leaving no room for negotiation. You will proceed there immediately. Offer Master Elmsworth your sincere apologies for your absence. Apply yourself diligently to his instruction. The unspoken addendum was clear. Prove you can manage both innovation and duty, or this venture dies before it begins. Lloyd felt a flicker of disappointment. No immediate influx of desperately needed gold coins, but quickly suppressed it, recognizing the strategic victory beneath the delayed gratification. His father hadn't dismissed the idea. He was taking it seriously enough for expert review. That was huge. The assessment phase was logical, even necessary, and he had undeniably impressed his mother, potentially securing a powerful internal advocate for the product's refinement and eventual launch. Progress, significant progress. Yes, father, Lloyd replied immediately, bowing respectfully, accepting the command without a hint of argument. Demonstrating obedience and diligence in his formal studies now was absolutely crucial to maintaining the fragile, newly forming perception of competence and responsibility. I understand completely. The assessments are prudent that I'll go to Master Elmsworth at once and redouble my efforts. Chapter 99. See that you do. Roy dismissed him curtly, already reaching for a stack of official documents. The soap demonstration apparently concluded in his mind, filed away pending further data. Lloyd turned, offering a brief, respectful nod to his mother. Milady gave him a small, almost conspiratorial smile in return, her eyes still holding that spark of surprised interest and perhaps a touch of maternal pride carefully hidden beneath layers of noble composure. He glanced towards Rosa, still standing silently by the bookshelves. She met his gaze for a fraction of a second, her expression as unreadable as ever, before looking away towards the window again. But he fancied he saw a flicker, a microscopic shift in the usual icy calm. Calculation? Reassessment? Or just irritation at the lingering smell? Impossible to tell, but she had witnessed it all. Another contradictory data point for her internal analysis. He gave Jasmine a final, encouraging nod, silently conveying his thanks for her crucial role in promising future instructions regarding the curing soap and further liquid experiments. Then, leaving the lingering scent of rosemary struggling valiantly against the faint memory of cow dung, Lloyd Ferrum exited the study. He headed towards Master Elmsworth's lecture hall, not with dread, but with a newfound spring in his step. The Archduke's assessment was just another hurdle, another challenge to overcome. That he would provide the data, he would secure the funding he had to the soap empire, and the system coins it would generate, demanded nothing less. The path ahead was clear, even if paved with academic boredom and potential chemical hazards. The heavy oak door clicked shut, sealing Archduke Roy Ferrum within the sudden, profound silence of his study. The lingering scent of rosemary battled valiantly against the ghost of cow dung, a bizarre olfactory testament to the morning's chaotic demonstration. His wife, Milady, had departed with a thoughtful, almost proprietary gleam in her eye, undoubtedly already strategizing potential marketing angles for Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir, or some equally grand title. Rose Acidic had vanished like smoke, her presence dissolving back into the estate's background hum, leaving behind only the faintest impression of cool, analytical assessment. Lloyd himself was presumably halfway to Master Elmsworth's lecture hall, projecting newfound diligence. Roy remained seated behind his immense desk, the facade of the stern ruler momentarily shelved. His gaze was fixed, not on the stacks of official documents demanding his attention, nor on the intricate carvings of the ceiling, but on the object resting squarely before him. The oak and steel pumping bottle. It sat there, solid, elegant, undeniably clever, a tangible piece of innovation that had emerged from the most unexpected source imaginable. His own son, the son he had worried over, despaired of perhaps, even subconsciously written off as a pleasant but ultimately inadequate placeholder in the Ferrum lineage. Soap? Roy thought, the word still feeling absurd in the context of ducal matters. He risked humiliation, my wrath, his mother's considerable displeasure. Over soap. Slowly, deliberately, Roy Ferrum rose from his chair. He moved around the desk, his steps measured. Thoughtful, he stopped before the side table where the bottle rested. He looked at it again, truly seeing it this time, free from the need to project authority or manage the reactions of others. The smooth, warm grain of the polished oak, flawless finish, and tool marks visible. How? Shaped by hand? Impossible to achieve this uniformity. Shaped by void power? Possible. Ferrum power interacts with metal. Perhaps with manipulation is a lesser-known aspect? Or was it simply outsourced craftsmanship of the highest order? But who would possess such skill and maintain secrecy? The steel, cool, precise, gleaming with an inner light. Not the dull gray of common iron, but the hard luster of true steel. Again, shaped with impossible precision. The mechanism his mind honed in. The engineer within him, stirring from a long slumber beneath layers of political calculation. A piston pump. Valves, one-way check valves, presumably a spring return, that he traced the nozzle's curve with a fingertip. How are the tolerances achieved? For this to work smoothly with a viscous liquid like that. Paste, the fit between piston and cylinder must be exact. Any binding, any leakage, and it fails that he ran a finger over the join between the wood and steel neck. Seamless, threaded. How were threads of this fineness cut into both materials so perfectly? Chapter 100. This isn't just craftsmanship. This is precision engineering. Where did Lloyd encounter such concepts? Not Elmsworth, not the weapons masters, not the basic texts on architecture or siege engines provided by his tutors. Where did this knowledge originate? The question hammered at him, demanding an answer he didn't possess. Ancient Ferrum schematics found in the archives? Possible, but unlikely. This design felt efficient. Modern, in a way that defied Riverio's often cumbersome approaches. Then his gaze shifted to the faint brown smear on his desk blotter where he'd tested the pump earlier. The rosemary scent still clung faintly to the air as he recalled the demonstration. The shocking initial display with the dung. A calculated risk, bordering on madness, yet undeniably effective in establishing the problem, thought Lloyd's calm confidence amidst the chaos. The effortless cleaning demonstrated on his own hands. The sheer effectiveness of the product delivered by the ingenuity of the device, but a decision, swift and unexpected even to himself, formed in his mind that a need to verify, to experience it firsthand, unfiltered by his wife's enthusiasm or his son's presentation. Logic dictated relying on expert assessment, but instinct, the instinct of a ruler, a father, confronting a profound anomaly, demanded direct, personal data acquisition that he needed to feel the difference. Understand the tactile reality of this miracle soap. Attendant, Roy spoke quietly, his voice resonating slightly in the empty room. From the deepest shadows near the imposing bookshelves, a figure detached itself, melting into existence without a sound. Clad head to toe in concealing dark robes, face completely obscured by a deep cowl, the attendant moved with unnerving fluidity, their very presence seeming to absorb the light. Their identity, their gender, even their exact form, remained deliberately ambiguous. One of Roy Ferrum's hidden instruments, utterly loyal, existing only to serve and observe in silence. Your Grace. The voice from within the cowl was muffled, toneless, gender-neutral. The demonstration materials, Roy instructed, the slight hesitation betraying his own lingering disbelief at the situation. Bring them. He didn't need to specify which materials. The attendant would understand. The robed attendant didn't react, didn't question the bizarre command. It simply bowed its cowled head slightly and vanished back into the shadows as silently as it had appeared. Moments later, it returned, carrying not the elegant bottle, but the rough burlap bundle Lloyd had discarded. The pungent, earthy smell of fresh cow dung once again filled the study, a stark intrusion into the refined space. The attendant placed the bundle carefully on the floor near the desk, then stepped back into the shadows, resuming its statue-like stillness, awaiting further orders. Roy stared down at the steaming pile of manure. He thought of Lloyd deliberately plunging his hands into it. The calculated shock value, the absolute confidence that followed. There had better be a demon good reason, Roy had thought then. Now, he needed to understand that reason from the inside out. Is the contrast truly so stark? Is the need demonstrated so effectively? Or was it merely youthful theatrics? He had to know. The ruler needed data. The father needed understanding. Taking a deep breath, steeling himself against the ingrained aristocratic revulsion, Roy Ferrum did something utterly unthinkable for the ruler of the duchy. He leaned down, reached into the burlap, and deliberately plunged his own left hand deep into the warm, yielding mass of cow dung. The attendant remained perfectly still, betraying no surprise, no judgment. Its purpose was to obey and observe, not to react. Its silence was absolute, its presence merely functional. Roy straightened up, examining his soiled hand with a detached curiosity that warred with his visceral disgust. The feeling was unpleasant, the smell overwhelming. This is the problem, he thought, echoing Lloyd's earlier statement. The mundane reality of filth, unavoidable, persistent. Even for an archduke, though usually dealt with by others, that he acknowledged the unpleasant truth. Existing cleansing methods were harsh, inefficient. They cleaned, yes, but at a cost. Dried skin, lingering chemical odors, a general sense of abrasion. Lloyd hadn't just presented a product. He presented a solution to a universally acknowledged, if rarely spoken of, discomfort. He then nodded towards the elegant bottle resting on the side table. "Hold this," he commanded the attendant, indicating the dispenser. The robed figure glided forward, picking up the bottle with careful, gloved hands, produced silently from within its robes, holding it steady, as instructed.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.